Chapter 1: Old Acquaintance. Before the ancestral home of the Zhou family, a young girl stood with an oiled paper umbrella, knocking at the door. Before long, a middle-aged man, his face etched with distress, hurriedly opened the door. "We have matters to attend to today and cannot receive guests. I come to see Zhou Tsangshan." Her voice was icy, as if summer had been enveloped in winter's chill. The steward, Zhou, was momentarily taken aback and felt a surge of displeasure. Who dared to address the old master by his name, especially in such an impolite manner? Upon a closer look, he was utterly astonished. The girl, half concealed beneath her umbrella, wore a form-fitting qipao, her demeanor ethereal and elusive, like a spectral being amidst the mist. He had encountered numerous dignitaries within the Zhou family, yet had never seen anyone exuding such an otherworldly grace. The mere sight of her sent a shiver through his bones. "May I ask who you are?" the steward inquired, his tone shifting. The girl remained chillingly aloof, an old acquaintance. The steward was momentarily speechless. "My master is already 92. How could you be an old acquaintance?" In former times, it would not have mattered to inform him upon entering. But now, the old master had been bedridden for several days. His time drawing near, it was believed today might be the day. All the descendants of the Zhou family had returned. They had closed the doors to visitors, keeping only the family close to the old master, ensuring no disturbances. Yet this girl was clearly not ordinary to deny her entry. As the steward pondered, the girl spoke with an icy calm. "If he cannot see me, he will not find peace. If you wish for him to be freed from his suffering, step aside." The steward's gaze shot up, disbelief etched across his features. How could she possibly know? The old master, gravely ill, had been confined to his bed for months. The doctors had long predicted he would not survive beyond 3 days, yet he had stubbornly held on for 3 months. The Zhou descendants, devoted and dutiful, had been elated at their patriarch's resilience. Yet the old man had ceased to eat or drink, and despite daily infusions of nutrients, it had been in vain. He had withered away to a mere skeleton, enduring excruciating pain each day. Now he still clung to life, but this breath had been held for 3 months, and still had not been surrendered. The steward, now fully aware of the gravity of the situation, dared not delay any further. However, he hesitated to act impulsively after weighing his options. He invited her to the reception room. "Miss, please wait, I shall inform my master." The girl neatly folded her umbrella, revealing a visage that was both beautiful and frigid. Without uttering a word, she merely inclined her delicate chin. The steward hastily departed. Yin Miao looked up outside the reception room's floor-to-ceiling windows stood a grand ginkgo tree. Emerald greens, intertwined with golden hues, dappled shadows of leaves danced in the sunlight upon her brow. Yet the coldness within her remained unyielding. "Duya, you two must depart." The steward hurried to the second floor, where the expansive and opulent living room was shrouded in a somber atmosphere, filled with dozens of men and women. These were the descendants of the Zhou family. Occasionally, the sound of weeping could be heard. Navigating through the crowd, the steward gingerly opened the door to the chamber where the old master lay. Inside were 2 men in their 50s, the sons of the old master, along with 4 grandsons. All stood vigil by the old man's side. The steward's expression was urgent. The eldest son of the Zhou family was the first to notice him, whispering something to his ailing father. Zhou Yuan gradually released his grip on the old man's hand, rising to approach him. "What is it?" inquired the formidable Master Yuan, his voice hoarse and his eyes reddened. Butler Zhou whispered, "A guest arrived just now." Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow. "Did I not specify that the Zhou family is not receiving visitors today?" Butler Zhou replied, "I cannot disregard your instructions, sir," but the guest insisted. Zhou Yuan fixed his gaze upon him. With a determined demeanor, Butler Zhou continued, "She claims to be an old acquaintance of the old master. Moreover, she mentioned that the old master would not be able to find peace unless he saw her." Zhou Yuan was immediately taken aback, feeling as if he were on the verge of a precipice. Chapter 2: The Fool. For 3 long months, my father endured an agonizing struggle, suffering to the point of nearly losing his humanity. From a young age, I took immense pride in him, following in his footsteps, revering and admiring him. To witness him suffer in his final moments was unbearable. I would have gladly taken his place in death. A staunch skeptic of deities, I even sought out a master from the Sun family, beseeching him to discern what my father, now in a state of oblivion, clung to so desperately. After his inquiries, the master merely stated that the old gentleman was awaiting someone. Awaiting whom? In these 3 months, I gathered every member of the Zhou family, but to no avail. I sought out all who had connections to my father, friends and foes alike, one after another, yet still, nothing changed. I knelt before my father night after night, pleading for him to awaken and provide guidance, but my efforts were futile. In a moment of desperation, I inquired about the guest. The steward replied, in the reception hall. With determination, I strode out, hastily making my way through the hall and down the stairs. The members of the Zhou family, their hearts heavy with concern, exchanged glances. With my father nearing his end, how could I leave his side? What could possibly compel me to abandon him? Had I finally found the elusive person who held my father's attention even in death? Eldest sister-in-law, who do you think could occupy my father's thoughts so persistently? My sister-in-law, Yin Hong, nudged my elder sister, Sun Ying, with her elbow. Sun Ying, averting her gaze, feigned ignorance of the sarcasm in her tone, replying, "Matters concerning our father are not for us to speculate upon. Have we not already speculated enough during this time?" Yin Hong retorted, a strange smile gracing her lips. "I heard that your esteemed matriarch also struggled with her final breath, seeking a master for solace before she departed. I wonder what weighs on the mind of your family's matriarch." "Dear sister," Sun Ying replied, her countenance turning cold, yet her tone remained gentle. "Do you still have the leisure to discuss such trivialities?" Yin Hong responded, "At 92, even in passing, it is a joyful farewell. I find time to speak, as I am merely observing the one who seems to lack such leisure." Sun Ying turned her gaze towards the matriarch seated in the place of honor. The elderly lady, in her 70s, having lived a life of ease for decades, should have appeared more youthful. Yet her hair was entirely white, and her face was lined with wrinkles. Sitting there like a statue, utterly still, exuding an air of desolation. Upon closer inspection, even with her eyes closed, she possessed a hint of tenderness. But everyone knew that once her eyes opened, they would reveal a sharp coldness, a merciless glint akin to a blade poised for action. She had been sharp and proud her entire life. Who would have imagined that as my father approached his end, he would hold a cherished figure in his heart? Everyone speculated that he had a beloved, yet no one dared to voice it, fearful of incurring the matriarch's wrath. However, at this juncture, if not a beloved, then who else could it possibly be? Nonetheless, Sun Ying did not believe that the elusive figure had been found. My father was aged, having reached 92, a rarity among the long-lived. Meanwhile, I, Zhou Yuan, a man of robust health, tall and swift in my movements, soon arrived at the reception hall. In those fleeting 2 minutes, myriad thoughts raced through my mind. Was it a man or a woman? Were they frail and impoverished, or were they privileged and exalted? However, what he did not anticipate was that it was a young girl. His heart, once filled with joy, suddenly cooled, and disappointment etched itself upon his face. "Miss, our master has arrived," announced Butler Zhou. Leaning against the sofa, Yun Miao, clad in a long and elegant qipao, appeared languid and graceful. Upon hearing this, she lifted her gaze, and Zhou Yuan met her eyes, instantly feeling a chill of sweat trickle down his back. Her face was undeniably beautiful, yet her eyes were devoid of emotion, as cold as solid ice. Throughout his life, he had encountered countless individuals, yet this strikingly contradictory visage unsettled him profoundly. After a moment, he composed himself. "I am the head of the Zhou family. May I inquire your name?" "Yun Miao," she replied. "Miss Yun, what brings you here today?" As soon as he spoke, both Zhou Yuan and Butler Zhou heard a faint, icy laugh. Yun Miao, unreservedly, responded, "I assumed the butler had informed you." "Indeed, he did," Zhou Yuan confirmed. "Then why do you still engage in idle chatter with me?" "It seems you are not concerned about Zhou Tsongshan," she retorted. Zhou Yuan, already anxious during this period, felt his temper flare as he heard her words, causing his forehead to throb. Silence. "How dare you refer to my father by his name at such a young age?" As the head of the Zhou family, his anger was indeed formidable. Yet, to his astonishment, the girl showed no fear, her cold eyes locking onto his. As a person approaches death, each breath feels like 1,000 needles piercing the heart. Delay him by a second, and he suffers for another second. Zhou Yuan felt a sharp pain in his heart, covering his face. "I understand, Miss Yun. It is not that I distrust you, but we have consulted a master who stated that the person my father wishes to see is from before the founding of the nation. Given your age." Yun Miao, having lost her patience, grasped her oiled paper umbrella and turned to leave. Butler Zhou quickly inquired, "Miss Yun, where are you going?" "I refuse to engage with fools. The existence of a simpleton like Zhou Songshan is his own consequence. let him continue to linger in torment. Chapter 3. Fox Charm. Miss Yun's words were exceedingly harsh. Both Zhou Yuan and Butler Zhou wore equally grim expressions. As they watched Yun Miao, who was preparing to leave with her umbrella, Butler Zhou murmured, "The elder must have been of similar age, yet long-lived individuals are rare. Perhaps this young lady is a descendant of someone he has long cherished?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan realized he had been blinded by his preconceptions. Regardless of the truth, one must meet her to discern reality. He hurriedly chased after her, apologizing, "I beg your pardon, Miss Yun. I was overly concerned earlier. Please accompany me to meet my father." Yun Miao twirled the handle of her umbrella and closed it. She wrapped her arms around herself and remained silent, her expression cold and detached. Zhou Yuan was taken aback by the young girl's temper. He had never humbled himself to such a degree in his life. For the sake of his father, he took a deep breath and was about to speak when Yun Miao suddenly turned, her voice drifting back. "Never mind, after all. Having followed me, it can be considered a fitting conclusion." "What?" Zhou Yuan found her words rather peculiar, due to the earlier interruption caused by Zhou Yuan's departure. The atmosphere in the living room had lightened. The young ladies gathered together, whispering curiously about what had transpired. Before long, upon hearing footsteps, those who could not contain their curiosity leaned forward. When they saw Zhou Yuan ascend the stairs, they quieted down. "Miss Yun, please," Zhou Yuan said courteously. The room was filled with awe as they witnessed the young girl being graciously invited upstairs by Zhou Yuan. Dressed in a cheap how, she possessed an exquisite figure, moving with an ethereal grace. Her long, fair neck was adorned with a pearl necklace, and her ears dangled with matching pearls, which appeared even more lustrous than her skin. Her beauty was striking, both delicate and stunning. In Hong let out a low gasp, a hint of schadenfreude in her voice. Sister-in-law. Could she possibly be the descendant of that cherished one? No wonder father has been unable to forget her for over 70 years. Sunning shook her head at her, quickly glancing at the elderly lady on the sofa. The old woman had opened her eyes at some point, her sharp gaze emanating a chilling intensity that made Sunning feel uneasy. Grandmother Zhou fixed her unwavering stare on the celestial girl, tapping her cane on the floor. "Stop." Upon noticing the elderly lady, Zhou Yuan felt a wave of anxiety. He usually conducted matters with great care, yet he had completely forgotten to invite her into the room first. Grandmother Zhou chuckled softly, a chilling sound. "Aren't you going to introduce her, eldest son?" Steeling himself, Zhou Yuan replied, "Mother, this is Miss Yun." Grandmother Zhou opened her mouth slightly, as if struggling to breathe. After a pause, she smiled. "Oh, so her surname is Yun. What a fine surname. Unlike mine, which lacks any name at all." Yun Miao cast a glance at Grandmother Zhou. She held a modicum of interest in the wife of Duya, but was surprised by her youthfulness. Yet it was not truly youth. Duya was now 92, and his wife appeared to be merely 70. Zhou Yuan approached softly, saying, "Mother, we must prioritize the greater good in these trying times. Father's persistent suffering weighs heavily upon us, his children, day and night." Old lady Zhou scoffed coldly, "His suffering is of no concern to me." Zhou Yuan pleaded, "For the sake of the children, please, mother. I understand your grievances, but I cannot bear to watch father linger in torment." Old lady Zhou retorted with a bitter laugh. "Will this bring him peace?" Zhou Yuan replied, "I do not know, but perhaps we should treat a dead horse as if it were alive." Old lady Zhou's gaze sharpened as she fixed her murky eyes on Yun Miao, declaring, "You are nothing but a seductress. It is no wonder he still lingers on." "Huh, go on in. The sooner you go, the sooner he may find his release." Chapter 4. The joke. Zhou Yuan's complexion was ashen and sallow. On one side stood his father, and on the other, his mother. He found himself in a state of dire conflict. However, today, the old lady refrained from causing trouble, and he felt a sense of relief. Approaching Yun Miao, he gestured, "Miss Yun, please." Yun Miao paused in the center of the sofa. Sun Ying, in her 50s, was well preserved and appeared to be in her 40s, gentle, virtuous, and exuding an air of affluence. Yet, a shroud of darkness clung to her pale visage. The image of the elderly woman clad in a black and gold funeral robe resurfaced in her mind, countless threads piercing through Sun Ying's body, binding her firmly to the ground, struggling an endless struggle. Finally, the old lady slowly lifted her head, crimson blood streaming from her deeply sunken eye sockets, cascading down her ravaged face. It was on the mountain that she had been awakened by Zhou Tsongshan's obsession and the resentment of the deceased elder. Initially intending to light incense for guidance, she fortuitously encountered someone of blood relation to that old woman. Sun Ying felt a chill as those emotionless eyes bore into her. She managed a polite smile. Yun Miao regained her composure and the scene before her dissipated. Nodding to old lady Zhou, she followed Zhou Yuan into the room. Little did she know that her nod caused old lady Zhou's complexion to turn a shade of green. Ah, very well. Zhou Tsongshan, you may have been indifferent throughout your life, but in the end, you have made me the greatest joke. Even the descendants of the woman you have long yearned for dare to pity me. Such a disgrace. In the living room, silence fell. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, as no one dared to speak. They all understood the old lady's ruthlessness, truly formidable. After Zhou Yuan exited the room, Zhou Lian took his place, grasping his father's hand. As soon as he made contact, tears of indignation began to fall. In his memory, his father had always been elevated. Looking down upon the world, he bore the weight of all earthly sufferings upon his broad shoulders. He was the revered and admired Zhou Deshanren, the founder of the Zhou family's commercial empire. He perpetually stood at the pinnacle. Even in the face of destiny, he maintained a demeanor of calm. Yet, how could he swallow this bitterness? All for someone from decades past, enduring relentless torment, his bones worn down to nothing. Zhou Lian spoke to his father. Elder brother just left in a hurry. It must be someone you wish to see. He paused. Father, although you seem to have little affection for us. Oh. It must be because of that person. You have cherished her all your life, which is why you disdain mother and us. I truly resent you. Yet I cannot bear the thought of you leaving this world with regrets. Tell me, am I not rather pathetic? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the door swung open, drawing the attention of the Zhou family members. The room was dim, and first, they caught sight of the flowing hem of a qipao, followed by a stunningly beautiful young woman. Instantly, an air of silence enveloped the room. The eldest son of the Zhou family reacted swiftly, stepping forward to nod at Yun Miao, courteously stating, "Thank you for making the trip. If grandfather could let go of his obsessions and depart peacefully, our Zhou family would be most grateful." Yun Miao replied, "Step aside." The eldest son of the Zhou family had never been treated with such rudeness before, yet he understood the situation and made way. Yun Miao's gaze fell upon the frail, diminutive figure resting upon the bed. The old man was little more than skin stretched over bones, with sunken eyes that gave him the appearance of a corpse long departed from this world, were it not for the faint rise and fall of his chest. Approaching him, Yun Miao detected no foul odors. She felt a sense of satisfaction, for the progeny of Duya seemed to be dutiful, as if sensing something amiss. The decrepit and aged body of Zhou Tsongshan trembled violently, his breath becoming slightly more labored. His complexion turned a deep purple, akin to that of a liver. "Quick! Summon a doctor," Zhou Lian exclaimed urgently. "No need," Yun Miao replied. Just as Zhou Ershao was about to ring the bell, his hand froze. "Second brother, ring it." Zhou Lian frowned. "I said no need," Yun Miao insisted. Zhou Lian glared at Zhou Ershao in frustration, who remained motionless, tears threatening to spill. It was he that he was unwilling to act. He simply found himself unable to move. "Do you not realize he is currently?" Zhou Lian's annoyance began to surface. Yun Miao interjected bluntly, "If you wish for him to be more comfortable, then everyone should silence themselves." This was the first time Zhou Lian encountered someone bold enough to issue commands to him, and he cast a glance at his elder brother. Zhou Yuan too felt a sense of urgency, concerned for their father's discomfort, yet he pondered the gravity of their father's situation and managed to restrain himself. Zhou Lian approached, brimming with indignation. How can this descendant be so impolite? Such is her nature. Zhou Yuan maintained a semblance of calm, given his status and position. He too had to consider the young lady's demeanor. Zhou Lian, exasperated, remarked, "Once this is over, we shall hasten to settle the payment and send her on her way." Chapter 5. Miss Zhou Yuan remained silent, offering a comforting pat on Zhou Lian's shoulder. Zhou Lian had been unable to accept the truth that his father harbored feelings for another. From a young age, his father had kept a distance from both his mother and them, attributing this emotional detachment to that mysterious person in his heart. Consequently, he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards that individual, including their descendants. Let's first see if she is worthy. Zhou Yuan simultaneously hoped she was, while fearing she might be. He still could not let go. His father. This sentiment was shared by others, except for a youth on the sofa, his disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest, who dozed off. Someone beside him elbowed him. "What time is it? And you still dare to sleep?" The boy, his eyes glazed with confusion, replied, "I can't help it. I've been dreaming of my grandmother every night. I can't sleep well." "Sure, look over there." The boy blinked and turned his gaze. As the room fell silent, the Zhou family members all focused on Yun Miao. She raised her hand, her delicate fingers gently touching the brow of the elder Zhou. The girl, as cold as ice, stood there, Her face seemingly softened from its perennial indifference as she called out, "Do ya? Do ya?" Who is she calling? The elder of the Zhou family? The descendants struggled to contain their amusement. Their legendary grandfather had a childhood nickname of Duya? Yun Miao softly urged, "Awaken." Zhou Yuan could not help but interject. "My dad is barely hanging on. He cannot awaken. You should just say a few words to him." Mid-sentence, Zhou Yuan was left speechless. The seemingly lifeless Zhou Songshan, the elder, actually opened his eyes. A fleeting look of confusion passed through his wise gaze, followed by astonishment, elation, and reverence. Reverence? The Zhou family members surged forward. "Dad. Grandfather." Yun Miao found herself pushed aside. She took 2 steps back, gently adjusting her qipao at her waist, and gracefully seated herself. Zhou Songshan's heart surged like a torrent of raging rivers. His teeth chattered, and his face flushed with excitement. The Zhou descendants wept uncontrollably. "Dad, don't be anxious. I'll call the doctor right away. You can live. I proclaim you will live to 100. Zhou Songshan's frail hands gripped Zhou Yuan's collar tightly. His body trembled like a bellows, his eyes shimmering with light. He stammered, "No, do not call the doctor. Help me to stand." Who would dare defy the elder's command? Zhou Yuan and Zhou Lian supported Zhou Songshan from either side. Even once he stood, they dared not let go. "Let go," Zhou Songshan insisted. Zhou Yuan, alarmed, replied, "Dad, you're not well. What if you fall? Having already ventured into the realm of death, a fall would indeed seal his fate. Let go." The once formidable presence returned, causing Zhou Yuan and Zhou Lian to exchange glances, then cautiously release their grip. Even after letting go, they did not dare to step away, their arms forming a protective circle around him. Zhou Songshan gazed intently at the girl before him, his lips and brows involuntarily trembling. Zhou Lian felt a pang of sorrow. It was merely the descendant's presence, not the original person, yet he reacted so profoundly. What use is it to yearn for someone all your life, if merely meeting them serves no purpose? A profound sense of sorrow and indignation enveloped Zhou Lian's heart. He pondered whether such meticulous observation was an attempt to seek remnants of a departed friend in the younger generation. Just as these thoughts consumed him, his father, Zhou Songshan, suddenly knelt on the ground, bowing deeply. The onlookers were taken aback. "Father, allow me to assist you." Just as the crowd began to respond, Zhou Songshan rose from the floor, his face streaked with tears of age. His lips trembled as he uttered a phrase that shattered the souls of all who heard it. "Old servant has seen the young lady." Chapter 6, Obsession. What a slave. What a young lady. Has the old master lost his senses in a moment of clarity? Everyone was taken aback. Seated high upon her chair, Yun Miao gazed down with her languid eyes, a cold mist gathering between her brows, yet her tone softened considerably in addressing them. "Beansprout, your obsession has ended. You may leave." Old Master Zhou's eyes sparkled with intensity, akin to a guiding lantern in the night. He bowed deeply once more. "Thank you, Mississippi." The Zhou family members were left in a state of bewilderment. Yun Miao rose gracefully, her steps light and deliberate, the oiled paper umbrella swaying gently in her hand. The door opened and closed, as if a figure of thunder had floated in and out with an ethereal grace. "A Yuan." Zhou Songshan's voice deepened. Zhou Yuan discerned that the old master had something significant to convey, prompting him to kneel. "Father, please speak." Zhou Songshan remained silent, instead placing the pigeon blood ring from his thumb onto Zhou Yuan's hand. Zhou Yuan was taken aback, his heart ablaze with emotion. This ring had been in his father's possession since his birth, never once removed. In his youth, he had coveted it and begged for it. His father had told him that only when he truly possessed the capability to inherit his identity would he be worthy of the ring. For 50 years, he had strived for perfection in all endeavors, yet had never been deemed worthy to claim it. Even 3 months prior, as his life ebbed away, it had not been bestowed upon him. He had believed he would never earn his father's recognition in this lifetime. Yet now he had received it. Tears of gratitude welled in his eyes. "Father, I await your command." Zhou Songshan declared, "I have been the lady's servant since my youth. Now it is your turn. The young lady descends the mountain to attend to pressing matters, and I require you to vow to care for her, prioritizing her above all else." Zhou Yuan responded, Zhou Yuan, vow to care for Miss Yun, prioritizing her above all. Being a servant to the young lady is indeed a blessing." Upon finishing, Zhou Songshan gently closed his eyes, falling silent. The final scenes of his life replayed in his mind, recalling the time he had begged on the streets, only to be beaten. The young lady had sheltered him with her oiled paper umbrella, tossing him a crimson ring. She had coldly declared, "If you wish to be my servant, then follow me." He had picked up the red ring, gripping it tightly, limping yet stubbornly trailing behind her. For 15 years, He had followed that eternally aloof, enigmatic figure, indelibly etched into his memory. Through the vicissitudes of nearly a century, regardless of the changes in his status or position, he had always remembered he was the lady's servant. The old show residents echoed with waves of lamentation. The cries, fine and tangled, seemed like sticky tendrils reaching out to envelop Yun Miao, a heavy, oppressive pain that flowed like a turbulent stream. Such sorrow had not been heard for 70 years, and it remained as distressing as ever. After listening for a while, Yun Miao opened her oiled paper umbrella. "Miss Yun, please wait." Zhou Yuan hastened to follow her, striving to maintain the authoritative aura of the Zhou family. "What is it?" Zhou Yuan extended his hand, revealing the ring, adopting a posture of utmost humility. "As my father departed, he entrusted me with this ring, compelling me to vow that I would prioritize the young lady above all else and care for her diligently. Before my father, I swore an oath that I could not betray. From this day forth, dear lady, you shall be a cherished guest of the Zhou family." Yun Miao initially exhibited a hint of impatience, yet upon glimpsing the ring, her furrowed brow softened slightly. A moment of silence ensued, during which Zhou Yuan understood she was deep in contemplation and refrained from disturbing her. After a while, she closed her umbrella and inquired, "Where shall I reside?" Zhou Yuan exhaled in relief, grateful that she chose to remain. The young lady appreciates tranquility. The old residence boasts 2 houses, and the one at the back is notably serene. I shall have someone escort you there. Upon speaking, he recalled his father's words, the reverence and respect with which he had referred to the young lady. Zhou Yuan added, "My father has only just passed, and there are numerous matters to attend to. It is not my intention to be remiss. Life and death are the 2 most significant events in human existence." Yun Miao concerned herself solely with death, aware that numerous tasks follow a person's demise. She nodded, prompting Zhou Yuan to seek out Steward Zhou. The steward, overcome with grief, leaned against the wall, and upon seeing Zhou Yuan, wiped his tears away. "Sir," he uttered. Zhou Yuan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Mother is advanced in years, and there are many responsibilities for the lady to oversee. Please attend to Miss Yun with utmost care." The steward, choked with emotion, responded, "Rest assured, sir. I will not be negligent." "No," Zhou Yuan insisted, "not only must you avoid negligence, but you must treat her with the utmost respect, as if she were an ancestor of the Zhou family." The steward was taken aback, bewildered by the implications. What was the situation? Her status was exceedingly delicate, being the descendant of the old master S beloved. To treat her as an ancestor of the Zhou family, what of the old matriarch? Was this not tantamount to trampling upon her dignity? Chapter 7. The Mystery. After leaving Yun Miao, Zhou Yuan hastily returned to the 2nd floor. The sound of weeping echoed around him, causing a numbing pain in his chest. At 52, he reflected on his father, who was only in his 40s when he had Zhou Yuan and his younger brother. They were the late bloomers of their father's life. Yet he had always been emotionally distant, never truly connecting with them. For years, Zhou Yuan had revered and admired him, living his life in pursuit of his father's shadow. Now, with his father gone, this middle-aged man found himself in a state of bewilderment. Eldest brother, Zhou Lian, emerged with reddened eyes, his temperament markedly more impetuous than that of his twin brother. "Did you truly decide to keep that girl? Have you considered mother?" Zhou Yuan's expression shifted. "I promised father." Father was confused at the end. "Have you also lost your clarity?" Zhou Lian retorted angrily. "What kind of lady? A servant, perhaps?" "Eldest brother, do you think father ever lived as a servant?" In Zhou Lian's eyes, their father was a towering figure, far from the notion of servitude. Yet Zhou Yuan countered, "What is there to be astonished about? By the time we could remember, father was already in his 40s. Even when mother met him, he was in his 30s. We know nothing of his past over 30 years ago. Life circumstances can be unpredictable. Do you truly believe he was born into luxury?" "Absolutely not. Father had a leg ailment, his toes and fingers deformed. He was sensitive to the cold from a young age, clearly a man of hardship." Zhou Lian interjected, "But that still does not justify keeping that girl." Zhou Yuan spoke solemnly, "Youngest brother, I have always sensed that father harbored many secrets. I once sought to uncover them, but found nothing. Yet I feel he concealed something monumental. When I saw that girl and witnessed father kneeling before her, calling himself her old servant, my astonishment matched yours. I pondered, father lived to 92, abstaining from alcohol, maintaining a clear mind. Could he truly have been confused?" Zhou Lian, bewildered, responded, "Eldest brother, what are you saying?" "I fear father was not confused at all." Upon finishing his thoughts, Zhou Yuan recalled the cold, enigmatic girl with her icy gaze, a chill running down his spine. Having lived over 50 years, Zhou Lian grasped the implication of his brother's words. If father was not confused, then he was kneeling before the real Miss Yun. Not merely a descendant, but that girl appeared so youthful, she resembled an 18-year-old. It was inconceivable. If she had lived for decades and remained so young. She must be a fairy. Zhou Yuan clasped his hands behind his back, his expression grave. Initially, I was skeptical of such notions, yet with the Sun family and ours. Regardless, we must first ascertain her true nature. Moreover, I made a promise to father. The Zhou family, affluent beyond measure, recognized that wealth is ultimately ephemeral. Their desires extended beyond mere riches. The sorrow lingered, and the Zhou family had already prepared for the funeral, setting up a mourning hall in the ancestral home. On the first night of vigil, it was customary for the Zhou descendants to keep watch together. As midnight approached, Zhou Yuan called for the eldest and youngest sons of the Zhou family to join him in the study. A late-night discussion signified the importance of the matter at hand. And Zhou Yuan felt a slight sense of relief upon seeing his eldest son's composed demeanor. I beheld my younger son slouched awkwardly upon a chair. His filial attire loose and disheveled, his eyes clouded, yet revealing a naive clarity. A surge of frustration welled within Zhou Yuan as he struck the table, exclaiming, "You rascal! Sit up straight." Zhou Fuxing, utterly bewildered and struggling to maintain composure, glanced vacantly at his elder brother and cautiously inquired, "What troubles you, my dear uncle? Look at your disheveled state. Today marks the anniversary of your grandfather's passing, and in such a manner. He must surely feel that his affection for you is in vain." It seemed perhaps that age had softened the once stoic Zhou old master, who had begun to take interest in his descendants, particularly favoring Zhou Fuxing. Zhou Fuxing, his eyelids heavy with fatigue, mumbled, "Now that he has departed, what more can he know?" "You." Zhou Yuan's voice was sharp. At that moment, Zhou Fuxing's elder brother, Zhou Fuyan, interjected promptly, "Is there something you wish to instruct?" Zhou Yuan suppressed his ire and replied, "Indeed. Eldest, I require you to dispatch someone to investigate Miss Yun Miao's lineage. Leave no stone unturned." Zhou Fuyan assured, "I have already arranged for an inquiry. Today's events are too extraordinary. We must ascertain the true nature of that young lady." Zhou Yuan felt assured in Zhou Fuyan's capabilities, nodding with satisfaction, but his gaze fell upon the disarray upon the chair, igniting his ire anew. "In these days, aside from keeping vigil at night, you are to attend to Miss Yun Miao without fail during the day?" Zhou Fuxing protested, "Are you intent on ruining my life? By day a servant, and by night a dutiful son. Might as well put me to death." Zhou Yuan scoffed, "Do you think I desire this? Your grandfather made me swear an oath before his passing. Yun Miao is now the ancestor of our Zhou family. I must arrange for your grandfather's affairs, while you ensure that Miss Yun Miao is comfortable. Do you understand? Now leave." Zhou Fuxing, with a sheepish grin, pleaded, "Then may I be excused from the night watch? After all, I fear my constitution may not withstand such demands." Zhou Yuan retorted, "Leave." Zhou Fuxing scurried away. Zhou Fuyan shook his head, recalling something. I remember grandfather mentioning something about a descent from the mountains. Is Miss Yun Miao from the mountains?" Observing her attire, demeanor, and poise, she does not resemble a villager dwelling in the hills. Even among us, she carries herself with a certain superiority. Father, I feel her background is profoundly enigmatic. Zhou Yuan responded gravely, "That is precisely why we must investigate her." Zhou Fuyan, intrigued, murmured, "There is an undeniable air of mystery surrounding her. Delving deeper will undoubtedly reveal astonishing truths beyond my imagination." Chapter 8. Serving. Zhou Fuxing awoke when the sun was high in the sky. Suddenly recalling the arrangements his father had made the previous night, he hastily donned some clothing and, ruffling his tousled hair, made his way to the back residence. This part of the estate was familiar to Zhou Fuxing, having visited it often in the past. However, upon entering today, he sensed an unusual tension in the air. The servants appeared more on edge than before, their bodies taut with anticipation. Rubbing his head, he spotted the butler, Zhou, in the living room. His countenance resembling that of a corpse, with dark circles under his eyes. He patted the butler's shoulder, saying, "Grandfather, you shouldn't be so preoccupied with life and death. Try to lighten up." The butler, lost in thought, looked up. "Young master? What brings you here?" "My father has asked me to attend to Miss Yun." As soon as the words left his lips, Zhou's eyes, once dull, brightened with an intensity that Zhou Fuxing had never witnessed before. Raking his fingers through his hair, Zhou Fuxing remarked, "Your expression makes me rather uneasy. Is Miss Yun difficult to serve?" The butler's face contorted into an expression of indescribable dread. "It's not that. Her demands can certainly be met, but she possesses little patience. Should anything remain unfulfilled, she will get angry? Zhou Fuxing interjected. The butler shook his head. No, it's not that. Rather, you will feel an overwhelming sense of guilt, a profound shame, as if you were utterly incapable of meeting her expectations. Zhou Fuxing's eyes widened in disbelief. How long have you been a butler in my family? What storms have you weathered? How can you harbor such a mindset? I find it contemptible. The butler fell silent, retreating into a shell of despondency. Just then, a maid approached, pushing a cart laden with garments. Butler Zhou. Miss Yun has stated that she dislikes these clothes. The butler waved his hand dismissively. Continue with the delivery. Another maid soon arrived, wheeling in a selection of brand new attire. Wait, Zhou Fuxing interjected. Allow me to deliver them personally. He took the clothes and made his way to the bedroom. The door was ajar, yet he knocked politely before entering. Inside, Yun Miao lounged on the sofa, her slender, pale hands scrolling through her phone. Hearing the commotion, she lazily glanced in his direction. Her eyes, reminiscent of amber ice, were cold enough to incite unease. Good morning, Miss Yun, Zhou Fuxing greeted, momentarily struck by her beauty. However, he found himself unable to maintain direct eye contact, his gaze flitting about nervously. Having frequented the company of women, he was well versed in fashion and adornments. He noted the exquisite silk robe she wore, its diagonal cut accentuating her form, and the cheapao she had donned yesterday hanging on a nearby rack. The craftsmanship was impeccable, the fabric luxurious, an ensemble he had never encountered before. He glanced at the garments prepared by the butler, all from renowned brands. Yet they seemed woefully mismatched with Yun Miao's style. Take the clothes away, she instructed coolly, devoid of any hint of disdain. Yet, Zhou Fuxing felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. She bore the air of someone accustomed to a high station, possessing exceptionally lofty standards. Should her expectations remain unmet, she would not express dissatisfaction but rather flatly state, no. The pressure she exuded was palpable. He finally comprehended the sentiments of guilt and shame that Steward Zhou had described. Zhou Fuxing touched his nose and glanced at the cheapao hanging nearby, feeling the urge to prove her wrong. He straightened his back and declared, the finest cheapao family resides in our Xiang city, named Ishu. The founder, Boss Yuan, designed a particular piece in jade silk white during her lifetime, which I believe would suit you splendidly. Shall I arrange for it to be delivered? Ishu was a cheapao shop favored by his mother. Hence he possessed a greater understanding of it. Yun Miao had a faint recollection of her, with her coarse braids and petite cheapao. Her small face flushed with color as she mustered the courage to block the entrance of the shop, confronting her parents and siblings with a shout. I refuse to marry again. They will only abuse me. I am a human being, not an object. Do not attempt to sell me again. I can embroider. I can sew. I possess many skills, and I can support myself. Her voice, filled with courage, echoed down the narrow street, met with laughter. That day, Yun Miao stepped inside and requested a custom-made cheapao fitting. Zhou Fuxing, seeing her lack of opposition, felt a surge of joy and added, though it is a ready-made garment, the quality is assured. I will have them take your measurements to tailor a batch for you. What do you think? Yun Miao set her phone down, remarking, it appears not all members of the Zhou family are foolish. Zhou Fuxing. She praised his intelligence. Miss Yun complimented him for being clever, especially in comparison to the other members of the Zhou family. Zhou Fuxing's posture instinctively straightened further, his gaze shifting from a dazed expression to one of unwavering determination. Sparkling as he looked at Yun Miao. Yun Miao. She turned her head expressionlessly. Perhaps it was too soon to speak. Chapter 9. The soul-binding rope. Butler Zhou hurried to the front courtyard, where the atmosphere remained heavy. He weaved through the crowd and made his way to the study. Zhou Yuan, Zhou Lian, and Zhou Fuyan were present, engaged in serious discussion. Sir, second master, young master, Zhou Yuan acknowledged with a nod. Butler Zhou reported, last night, I escorted Miss Yun to the rear residence for rest. The servants and I were on standby at all times. Zhou Yuan gestured for him to continue. Miss Yun requested absolute silence. After 9 o'clock, there must not be a sound in the entire rear residence. She insists on punctuality for meals at 7 in the morning and has high demands regarding the taste of the food. This morning, she barely touched her meal, stating it was tasteless. Zhou Lian frowned. Our chefs are renowned throughout the country. Even Mother, who is notoriously picky, is satisfied. Is she intentionally being difficult? Butler Zhou replied, it did not seem that way to me. Upon tasting a bite, her brow furrowed, and it did not appear to be an act. After breakfast, she summoned me and the other servants before her, inquiring about our positions and assigning us specific tasks with clarity and order. Moreover, She expressed disdain for the tea we prepared. I replaced it several times, yet she remained unsatisfied. Ultimately, I fetched the treasured imperial 18 pearls that belonged to the late master, and only then did she appear content. Zhou Lian slammed the table, his expression darkening. She truly believes herself a young lady. Does she understand the worth of those imperial 18 pearls? Even father was reluctant to indulge in them. Butler Zhou, you are quite audacious. Butler Zhou, filled with trepidation, replied, I was merely following the master's instructions. Of course, he did not disclose that in the presence of Yun Miao. He felt an involuntary subservience. Whenever he failed to meet her expectations, an uncomfortable sensation enveloped him, as though he wished to remove his own head. It was an exceedingly strange feeling. After Butler Zhou withdrew, Zhou Lian seethed with anger. For a descendant, allowing her to stay with us is already a considerable favor. Second brother, how can you still be so indignant at your age? Zhou Yuan remarked calmly, taking a gentle sip of tea. Do not underestimate her as an ordinary girl. Yesterday, she held the upper hand in our interactions, even overshadowing us, having navigated the business world for many years. Their authority and insight far surpassed that of a mere girl, yet yesterday, they found themselves unable to meet her gaze. According to Butler Zhou's earlier account, she was neither willful nor capricious, but her standards were exceedingly high, indicating she hailed from a background of considerable prestige. Zhou Fuyan absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on the chair. It can be said she comes from an exceptionally high lineage, perhaps even surpassing our own Zhou family. Zhou Lian scoffed disdainfully. As if he had heard the grandest joke, our Zhou family's legacy spans generations. How many can rival it? If she were truly a young lady of significance, would she venture here alone? Zhou Yuan listened intently, directing his gaze toward Zhou Fuyan. Have we received any news? Understanding the inquiry, Zhou Fuyan shook his head. The individuals we dispatched have yet to report back. Zhou Yuan fell into deep contemplation, recalling the enigmatic young woman, feeling an inexplicable sense of reverence. Was it the impact of his father's kneeling before her yesterday that stirred such emotions within him? You are to arrange for the steward Zhou to diligently attend to Miss Yun, ensuring that all her desires are met without question. For reasons unknown, Zhou Yuan harbors an inexplicable sentiment. He must exert every effort to cultivate a congenial relationship with Yun Miao, for it is imperative that he does not find himself as her adversary. That night, the residence was adorned with rows of white lanterns. The vigilant descendants of the Zhou family donned large white lanterns atop their heads, while fire pits burned with yellow paper. In the tranquil darkness, a chilling breeze swept through, lifting the yellow paper and scattering it into the air. The Zhou descendants sensed an eerie coldness enveloping them. Ashes, carried by the wind, fell upon the windows of the inner courtyard. Awakened from her slumber, Yun Miao opened her eyes. The moonlight cascaded into her gaze, akin to a descent into a frigid pool, serene and utterly devoid of ripples. She regarded, with indifference, the moonlit expanse before her, where an elderly figure clad in black and gold funeral attire struggled upon the ground. Countless fine threads penetrated her form, dark blood oozing from her eye sockets. This dark blood, heavy with resentment, signified a transformation into a vengeful spirit. Her consciousness waned, and when the time came, not only would she be unable to traverse to the shores of the Yellow River, but all those in the realm of the living would also find themselves ensnared in calamity. Yun Miao spoke gently. Rest assured, I shall resolve this for you. The dark blood from the elder's eye sockets flowed more profusely, ceaselessly, as he struggled to bow before her. Yun Miao silently recited a calming incantation, causing the phantasm before her to dissipate, leaving the room once again in pristine clarity. It remained unclear what she had endured upon her interment. She had been ensnared by soul-binding cords, condemned to eternal torment, forever barred from the cycle of reincarnation. Chapter 10. Her reputation. The funeral of old Master Zhou was held on the third day of the mourning period. A steady stream of visitors arrived at the front courtyard to pay their respects. Despite the significant commotion, the back residence remained eerily silent, with servants standing at the ready. Upon arriving at the scene, Zhou Fuxin was taken aback. His grandmother, a notoriously difficult person to please, seemed to have attendants who were not in the least bit anxious. Noticing the time, he realized it was Miss Yun Miao's tea time following her meal. He lacked the courage to intrude and opted to navigate towards the front courtyard instead. A multitude of individuals had gathered in the front courtyard, some of whom were renowned dignitaries unknown even to the Zhou family. They arrived discreetly, paying their respects before quietly departing. While the atmosphere appeared tranquil, the Zhou family was anything but calm. The elderly gentleman just now seemed like. Zhou Lian's face flushed with excitement. Zhou Yuan slapped him on the shoulder, saying, Just know it. Don't speak of it. He was astonished to discover that his father had connections with such prominent figures. Zhou Lian felt his father's presence grow larger in his memory. Zhou Fuxing, too, was filled with excitement, yet he suppressed it, reasoning that it was normal for his grandfather, who had spent a lifetime accumulating virtue, to associate with notable individuals. Zhou Yuan murmured in agreement, though his thoughts diverged entirely. He recalled the image of his father bowing in reverence that day. His gaze shifted towards the back residence, sensing that these visitors had come to honor her reputation. As Zhou Fuxing observed his father, uncle, and brother congregating, he veered off in another direction, thinking it foolish to approach them now and risk reprimand. After taking a few steps, his eyes brightened. Jiangxing, Luyang, by the shores of the Linshui Lake. Jiangxing donned a black outfit, a white flower pinned to his chest, his frame slender. His complexion was paler than the others, devoid of color even under the sunlight. Beside him stood a youth dressed similarly, yet adorned with striking golden hair. A silver earring dangled from his left ear, and a rebellious spirit shone through his youthful visage. "What brings you here?" Zhou Fuxing exclaimed, rushing over to take a seat. "We just visited Grandfather Zhou. We didn't see you, so we waited here," Jiangxing replied gently, patting Zhou Fuxing's shoulder. "My condolences." Zhou Fuxing munched on grapes from the table, carefree. "My grandfather told me long ago, as his time drew near, that he had lived a full life and had long come to terms with death. He advised me not to grieve. If I were to be too sorrowful, it would only cause him heartache from beyond." Lu Yang scoffed, turning to Jiangxing. "See, I told you, there's no need to comfort him. He is far more carefree than we imagined." Jiangxing smiled without responding. Lu Yang removed his legs from the table, leaning forward with his elbows resting on his knees. "Earlier, you mentioned that the old man was hanging on, much like your maternal grandmother. How did it finally conclude?" Lu Yang asked curiously. "Was it resolved through a master-s rituals as well?" "No." Zhou Fuxing spat out grape skins. "My father did not wish for my grandfather to depart with regrets. After searching for 3 months, he initially planned to have a master perform a ritual if nothing was found that day." Lu Yang raised an eyebrow. "So, it seems you have found her?" "Not exactly." Zhou Fuxing chewed thoughtfully, pausing for a moment. "She came to us." "What is she like?" "How old is she?" "Is she as old as grandfather?" "That would make her over 90, wouldn't it?" Zhou Fuxing shook his finger. No, she appears to be my age." You are only 18, Zhou Fuxing replied. "Indeed, it seems that she is a descendant of that person, and she hasn't left yet. My father respects my grandfather's wishes and treats her with utmost reverence." Jiangxing fell silent for a moment. "No wonder we didn't see Grandma Zhou today. She must be quite heartbroken." Lu Yang also seemed at a loss for words. "Isn't that a public slap in the face to Grandma Zhou?" Grandfather is confused, and Uncle Zhou is equally bewildered. Not confusion. Zhou Fuxing recounted the events of that day, including what transpired in the room. And both Lu Yang and Jiangxing were visibly shocked. "You mean grandfather referred to himself as an old servant and called her miss?" Lu Yang leaned back in his chair, swaying slightly. "Has he truly become this muddled?" Jiangxing's gaze deepened, and he spoke slowly. "I fear he may not be muddled at all." Lu Yang tilted his head. "If it's not confusion, then what could it be? Could it possibly be?" His words abruptly faltered, and Jiangxing noticed a rare look of dazedness on his usually carefree face, prompting him to follow Lu Yang's gaze. On the opposite side of the lake, shrouded in a white mist, stood a figure exuding an icy aura. She wore a cheongsam akin to moonlight and held a white oiled paper umbrella, her hair elegantly pinned up, with strands cascading down her chest. She walked with an effortless grace, devoid of any awkwardness, yet captivating all attention. Her attire, undeniably gentle, radiated an unsettling chill. Clad entirely in white, she emanated an inexplicable aura of dark mystery. "Miss Yun Miao," Zhou Fuxing called out eagerly. Chapter 11 Serenity. After enjoying tea, Yun Miao made her way to the front courtyard. The Zhou family adhered to their traditional customs. The mournful sound of the suona resounded heavily in the hearts of all present, and the sorrowful wails clung to them like viscous water plants. A procession of individuals clad in black attire gradually entered to pay their respects to Zhou Songshan. Among them was a tall man dressed in a black robe, moving slowly in their wake. The matriarch of the Zhou family, Sun Eng, approached to greet them with reddened eyes. Yun Miao's gaze was cold and piercing as she observed them. "Miss Yun Miao," Zhou Fuxing hurried over. "Are you here to see grandfather?" Yun Miao had not stepped outside for several days. She pointed her slender fingers at the elegantly dressed individuals, inquiring, "Who are they?" Zhou Fuxing glanced at them and replied, They are my maternal relatives. That plump one is my eldest uncle. The tall and thin one is my second uncle. And the two wearing top hats are my aunts. And the one trailing behind them? You mean the one in the black robe? Zhou Fuxing frowned slightly, a hint of distaste crossing his otherwise innocent face. He's just a so-called master, someone with a bit of skill. But Yun Miao closed her oil paper umbrella and waved it in her hand, waiting for him to continue. I don't like him, Zhou Fuxing admitted, his frown deepening. My grandmother, like grandfather, could never swallow her last breath. However, my uncles and mother were very filial, and my grandfather treated my grandmother well. They consulted the master, who claimed she had no regrets, merely an unwillingness to part from us. At that time, my grandmother was in great pain, so to alleviate her suffering, the master performed a rite to guide her soul. Rubbing his head, he grasped his face with both hands, conflicted. He helped my grandmother find peace in her passing. And logically, I should be grateful to him. Yet, for some reason, I feel uncomfortable whenever I see him. Yun Miao's mind flashed back to the elderly woman dressed in a black and gold funeral garment. After he guided her, did you see your grandmother's remains? She asked suddenly, her tone cool and distant, yet compelling enough to draw attention. No, Zhou Fuxing replied, not delving further into the matter. The rite took a long time, about 7 days. And once completed, the coffin was sealed to ensure my grandmother's peace in the afterlife. Only then did Yun Miao turn her gaze towards him, her amber-like eyes reflecting a hint of mockery and indifference. If you did not see her, how can you be certain she departed in peace? Thousands of soul-binding ropes are meant to prevent her from reincarnation until her essence is utterly dispersed. Zhou Fuxing initially appeared bewildered, but then his eyes widened in realization. A chill crept up his spine. What do you mean by that? Yun Miao confirmed the elderly woman's lineage, opened her umbrella, and turned to leave, passing by Jiang Xing and Lu Yang without so much as a glance. It was as if nothing existed in her eyes. As prominent figures in Xiang City, Jiang Xing and Lu Yang had never been so disregarded. They could not help but stare at her retreating figure. A frigid indifference enveloped the atmosphere, chilling one to the core with merely a glance. What, one may wonder, did Miss Yun Miao's recent words signify? Zhou Fuxing remained in a daze. Her implication was that without having witnessed it, how could one ascertain that grandmother's son departed peacefully? This insinuated, in fact, that grandmother's son's passing was anything but tranquil. Lu Yang patted his shoulder. Zhou Fuxing murmured, how could that be? Jiang Xing, noticing his pallor, gently reassured him, she may have merely spoken without thought. Do not overthink it. Yet, Zhou Fuxing's complexion grew even more ashen. It's not that sentence, it's the one that followed. Thousands of soul-binding ropes. I constantly dream of my grandmother entangled in numerous red threads, struggling incessantly. Jiang Xing's expression shifted dramatically. Lu Yang, though his countenance also darkened, couldn't help but jest. Surely, it can't be that there are truly demons and monsters in this world? How absurd. Stop your wild imaginings. Jiang Xing, upon hearing this, lowered his gaze, uttering nothing. His fingers began to gently tighten, the knuckles gradually paling. Chapter 12. The burial of one's own mother after the funeral of the Sun family. Sun Ying invited the mourners to a private parlor. As she settled onto the sofa, the composed and gentle Sun Ying could no longer contain her tears. The eldest daughter-in-law of the Sun family grasped her hand in comfort. It has been a short time since our mother passed, and now old Master Zhou has also departed. I understand how sorrowful and busy you are. Once these matters settle, take some time to rest. Sun Ying stifled her tears and softly replied, lately, I have been dreaming of mother. She seems to be faring quite poorly over there. The eldest daughter-in-law chuckled lightly. How could that be? She was a happy old lady in life, well cared for by your father-in-law, and her children were dutiful. She was kind-hearted, even in the afterlife. She would be at peace. After saying this, she turned to the man in the black robe who had been following behind. Mr. Shen, what do you think? Mr. Shen slowly lifted his gaze under the sunlight. His face was peculiar, with rough, mottled skin, thick black eyebrows, and eyes shaped like an inverted triangle. His lips were thin, and he wore a black hood that concealed most of his figure, leaving a starkly white patch of skin exposed at his neck, contrasting sharply with his visage. Madam is correct, Mr. Shen spoke slowly, his voice melodious, like pearls falling onto a jade plate, imbued with a hint of mirth. Such a voice seemed incongruous with his rather unappealing appearance. The eldest daughter-in-law thought of this and turned her attention back to the distressed Sun Ying, offering further consolation. Rest assured, our mother was blessed in life and will be blessed in the afterlife as well. Unlike your patriarch, she did not wish to leave. It was not out of obsession, but rather concern for us younger generations. With her comforting words, Sun Ying felt somewhat relieved. She forced a smile. Perhaps it's just that these recent events have been overwhelming, causing me to dream so often. I hope Mother finds peace in the afterlife." No sooner had she spoken than a graceful figure appeared at the parlor door. A clear, sharp voice resonated within the room. "With a daughter as foolish as you, she surely cannot find peace." Yun Miao entered, her slender fingers grasping an oiled paper umbrella, her eyes casually landing on Sun Ing, reflecting discontent. Sun Ing, feeling inexplicably uneasy, asked, "Who is this?" The eldest daughter-in-law of the Sun family inquired tentatively. Sun Ing introduced, "This is Miss Yun Miao, a distinguished guest of the Zhou family, whom my father requested we treat with utmost care." Though she did not explicitly state Yun Miao's status, the implication was clear to all present. The eldest daughter-in-law rose and greeted Yun Miao with a polite smile. "Miss Yun is a guest, and as such, should be treated with courtesy. However, your earlier remarks were rather offensive." The last statement conveyed her profound displeasure. Yun Miao disregarded her and continued to fixate on Sun Ying. "Do you truly believe your mother was happy in life?" Sun Ying's expression shifted at the question, her fingers involuntarily pinching another finger. The eldest daughter-in-law, feeling ignored, expressed her discontent. "Miss Yun, you are a stranger to our family. On what grounds do you pose such a question? Our mother experienced no unhappiness in life. We, her descendants, cared for her diligently until her last breath. You, a young girl, are meddling in matters that do not concern you." Yun Miao gently lifted her gaze to regard the eldest daughter-in-law of the Sun family. Just moments ago, the Sun matron, simmering with anger, suddenly sank onto the sofa, her complexion pale as alabaster. Her eyes, astonishingly, seemed devoid of the vitality characteristic of the living. Yun Miao cast a sweeping glance over each individual present, her expression inscrutable, yet a chill flickered across her countenance. "Is it true?" She punctuated her words with the tip of her oiled paper umbrella striking the ground, the sound resonating with an undeniable sense of oppression. "I have come to inquire about a matter. Is it true that your Sun family, in utter disregard for familial bonds, has buried their own mother alive?" Chapter 13. Her background. Every word uttered by Yun Miao was imbued with an exquisite chill, sending shivers through the assembly, causing all to rise abruptly. Only Mr. Shen, seated at a distance, lifted his peculiar gaze, fixated on Yun Miao, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Sun Jianhong, the eldest of the Sun family, slammed his hand on the table, his visage ashen. "What nonsense are you spouting? If I didn't regard you as a guest of the Zhou family, I would ensure you regretted uttering such words." Yun Miao crossed her arms, coldly meeting his glare. Sun Ying, infuriated by Yun Miao's recent remarks, recalled her husband's instructions and sought to diffuse the tension. "Miss Yun, I understand your words may have been unintentional, but please refrain from such statements. My mother passed away peacefully and was a kind soul, much like my father-in-law. How could we commit such a heinous act? Though society has changed, the act of burying one's mother alive is a grave sin in any era. A mere rumor could devastate the Sun family." Yin Miao replied, "Does a peaceful passing require someone to perform rites?" Sun Ying's eyes reddened. "My mother was concerned for us. That is why you are mistaken." Yun Miao countered, "Your mother likely passed at an age of understanding. Elders at such a stage, unless bound by other obsessions, would not cling to life. From what I gather, the Sun family lacks neither wealth nor power, and your descendants are well. What could she possibly be troubled about?" Sun Ying attempted to refute her, opening her mouth but finding no grounds for rebuttal. Indeed, she and her brothers were of considerable age, with their own offspring, and even grandchildren. How could her mother be so unsettled? Sun Jianhong's patience wore thin. "What sorcery is this? What business do you have with the affairs of the Sun family?" "A mere stranger. If not for the Zhou family being engaged in matters, I would demand an explanation from Zhou Yuan." In a fit of rage, he turned to leave. Sun Ying regained her composure, visibly irritated, yet maintaining the poise befitting a matriarch. "I shall have someone escort Miss Yun back to the residence. Do not concern yourself with the Sun family's affairs." Yun Miao lowered her gaze slightly, her lips devoid of curvature, appearing serene yet harboring a sharp, icy undertone. To bury one's mother alive is not only condemned by society but also by heaven and earth. "Madam Zhou, I urge you to contemplate my words. This matter must be resolved swiftly. Otherwise, the Sun family shall surely face divine retribution." With that, she stepped back, turning to leave while Sun Ying was still processing her words. Just as she was on the verge of exiting, her icy gaze met that of the man who had been observing her intently. Their eyes locked, a moment where ice seemed to shatter. The man clad in black robes remained as tranquil as water, and upon meeting her gaze, a subtle curve graced his thin lips. This young woman appeared to possess a certain intrigue. Yun Miao's gaze was fleeting, quickly shifting away, as if he had not registered in her perception. Her mind conjured the image of an elderly lady adorned in a black and gold burial robe. Dispelling the lingering vision, Yun Miao reassured softly, "Do not worry. It will be swift." The old master Zhou was laid to rest in the afternoon, the earth settling peacefully upon him. The heavy atmosphere of grief that enveloped the Zhou family has finally begun to dissipate. Did she truly say that? Zhou Yuan, momentarily losing his composure, shattered a cup in his hand. Did she really claim that the Sun family buried their own mother alive? Zhou Funyan's expression shifted repeatedly. "Father, you must be aware of the character of my uncle and aunt. They could never commit such a heinous act that would provoke the wrath of heaven and the ire of the people." Zhou Yuan tapped the table gently. "I understand that. Let us set this aside for now. Did you not mention that you sent someone to inquire about Miss Yunmiao, and they returned with news?" At the mention of this, Zhou Funyan appeared briefly flustered. The report from my envoy was merely a blank page. Zhou Yuan was taken aback. How could this be? A hint of absurdity flickered across Zhou Funyan's face. Indeed, there is nothing to be found. It seems she materialized in this world overnight. Even the legendary Sun Wukong emerged from a stone with a traceable origin, yet she does not. Her only identifiable source is her sudden appearance at our doorstep. There is no past, no background, no evidence of her existence in this world. As he spoke, Zhou Funyan's pupils constricted, and for the first time, the calm and composed air of the Zhou family was overtaken by a chilling dread. Zhou Yuan, though incredulous, being of more advanced years, patted him reassuringly. "Do not panic. Perhaps we have misdirected our inquiries. Even if we have not erred, there are countless entities in this world of which we remain unaware." "Father." Zhou Funyan closed his eyes, unable to dispel the tumultuous thoughts racing through his mind, the taut muscles in his arms trembling slightly. He spoke. "What I fear is that she truly is. If that is the case, could it be that my grandmother, as she claimed, was indeed buried alive?" Chapter 14. She does not indulge in the dead of night. Thunder roared and rain poured down in torrents. Sunning jolted awake, finding herself enveloped in darkness. The light curtains billowed like phantoms, and the window stood wide open, unabashedly inviting the tempest. The wind rattled the frame with a relentless thud, while rainwater cascaded down the glass, pooling on the floor. Sunning placed a hand on her chest, reassured that it was merely an open window. As she descended from her bed to close it, a skeletal, frigid hand suddenly grasped hers. Startled, she looked closely to see an elderly figure clad in a black and gold funeral robe, blood seeping from its orifices, dangling ominously from the window and grinning at her with a ghastly smile. "Ah!" Sunning screamed, bolting upright in bed. The jagged lightning illuminated the room intermittently, and she gasped for breath, her face slick with cold sweat. It was merely a nightmare, all a figment of her imagination. She repeatedly reassured herself, attributing her distress to the nonsensical ramblings of Yun Miao she had heard earlier that day. Her mother had been cherished by her husband during her lifetime, and the younger generations had shown filial piety. After her passing, they even sought to arrange spiritual rites and offered incense for her. She had departed this world peacefully. The notion of being buried alive was sheer hyperbole. As she pondered this, her racing heart gradually began to stabilize. Another flash of lightning illuminated the room, prompting Sunning to settle back down and pull the covers over herself to stave off the chill. A cold breeze swept through, reminding her that the window was still ajar, the rhythmic thumping of the wind against the frame echoing in the silence. Thud, thud. Unable to resist, Sunning glanced again, and as the pale lightning flickered, her pupils quaked in terror. She beheld a pair of black funeral shoes rhythmically tapping against the glass of the swaying window. The following morning, Sunning sought out Yun Miao in the rear courtyard. Upon seeing her, Steward Zhou could scarcely conceal his astonishment. Sunning had been the matriarch of the Zhou family for 30 years, always impeccably groomed and poised. Even in the wake of the recent passing of old Madame Zhou, and, shortly thereafter, the patriarch, she had maintained her composure, presenting herself with dignity. After all, they were the Zhou family, a prestigious lineage, and every action bore significant ramifications in the world of finance. Today, Sun Ying was attired appropriately, her hair meticulously arranged. Yet, fatigue was evident on her face, dark circles under her eyes conspicuous. She appeared less relaxed and graceful than before, her entire being taut, with hints of lingering fear etched upon her features. "Madam, are you here to see Miss Yun Miao?" Steward Zhou inquired. Sun Ying had kept her eyes open until dawn, unable to wait any longer to find Yun Miao. "Has Miss Yun Miao awakened?" she asked, urgency lacing her tone. Upon hearing the urgency in her voice, Steward Zhou nodded. "She is awake, but at this hour, Miss Yun Miao is not to be disturbed." Realizing she had arrived too early, Sunning replied, "I will wait for her inside." She dared not retreat. The thought of encountering anything else would surely shatter her composure. Steward Zhou extended a hand to halt her, and Sun Ying was taken aback. "What is it?" "At approximately 7 o'clock, Miss Yun Miao will descend promptly for her meal, during which time she must not be disturbed by anyone. Following an hour of dining, she will engage in some reading, and around 9 o'clock, she will partake in tea. It is only after her tea that she will receive guests. Perhaps the esteemed madam should retire for a while and return after 9. When I will inform Miss Yun Miao of your presence. It would not be too late then." Sunning listened, her mind buzzing, momentarily forgetting her own anxiety. "I recall she is a guest?" "Butler Zhou, the gentleman has instructed that Miss Yun Miao is a distinguished guest of the Zhou family, and all matters revolve around her." Sunning, were it not for her faith in Zhou Yuan's character, she might have doubted whether Miss Yun Miao was an illegitimate child of his. The madam of the Zhou family maintained her composure. "Is it not possible to inform her beforehand? You may convey that it concerns my mother." Butler Zhou appeared somewhat taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Miss Yun Miao expressly instructed that should the madam wish to discuss matters concerning old madam's son, it must be after her tea. Sunning was taken aback. "Why is that?" Miss Yun Miao stated that she does not indulge. Chapter 15. Malice for the first time. Sunning experienced such coldness in her own home. She had expected to feel anger, yet strangely, she did not. Perhaps it was the overwhelming fear stemming from the events of the previous night, or perhaps it was. Sun Ying's thoughts drifted to Yun Miao. The piercing coldness in her eyes and her enigmatic, aloof demeanor struck Sun Ying deeply. Throughout her life intertwined with the Zhou and Sun families, she had encountered many individuals, but none quite like Yun Miao. After 9 o'clock, Sun Ying once more ventured into the back courtyard. Steward Zhou awaited her at the entrance, bowing slightly. "Please, madam." Sun Ying felt an inexplicable discomfort, as if she were a guest in someone else's home. She stepped inside. Though she had visited the back courtyard numerous times, her father favored this space, often arranging it himself, and as the eldest daughter-in-law of the Zhou family, she frequently helped tidy up. However, today, an unmistakably different atmosphere enveloped her. The servants moved in a steady stream, each engrossed in their tasks, their actions methodical and precise. The entire back courtyard was enveloped in silence, a testament to the meticulous training each individual had received. Sun Ying was acutely aware that these servants were under Yun Miao's command, and she understood very well the implications of their demeanor. She had never witnessed them exhibiting such scrupulousness before. It dawned on Sun Ying that Yun Miao possessed a remarkable ability to manage those beneath her, suggesting she hailed from a distinguished background. "Madam, we have arrived," announced Steward Zhou as he opened the door. In the sunlit room, a shaft of sunlight illuminated the ceiling, casting a radiant halo. Miss Yun Miao reclined languidly on the sofa, exuding an air of comfort as she leisurely turned the pages of a book. Sun Ying noted with surprise that Yun Miao was engrossed in modern history. "Madam Zhou," Yun Miao remarked, flipping to another page, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the text. "I do not appreciate wasting time. Please speak directly." Her tone was frosty, instantly transporting Sun Ying back to that stormy night filled with thunder and lightning, where the sound of shoes clashing against the window echoed ominously. Sun Ying's well-maintained complexion paled considerably. "Miss Yun, what you said yesterday, what did it mean?" "What did I say?" "About my mother." Sun Ying struggled to voice her concern. However, Yun Miao remained silent, her attention firmly on the book before her. Resigned, Sun Ying's voice dwindled. "You mentioned my mother was buried alive. Why would you say that?" Yun Miao replied coolly. "Did she seek me?" "Who?" Sun Ying instinctively inquired, a chill creeping up her spine the next instant. "You mean my mother?" She envisioned her mother clad in a black and gold funeral garment, her hair elegantly arranged atop her head, adorned with gold bangles on each wrist, inscribed with the characters for fortune and longevity, each side graced with a luminous pearl. With every word Yun Miao uttered, Sun Ying's heart sank further in dread. How could she possibly know? After her mother's passing, they had performed the rites in seclusion, allowing only her and her 2 brothers to witness. Not even their sisters-in-law were privy to the secrets of their mother's coffin. Above her, 9 strands of long, woven gold thread were entwined, symbolizing a staircase, a beautiful wish for their elder to ascend to immortality. Sun Ying's heart was completely captivated. "Miss Yun Miao, you are entirely correct. I trust your words. However, when my mother was laid to rest, she had clearly passed away." It was at this moment that Yun Miao lifted her gaze, her winter fog-like eyes glinting with coldness as she closed the book. "Passed away? Who informed you of this?" "It was Mr. Shen," Sun Ying blurted out, her trust in the man evident. "Mr. Shen?" You met him yesterday. He is unlike others, clad in a flowing robe. A master invited by our Sun family, his full name being Shinyangji. An image of the man, resembling a visage marred by misfortune, surfaced in Yun Miao's mind. He possessed a rather intriguing pair of eyes. Sun Ying continued, seemingly lost in her own thoughts. At that time, my mother lingered on the brink of death. Our Sun family is prosperous and not afraid of the expenses involved in her care, yet her condition mirrored that of the old master, filled with agony. My elder brother sought Mr. Shun, who claimed she was troubled by our well-being and required a passage to the afterlife. After Mr. Shun performed the rites, my brother first visited our mother, and soon thereafter, we heard his cries. That was when we realized our mother had departed. As she recounted this, tears fell from Sun Ying's eyes, which she hastily wiped away. I beheld my mother then. Her complexion was ashen, a state indicative of death. There is absolutely no truth to the notion of her being buried alive. Listening intently, Yun Miao gently tapped her fingers upon the book, adjusting her posture for comfort. Yet her words were anything but courteous. I had presumed your Sun family to be merely cruel. It appears you are not only cruel, but also foolish. Chapter 16. Aiding Tyranny. Sun Ying, having lived a life devoid of material worries, cultivated a gentle disposition. Yet, as the matriarch of her family, she possessed a temper that was not to be underestimated. However, upon hearing her statement, she did not feel anger. Perhaps it was a subconscious belief that no one was entitled to the wrath of Yun Miao. I fail to comprehend. I beseech you, Miss Yun, to clarify what precisely the issue is. The golden bracelet adorning your mother's wrist, from whence did it originate? That is my mother's jewelry, a gift from my father, which she has worn ever since. And the luminous pearls at either side? Sun Ying lowered her gaze in contemplation. Those were procured by my elder brother during his business endeavors abroad. They are of considerable worth. Knowing that our mother has an aversion to darkness, he included them as well. Yun Miao continued her inquiry. And the woven gold thread? That too belongs to the Sun family. By the time Sun Ying had responded to Yun Miao's questions, her initial trepidation had dissipated. Miss Yun, all of these items are indeed ours, Mr. Shin should not be able to tamper with them. A fleeting curve of a smile graced Yun Miao's lips. Yet it was not born of joy, but rather a subtle mockery. Reflect, if you will, upon what transpired when these items were placed within. Sun Ying meticulously recounted the events of that time. There was nothing unusual. Mr. Shen instructed us to place everything inside. And when it came time to add the gold thread, he mentioned. Sun Ying abruptly halted, her throat constricted as if a luminous pearl were lodged within. Her eyes widened in sheer terror. She abruptly rose and took several steps towards Yun Miao. Mr. Shen said that the blood of our closest kin could grant peace to the souls of the departed. My elder brother, my second brother, and I all dripped blood into the bowl, and Mr. Shen soaked the gold thread within. Is this significant? He stated that with our blood, the gold thread could fulfill its purpose, ensuring our mother's well-being in the afterlife. This surely poses no issue, does it? Her complexion turned ashen, her confidence waning with each word. Observing her helplessness, Yun Miao's gaze softened slightly. Once a pampered young lady, now the esteemed Madame Zhou. She had been sheltered by her family and revered by her husband S, never having encountered peril or complexity. Thus, she remained gentle, magnanimous, and naive. Yun Miao held a certain admiration for this innocence, signifying a life unscathed by hardship, even if she had reached an age where she could be a grandmother. She had encountered such individuals before, who retained traces of their innocence even until their last breath. Yet, Yun Miao was inherently ruthless. Her heart would not soften towards this naivety. Her tone was as sharp as a blade, nearly causing Sun Ying to falter. In ancient times, as you refer to it, it was customary to accompany the deceased with gold, silver, and jade artifacts, with gold predominating to subdue the spirit. Sun Ying, in a state of urgency, interjected. But what of the luminous pearls? Placing luminous pearls beside the eyes of the deceased? That is merely to illuminate your mother's path to the Yellow Springs. The journey to the Yellow Springs is guided by the spirits of the departed. The mere presence of a single luminous pearl is far too whimsical a notion to illuminate such a path. Despair enveloped Sun Ying as she uttered. Then what is the purpose? Upon the demise of a person, their eyes are rendered incapable of perceiving light. The luminous pearl, placed beside her eyes, serves to blind her, ensuring she cannot find the path to the underworld. As for the golden thread, steeped in your blood, it is the binding rope of the soul. Combined with the essence of your lineage, it guarantees that she shall never attain rebirth, eternally enduring the torment of a bound soul. Sun Ying staggered backward, eventually collapsing onto the sofa. This illustrious Mrs. Zhou, who had lived a life of grandeur, found herself in such disarray for the first time. Do not speak of this. How can this be possible? Am I then complicit in their wickedness? Tears streamed down Sun Ying's face. Do not weep here. If you doubt my words, feel free to pry open the old lady's coffin and ascertain whether there are indeed scratch marks on its lid. Yun Miao coldly concluded. Opening a book, Butler Zhou, see our guest out. Before Butler Zhou could arrive, Sun Ying had already grasped Yun Miao's hand. A flicker of realization crossed her face. The sorrowful gaze instantly transformed into one of resolve. Miss Yun, I believe your words now. Please, tell me what I should do. Chapter 17, Unfamiliarity, is it? That by merely opening my mother's coffin, retrieving the luminous pearl, replacing it with jade, and severing the golden thread, my mother would attain freedom? Sun Ying endeavored to steady her trembling voice. Yun Miao raised her brows in mild surprise. Her exquisite eyebrows animated her face, transforming it into a living portrait, akin to an ink-wash painting, where a gust of wind stirs both mountains and waters into motion. You accept this rather swiftly, Yun Miao remarked, her tone suggesting an underlying intrigue. Sun Ying's expression shifted, her silence lingering for a moment. Miss Yun, I implore you to clarify whether my proposed method is feasible. Yun Miao, with an airy nonchalance, replied, it is not. Sun Ying discerned a tinge of cruelty in her light-hearted demeanor. She was buried alive, unable to close her eyes in death, and has been schemed against to prevent her from reaching the underworld. Her own descendants have trapped her soul with their bloodline. Do you believe such grievances can be resolved simply? Sun Ying lamented, we too have been deceived. Thus, the Sun family is not only malevolent but also foolish. Yun Miao's voice turned suddenly sharp. The old matriarch has become a vengeful spirit. Given time, binding her soul may not suffice to maintain control. When the time comes, debts will find their rightful claimants, and none of the Sun family shall escape. That will be truly irrevocable. Sun Ying was taken aback, her spirit shaken by Yun Miao's words. This now middle-aged woman, in her distress, covered her face with her hands. Her once proud shoulders sagged, trembling slightly, appearing utterly defeated. We acted without malice. She is, after all, our mother. Yun Miao coldly interjected, vengeful spirits possess no reason. With great difficulty, Sun Ying lifted her face from her palms. Miss Yun, I must return to the Sun family now. I apologize for the disturbance. Yun Miao nodded, her gaze returning to the book before her, seemingly captivated by its contents, utterly indifferent to the profound impact their brief exchange had on others. As Sun Ying exited the inner courtyard, her mind remained in disarray, nearly colliding with Yin Hong. With a smile, Yin Hong inquired, Sister-in-law, what troubles you? You seem quite absent-minded. Upon encountering Yin Hong, Sun Ying concealed her earlier fragility, straightening her back slightly. It is nothing. What brings you here? I am seeking our esteemed guest from the Zhou family, Yin Hong said, unable to suppress her curiosity. Sister-in-law, I noticed you headed towards the inner courtyard. Did you meet that guest? Why do you appear so disheveled? Sun Ying and Yin Hong have been sisters-in-law for decades, and Yin Hong understands her sister-in-law's penchant for reveling in drama all too well. Coupled with the weight of her mother's affairs weighing heavily on her heart, she felt no desire to engage further. She simply stated, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Her departure was hasty, a stark contrast to her usual leisurely demeanor. Yin Hong, who knows her sister-in-law best, recognized her usual concern for appearances and reputation was entirely absent this time. She couldn't help but ponder what could have transpired during Sun Ying's meeting with Yun Miao that led to such a transformation. Could it be that Yun Miao is not merely a favored descendant of her father-in-law? Observing her elder brother's profound interest in Yun Miao, as well as Yun Miao's beguiling demeanor, she began to form a hypothesis. Was Yun Miao her brother's lover? Or perhaps his illegitimate daughter? No wonder her sister-in-law was so heartbroken. Upon learning such significant news, Yin Hong felt an even stronger urge to meet Yun Miao. This Yun Miao truly was a remarkable individual. Her presence had so incensed the old matriarch that the latter fell ill for several days and did not show herself. Moreover, she had caused her usually domineering sister-in-law to suffer considerable embarrassment. Eagerly, Yin Hong set out to visit Yun Miao, only to be halted by Steward Zhou at the entrance. Miss Yun has requested not to receive visitors. Yin Hong was taken aback to find herself thwarted in front of a guest. Pointing to herself, she exclaimed, Did you not inform her of my identity? Steward Zhou replied politely, Miss Yun has stated she will not meet with anyone, regardless of their status. In truth, upon hearing the name of the second madam of the Zhou family, Yun Miao merely responded with a dismissive, Who? I do not recognize her. Her tone suggesting a matter of little significance. Chapter 18. Opening the coffin. When Sunning arrived at the Sun family's villa, she encountered Mr. Shin Jiangxi. As he was emerging from the building, clad in a voluminous black robe and wearing a hat, his face appeared particularly sinister and grotesque. The features of his face were deeply wrinkled, resembling someone who had been charred and then smeared with mud. Sun Ying exhibited no visible reaction upon seeing Mr. Shun, merely offering him a subdued nod, to which Shin Yangji responded with a similar gesture. As they passed each other, he adjusted his black robe and proceeded towards the back mountain of the villa. A peculiar head emerged from beneath Shin Yangji's ample robe, a head that drooped languidly, resting on his shoulder. Strangely, the back of Shin Yangji remained straight, as if that head were merely a disembodied entity. The small head, pale as the exposed skin of Shin Yangji, grinned maliciously. "Your plans are about to be thwarted. Hee. It must be that girl. She seems to have realized you are a villain." Unperturbed, Shin Yangji continued his leisurely walk towards the mountain, seemingly dismissing the taunts. Yet, the breath of the head lingered unpleasantly upon his neck. He adjusted his robe, revealing long, bony fingers that then pointed at the forehead of the small head. The head, which had just been boldly provoking Shin Yangji, immediately wilted, bowing its drooping visage, its grin now appearing even more malevolent and eerie. "You are interested in her. I can see it. But she hardly regards you," it mocked. After a considerable time, Shin Yangji arrived at the foot of the mountain. With the small head's taunts becoming increasingly sharp, the Sun family will soon unearth the old lady's grave. "Your plans are in ruins, hee. Admit it. You are intrigued by that girl. You even gazed at her for over a minute. Ah, could it be that you have feelings for her? If you do, I shall take care of her for you, hee." Shin Yangji, in a deliberate manner, raised his hand and seized the small head, giving it a sharp tug. The head emitted a pained wail, but once silence returned, Shin Yangji spoke softly, noisy. Approaching the mountainside, he found a narrow gap amidst the dense underbrush and stepped inside. Upon reaching the Sun residence, Sun Ying recounted in detail the words spoken by Yun Miao to her brother and sister-in-law. Initially, the Sun family dismissed her story as ludicrous, even inciting considerable anger in the eldest son. However, as they analyzed Yun Miao's words, their incredulity transformed into a chilling realization of its potential truth. How could an outsider possess such intimate knowledge? Once doubt took root, their contemplation deepened, and the likelihood of her claims became increasingly unsettling. What unsettled them most were the words buried alive. The mere thought that if the old lady had not perished, she would awaken in the coffin in utter despair was too harrowing for the Sun family to bear. Zhou F. Mian bluntly stated, "If you wish to ascertain the truth, simply open grandmother's coffin." Zhou Fuan had been inexplicably unsettled since last night, convinced that Yun Miao's words held a kernel of truth. The mere thought of the Sun family, whether aware or oblivious, having buried his grandmother alive, sent chills down his spine. Upon learning from a servant that his mother had hurried to find Yun Miao before swiftly heading to the Sun residence, Zhou Fuan surmised the gravity of the situation. He rushed over, eager to discern whether the Sun family was complicit in this heinous act. However, having engaged in commerce for many years, his two uncles and aunt wore masks of deception, their skills too profound for him to penetrate. Thus, he felt compelled to investigate. He needed to ascertain whether the Sun family could still be involved with them. If they were capable of such treachery against his mother, Zhou Fuan would undoubtedly distance himself from such relatives, maintaining a respectful distance. Upon hearing his declaration, the Sun family was taken aback. The second son of the Sun family slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming that opening the coffin was unfathomable and an act of immense disrespect. However, the eldest son maintained a composed demeanor, deep in thought. He valued his nephew greatly, for the Zhou family stood far above the Sun family in social stature, and Zhou Fuan was destined to become the head of the Zhou household. Known for his stable temperament since childhood, he was not prone to impulsive actions. His previous remarks were a test to ascertain whether the Sun family had indeed committed such a detestable act. Should he choose not to act, it would only solidify their guilt. Henceforth, Zhou Fuan would resolutely sever ties with the Sun family. With a decisive thump on the table, the eldest son proclaimed, "Open it." Chapter 19. The savior. The remains of grandmother's son, adhering to the wishes of grandfather's son, were not cremated. However, the Sun family navigated the situation delicately, refraining from orchestrating an elaborate funeral for the matriarch, merely stating to the outside world that she preferred a low-key departure. The fact that she was not cremated was known only to those close to her. Grandmother's son was interred in the forested hills behind their home. At that time, The younger generation of the Sun family sought to find a suitable burial site, but grandfather Sun adamantly refused, asserting that he had long purchased this plot of land for the family's gravesite, insisting she must be laid to rest there. The exhumation took place under the cover of night. Present were the eldest and second sons of the Sun family, along with Zhou Fuhua and 2 bodyguards tasked with digging. In the mountains, the moonlight filtered through the pallid clouds, casting eerie shadows. The wind howled, producing a chilling, mournful moan. Before the coffin stood a stone tablet inscribed with 5 characters, wife of Sun Chitian, accompanied by a smaller inscription, carved by Sun Chitian himself, the letters crooked and uneven. Zhou Fuhua unbuttoned his shirt collar, finding it slightly easier to breathe. The air around them felt as though it had solidified, rendering it hard to inhale. Zhou Fuhua glanced around. The pale moonlight shone particularly bright in the mountains, allowing him to discern several disheveled tombstones lying amongst the grass. "Uncle, whose graves are those?" Zhou Fuhua inquired. The eldest son of the Sun family, inhaling smoke, gazed intently at the burial site. "I don't know. Your grandfather mentioned they belonged to some ancestors of the Sun family, but he has grown old and cannot recall who they were. The tombstones bear no names." "What peculiar markers," Zhou Fuhua remarked, feeling unsettled. After a while, the coffin was unearthed. Under the moonlight, the once pitch-black coffin appeared tinged with crimson. Zhou Fuhua maintained a calm demeanor, yet a sense of unease gripped his heart. They collectively bowed to the matriarch and offered their apologies. And the eldest son approached to open the coffin, expecting it to be a strenuous task. He was taken aback when the coffin shifted position at the mere touch of his hand. Having lived over 50 years, the eldest son had witnessed many things. Yet he was still drenched in cold sweat at this moment. The same could be said for the second son and Zhou Fuhua. As the coffin was opened, they beheld intertwining strands of blood-red silk, glowing ominously in the moonlight. Grandmother Sun, clad in a black and gold burial robe, should have been lying peacefully. Yet she was positioned unnaturally, half-sitting, her arms raised, hands curled into claws, stained with blood, her nails darkened and grotesquely elongated. Her expression was one of agony and despair. The eldest and second sons of the Sun family fell to their knees with a resounding thud, their hearts wrenched as they cried out. "Mother!" No further inspection of the coffin was necessary. The absence of scratch marks on the lid, coupled with the matriarch's current posture, revealed the grim truth. She had indeed been buried alive. Zhou Fuhua, typically composed, felt tears welling up as he realized that the grandmother who had always cherished him had perished in such a tragic manner, suffocated in the coffin. The moonlight, obscured by dark clouds, plunged the mountains into inky blackness. Yet, directly before them, 2 blood-red orbs glimmered ominously. What could they be? As this thought surfaced, another quickly followed. In that direction, in that position, were the unblinking eyes of the elderly woman. Fear crept up from the soles of their feet, inch by inch, leaving everyone with a chilling sensation that pierced to the bone, their bodies shivering with terror. "Mother, please don't. We too have been deceived. We did not intend to bury you alive. It was that master who tricked us. Please, do not harbor anger towards us." The second son of the Sun family, terrified, pleaded repeatedly, "I'm sorry, mother. Please don't curse us." Thud, thud. It seemed to be the sound of shoes stepping on the coffin. The second son of the Sun family, paralyzed with fear, rolled around in a panic and fainted. The eldest son was equally drenched in cold sweat, his condition no better. Zhou Fuanian knelt on the ground. Despite his attempts to remain calm, his back was drenched. Thud, thud. The footsteps grew ever closer. Zhou Fuanian found himself gasping for breath, as if his lungs were soaked in cotton, each inhalation painfully uncomfortable. He wished to flee, yet discovered he was utterly immobile, as if his body no longer belonged to him. Thud, thud. The scent of decay wafted into Zhou Fuanian's nostrils, and he could distinctly sense an ominous presence approaching. Despair spread through his heart. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from behind him, chilling to the bone. "Go back." It was a female voice, clear and crisp like winter's snowmelt. Though it felt frigid, Zhou Fuanian experienced an unparalleled sense of reassurance. In that instant, the stench of decay vanished, and his rigid body regained its mobility. He turned his head to behold a figure, ethereal and pure as mist, approaching from the depths of night. She held an ancient lamp, its dim yellow light casting a soft glow upon her cold, beautiful face. She did not regard them, her gaze fixed upon the direction of the coffin. Her voice was calm. "Lie still. Matters of the dead are for me to address. You need not concern yourselves." Chapter 20. Seeking her the moment her words fell. The dark clouds dispersed, and the moonlight emerged from behind the veil of shadows, cascading down in a radiant white glow. A sudden tranquility enveloped the mountains. Zhou Fuyan, who had been unable to move, stirred his stiff limbs, and as he beheld Yun Miao approaching with a lantern, an inexplicable calm washed over his panicked and despairing heart. Yun Miao did not cast a glance at the eldest son of the Sun family, who was kneeling on the ground, nor at Zhou Fuyan or the unconscious second son of the Sun family. She approached the stone tablet, took a fleeting glance, and then moved to the coffin. Inside, the elderly woman remained in a state of struggle, her eyes wide open, her body dark and purplish, and her fingernails appeared to have grown longer. With an expression devoid of emotion, she raised her hand and removed the soul-binding rope. Miss Yun, Zhou Fuyan attempted to maintain his composure. Will removing this rope alleviate my grandmother's suffering? Yun Miao replied, no. Zhou Fuyan's gaze fell in sorrow. His grandmother was a gentle old lady, and he had never anticipated that her final moments in afterlife would be fraught with such torment. Miss Yun, said the eldest son of the Sun family, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Though he was better off than the second son, who had fainted, his legs remained weak. He bowed deeply to Yun Miao and implored, please, grant us your guidance. The eldest son of the Sun family looked at her with eager anticipation. Yun Miao tidied the soul-binding rope and casually tossed the luminous pearl to the ground, leisurely wiping her hands. Oh, what guidance do you seek? The eldest son of the Sun family, filled with remorse, replied, Miss Yun, it is our Sun family's fault for underestimating your capabilities. I offended you yesterday, and I take full responsibility. I implore you to save my mother. His sincerity was palpable, and he had come to realize that the girl before him was a formidable force, her presence having dispelled all anomalies. Zhou Fuyan, observing from the side, felt a sense of relief. Since the coffin had been opened, the eldest son had displayed astonishment, revealing that he was unaware of the circumstances. Having held the position of family head for many years, the eldest son of the Sun family possessed a certain pride and arrogance. Yet, for the sake of his grandmother, he was willing to humbly beseech Miss Yun, a testament to his genuine intentions. Fortunately, the Sun family remained oblivious to this. Yun Miao's gaze was devoid of any emotion, her coldness almost palpable. Do you seek to save your mother or your Sun family? The both, replied the eldest son. We summoned Master Shin to liberate my mother. Only to discover his malicious intentions, he treacherously buried her alive. It is a tragedy that my mother cannot pass peacefully. As you said, we, the Sun family, are indeed foolish, but our folly stems from filial piety. If my mother becomes a vengeful spirit, she will lose her chance at rebirth. And each member of the Sun family is tormented by this thought. To impose the consequences of our unintentional mistakes upon our entire family seems excessively unjust. The eldest son of the Sun family, seasoned by years in the business realm, spoke with sincerity and reason, addressing all aspects of the matter. Zhou Fuyan nodded in agreement, acknowledging, in truth, the ancestral family is indeed guilty of unintentional wrongdoing. If the Sun family truly faces calamity, it would be a grave injustice. Having concluded his plea, the eldest son of the Sun family turned his gaze toward Yun Miao. Throughout his life, he had engaged in countless business dealings and encountered myriad individuals. He could readily discern the thoughts and intentions of those before him. However, when his gaze fell upon Yun Miao's face, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Yun Miao remained expressionless, her demeanor as frosty as ever. Her eyes, like icy mist, betrayed not a hint of emotion. She gazed at him quietly, as if, in that fleeting moment, she could see right through him. This young girl. He found himself utterly unable to fathom her. Not only did he fail to comprehend her, but she seemed to have penetrated the depths of his soul. Yun Miao gave the ancient lamp a gentle shake. It was only then that Zhou Fuyan noticed that the lamp, which emitted a soft yellow light, contained neither oil nor candle. How peculiar. Mr. Sun was quite articulate, yet. Yun Miao paused, prompting the eldest son to lean in attentively. However, your heart lacks sincerity, and your words ring false. The eldest son was taken aback, a cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. How could she know? Yun Miao turned to leave, the ancient lamp whispering, in no more than 3 days. The old matriarch of the Sun family shall become a vengeful spirit. It will be the time of great peril for your family. If you wish to preserve your lives, you may continue your charade. Miss Yun. The eldest son pursued her, yet found that no matter how fervently he chased, he could never catch up to Yun Miao. She seemed to glide like a specter, but the eldest son felt no fear. He had long regarded her as a savior. Uncle, Zhou Fuyan interposed, his voice no longer gentle but laced with frost. Let us return. Your second uncle is still unconscious. The eldest son observed the coldness in Zhou Fuyan's gaze, and his heart sank further. It appeared that his nephew was beginning to harbor doubts as well. Chapter 21. Elopement. The second son of the Sun family was roused from his slumber by a splash of water, appearing utterly startled, his demeanor somewhat dazed. Upon witnessing her elder brother's disoriented state, Sunning immediately grasped the harrowing scene that had unfolded upon the coffin's opening, causing her to collapse onto the sofa, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. Zhou Fuyan stepped forward to support his mother, speaking gently, "Mother, let us return home." The eldest son of the Sun family, overwhelmed with trepidation, was at a loss for what to do. Observing his nephew Zhou Fuyan preparing to take Sun Ying away, he scoffed, "Do not forget. Your mother is also a member of the Sun family. No one can escape their fate here. Do you truly believe she can?" Zhou Fuyan replied indifferently. "I was unaware that my uncle possessed such capabilities, even to the extent of burying his own mother alive. Rest assured, I shall take care of my mother, unlike you." These words struck the eldest son of the Sun family like a resounding slap to the face. His expression turned ashen, fists clenched tightly. "It was not me. The Sun family possesses everything. Why would I bury her alive? Why would I wish for her to suffer such a fate? Have you even considered that? I was not privy to this matter." Zhou Fuyan frowned, halting his steps, uncertain whether to believe him. Suddenly, Sun Ying, who had been weeping quietly, interjected, "Elder brother, are you truly unaware?" The eldest son retorted, "Even you doubt me, little sister? Why would I have any reason to do such a thing? Because of our father." Sun Ying uttered succinctly, leaving her elder brother speechless. With tears glistening in her eyes, she turned to face him, her gaze piercing. Traditionally, she had always been submissive, obeying her father, and after his passing, she had adhered to her elder brother's wishes. Thus, she had never confronted him with such intensity before. That Master Shun, he was introduced by our father, was he not? Seeing his usually gentle younger sister ignited with fury, the eldest son momentarily relinquished his authoritative demeanor. "Do not let your imagination run wild. Father and mother shared a lifetime of mutual support. How could he ever harm her? A lifetime of mutual support." Sun Ying lowered her head, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. "Brother, you truly excel at painting a facade of tranquility. You should know precisely how our father treated our mother." With a cold huff, the eldest son retorted, "Wasn't father good enough to mother? Do not forget. Mother eloped with a man." A peculiar sound interrupted their conversation, prompting everyone to turn simultaneously. It was a familiar figure, ethereal and mist-like. Yun Miao, with her slender fingers, held a folding fan, gently tapping it against the doorframe, each thud resonating like a solemn monk striking a wooden fish. Zhou Fuyan, recovering from his shock at the mention of elopement, asked, "Miss Yun, what brings you here?" Sun Ying explained, "It was I who insisted on waiting at the foot of the mountain, concerned for your safety in opening the coffin. I encountered Miss Yin descending and invited her to join us." "Please, continue your discussion," Yun Miao interjected. A fleeting expression crossed her lips, a hint of amusement as if she had overheard something intriguing. The eldest son of the Sun family appeared exceedingly uncomfortable. This matter was undeniably disgraceful, known only to their children over the years, and they had never dared to mention it. Zhou Fuyan accepted the situation, for they were, after all, akin to family. As for Yun Miao, Sun Ying remained composed. "Miss Yun is aware of the matter concerning our Sun family's buried mother, a circumstance that has condemned her to eternal rest. What else could she possibly be oblivious to?" The eldest of the Sun family interjected, "This is absurd." Yun Miao sauntered towards the sofa, her fingers deftly adjusting her waist before she gracefully seated herself. She remarked, "I am quite fond of stories. Should your tales be compelling, I may be inclined to assist you." Zhou Fuyan, with a countenance as frigid as ice, found the assertion of her fondness for stories entirely implausible. Nevertheless, he discerned a significant truth. Miss Yun did not involve herself in matters concerning her maternal grandmother without cause. According to her, it was her grandmother who sought her out, prompting her intervention. Her willingness to remain as a guest in the Zhou household was undoubtedly linked to her awareness of the connection between her mother and grandmother. Who, then, was she? What enabled her to commune with spirits, and why did she concern herself with this affair? Zhou Fuyan felt the enigma surrounding Miss Yun deepen. Despite the dubiousness of her claim to enjoy stories, the eldest of the Sun family seemed to cling to the prospect of revelation, resolutely deciding to divulge the family's unspeakable secrets. With a sigh, he summoned a servant to present an exquisite tea. "Miss Yun, please indulge in this tea." Yun Miao cast a fleeting glance at the offering, her tone indifferent. "I do not care for it." The eldest son was taken aback. How could he perceive disdain in her gaze? This was, after all, a rare tea from his collection, the price of which would astonish anyone who heard it. Chapter 22. Erhua, the eldest son of the Sun family, drank several cups of tea before his throat, which had been parched and painful, felt somewhat relieved. He proceeded to recount the circumstances surrounding Grandma Sun and Grandpa Sunday. My mother, in her youth, was rather unrestrained. The expression on Zhou Fuxian's face shifted dramatically. Elder uncle. The eldest son of the Sun family raised his hand. Do not rush. Allow me to continue. In her youth, Grandma Sun was named Erhua. Orphaned and relying on the kindness of others for sustenance, she grew up eating scraps from various families. In those times, when even one's own family struggled to fill their bellies, it was exceedingly difficult to provide for a young girl who depended on the charity of the village. Gradually, Erhua's share of food diminished. Each day, she endured the gnawing pangs of hunger, her stomach pressed against her back. Determined not to perish in a dilapidated temple, she resorted to petty theft to survive. When caught, she would invariably be punished. Yet, while enduring the beatings, she would clench the stolen cornbread tightly between her teeth, gnashing and swallowing it with great effort, refusing to relinquish it, even as her throat stretched painfully. The villagers, both angry and exasperated, locked their doors and hid their food, resolutely denying Erhua any morsel. To them, providing her with even a single bite warranted immense gratitude, yet they had raised a thankless wretch who pilfered from them, inciting universal disdain. After enduring another spell of hunger that left her dizzy and on the brink of death, a boy of 11 or 12 clandestinely approached her, offering a piece of cornbread in exchange for a touch. Desperate to survive, Erhua acquiesced. After a mere few touches, she was rewarded with bread. Why refuse? Having tasted the bread, Erhua came to a realization. Now that she had blossomed into a striking young woman, she felt the weight of the villagers' gazes upon her as she exited the temple. She had discovered a means of survival. Over the course of a year or two, Erhua's beauty flourished, captivating the villagers even more. However, as she grew, she began to comprehend that existence alone was not enough. One must also possess a sense of shame. The villagers incessantly berated her as a seductress, shameless and disgraceful. Initially, she was indifferent to their taunts, but now, their words filled her with embarrassment. Recognizing that she could not continue down this path, she resolved to seek a husband. But whom to choose? She thought of the Sun family on the western edge of the village. The Sun family had a younger son, Sun Chitian, who was of her age, handsome and educated. After some contemplation, she decided to take advantage of the festivities on New Year's Eve when the Sun family would be in high spirits due to their revelry. She leapt over the wall and stealthily slipped into Sun Qingtian's bed. The following morning, when the blankets were lifted, the entire Sun family was thrown into a frenzy. Thus began Erhua's relentless pursuit of Sun Qingtian. However, Sun Qingtian's father vehemently opposed the union, deeming Erhua to be of ill repute and resolutely forbidding her from entering their household, insisting she be expelled. As Erhua's beauty intensified, many men in the village began to take notice, prompting the wives to worry that their husbands might stray. Consequently, they approached the village chief, demanding that the Sun family take responsibility for Erhua. Under pressure from the village chief and the villagers, combined with Sun Qingtian's burgeoning affections for Erhua, his father reluctantly conceded, allowing them to wed in a traditional ceremony. Sun Qingtian regarded Erhua with such importance that he valued her above his own life. They shared a passionate and affectionate bond for a time, but ultimately, Sun Qingtian's father could not bear the thought of his son marrying a woman of questionable virtue, leading to his untimely demise. Following the death of Sun's father, the Sun family began to fracture. Sun Qingtian had two elder brothers who claimed the majority of the family fortune, leaving him with merely a dilapidated house and half an acre of land. Moreover, Sun Qingtian was only adept at studying, lacking the skills to cultivate the land, while Erhua was also indolent and fond of indulgence, resulting in their exceedingly impoverished existence. Their plight drew the attention of the villagers towards Erhua once more, and unable to resist temptation, she discreetly acquired various items. Sun Qingtian bore this burden in silence, refraining from blaming Erhua, believing instead that he lacked the capability to provide her with a better life. Resolute, he decided to take Erhua away from the village to seek employment in the county. Upon their arrival, however, they found themselves unable to secure any work. And as the specter of starvation loomed over them, Sun Qingtian was fortuitously noticed by a restaurant owner for his knowledge of winemaking acquired from books. "My father built our family on the foundation of winemaking," he remarked. The eldest of the Sun family could not help but lament how their lineage now relied on the wine industry. Recalling the true essence of the wine crafted by their father, A sense of longing flickered across his face as he reminisced about that flavor, since his father ceased winemaking. He had not encountered such an intoxicating aroma. The fragrance wafted for miles, penetrating the very soul. Yun Miao unfurled a folding fan, its ribs exquisitely translucent. As his gaze fell upon the figure behind him, old lady Sun, clad in a black and gold funeral garment, stood ominously, her hands raised with all her might. Her face contorted in a grimace, and her eyes ablaze with fury. A chill coursed through the eldest son as he glanced back, finding nothing there. Yet, Yun Miao's piercing gaze unmistakably conveyed that she was not merely observing thin air. "Is there something behind me?" he inquired. Yun Miao replied calmly, "There is nothing. Please continue." Chapter 23. Disagreement. She claimed there was nothing amiss, yet the eldest son of the Sun family felt a tingling unease creeping down his spine. He coughed lightly, clenching his fist by his lips, and continued his narration. Sun Qingtian, armed with knowledge gleaned from books about winemaking, became the vintner for a restaurant. The wine he crafted, with its rich aroma wafting for miles, quickly gained a reputation for its exquisite quality. Many establishments sought to poach Sun Qingtian, but out of gratitude for his original employer's recognition, he declined their offers. Before long, Sun Qingtian observed the flirtatious glances exchanged between Hua and the restaurant owner. Though anger simmered within him, he had already welcomed a child into the world. Reluctant to deprive his son of a mother's love, he bit his tongue and refrained from confronting the issue, but he soon resigned from the restaurant. After his departure, Sun Qingtian feared that wherever he went, Hua might ensnare yet another restaurant owner. After much contemplation, he resolved to open his own establishment, naming it Sun Family Winery. With his exceptional winemaking skills, business flourished, and he swiftly became known as the esteemed Boss Sunday. With the newfound prosperity, Hua seemed to settle down, focusing on raising their children, and the family of 5 lived a seemingly content life. However, on the day of the eldest son's 8th birthday, Hua vanished once more. Along with her disappearance was a worker from Sun Family Winery. Rumors had circulated that Hua was having an affair with this worker, but initially, Sun Qingtian refused to believe such slander, thinking Hua had changed for the better. Alas, in a moment of negligence, he discovered that Hua had eloped with the worker. By then, the eldest son was old enough to understand the situation and urged Sun Qingtian to abandon his hopes for Hua, as her heart had never truly belonged to them. The eldest son spoke not out of baseless conjecture, but from personal experience, since the birth of him and his siblings. Hua had shown them nothing but disdain. Yet, Sun Qingtian, unwilling to let his children grow up without a mother's affection, sought to bring Hua back, promising her that if she returned to the Sun family and behaved herself, he would forgive her past transgressions. Accustomed to a lavish lifestyle, Hua could not endure a life devoid of luxury for long, so she returned to the Sun family. Upon her return, she appeared markedly different. All frivolous thoughts had vanished, and she devoted herself entirely to Sun Qingtian. After sharing this tale, the eldest son took a sip of tea to soothe his throat, stating, "This is the story of my parents. I recount this not to dwell on the past, but to illustrate that my father endured much. He would not suddenly turn against my mother after all these years. Of course," the eldest son continued, "those are bygone events. I cannot harbor resentment towards my mother for what happened. It was that person named Xinyangji who caused our family's turmoil." Yun Miao remained silent, her gaze lowered in contemplation. Zhou Fuchen's expression was one of perplexity. He had always known that everyone harbored their own stories, much like his grandfather, who had a share of untold tales. Yet, he never imagined that the narrative surrounding his grandmother would be so bizarre. His impression of his grandmother was that of a kind and gentle elderly lady, who spoke softly and harbored no temper. He had never witnessed her anger. It was hard to imagine that, in her youth, she embodied a starkly different persona, floating through the years. The eldest of the Sun family noticed his pallor and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "The burdensome past that our elders wish to forget should not be revealed to you younger generations. Yet I sense your skepticism towards me and the Sun family. I will speak candidly. I have harbored a deep-seated resentment towards her, a hatred that has endured a lifetime." Zhou Fuyan raised his gaze slightly. The eldest of the Sun family chuckled. "I have merely spoken of her relationship with your grandfather. Allow me to share my own tale. Your grandmother, in her youth, was emotionally detached from your grandfather. When she bore me, she was infatuated with the owner of a restaurant, and she perceived me as a burden. There were instances when she held me underwater, contemplating my demise. As time passed, she gave birth to your second uncle and your mother." The eldest of the Sun family laughed bitterly, She behaved similarly towards us. I witnessed it firsthand. She despised us, loathed our existence. Had we not been so fortunate, we would have perished countless times. Throughout our upbringing, we were oblivious to the warmth of maternal love. Your mother is well aware of this. Zhou Fuyan still found it hard to believe that such actions could be attributed to that affectionate old lady. Under Zhou Fuyan's astonished gaze, Sunning nodded. Your grandmother truly does not care for us. She has never shown us affection nor wished to nurture us. I do not comprehend her reasons. When I inquired, she merely fell silent and requested that I not seek her out. Is this the reason you seldom honor her presence? Zhou Fuyan began to understand them. Sunning continued. We believe that the emotional scars of so many years cannot be easily healed, and she is unwilling to grow close to us. However, she may exhibit some tenderness towards the younger generation. Perhaps that is the nature of intergenerational affection. If she cannot even muster affection for us, how could she possess any for them? The eldest of the Sun family scoffed a few times. She possesses a heart as cold as a serpent's. Perhaps in her old age, she has come to fear abandonment, contemplating a reconciliation with us to secure her own care. Knock, knock. Yun Miao tapped the table with her fan, and everyone fell silent, turning their gazes towards her. She slowly inquired, have you finished speaking? Almost, replied the eldest of the Sun family. I assure you, every word is the truth. Is that so? Yun Miao seemingly pointed with her fan towards his back. It appears she does not quite agree with your statements. Chapter 24. A grim fate. The three individuals present turned their gazes as one, only to find the eldest son of the Sun family standing alone, surrounded by emptiness. Sun Ying's complexion paled as she forced a smile, inquiring, Miss Yun, whom are you referring to? Your mother, Yun Miao replied, a rare smile curving her lips, yet the chill in her words sent shivers through the air. Your mother is right behind your brother. She was initially calm, but as the conversation progressed, her agitation grew. Unfortunately, bound by the soul restraining ropes, any struggle would subject her spirit to severe torment. Yet, she persisted in her struggle. Yun Miao observed the sudden pallor on everyone's faces and slowly posed a question. What do you think? Is it the truth you speak that shames her, or the falsehoods that incite her anger? The eldest son of the Sun family leapt to his feet, haunted by the terrifying image of his mother in the coffin from that very night. Miss Yun, I swear that everything I said is the absolute truth. If it is a lie, may I meet a wretched end, he declared, raising his hand in a solemn oath. Yun Miao listened, her gaze lowered in contemplation for 3 seconds. I believe it is neither. She must be suffering, tormented for decades by the misunderstandings of her own flesh and blood. Her calm assertion unsettled the hearts of those present. The eldest son of the Sun family, momentarily dazed, quickly regained his resolve. That is impossible. The yearning I once harbored for her turned to disappointment. My mother is precisely that kind of person, undeniably. She is promiscuous, irresponsible, and as cruel as a serpent. The spirit of the elderly woman behind him seemed to falter at his words, halting her struggles. Yun Miao turned her attention to Sunning. Do you share this sentiment? Sunning hesitated. The eldest son interjected, Sister, have you forgotten how furious you were when mother neglected you? Sunning lowered her head, not recalling past grievances, but rather the unfulfilled maternal love that lingered in her heart. Yet, she could not dismiss the memories of her mother, bedridden and delirious, uttering nonsensical words in her final moments. In her hatred, her elder brothers rarely visited, while she often did. One late night, she sat beside her suffering mother, observing the frail figure that had endured so much torment, and could not help but weep. Suddenly, her mother, who had been in a stupor, gasped and reached out to her. Startled, Sunning leaned closer, her heart racing as she strained to hear her mother's murmurs, which were surprisingly tender. Little one, do not cry. Mother is here. I am here. Sunning had never before heard such gentle words from her mother, and her tears flowed freely. Yet, in the next moment, she clutched the bedsheet tightly, trembling uncontrollably, her face contorted in anguish as if a demon were attempting to burst forth from within her. With a hoarse voice, she screamed, Sun Chitian, may you meet a terrible end. Sunning abruptly lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears. I do not think that way. The eldest son of the Sun family was taken aback. You truly are. Silence, Yun Miao interjected coldly. Her commanding tone left no room for dissent, yet it was not unpleasant. It was as though the very world bowed to her words, compelled to listen. I have been entrusted by the venerable Lady Sun to come here. Yun Miao spoke softly. Upon death, individuals often harbor lingering obsessions, resentments, and fervent attachments. These emotions transform into overwhelming desires that bind the soul, preventing it from reincarnation and causing it to linger in the mortal realm. Such souls may become malevolent spirits, losing their consciousness and succumbing to a bloodthirsty existence until they are utterly fragmented. I possess the ability to resolve these issues for the deceased. Lady's son approached me, burdened with profound hatred. Should this hatred remain unresolved, even if I were to sever her soul-binding tether, it would be of no avail. She would inevitably transform into a vengeful spirit, seeking retribution against her enemies. Regrettably, during her burial, you used your own blood to soak the soul-binding cord. Thus, when her mind completely dissipates, she will perceive you as adversaries. For decades, Yun Miao had refrained from speaking so extensively, thus her words were measured and deliberate, allowing ample time for them to comprehend. Yet, upon concluding her explanation, they remained ensnared in astonishment and confusion. Yun Miao granted them sufficient time to absorb her words. Having studied modern history, she understood that contemporary humanity places faith in science and rejects superstitions. It is entirely natural for them to feel fear and bewilderment upon hearing such supernatural claims. However, her patience was limited. After a brief moment, her expression remained impassive as she inquired, "Do you understand?" Chapter 25. The fabricated tale. Understanding is indeed present. Miss Yun Miao has articulated her thoughts with remarkable clarity. It is truly bewildering. However, every event that has transpired during this time is nothing short of extraordinary. Zhou Fuyan's eyes shimmered with an intriguing light. No wonder. After such an extensive investigation, nothing conclusive emerged. She is indeed exceptional, capable of communicating with the ethereal, although he had never encountered such a profession. Pursuing this avenue may reveal Miss Yun Miao's narrative, which appears to be profoundly captivating. Sun Ning pondered upon her mother's evident resentment. She harbored animosity towards her father, genuine hatred. But why? Her father, with his gentle demeanor, is universally regarded as a paragon of virtue. She found herself perplexed. Meanwhile, the eldest son of the Sun family exhibited a pallor of mixed emotions, clearly contemplating more directly, with a greater understanding that bordered on the brutal. He repeatedly inquired, "Did you just say that once we soak the soul-binding rope in blood, my mother will perceive us as her adversaries upon losing consciousness?" Yun Miao's gaze finally revealed a hint of satisfaction, suggesting that not all were irredeemably foolish. Indeed, the eldest son of the Sun family slumped heavily onto the sofa, as if drained of vitality. Zhou Fuyan interjected, "Uncle?" Sun Ning added, "Elder brother?" They had never witnessed him in such a state. As the head of the Sun family, he was typically astute, composed, and steadfast. The eldest son murmured. Mr. Shin was introduced by father. Zhou Fuyan inhaled sharply. Their father rarely returned home after leaving. But on the day their mother was in distress, he had come back, expressing that a lifetime of marriage should not subject her to such suffering, thus summoning Mr. Shin to perform a spiritual rite for her. I never doubted it. After all, he is our father. The eldest son's vacant eyes suddenly flickered with realization. Could it be that father was deceived as well, that he too fell prey to Mr. Shin's trickery? It must be so. We are his children, and he would never wish us harm. Zhou Fuyan urged, "Uncle, please remain calm. I am indeed agitated. Throughout our lives, Mother's affection was scarce. It was father who cherished us and stood by us. What reason could he have to harm us?" Zhou Fuyan, too, found it difficult to comprehend, for in the eyes of the Sun family, their grandfather was undeniably a commendable man. Yun Miao observed him, a mixture of despair and fervor evident in his demeanor. As he began to regain composure, she gently stated, "I have a few questions for you." The eldest son of the Sun family replied, "Proceed." "Who recounted the tales of Grandma Sun and Grandpa Sun to you?" "My father." "Was it all from him?" "Indeed. But many are aware of my mother's elopement." Without hesitation, the eldest son added, "Moreover, I witnessed her nearly drown my second brother and younger sister." Yun Miao did not respond to his statement, but continued her inquiry. "Was your father well educated?" "Certainly. Others used to address him as sir." "Why did your father become a monk?" At this, the eldest son of the Sun family sighed heavily. "My father loved my mother dearly, yet she harbored profound disdain for him. To ensure her happiness, he chose the monastic life." Yun Miao concluded, "I have finished my questions." "These questions, do they reveal anything?" Yun Miao cast him a fleeting glance. In that glance, the indifference and sarcasm were nearly palpable. A lawsuit does not heed the words of a single individual, yet you choose to believe solely in the words of your father, assuming all he says is the truth. Have you ever inquired with your mother?" The eldest son of the Sun family scoffed. "What is there for me to ask her? You claim your father is cultured, yet the inscription he carved for your mother hardly reflects a cultured individual." The eldest son of the Sun family was momentarily taken aback, recalling the 5 characters on his mother's gravestone, which indeed resembled the scrawl of a dog. What could this signify? He began to feel a chill of anxiety. It signifies that he has deceived you. Yun Miao's voice, as cold as ice, bore down upon him. If the most crucial element of the story is a fabrication, it implies that the entire narrative is nothing but a lie from beginning to end. Chapter 26. The Ferryman Hee. Can you guess who she is? In the deep of night, within a secluded mountain gorge, the sound of water flowed melodiously as Xinyangji traversed the mountain path, a tiny figure pressed against his ear, conveying voices from the Sun family's living room. Perched upon his shoulder was a small head, giggling with the delight of a grand secret. You may be unaware, but I know she must be the ferryman. You've stirred up trouble, oh dear. The ferryman, a messenger of the underworld, tasked with guiding the souls that cannot cross over. She is not the ferryman. Xinyangji's voice, melodious and captivating, stood in stark contrast to his exceedingly unattractive visage, echoing softly through the valley. The small head sneered maliciously. Of course she is the ferryman. She is certainly sent by the underworld to deal with you. The underworld, you say? Xinyangji's grotesque face remained unmoved, yet laughter resonated. Laced with disdain, the underworld has enough on its plate. Regardless, she is undoubtedly here to resolve your predicament. She is not the ferryman. She lacks the aura of one. Every ferryman is a half-dead soul, and she does not resemble a half-dead being. Moreover, you are truly frightened of her. The small head retorted, I am not. When she appeared, it was your most honest moment in life. You were even trembling. Xinyangji found some amusement in this. You would certainly not behave this way upon encountering the ferryman. She is far more formidable. As for why she undertakes the ferryman's duties, that piques my curiosity. Struck at the core, the small head grew irate, cursing him to an untimely demise, yet still unsatisfied. It bared its sharp teeth, feigning a vicious bite. Before contact could be made, Xinyangji flicked it away with a snap of his fingers, gazing into the depths of the mountains. Xinyangji recalled the enigmatic girl standing under an umbrella in the Zhou family's reception room. He found her inscrutable, unable to fathom her identity, yet genuinely intrigued by her. When Yun Miao concluded her tale, the Sun family's living room fell into a prolonged silence. Within the stillness, an eerie atmosphere began to pervade the space. Suning hung her head, seemingly engulfed in sorrow, while the eldest of the Sun family pondered the situation, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Zhou Funian remained the calmest, swiftly analyzing the gaps within the narrative. First and foremost, the most significant flaw: their grandfather was educated. This belief was deeply ingrained in everyone's minds, as if etched into their very thoughts. However, their grandfather left behind no books or calligraphy. Those of his era who were cultured often exhibited the common flaws of intellectuals, yet he did not. Secondly, as Miss Yun Miao mentioned, the inscription. Their grandfather had personally carved it after their grandmother's passing, with everyone present at the time. In their sorrow, no one questioned the handwriting. Even if doubts arose, it would be assumed that their grandfather was too grief-stricken to write steadily. Yet, any practiced scribe knows that writing becomes ingrained in muscle memory. Even if executed poorly, it would not resemble the scrawl of a child. Once a single point is doubted, the entire narrative can be dismantled. What if their grandfather was, in fact, uneducated? He lacks education, yet is he truly the refined younger son of the Sun family? Without any scholarly background, did he indeed rise to prominence solely through the brewing techniques acquired from books? If these assertions are fabrications, how much of the entire narrative holds any truth? As everyone was engulfed in shock, Yun Miao gently brushed her fingers beneath the table, and a yellow paper-cut figure appeared between her fingers. The paper figure bore eyes and a mouth crafted from blood, writhing madly in Yun Miao's grasp, exuding an eerie aura. Zhou Fuxian furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is this?" Upon asking, he noticed a glint of coldness in Yun Miao's expression, chillingly stating, "Lingzi." In the next moment, the Lingzi ignited spontaneously in her palm. Zhou Fuxian thought to himself, fortunate that he had always been groomed as the heir of the Zhou family, maintaining a stoic demeanor. Otherwise, he would have surely reacted like Zhou Fuxian, leaping in alarm. He couldn't help but ponder with a touch of melancholy. Did he possess the right to investigate the identity of such a mysterious figure as Miss Yun Miao? Chapter 27. The cost. The eldest of the Sun family spent the entire morning enveloped in a melancholic reverie, grappling with a profound sense of disillusionment. As if his beliefs had been irrevocably shattered, he felt an inexorable fate that he was reluctant, yet compelled to accept. Resolute in his intentions, he decided to seek an audience with his father, Sun Chitian, accompanied by Zhou Funian and Sun Ing. But what of Miss Yun Miao? The eldest of the Sun family felt an unsettling anxiety. It seemed that only in her presence could he find solace. Zhou Funian remarked, "I am not certain. She appears to have vanished quite suddenly." Miss Yun Miao was elusive, always materializing at pivotal moments only to fade away gracefully, much like a spirit of the mountains. A spirit of the mountains? Did she not claim to have descended from the hills? Could it be that she truly was a creature of the mountain? Anxious to uncover the truth, he led them to Qing Mountain. The black sedan surged forward, racing down the expansive road until it disappeared from view. Under a towering phoenix tree, Yun Miao stood resolutely, clutching an oil paper umbrella, her gaze calm and unwavering. Upon closer inspection, one might discern a subtle deviation in her posture. As the umbrella tilted slightly to the left, beneath the umbrella stood a spirit clad in a black and gold shroud, its surrounding aura thickening ominously. It seemed that upon hearing the eldest of the Sun family's recounting of events, the spirit was on the verge of transforming into a vengeful specter. With all its might, it extended a hand, pointing in the direction from whence the eldest had departed. "I will guide you there," Yun Miao intoned softly, "and avenge you. But be forewarned. You too shall pay the requisite price." The matriarch of the Sun family bled profusely from her orifices, unable to dispel the encroaching darkness. Sun Chitian, now 76 years of age, had taken monastic vows at the temple on Qing Mountain many years prior. Zhou Fanyan had little personal recollection of him, relying instead on the myriad stories shared by others. It was said that the patriarch of the Sun family was a man of integrity, diligently establishing the family's legacy and bestowing considerable wealth upon his descendants. Yet, the eldest of the Sun family had once drunkenly remarked that his father was only honest in the presence of his mother, exhibiting a cunning shrewdness in business affairs. Zhou Fanyan found no fault in this. It was shrewdness that fostered success, a necessary trait in commerce. Upon arriving at the temple, the eldest of the Sun family conveyed his purpose. A monk at the entrance inquired, "What brings you to seek Master Lu Wu?" "I wish to inquire about my father." "How is Master Lu Wu's health?" He replied, "Please inform him that I have urgent matters to discuss." At this, the young monk smiled. Master Lu Wu indeed shares a connection with the Buddha. He fell gravely ill recently, yet astonishingly recovered overnight and is now in excellent spirits. The three listeners exchanged bewildered glances, their ears buzzing with disbelief. Had his father been ill? How was it that he remained unaware? And a recovery overnight? With hands clasped behind his back, the eldest maintained an unperturbed demeanor. "Do you happen to know when Master Lu Wu suddenly regained his health?" "On the 15th of April. The monk replied. He declared himself blessed by the Buddha, and indeed, the Buddha has favored him. With hands pressed together in reverence, the young monk bowed. "I shall summon Master Lu Wu." The 15th of April. That was the very day his mother had passed away. Sunning nearly faltered, her complexion paling as Sun Qingtian emerged from the room, clad in monk's robes. Zhou Fanyan observed him closely. He strode with confidence, showing no signs of fragility associated with old age. Though portly, his smile resembled that of the Maitreya Buddha found in temples, yet his elongated eyes, with their deep black pupils, squinted slightly when observing others, emanating a hint of coldness. A person's eyes can reveal much about their true nature. Zhou Fuan had taken the initiative to study the psychology of gaze. From his grandfather's eyes, he discerned shrewdness, indifference, and calculation, which stirred a sense of caution within him. What significant event had transpired in the family? Sun Chitian's cordial inquiry, when listened to closely, revealed an underlying excitement in his voice. Upon his ordination, Sun Qingtian had entrusted all of the Sun family's enterprises to the eldest son, instructing him to uphold the family legacy and stating that unless a grave matter arose, he should not be sought out, and even if he were, he would not grant an audience. Since taking to the monastic life, Sun Chitian had distanced himself from worldly affairs, remaining within the confines of the temple. It was only upon the passing of elder son that he first ventured out of the monastery. Zhou Fuan spoke candidly. "Grandfather, we have come to discuss the arrangements for grandmother's burial." Upon the mention of elder son, Sun Qingtian's previously warm and amiable demeanor swiftly darkened, akin to a sky that had suddenly turned cold and overcast. Chapter 28. Resting easy in that fleeting moment, his visage resembled that of Maitreya Buddha. Yet it seemed to have been momentarily tainted by a devilish presence. The next instant, his expression reverted to its original state, though the smile had vanished, and his eyes narrowed. "What of your grandmother's burial?" Sun Chitian seated himself upon the stool, gesturing towards the eldest of the Sun family. "Eldest brother, you speak." The eldest of the Sun family chuckled softly. "It is nothing of great consequence. We recently encountered a master well-versed in this domain. She claimed that my mother had been schemed against by that Mr. Shen. She was not yet deceased when interred, but rather, she was alive when buried. We were incensed by her words. Yet if the news of our mother being buried alive were to spread, it would spell disaster for the Sun family. Considering that Mr. Shin was introduced to us by our father, we felt compelled to inquire about his reliability, just in case we were truly ensnared in his machinations. Sun Shitian interjected sternly, "Do not question Mr. Shin. His powers are boundless, and it is an honor for our Sun family to receive his assistance." Upon hearing this, the eldest son's countenance darkened significantly. He cast a glance at Zhou Fuyan, who perceived a glimmer of despair within him. Despite articulating so much, Sun Shitian displayed no reaction to the phrase "buried alive," which was clearly indicative of his awareness. The eldest son's face paled, his fingers clenched tightly together, evidently struggling to contain his emotions. Sun Ing, unable to endure any longer, spoke candidly. "Father, not only was she buried alive, but he even employed a formation to ensnare Mother, intending for her to transform into a vengeful spirit, demanding retribution from our Sun family." Sun Qingtian focused intently on another matter, demonstrating considerable concern. "Have you opened the coffin? Let me calculate. It has been 49 days. Thankfully. His tense posture relaxed as he leaned back in his chair, gesturing with his hand. "I understand. You may return." Sun Ing exclaimed in distress. "Father." As the youngest and only daughter of the Sun family, she was raised in the embrace of her father and brothers, aside from the indifference of the old matriarch. "That was Mother. Why must you act in such a manner?" Sun Qingtan retorted coldly. "She is already dead. Why dwell on such matters? You should ensure her rest in peace and live your lives well." Zhou Fuyan steadied the faltering Sun Ing, his tone lacking the customary deference of a younger to an elder. "What you truly mean is for us to return and await death. Your mother despises you, and you fear her, do you not? You dread that she will haunt you after death, so you sought to save your own life by employing a formation, causing mother and uncle to bleed, ensuring that when your mother becomes a vengeful spirit, her only remembered foes will be mother and the uncles. And you, my grandfather, shall rest easy. You have traded the lives of your 3 children for your own survival, have you not?" With each word Zhou Fuyan spoke, Sun Qingtian's pace slowed, until he finally turned to gaze at him, his eyes filled with admiration. He had not anticipated such wisdom in his descendant, a true testament to his bloodline. Zhou Fuyan. Upon hearing this, he felt a wave of nausea. How could such a grandfather have masqueraded as a paragon of virtue, deceiving everyone around him? Sun Qingtian's words amounted to an admission of guilt. Like a bolt from the blue, the eldest son of the Sun family and Sun Ing found it impossible to accept. In their hearts, their loving, honest, and long-suffering father was unexpectedly seeking their demise. Zhou Fuyan remained the most composed, questioning him. "Why? Why do you not spare even your own blood?" To their astonishment, Sun Qingtian chuckled, a cruel disdain evident in his demeanor. "I have given them life and wealth. What does it matter if they return a fraction of it to me?" He narrowed his eyes and addressed the eldest son of the Sun family. "As children, you must not be so selfish. You reap all the benefits yet are unwilling to contribute anything." The eldest son of the Sun family was struck speechless. Sun Shitian, with a flick of his sleeve, strode away, declaring, "Enough, you may leave. The die is cast. No amount of further discussion will alter this." Veins throbbed on Zhou Fuyan's forehead. His immediate instinct was to prevent his grandfather from departing. As he prepared to advance, his grandfather, who had been leaving with such nonchalance, suddenly became frozen in place, immobile. From Zhou Fuyan's perspective, he witnessed the once disdainful and cruel visage of his grandfather turn pale, his pupils dilating in horror, revealing a terrifying crimson hue within. It was as if he had encountered something utterly dreadful. Before him stood a young girl, steadfast beneath an oiled paper umbrella, her presence cool and ethereal in the sunlight. The umbrella tilted slightly, as if shielding someone invisible from the sun's rays. Chapter 29. It is she Sun Qingtian's complexion shifted from ashen to pale, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. "Impossible!" he suddenly bellowed, retreating several steps before collapsing onto the ground. Before Zhou Fuyan could assist him, he had already scrambled behind Zhou, hands clasped in prayer as he muttered fervently, "Fake. It is all fake. This is a Buddhist temple. She cannot enter. She must not. I must have seen it wrong. It was all a mistake." Zhou Fuyan observed in silence, recognizing the stark contrast between the grandfather his mother spoke of and this cowardly, timid figure who trembled in fear. Miss Yunmiao approached with her umbrella. "Miss Yunmiao," Zhou Fuyan greeted politely, deducing that the space beneath her umbrella was likely reserved for his grandmother. Yunmiao lowered her gaze. "Sun Qingtian, raise your head." Instinctively, Sun Qingtian complied, his eyes meeting a face marred by black blood seeping from its orifices, a visage he had known for decades. one he would recognize even in ashes. Ah! He scrambled behind a pillar in terror. Why have you come for me? I clearly summoned the formation. Go find them. Go harm them. He pointed at his own children, whose faces were a ghastly blend of green and white. Seeing her gaze fixed menacingly upon him, courage surged from his cowardice. He dashed back into the house, seizing a string of prayer beads to wave about. You dare enter this temple? I shall ensure you never return. Perish. He brandished the beads as if to strike Sun Leo Tai Tai. Yunmia retaliated with a swift kick to his knee, causing him to collapse to the ground. Help! Someone help! He cried out in disarray. Soon, several monks emerged from the temple. Master Liaowu? What is the matter? They inquired, astonished to see Sun Qingtian weeping and wailing on the ground. Master Liaowu was known for his profound clarity and insight. What had transpired? Quickly, exorcise the spirit. A ghost has infiltrated the temple. Sun Qingtian pointed vehemently at Yunmiao beneath the umbrella. The monks, however, remained unmoved. Qingshan Temple had stood for centuries. The abbot who founded it had once transformed his own being into a mirror hung at the entrance. No demon or ghost could breach these sacred grounds. Master Liaowu, have you lost your senses? Master Kongwen, Sun Shitian pleaded, crawling towards the arriving Master Kongwen. Please save me. A vengeful spirit seeks to harm me. Master Kongwen followed the direction of Sun Shitian as frantic gesture. At first glance, he observed Yunmiao and felt no sense of menace from her. Her aura was exceptionally pure, transcending that of any mere mortal. Yet, she bore none of the characteristics of a demon or ghost. A second glance at the oil paper umbrella she held caused his expression to grow serious. The seemingly pristine umbrella, upon closer inspection under the sunlight, revealed intricate patterns. Chaotic yet harmonious, reminiscent of. Master Kongwen staggered back, his gaze returning to Yunmiao. She bore an uncanny resemblance to. Master? Sun Shitian called out in desperation. Master Kongwen regained his composure and lowered his gaze upon the pleading Sun Shitian, his hands pressed together in reverence. Amitabha, enlightenment has dawned. The cycle of cause and effect shall inevitably bring retribution. If she truly is, her affairs, as the abbot of Qingshan Temple, I cannot impede. Please proceed, benefactor. Master Kongwen, accompanied by the monks, departed in haste. Zhou Funian observed keenly, noting the astonishment and respect that flickered across Master Kongwen's face upon seeing Yunmiao. Master Kongwen recognized her. Yet, it was evident that Yunmiao did not reciprocate this recognition, as she unconsciously furrowed her brow, a hint of perplexity in her eyes. Yunmiao, holding an umbrella, entered a nearby room and instructed them, bring him in. However, it was too late for that, as Master Kongwen and his entourage departed. Sun Qingtian appeared to lose his anchor, collapsing into a quivering heap, only able to utter, I must find Mr. Shan. Softly, he continued to command the eldest of the Sun family, quickly, go fetch Mr. Shan. He will surely save me, for he contained this wretched soul. Zhou Funian interjected, do not speak of my grandmother in such a manner. She is indeed a wretched soul, Sun Shitian retorted, after all these years. She still clings to those trivial matters. It drives me mad. In life, she could not contend with me, so now in death, she seeks vengeance. Consulting a Taoist to transform into a vengeful spirit. What a delusion. If she wishes to become a vengeful spirit, I shall lend her a hand. Zhou Funian questioned, so you are redirecting her vendetta? Indeed, it is far more than that, Sun Shitian boasted. The formation does more than merely redirect. Should she claim the life of another, I shall extend my own existence a while longer. When the formation reaches fruition, I shall feel invigorated. If she were to target you, I would possess ample energy to reclaim control of the Sun family. The eldest of the Sun family could no longer contain himself. How can you treat us so? Sun Shitian scoffed. My lineage, my desires, I shall do as I please. And you have no right to question me. Chapter 30, a true story in that moment. The eldest son of the Sun family felt a profound sense of shame regarding his father, a stark contrast to the father he had remembered. It seemed to dawn on him that he scarcely knew the man who had raised him. His father was perpetually preoccupied, too busy to pay attention to them, while only the nanny incessantly recounted tales of his father's boundless affection and longing for them. The stories began to evoke doubt within him. Yunmiao sat comfortably in her chair, her umbrella tilted against the window, casting a shadow over another chair. Sun Shitian glanced at Yunmiao and instinctively shrank back, retreating behind the eldest son of the Sun family. Despite being seated, Yunmiao exuded an air of superiority as she spoke. She called out to Sun Shitian, who peeked from behind, what trickery allows you to bring that vile person here? Zhou Fuyan's expression shifted, and he sharply retorted, "You shall not speak to Miss Yun Miao in such a manner." He paused, momentarily bewildered by his own outburst, feeling akin to a servant defending his master. Yun Miao, unfazed, displayed little patience. "Explain the matter between you and old lady Sun from beginning to end." Sun Qingtian bristled. "Why should I heed your command?" Though he trembled with fear, he feigned bravado to bolster his own courage. Yet, silence seemed preferable. It would be less troublesome. Yun Miao's fingers twitched slightly. As if toying with a thread, "Go kill him. Your vengeance shall be fulfilled." Sun Qingtian's face paled in terror. "No, don't kill me. I will speak. Miss Yun Miao, I shall reveal everything. Just don't let her out." He fell to his knees, weeping and pleading. Yun Miao frowned, clearly finding the situation burdensome. She mused that it would be simpler to eliminate him than to listen to his tale. As she hesitated, she noted old lady Sun's unwavering demeanor. It appeared that she wished for him to divulge the past, perhaps to prevent her children from misunderstanding her. Yun Miao uttered a single word, "Speak." Zhou Fuyan realized that Miss Yun Miao's patience was exceedingly limited. Indeed, her visit to her grandfather had been brief, consisting of only a few words exchanged before she departed. Not even bestowing an additional glance. He sensed that had it not been for her connection with his grandfather, or the vengeful spirit of her grandmother seeking her out, he might have lacked the privilege of even conversing with her. Sun Qingtian began to reminisce. "Many years ago, at that time I was still. You must be aware of my grandmother's presence here. You must tread carefully, for what you say must be truthful or else." Zhou Fuyan threatened. "If she becomes displeased, she may take action." Sun Qingtian, quivering with trepidation, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Of course. The tale began in that small mountain village, where a child grew up eating the food of many households. Yet, this child was not Erhua. It was he, Sun Qingtian. Back then, he had not yet acquired the name Sun Qingtian. He was nameless, known only as the little beggar by the villagers, much akin to the character Erhua in fictional tales. The young beggar, driven by insatiable hunger, consumed far more than his peers. The meager scraps pilfered through petty theft were insufficient to satiate his appetite. As he matured, he resorted to both theft and robbery, earning a notorious reputation throughout the village. The villagers, exasperated by his transgressions, sought to expel him, even going so far as to break one of his legs. Ultimately, it was the kind-hearted widow at the edge of the village who took pity on him and brought him back. This benevolent widow, nurturing him as if he were her own son, prepared meals for him daily. Gradually, his leg healed, but he had also grown older and wiser to the ways of the world. One fateful night, entranced by the allure of a woman before him, he succumbed to temptation and assaulted the widow, who had always regarded him as a mere child, unaware of the impending tragedy. The following morning, before dawn's light, she hanged herself from the beam of her home. Realizing the heinous crime he had committed, he fled into the deep mountains, paralyzed by fear, and remained hidden for 3 long years, living as a veritable wild man. Life in the mountains was harsh. He often suffered from hunger and cold, and the thought of stealing from the village haunted him. By chance, he encountered a wedding celebration in the village. A small red ox cart bore a dainty bride, adorned in a crimson wedding gown and veiled with a red canopy, while the groom sat at the front, a large red flower pinned to his chest. The air was filled with the jubilant sounds of Swona, creating a festive atmosphere. Overwhelmed with envy, he longed for the companionship of a family, contrasting his solitary existence with that of the celebrants. Unable to resist, he followed them, watching as the wedding unfolded in the courtyard. After the bride retreated to her chamber, he stealthily crept to the back window to catch a glimpse of her, as she removed her veil, revealing a stunningly beautiful face adorned with a rosy glow. He was instantly captivated by an overwhelming desire. Chapter 31. The beggar's infatuation with the bride. The young and exquisite bride resembled the vision he had long cherished. Concealed behind the back window, he gazed intently at her like a voyeur. The bride, youthful and bashful, remained blissfully unaware of any peculiarities. Although the farmer's banquet was modest, the groom indulged until evening. As the guests began to depart, the youthful groom, flushed and unsteady, stumbled into the bridal chamber. The newlyweds, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, exchanged shy glances, both blushing profusely. Yet, the pair of eyes that had been clandestinely observing the bride began to bleed with rage. Throughout the afternoon of surreptitious watching, his satisfaction with the bride grew. In his heart, he had already claimed her as his own. The groom, possessing a delicate and refined countenance, was known as one of the few educated men in the village. Moreover, he was blessed with loving parents and a beautiful wife, everything the beggar had only dared to dream of. How could he so effortlessly possess all that he desired? Jealousy took root in his heart, flourishing as the groom awkwardly unfastened the bride's garments. "That is mine." The beggar's eyes turned crimson as he forcefully flung open the window and leapt inside, wielding a candlestick to strike the groom mercilessly. Having lived in the mountains for years, his strength was formidable. With just a few blows, the groom's life was extinguished. The bride, paralyzed with terror, attempted to flee but was seized and silenced, her mouth covered and bound with rope. He then leisurely donned the groom's garments and approached the bride, fingers deftly parting her attire. "My dear, tonight is our wedding night." The bride's eyes widened in horror before she tightly shut them in humiliation. Sun Chitian recounted the tale with vivid detail, his expression devoid of shame, even brimming with pride. Sun Ying's complexion paled as she listened, realizing with chilling clarity that the beggar was her biological father. The once respected and honorable man had, all along, been a rogue. Sun's eldest son interjected. "You never mentioned this before. You said mother was raised on the kindness of others, and that she even exchanged her body." He had never anticipated that the story of his parents, which he held so dearly, was a fabrication from the start. Sun Chitian smirked with satisfaction. "I never thought you would all believe it." Zhou Fuxian, taken aback by his grandfather's shamelessness, momentarily pondered how Miss Yun Miao would react. Instinctively, he glanced at her. She sat beneath the window, sunlight glistening upon her dark tresses, exuding an ethereal glow. Her demeanor remained tranquil, as if such a tale could not stir even the slightest ripple within her. Zhou Fuxian felt an inexplicable sense that she was indifferent to it all. Regaining his composure, he looked down at Sun Chitian. "The bride is my grandmother, is she not? And what of the groom?" Sun Chitian replied, "He is Sun Chitian." On the second day of their marriage, the Sun family hesitated to knock on the door. They waited until noon, yet still saw no sign of Sun Chitian and the bride rising. They believed that the youth were indeed refreshing, albeit a tad late to the revelry. Yet this delay proved to be rather unfortunate. After waiting for an hour without any sign of activity, the Sun family could no longer restrain themselves and decided to knock on the door. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a scene of unimaginable horror. Inside the newlywed chamber, their son, Sun Chitian, lay amidst a pool of blood. The bride, Hua, was bound to the bed, her clothes disheveled, her face a portrait of despair and resignation. Lying on the bed was a robust young man, of the same age as Sun Chitian, who was soundly asleep. Sun's mother gasped in shock and fainted instantly. Sun Qingtan was roused from his slumber. Upon assessing his surroundings, he exhibited an unsettling calm. He retrieved a long knife, stolen the previous night, from beneath the bed and menacingly threatened, "Let me make myself clear. I am an orphan, with nothing to lose. If you wish to keep your lives, you will obey me. Remember, from now on, I am Sun Chitian, your son. Otherwise, I shall slay you all." Sun's father and mother, being simple folk, were most terrified of ruffians and scoundrels. Yet, how could they possibly endure the audacity of this interloper who had slain their son, usurped their daughter-in-law, and demanded to be recognized as their progeny? When they refused to comply and insisted on calling the authorities, the rogue brutally smashed Sun's father's leg with a hammer, causing Sun's mother to swoon in fear. The scoundrel confined Sun's father to a room, casting an ominous threat. "I fear not death, but should you dare report to the officials, I shall take him down with me." Terrified, Sun's mother acquiesced, acknowledging this ruffian as her son, dutifully preparing meals and laundry for him, attending to his every need. The scoundrel, now referred to as Sun Chitian, found joy in this newfound existence, relishing in a life he had always dreamed of, 2 parents and a cherished wife, with every whim catered to, bringing him unparalleled happiness. Chapter 32, The Secret Formula. Yet, he was not entirely devoid of intellect, nor could he perpetually remain confined within the 4 walls of his home, for that would be an unbearable constraint on his freedom. Under the cover of night, he dragged Sun's father to the remote mountains where he had once resided. Upon returning, he menaced Sun's mother and Hua, declaring, "I am aware of your intentions to eliminate me while I remain unsuspecting. Should you dare to carry out such a deed, I assure you that Sun Jiaxing will remain forever elusive, and if I were to perish, he would undoubtedly succumb to starvation." Sun's mother paled at his words and staggered to the kitchen to prepare a meal for Sun Chitian. Hua's youthful visage also turned ashen. Having grown up as childhood friends with Sun Chitian, she recognized his intellect and gentle nature. She could have led a blissful life, yet this unexpected villain shattered her dreams. He had slain her husband, and vengeance consumed her thoughts incessantly. However, with Sun's father taken to the mountains, his demise seemed inevitable. Under threat of harm to her own family, Hua begrudgingly acquiesced. Sun Chitian, emboldened by his audacity, grew increasingly dissatisfied with his current circumstances. Each night, he ventured out wielding a knife, wreaking havoc upon many. Ultimately, the villagers discovered that he had been harboring himself at the Sun residence, and they resolved to end his life. Aware that remaining in the village would guarantee his own demise, Sun Chitian seized Erhua and fled when the villagers came for him. When she resisted, he invoked threats against her family and Sun's father, insisting, "Come with me, and I shall send someone to rescue Sun Jiaxing." Erhua had long harbored feelings of guilt towards the Sun family, believing that their misfortune stemmed from the villain's fixation on her. For the sake of Sun's father, she followed him from the village to the county. Although he had usurped Sun Qingtian's name, he lacked the literacy to navigate the world. And with the police alerted by the villagers, he refrained from laboring out of fear of capture. In a moment of desperation, he laid eyes upon a woman standing on the street, and his focus shifted to Erhua. Sun Ying's vision blurred with despair. "You allow my mother. Are you even human?" The eldest of the Sun family turned pale, his eyes ablaze with fury. "If I had not acted thus, what path would we have? Where would you be now? History demonstrates that my decisions were indeed correct." Sun Chitian retained the brutish tendencies of his former self, spewing forth twisted logic with his words. "And what of the Sun family liquor business? It cannot possibly be the fruit of your labor," queried Shou Funyong coldly. "Whose was it that you stole?" With pride, Sun Chitian proclaimed, "The Sun family liquor business is my creation." He coerced Erhua into soliciting clients, spending the earnings nightly at restaurants, where he soon became entangled with the proprietress, nearly incurring the wrath of her husband. After fleeing from the confrontation, he clutched a bottle, contemplating the proprietor's imposing presence, aspiring to become a boss himself. Yet, the question remained, what could he possibly do? He possessed no skills, merely brute strength. After much contemplation, he recalled that Erhua's family was involved in brewing liquor. He promptly returned to compel Erhua to produce and sell alcohol. However, since brewing was a tradition passed down to sons, and Erhua had not been taught the craft, Sun Qingtian, in a fit of anger, struck Erhua, who bore the punishment in silence. During this period, she wished to avoid clients, but was met with violence. When she attempted to flee, she was beaten. When she contemplated suicide, he threatened to kill her entire family. She has now resigned herself to her fate. After a night of contemplation, he seemed to have come to some realization, locking her away. He departed for a week, and upon his return, he radiated a newfound vitality, claiming to have acquired the secret recipe for brewing. Dihua, observing the sinister smirk upon his face, trembled in fear, a wave of unease washing over her. Later, when Sun Qingtian produced the brew, Dihua detected a familiar scent. It was the recipe from her family. How had he obtained it? Her family. Dihua's mind clouded. Her body shook as she grasped the possible implications. In a frenzied rage, she lunged at Sun Chitian with a knife, only to be kicked aside and locked in her room once more. In despair, Dihua wept bitterly, cursing Sun Chitian daily, yet all she received in return was unending confinement. This did not hinder Sun Qingtian's burgeoning business. His winery flourished, earning him the reputation of the esteemed Mr. Sunday. Time passed, and she found herself pregnant, gradually becoming more submissive. Sun Chitian, now powerful and unafraid of her escape, released her, declaring, "Your future lies in bearing my children. Do you understand?" Dihua meekly acquiesced, carrying the child for 10 months before giving birth to Sun's firstborn. Shortly after the baby's arrival, she submerged him in water, intending to drown him. Just as she pressed him down, Sun Qingtian entered, startling her. He observed with amusement, saying, "If you wish to drown him, do so. After all, he is your offspring." In that moment, she released her grip, watching the infant gasp for air, and suddenly broke down in tears. She realized that Sun Chitian had seized her vulnerability. She could not bear to kill her own child. As she raised her firstborn, her affection deepened, and she subsequently bore a second child along with Sun Ying. Despite several attempts to drown them, she could not bring herself to act. The stark contrast between her conscience and the villainy of Sun Chitian left her vulnerable to his relentless torment. Unable to devise a means to confront him, she found herself unable to harm her own children. Ultimately, she sought assistance from a worker in the winery, pleading for his help to escape. Chapter 33. The demon Sun Jia's eldest son remarked, "So mother merely fled, and it was not a case of elopement, correct?" Sun Qingtian scoffed. "She left with a wild man. Is that not the very definition of elopement?" After Erhua departed, Sun Chitian remained unconcerned. Since embarking on his business endeavors, he had adopted the guise of an honest man, claiming to others that Erhua had eloped. Many, recalling Erhua's demeanor towards Sun Chitian, readily believed this narrative, condemning her as fickle. Sun Chitian contemplated finding a new wife, yet soon realized that the wine industry had abruptly declined following Erhua's departure. and the wine he produced lacked its former fragrance. He sought the counsel of a master he had kept at home, who had previously assisted him in acquiring the brewing secrets of the Erhua family. It was said that the brewing technique could only be executed by a member of the Erhua clan. Having left, Erhua's absence meant Sun Qingdan could no longer replicate it. Is there no way to rely on subterranean resources? He inquired. No, replied the master. Reluctantly, Sun Shitian set out to find Erhua, but to no avail. He made a public declaration. Should Erhua not return within 3 days, he would slay their children. On the final day of the deadline, Erhua appeared at the entrance of Sun's winery, burdened with a pack. She had visibly lost weight, her demeanor disoriented, and through gritted teeth, she spat, Sun Qingtian, may you suffer a wretched fate. Having returned to her village, she discovered the deception. Sun Qingtian had lied about releasing her father, who had ultimately perished of starvation in a cave, while her mother had hanged herself. Furthermore, her maternal family had mysteriously vanished years ago, their whereabouts unknown. Yet Erhua was aware that Sun Qingtian knew the truth. Indeed, he was aware. He had even invited her to a basement that had never been graced by another's presence. The dark, foreboding chamber was adorned with an intricate network of yellow lines, inscribed with runes, and at its center rested 3 large vats, each possessing a square opening, revealing a series of faces within. Her parents and brother. Nearby were her nieces and nephews. Erhua's eyes brimmed with rage, and she longed to annihilate Sun Qingtian on the spot. With a sigh, Sun Qingtian explained, when I initially approached your family, I made my intentions clear. Yet they dismissed me as not your legitimate husband, refusing to acknowledge my claim, and thus the brewing secrets would not be shared. Their obstinacy left me no choice. Upon my departure, I encountered a master who promised to help me acquire the secrets. You see, they are not dead, they are merely residing within these confines. This way, I can produce your family's wine. Alas, I know not whether they deserve to perish, but I require your presence by my side. Do not entertain thoughts of alerting the authorities. I have secured my influence in this remote county. As for you, remain obedient at home, and I shall treat your family kindly. Should you disobey, not a single one of your kin shall escape my wrath. With that, Sun Qingtian departed, leaving Erhua kneeling in despair. She could not comprehend why she had become entangled with such a villain, nor why her family had been shattered. She had envisioned a tender husband in a harmonious home, not this devastation. To err on the side of caution, Sun Qingtian publicly claimed that Erhua was mentally unstable. Witnesses observed her oscillating between tears and laughter, leading many to believe she had eloped with a wild man only to be abandoned, resulting in her mental distress. When she sought assistance from the authorities, her pleas were met with indifference. They dismissed her as unwell. In this moment, Erhua resigned herself to her fate. She adopted a demeanor of submission, merely wishing for Sun Qingtian to spare her family and children. After hearing this, the eldest son's sibling fell silent, while Sunning trembled involuntarily, and Shou Funyang furrowed his brow. Each harbored their own conclusion. He is a demon, a thoroughly ruthless demon. At last, Yun Miao, who had maintained a stoic expression, lifted her gaze. Is that all? Sun Qingtian nodded with satisfaction. He saw no shame in his past. Rather, he regarded it as a testament to his accomplishments. He believed his children would not be excessively angered if it were not for his extraordinary capabilities. How could they have enjoyed a life of luxury for decades? I have sacrificed much as well, Sun Qingtian lamented. In the next instant, a resounding slap sent Sun Qingtian sprawling to the ground. Everyone gasped in shock, looking up to find that Miss Yun Miao had not moved, save for the slight curling of her fingers. With an indifferent tone, she instructed the person beside her, take action. She felt no connection to the tales recounted. Every life is laden with unutterable stories. What truly stirred her was the knowledge that he had employed dark sorcery she had once been well acquainted with. Chapter 34. Everyone had emerged, leaving the eldest of the Sun family to hear only the terrified and panicked voice of Sun Qingtian from within the house. It was utterly horrifying. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the eldest son could not help but feel a pang of compassion as he listened to his father's cries of despair. Miss Yun Miao, could you perhaps spare him? He implored. Yun Miao gazed into the distance, seemingly oblivious to the anguished sounds emanating from inside. Despite the chilling atmosphere that gripped everyone, she remained unervingly calm, as if deaf to the terror. Perhaps the screams were too harrowing. Once again, the eldest son faltered. After all, he is my father. Sunning, supported by Zhou Funian, had moved aside to rest, her eyes closed in silence. Upon returning, Zhou Funian overheard the eldest son pleading for Sun Qingtian. An unusual flicker of fury ignited within his normally composed gaze. Uncle, he remarked coldly, how generous of you to plead for him at such a moment. With a sigh, the eldest son responded, he is, after all, my father. As the ancients say, filial piety is paramount. Zhou Funyan's lips curled into a bitter smile. Yunmiao, who had remained unresponsive until now, shifted her gaze towards the eldest son, her frosty eyes devoid of warmth, surveying him with a chilling demeanor. Under her scrutinizing stare, Sun Qingtian, a man who had lived for decades, felt as though the weight of the world bore down on him, his knees weak with dread. Were it not for the dignity of the Sun family, he would have surely knelt. Yunmiao sensed the sorrow intertwined with her fingertips, and a mocking smile graced her lips. Albeit ever so slightly. Very well, she conceded, her agreement palpable. Zhou Funyan's eyes widened in shock, yet in an instant. He understood that Miss Yunmiao's consent was anything but genuine. The eldest son, however, lacked such acuity and sighed in relief. Thank you. Yunmiao replied. I can compel her to relent, but I cannot thwart her desire for vengeance. What do you mean? The eldest son was bewildered. Once she becomes a vengeful spirit, the blood upon the binding ropes will guide her to seek retribution against you. Yunmiao gently flicked her fingers. Since you are willing to die for him, I shall grant your wish. Upon witnessing her intention to act, the eldest son's face blanched in terror. No. Yunmiao paused, narrowing her eyes as a frigid aura enveloped her. What? You are willing to be generous with others' lives but not your own? That is not what I meant. The eldest son stammered, swallowing hard. Then what do you mean? Yunmiao's voice was chilling. In your heart, does your mother, the matriarch of the Sun family, deserve all her suffering? After the demise of the Hua family, she could have easily dragged Sun Qingtian down with her. Yet it was Sun Qingtian who threatened her with your lives, insisting she comply, lest none of you survive. It was following that moment that she began to fade into the background, her indifference towards you all not of her choosing. Sun Qingtian forbade her closeness to you, and you loathed her, believing the fabrications he spun for you. Her elaborate schemes for revenge unfolded only after her demise. For your sake, she bore humiliation for decades. Sun Qingtian conspired against her, compelling her to become a vengeful specter, seeking retribution upon you, inflicting upon you the utmost agony in exchange for her own prolonged existence. Did she not realize this? Yunmiao spoke with an unsettling calmness, each word piercing him like a dagger. She understood, which is why she sought me out. Initially, I presumed she approached me out of hatred, yearning for vengeance, but it was only last night that I comprehended her true intent. She did not come to me filled with animosity, nor did she request my assistance in vengeance, but rather, she sought to save you. The eldest son of the Sun family turned pale, his legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, Sunning approached. Brother. Mother was terrified of becoming a malevolent spirit that would harm us. That is why she sought Miss Yun. She will not spare father. He, a man of innumerable sins, ruthless and callous, had spent years convincing us that our mother despised us, driving a wedge between us. Yet I could sense the love she bore for each of us. The eldest son of the Sun family, weeping profusely, suddenly struck himself with a fierce slap. It is I who am the fool, failing to honor her in life. And now I utter such words. Just moments ago, I was lost, unsure of how to proceed. I merely sought to provoke her, remember? When she ignored us. I would deliberately irritate her, and she would respond. Those moments, they were the only times I felt happiness. Mother has avenged herself. The eldest son of the Sun family, bewildered, lamented, I remain an incompetent son. We have trapped her in this life. Even in death, we cannot grant her peace. Chapter 35. The Buddhist woman, the eldest son of the Sun family, was engulfed in profound self-reproach. At this moment, the harrowing cries had ceased, and Yunmiao turned to enter the room. Zhou Fuxian hesitated for a moment before following her inside, expecting a gruesome scene. He was taken aback to find the room impeccably clean, devoid of any trace of blood, and even Sun Qingtian was absent, as though he had never existed. Where is he? Zhou Fuxian pondered in confusion. Yunmiao replied, not here. In this sacred ground of Buddhism, killing is forbidden. Then he is. Zhou Fuxian observed as Yunmiao reached for an umbrella resting on the windowsill. The originally bone-white oiled paper umbrella bore an eerie stain of blood. He fell silent at once. Yunmiao watched as the crimson line at her fingertips gradually faded away. This matter, it seemed, had come to a close. Sun Qingtian would not easily perish. He would be subjected to her relentless torment until the resentment of the old matriarch of the Sun family dissipated entirely. The duration of this torment depended on when the matriarch would relinquish her grudge. The umbrella unfurled beneath the eaves, yet Yunmiao did not step into the sunlight immediately. The flickering shadows intertwined around her. Zhou Fuxian noticed that there was not a trace of humanity in her presence. Her eyes, clear yet dark, reflected an icy desolation. After a moment of contemplation, she lifted her foot and walked toward the temple. Zhou Fuxian hesitated before catching up to her, posing a question that had long perplexed him. Miss Yun Miao, your assistance to my grandmother is not without cost, is it? Indeed, she replied, lacking patience. Zhou Fuxian, steeling himself, inquired. May I ask what price my grandmother must pay? Yun Miao cast him a dispassionate glance, clearly irritated. Zhou Fuxian understood that aside from matters of importance, she rarely engaged in conversation, often adopting an air of superiority. Each time she spoke, he felt as though he were receiving a rare boon. I merely wish to know if I could perhaps bear this cost on behalf of my grandmother. She has suffered her entire life, and I wish to fulfill my filial duty. His sincerity painted a vivid picture of a devoted descendant, and anyone hearing his words would find it difficult to remain unmoved. Yet, Yun Miao merely coldly uttered two words, cannot. So devoid of compassion. Zhou Fuxian watched her depart, distressed. It seemed that even emotional appeals were futile. He found no trace of warmth or humanity in Miss Yun Miao. Yet, she was not an ethereal being untouched by the world. Rather, her standards for quality of life were exceedingly high, indicative of a life of privilege that had cultivated an indescribable air of nobility about her. Such a contradictory existence. Zhou Fuxian chose not to pursue the matter further. He had numerous responsibilities awaiting him. He needed to comfort his uncle and mother and arrange for the reinterment of his grandmother. From Sun Xingtian's account, he learned that the small graves beside his grandmother's burial site belonged to her family. He had devised a clever plan. That plot of land was intentionally chosen by him, previously having used the lives of the Hua family to prolong his own existence. In the future, as each member of the Sun family was laid to rest there, he would absorb their energy, undergoing a profound transformation. This graveyard was too ominous. It had to be exchanged. Moreover, there are matters from the past few days that I need to discuss with my father regarding Miss Yun Miao. She may be even more enigmatic than they anticipate. Even the way my grandfather addressed her as Miss was not in reference to her elders, but rather to her. If it truly is her, how old is she now? Why does she still possess such a youthful appearance? Furthermore, what price must my grandmother pay? And what is her identity that allows her to commune with spirits? The most pressing question of all remains, is she still human? Master Kongwen stood beneath the Bodhi tree, his palms pressed together, gazing at the approaching Yun Miao, as if he had been waiting for an eternity. Benefactor. Yun Miao halted a short distance away. Do you recognize me? I do not. Master Kongwen shook his head. Beyond these two mountains lies a cave, within which resides a statue of a goddess that bears a striking resemblance to you. This umbrella is also chronicled in the goddess statue. It is called the Dragon Bone Umbrella, crafted from dragon bone, capable of safeguarding one's soul. Master Kongwen once again joined his hands in prayer. This is all I know. Humble monk. The back mountain, the goddess statue. Yun Miao had a recollection of that statue, as if it were sculpted in her likeness by someone. Yet, who that someone was eluded her mind. She found herself devoid of interest. With a slight movement of her fingertips, invisible threads began to extend ceaselessly from her fingertips. Before her, a flicker of dark energy revealed a timid young girl clutching a teddy bear, gazing at her in confusion. A new task had arrived. Yun Miao touched her forehead lightly. As she departed from the temple, she inadvertently crossed paths with a man adorned with a camera around his neck. The man, captivated by her beauty, momentarily lost himself. In the next instant, he raised his camera and snapped two pictures, indignantly posting online, "Family, who understands? I have encountered a Buddha-like beauty." Chapter 36. The Club of Subservience in the Entertainment Establishment. Zhou Fuxing held a straw immersed in a bottle, indulging in the drink. Lu Yang, rendered speechless, remarked, "Stop drinking. No matter how much you consume, you won't get drunk." Zhou Fuxing possessed an extraordinary ability. No matter the quantity of alcohol, he remained impervious to inebriation. This peculiarity led his companions to avoid drinking with him, leaving him often lamenting the absence of a companion to share in his revelry. I wish to be intoxicated. In that state, I would not have to see my grandmother, he mused, gripping the straw tightly. Lu Yang, resting his elbows on his thighs, casually pondered, "You claim that witnessing your grandmother's suffering is painful. That Miss Yin seems to understand such matters. Why not inquire with her?" Zhou Fuxing shook his head defiantly. Lu Yang sighed, and Jiang Xing patted Lu Yang's shoulder, stating, "You still do not comprehend him. Since childhood, he has cared only for himself, indifferent to anything else. Lu Yang conceded this point. Zhou Fuxing epitomized egotism, solely concerned with his own existence while remaining nonchalant about the affairs of others. It was often said that fate is predetermined, to put it charitably. He was carefree and fortunate. To cast it in less favorable light, he was selfish and self-centered. However, the Zhou family did not perceive this as a flaw. Rather, they indulged him. Even Lu Yang and Jiang Xing regarded this trait as inconsequential. Sometimes, one ought to prioritize oneself. Jiang Xing, contemplating, gently inquired, "I have heard you have been investigating Miss Yun in recent days. Have you uncovered anything?" Lu Yang, lounging on the sofa with an air of carefree defiance, smirked. "Nothing at all." Jiang Xing raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Lu Yang possessed his own intelligence network, capable of uncovering any hidden truth. This was the first instance of failure in his inquiries. With a gentle smile, Jiang Xing mused, "This Miss Yun appears to be rather extraordinary." Indeed. Lu Yang replied with an even broader grin, "Not only have I found nothing, but even my father, when he assisted me, could not uncover anything." At this revelation, both Jiang Xing and Zhou Fuxing's expressions shifted. The Lu family was renowned for its extensive connections and expertise in intelligence. Any information they procured could easily fetch a fortune. The fact that they could not ascertain the origins of Miss Yun was astonishing. She had seemingly materialized out of thin air, appearing abruptly at the Zhou family's doorstep, leaving no trace of her journey. Lu Yang raised his glass and drained it in one gulp, a sly grin forming on his lips. At this point, "I would believe you if you told me she was the spirit of the peach tree outside the Zhou residence." Zhou Fuxing slammed the bottle down with conviction, asserting, "See, I told you she is a celestial being descended from the heavens. Have you ever encountered a fairy as frosty as her, sending shivers down one's spine with a mere glance?" Zhou Fuxing defended Yun Miao ardently. "Fairies possess their own temperaments, do they not?" Lu Yang leaned back theatrically, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "How curious it is that after a few days apart, you are so protective of her. What a shift towards subservience." Zhou Fuxing retorted. "Nonsense. Utterly absurd. I merely believe you cannot speak ill of Miss Yun. She is unlike anyone else. Although she is discerning, aloof, and gazes at me as if I were refuse, she truly is wonderful." What is so remarkable? Zhou Fuxing found it difficult to articulate, yet an instinctive urge to defend her surged within him. Perhaps this was what the steward Zhou referred to as the enchantment of Miss Yun Miao. Jiang Xing, after fiddling with his phone for a moment, handed it to Zhou Fuxing, announcing that the time had come for him to offer his support. As someone had taken a photograph of Miss Yun and spread rumors, Zhou Fuxing instantly craned his neck to take a look. The screen displayed an image of a graceful young woman holding an umbrella, walking on a cobblestone path, the umbrella slightly tilted, revealing her delicate, porcelain neck and chin. Although only her chin was visible, one could easily imagine the breathtaking beauty of her face. This photograph appeared to be a casual capture, yet her unique aura imbued it with a profound atmospheric quality. It was posted by a blogger named Chi Feng, who labeled the image as that of a Buddhist beauty, eliciting fervent commentary in the section below. Chi Feng excitedly remarked, "I went out today to light incense, but unexpectedly encountered the legendary Buddhist beauty. Dressed in a chi pao and holding an umbrella, she clearly isn't here for solemn worship. I suspect she is merely seeking attention with borderline photographs." Due to the sheer allure of the image, along with its eye-catching title, it quickly garnered significant traffic and soared to trending status. "Absurd," Zhou Fuxing exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. "Miss Yun Miao is not a Buddhist beauty. He is the true Buddhist beauty. His entire family embodies that title." Zhou Fuxing fervently tapped away on his phone. Meanwhile, the blogger Qin Feng, slurping instant noodles, fixated on the steadily rising trending topic, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Little did he know, this photograph had not only gained immense traction on the platform but had also caught the attention of a certain organization. Initially, it went unnoticed, until the umbrella and its intricate patterns piqued someone's interest. He abruptly rose, hastily printing the photograph and racing into the most secure office. He moved with urgency, crashing into the desk with force, oblivious to the impact. Report: a potential SSS-level target has been identified. Chapter 37. The 8 Prominent Families. Yun Miao, through a mere photograph of her silhouette, has stirred a tempest on social media. There is no need to see her face, just from this image. I can envision how stunning this Buddhist influencer must be. Isn't it absurd? A beautiful man enters a temple and suddenly becomes a Buddhist influencer? Who dresses like that to visit a temple? If she were truly sincere in her worship, she would appear barefaced. Honestly, this silhouette and umbrella seem familiar, as if I've seen them before. I'll look into it. All influencers are the same. What is there to investigate? Wait, could this be a publicity stunt involving the subject of the photo and the blogger? That is unlikely. If it were a stunt, they would have already revealed the influencer's identity. But no one has uncovered it yet. They might be waiting for the buzz to escalate further to create a sensation. Just wait. The subject will surely emerge soon. The comment section was a cacophony of opinions, with many guided by Chi Feng's attacks on Yun Miao as a Buddhist influencer. However, some skepticism lingered, albeit drowned out by the fervor of the Buddhist influencer discourse. As the night wore on, netizens eagerly consumed the gossip, eager to discover which shameless influencer was posturing in the sacred grounds of Buddhism. Yet, by midnight, the trending topic vanished without a trace. Not only did it disappear, but the once viral photograph also faded into obscurity, leaving no remnant online. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Chi Feng, who had been fixated on the soaring traffic, stared blankly at the deleted post. How could this be possible? His trembling fingers incessantly clicked the mouse. It must be a glitch. It must be. How could the system delete it? Chi Feng continued to click frantically, only to be met with the message, "Your account has violated social norms and has been suspended." As dreams of viral fame and fortune crumbled, Qingfeng's legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed into his chair. In the dead of night, helicopters pierced the darkness, hovering above the city before landing in front of an unremarkable building. The gray structure appeared dilapidated at first glance, but a closer inspection revealed it to be a highly secure high-rise. In silence, 2 rows of figures emerged from each helicopter. An elderly man with silver hair striding confidently, a middle-aged man exuding an aura of unyielding authority, and a young, capable individual. They proceeded along a long corridor until they reached a massive silver steel door. After confirming their identities, they entered a room where a middle-aged man awaited them. Once they were seated, the middle-aged man distributed printed photographs to each person. "Is this certain?" inquired the elderly man first, his voice quivering slightly despite his calm demeanor. "I have scrutinized this silhouette and umbrella countless times. They are etched in my memory. What if?" The middle-aged man, his expression grave, replied, "I have dispatched individuals to trace her every move. The only lead we have is that she first appeared at the Zhou family estate." Zhou Tsongshan, a youthful voice, clear and pure, interjected. "He passed away recently, and I was sent to pay my respects." Indeed, it is said that Zhou Tsongshan was once her servant, lingering in life until his last breath, merely to await her arrival. This is not mere hearsay. Zhou Tsongshan indeed was her servant in times past. The elderly man quavered as he spoke. "She has appeared, and our mission is about to commence. I have waited for many years, countless years. Finally, I shall behold her with mine own eyes." Upon his words, the conference room fell into a prolonged silence. This silence was not one of emptiness, but rather a silence imbued with fervent anticipation, resounding like thunder. For her arrival, they had waited a full 70 years. 70 years, spanning a generation, such as the silver-haired elder. There were also the third generation, the youthful and radiant maidens. The 8 esteemed families have long yearned for her. At this moment, the individuals seated in those 8 chairs suppressed their boiling hearts. Beneath the calm surface lay a seething fervor. Chapter 38. You are unworthy. This night was destined to be sleepless for many, yet the protagonist was not among them. Yun Miao had resolved the matters concerning old lady Sun, and the second troubled soul had already connected with her. However, she always maintained her own pace and felt no urgency. Before the first ray of dawn broke, dark mist cascaded from the umbrella onto the floor in front of the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Yun Miao opened her eyes, observing the elderly figure before her with an impassive gaze. Old lady Sun knelt before her, bowing deeply several times. A black vortex arose behind her. It seemed her vengeance had been fulfilled, and she was on the cusp of entering the netherworld. A lifetime of grievances had been resolved in merely a day. She stated, "I assist you for a fee. There is no need for gratitude." Old lady Sun insisted on bowing several more times, gradually enveloped by the encroaching darkness, until she faded from view before the window. At the moment of her disappearance, a flash of blood-red thread flickered across Yun Miao's wrist like a shooting star. As daylight broke, Zhou Fuxing, sporting a disheveled hairstyle, stumbled towards the back courtyard, encountering Zhou Funian, who was bearing gifts to express his gratitude. Zhou Funian stepped forward to support him, exclaiming in exasperation, "Who did you drink with to end up like this?" Zhou Fuxing mumbled, "Lu Yong and Jiang Xing." He hadn't been intoxicated. Rather, He had simply fallen asleep after an exhausting night of online battles, awakening to find all negative news about Miss Yun Miao had vanished. How peculiar. Could it be that he, who had never been drunk, had truly succumbed to inebriation, and that everything from the previous night had been a dream? Why did he look so pale? Zhou Funian reached out to feel his forehead. I'm fine. Zhou Fuxing brushed away his hand, clutching his tousled hair with both hands, revealing an innocent countenance. By the way, brother, are you here to see Miss Yun Miao? Oh, and you brought gifts. Isn't that our mother's dowry? Why did you take it out? Wait a moment. Zhou Fuxing shook his shoulders vigorously. You haven't developed feelings for Miss Yun Miao, have you? I must tell you, that is impossible. You are utterly unworthy of her. Zhou Funian. This was indeed his brother, and they shared blood. Once lost, it could never be regained. He suppressed his irritation. I am here to thank Miss Yun Miao. Why are you thinking such nonsense? Zhou Fuxing sighed in relief. As long as that's the case, I was merely worried you might embarrass yourself. Zhou Funian. Yet Zhou Fuxing did not press further. Nor did he inquire about the reason for the gratitude. His brother had always kept to himself. To label him foolish would be an understatement, for he occasionally displayed a glimmer of cleverness. To call him intelligent would be misleading, as he seemed oblivious to where his thoughts were directed. The two of them reached the entrance, where butler Zhou greeted them, curtly stating, Miss Yun does not see visitors. As expected, Zhou Fuxing sniffed his own attire. I smell a bit. I'll go shower before becoming Miss Yun Miao's servant. Zhou Funian insisted for a moment, while butler Zhou, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, replied, not seeing visitors means not seeing visitors, even for the eldest young master. Zhou Funian remained unfazed. After the incidents involving his grandfather and grandmother, he had come to realize that Miss Yun Miao was no ordinary person, and he held no grounds to be irked. He simply hadn't anticipated that butler Zhou would exhibit such subservience towards Miss Yun Miao, almost to the point of obsequiousness. Previously, one could not have anticipated his ascension to such heights. Zhou Fuan did not articulate his thoughts, yet his gaze subtly conveyed this sentiment. The steward, Zhou, discerned it and felt his face flush with embarrassment, inwardly seething. He was perplexed by his own reactions. In the presence of Miss Yun Miao, an inherent servitude surged within him, compelling him to regard her as his superior, a fact he found utterly uncontrollable. Nevertheless, the previous night, Miss Yun had taken an extra bite of the dish, one prepared by a chef he had painstakingly sourced. This indicated her immense satisfaction, instilling within him an inexplicable sense of pride that straightened his posture. Zhou Fuan mused, what is there to feel proud of day after day? Old lady's son was cremated again and interred in a newly acquired grave, alongside other members of the Hua family. The eldest son of the Sun family and Sun Ing knelt before the tomb, unable to rise for an extended duration. The second son, though not present at the time, had heard the eldest speak of it and felt profound guilt towards his biological mother, remaining in a prolonged state of supplication. In truth, among the Sun family, the second son was the most filial to old lady Sunday. Despite her cold demeanor, he would often visit her. Thus, he was the one most terrified and heartbroken for his mother. The daughters-in-law and younger generations of the Sun family were somewhat bewildered. When old lady Sun had first passed, they had not been as grief-stricken, yet now, as they relocated the grave, they wept inconsolably. Although they were perplexed, no one dared to voice their inquiries. Even if someone did, the eldest son would remain silent. Having such a father was burden enough for him to bear for the rest of his days. To alleviate the family's burdens, the Sun family resolved to abandon the liquor business and pursue other ventures, donating all proceeds from the liquor sales to mountainous regions. This decision sent shockwaves through the business community, igniting speculation about the viability of the liquor industry. Meanwhile, Yun Miao prepared to depart from the Zhou family. Chapter 39. Difficulties. Zhou Yuan paced back and forth in the study, pondering, have we faltered in some way? Why does Miss Yun wish to depart? Could it be that we have failed to meet her expectations? The housekeeper, Zhou Guanjia, was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, I have truly exerted every effort to attend to Miss Yun. The news of Miss Yun Miao's impending departure struck him like a bolt from the blue. He had long grown accustomed to serving her. Zhou Fuyan offered his analysis, stating, in truth, Miss Yun Miao likely remained out of concern for her grandmother. She must have sensed the bond between her grandmother and her mother, and with the resolution of her grandmother's affairs, it is entirely normal for her to wish to leave. Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement, though his thoughts were heavy. He pressed his palms firmly on the table, recalling his grandfather's parting words. Do you remember what your grandfather said before he passed? He entrusted me with the care of Miss Yun Miao, and I cannot betray that trust. He continued, moreover, where could she possibly go? Perhaps you might find a suitable residence for her. Before Zhou Fuyin could respond, Zhou Guanjia quietly interjected. Miss Yunmiao mentioned that she has her own house. Zhou Fuyin was astonished. She possesses her own property? Such an unexpectedly enigmatic figure has real estate? Zhou Yuan inquired. Is it truly impossible to retain her? Zhou Guanjia replied. It is not a matter of being unable to retain her. Rather, it is a question of daring to do so. Whatever Miss Yunmiao states is akin to an imperial edict. If she wishes to leave, we must respect her decision. Zhou Yuan's mind was in turmoil. Zhou Fuyin recounted the details of the elder son's situation, leaving him equally astonished. It could be said that Miss Yunmiao had indeed opened the door to a new world for them. Furthermore, his father had solemnly entrusted him with the family ring, urging him to assume his identity. As Zhou Yuan gazed at the crimson ring, he felt the weight of his responsibilities as the head of the Zhou family. There were countless matters to address, leaving him unable to attend to Miss Yunmiao daily. Given Zhou Fuyin's rigid nature and his status as the family's future heir, Zhou Yuan concluded that Zhou Fuxin was perhaps the most suitable choice. Not only appropriate, but perhaps Miss Yunmiao could assist him. Let Fuxing accompany her in her service. Zhou Fuyin remarked. Given Miss Yunmiao's temperament, she likely would not agree. Zhou Yuan retorted, it matters not. Zhou Fuxing is shameless, devoid of pride. A good woman fears a persistent suitor, so let him go. Zhou Fuyin responded. Is there any need to speak of one's own son in such a manner? Moreover, with Miss Yunmiao's disposition to pursue her, I fear Zhou Fuxing may go forth with his life but return without it. Zhou Yuan's thoughts solidified further. Let it be decided then. You shall issue a stern order to Zhou Fuxing, instructing him that if he does not care for Miss Yunmiao properly, I shall break his legs. Zhou Guanjia replied, understood. Though internally he found it hard to believe. Each month, Zhou Fuxing's legs seemed to face the threat of being broken at the hands of the esteemed tutor. As Miss Yunmiao departed the Zhou family, the afternoon sun hung low, casting a fiery hue across the twilight sky. By the pond sat an elderly man with white hair. Resting in a wheelchair, his eyes lightly closed as if in slumber. Even in repose, he emanated a sharp and commanding presence. This piercing sensation has seeped into her very marrow, lingering like a shadow even after death. Yunmiao, carrying an umbrella, passed by without casting a glance in her direction. Miss Yun, the old matriarch Zhou, suddenly spoke, her voice hoarse yet sharp, tinged with dissatisfaction and sarcasm. Are you leaving? Only then did Yunmiao notice the old lady, resting her umbrella on the ground with a patient hum in acknowledgement. Matriarch Zhou's eyes widened, their brightness startling, emanating a most unsettling light. Is Miss Yun so lacking in courtesy? After lingering in the Zhou family for so long, you depart without even a word of thanks to this old woman? Yunmiao remained silent. Matriarch Zhou's cold, piercing laughter followed. I wonder if Miss Yun's family failed to instill proper manners, or if it is an inherited trait. Much like your esteemed elder, Zhou Tsongshan. A lifelong obsession with a woman of such nature. Matriarch Zhou's gaze bore down on Yunmiao. From the moment she laid eyes on her, rest eluded her. She understood that the woman who had occupied Zhou Tsongshan's thoughts for a lifetime could not be ordinary. Yet she never anticipated that the mere appearance of his descendant could render the world devoid of brilliance. It was no wonder. He had been preoccupied for an eternity. Despite the harshness of the old woman's words, filled with sharpness and even insult, Yunmiao remained composed. Standing with an air of tranquility, her expression unperturbed. Matriarch Zhou pondered whether this demeanor was an inheritance from her ancestor. Was Zhou Tsongshan as frigid as a block of wood in her presence? Yet, she had followed him since her youth, unyieldingly in love with him. Even though he was 2 decades her senior, she had calculated her every move against him, spending her life in rivalry with Zhou Tsongshan. Little did she know that his death would reduce her existence to a mere joke. Matriarch Zhou's gaze sharpened further. With Zhou Tsongshan's demise, so too had the one he cherished departed. Her anger now turned towards this descendant. If blame were to be assigned, it would rest upon her unfortunate fate. Chapter 40. Apocalypse 1 Mother. As the tension escalated with the elderly Mrs. Zhou, Zhou Yuan hurriedly approached, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Why have you come out? He then addressed Yunmiao with utmost respect. Miss Yun, my mother is of advanced age and rather obstinate. I hope you can overlook her demeanor. Yunmiao withdrew her gaze from Mrs. Zhou and turned to leave. Mrs. Zhou's eyes sharpened. Stop. Mother. Zhou Yuan exclaimed. Mrs. Zhou seized a nearby cane and struck Zhou Yuan fiercely, her already drooping mouth further sagging. It seems you have forgotten who your mother is. Not only you, but your son and daughter-in-law also seek to curry favor with her. What, now that your father has passed, do you all still wish to win his approval? Mrs. Zhou's voice was piercing and laced with mockery, leaving Zhou Yuan overwhelmed with guilt and frustration. Ultimately, Mrs. Zhou felt wronged. As her son, he understood that she had devoted her entire life to Zhou Leiazizi, neglecting even her own children. In contemporary terms, his mother was utterly infatuated. For years, when outsiders learned that Zhou Leiazizi's wife was 20 years his junior, they would invariably assume that he was enamored with her youth, engaging in some form of predatory pursuit. Only they knew that it was Mrs. Zhou who had truly pursued. Zhou Leiazizi was emotionally detached, and Mrs. Zhou could not endure the neglect. Competing with him for a lifetime, believing she had triumphed, only to find herself in her old age with a beloved. Now, Zhou Yuan pondered whether the so-called beloved was indeed genuine. If Miss Yun was truly the person his father spoke of, then all he had done was position himself as her servant. However, conveying this to her would only meet with disbelief. Zhou Yuan calmed himself. Mother, I realize I have wronged you. Miss Yun is already preparing to leave. Please do not dwell on it, all right? Father has departed. Can we not, as a family, move forward together? Observing Zhou Yuan's humble demeanor, Mrs. Zhou opened her mouth to speak, then closed it again. She raised her cane and struck him once more, all the while cursing, "You are just as heartless as your father. I was deceived by him throughout my life. Can you comprehend that? Even in his death, I find no peace." With a resounding thwack, she hurled her cane into the pond, splashing water everywhere before allowing the servants to wheel her away. Zhou Yuan watched her aged yet upright figure, feeling an even deeper ache in his heart. He needed to devise a way to prevent her from taking any drastic actions. Given her temperament, she was capable of anything. At the entrance of the Zhou family estate, Butler Zhou bit down on a handkerchief, tears streaming down his face. Zhou Fuxing, dragging a suitcase behind him, resembled a dog cast out into the street. To emphasize his plight as a forsaken creature, Zhou Fuxing turned to the departing Yun Miao and whimpered, "Woof." Yun Miao responded with silence. "Miss, the master has instructed me to escort you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me, and I shall follow your every wish," the butler declared with fervor. Zhou Fuxing gaped in astonishment. "How have you become such a sycophant?" Butler Zhou cast him a glance that clearly conveyed a sense of "you do not understand." A butler of his exceptional caliber was indeed deserving of a mistress like Miss Yun Miao, noble, aloof, and utterly indifferent to those around her. It instilled a profound sense of servitude. As Yun Miao strode past without a sidelong glance, she simply uttered, "No need." Butler Zhou felt a piece of his heart quietly shatter. Zhou Fuxing, contemplating his own legs, eagerly tugged at his suitcase and hurried to catch up. "Miss Yun Miao, where is your residence? Allow the driver to take you." As he spoke, the driver halted before Yun Miao, and Zhou Fuxing promptly opened the car door, bowing respectfully. "Miss Yun Miao, after you." Yun Miao had other, more convenient means of transportation in mind. However, upon observing the two persistent shadows trailing her, she thought little of it and ascended the vehicle. Zhou Fuxing and Butler Zhou promptly followed suit. "Miss Yun Miao, may I inquire your destination?" "Tianqi number 1. Yun Miao replied, her words floating effortlessly into the air. Following her statement, an eerie silence enveloped the car. Zhou Fuxing and Butler Zhou exchanged bewildered glances, leaving even the driver nearly unable to maintain his grip on the steering wheel. Zhou Fuxing cautiously leaned forward. "Miss Yun Miao, are you referring to Tianqi No. 1 on Tianqi Road?" Chapter 41. The young lady Yun Miao. Zhou Fuxing's mouth formed an shape. "What the hell?" Steward Zhou, with a serious demeanor, admonished. "How can you speak such vulgar language in front of Miss Yun?" Yet inwardly, he quietly echoed the exclamation, "What the hell?" The Tianqi No. 1 building stood resolutely in the city center, the only old structure that had yet to be demolished. The quaint tile-roofed house appeared out of place amidst the towering modern edifices, creating a stark disharmony. Online, numerous speculations had arisen about Tianqi number 1. Some claimed it was the final point of a mysterious ritual, safeguarding the entire city. Others asserted that its owner possessed a formidable and enigmatic background, rendering anyone hesitant to dismantle it. The identity of Tianqi number 1's proprietor had been the subject of much discussion, with any prominent figure being suggested. To their astonishment, it was Miss Yun Miao. Zhou Fuxing and Steward Zhou exchanged another glance, both reflecting the shock in their eyes. As their vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of Tianqi number 1, they beheld a Hui-style architecture imbued with an ancient charm, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding modern structures. Numerous tourists surrounded Tianqi number 1, capturing photographs, initially mistaking the arrival of a black G-class as merely another visitor. However, the gates of Tianqi number 1 swung open. It had never been opened before. This was its inaugural reveal. Everyone craned their necks to catch a glimpse, while others incessantly snapped photos. After the black G-Class departed, the grand black doors slowly closed, revealing only the ethereal silhouette of a young woman. Folks, who understands? It's a sight to behold. The owner of Tianqi number 1 has appeared. Zhou Fuxing and steward Zhou stepped into the legendary Tianqi number 1, their hearts racing with trepidation. At first glance, they were entranced. An exquisitely elegant eastern courtyard unfurled before them, every detail meticulously crafted, reflecting the owner's refined aesthetic. The windows, draped with sheer gauze, cast a dreamy, misty glow, while the intricately carved frames showcased fine craftsmanship. Yet, this was not the source of their astonishment. What truly amazed them was the immaculate state of the courtyard, untouched by dust, adorned with flourishing blooms that surpassed even the well-tended gardens of the Zhou household. Had Miss Yun Miao arranged for the cleaning in advance? As Yun Miao strode toward the grand hall, Zhou Fuxing and steward Zhou followed cautiously. They knew the worth of the flowers here, each a rare variety, with some valued in 7 figures. It seemed Yun Miao only then noticed their presence. Casting a fleeting glance, "Why are you following me?" Zhou Fuxing stood at attention. "I am here to serve you, Miss Yun." Steward Zhou respectfully added, "I am here to assist you in tidying up, Miss Yun." "Well, it appears that is unnecessary for now." Yun Miao turned, the sun casting strands of light upon her hair and porcelain skin. In the sunlight, her expression appeared somewhat approachable, resembling a serene deity. Yet, her eyes emanated an icy indifference. She parted her lips, uttering a single word, "Leave." Zhou Fuxing and butler Zhou stood at the entrance of the Apocalypse number 1, still feeling the lingering chill that had sent shivers down their spines moments earlier. Butler Zhou hesitantly remarked, "Young master, I shall take my leave now." Zhou Fuxing replied, "You may go, but I cannot. I am unable to serve Miss Yun Miao. My father will surely reprimand me." He nibbled on his thumb thoughtfully. "Father's commands are as unyielding as mountains. I must devise a plan." Butler Zhou cast a glance of both envy and pity at him, then surveyed the surroundings. "Please advise Miss Yin to be cautious. The opening of Apocalypse number 1 will undoubtedly stir up a tempest online, and there will surely be netizens intent on uncovering Miss Yun Miao's identity." Zhou Fuxing, however, was not concerned about netizens exposing Miss Yun Miao. If even the Liu family could not uncover her lineage, those online would stand no chance. Rather than fret over that, he believed it wiser to contemplate how to serve as Miss Yun Miao's devoted attendant while ensuring his own survival. The opening of Apocalypse number 1 indeed ignited a storm online. Only a blurry yet striking photograph of a departing figure was captured. The master of Apocalypse number 1 has emerged. That silhouette. I feel as though I have seen it somewhere before. It does seem familiar. Wait, isn't that the Buddha influencer from a couple of days ago? Has the Buddha influencer transformed into a true young lady? Chapter 42. Shenyang. The announcement of the return of the Master of the Arc 1 has garnered significant attention online. Yun Miao, who is not particularly versed in modern internet culture, remains oblivious to her popularity and is indifferent to it. She strolls through the Arc 1, a house that has remained unopened for decades, devoid of even the slightest speck of dust. The rooms are impeccably tidy, and the plants are meticulously cared for. In the tea room, a kettle is bubbling with boiling water, sending up wisps of steam. A fragrant tea has already been brewed, filling the air with its aroma. She lifts a cup and takes a delicate sip. As she enjoys her tea, a small girl, enveloped in swirling black smoke and clutching a teddy bear, appears beside her. Standing obediently with her head tilted, gazing at Yun Miao. The girl has large, dark eyes resembling black pearls, which evoke a sense of unease when she looks at someone. Her hair is glossy and black, and she is dressed in a pink dress with little leather shoes, her skin fair and radiant, clearly indicating she has been lovingly nurtured. This girl represents Yun Miao's next task. Observing her, Yun Miao notices the girl's unwavering gaze, her bright pupils reflecting curiosity. Lowering her head, Yun Miao continues to sip her tea. The little girl scampers to Yun Miao's front, attempting to capture her attention. Ignoring her, the girl tilts her head against the table, looking up at Yun Miao with fluttering eyelids. This gesture is executed with such skill that it is evident the girl knows how to charm. Finally, Yun Miao grants her a fleeting glance. The girl seems to have received the attention she sought, joyfully shaking her teddy bear, a smile nearly forming on her cherubic face. However, in an instant, that adorable visage contorts into one of pain, fear, and panic. She collapses to the ground, overtaken by terror. As the girl falls, Yun Miao catches sight of her legs, where countless steel nails have pierced through, leaving a gruesome trail of blood. Suddenly, the girl clutches her neck, as if attempting to pull something away. She struggles, yet no amount of effort can free her. In the next moment, her eyes bulge, her complexion turns ashen, and her limbs gradually go limp. With a wave of her hand, Yun Miao makes the horrifying scene vanish from her sight. Spirits often replay their own demise incessantly, which hastens their transformation into vengeful apparitions. Yet, despite her youth, the girl initially appears bewildered but seems to realize that Yun Miao poses no threat to her. Driven by an instinctual desire for connection, she cannot resist drawing closer to Yun Miao. Setting her teacup down, Yun Miao begins to sift through the information she has gathered. The girl appears to be around 7 or 8 years old, dressed exquisitely and adorned with meticulous care, suggesting she was well looked after in life. However, her body bears the marks of prolonged abuse, with nails embedded in her legs. These nails are neither soul-binding nor the result of some dark sorcery. Rather, they encircle her thigh, indicating other signs of mistreatment. Clearly, she is a child from a well-to-do family who suffered abuse in life and ultimately met a tragic demise. To resolve her plight, the first step is to uncover her identity. She is not a ferryman of the underworld and does not possess the knowledge to guide spirits. Yun Miao has her own methods for addressing such matters. Regrettably, those methods cannot be employed due to an agreement made with another. She ferries souls, drawing from them the essence needed to unlock the seals on her own memories, which have been confined for too long. In the dead of night, a knock echoed through the stillness. A voice called out, "Miss Yun Miao, are you asleep?" Yun Miao responded with a muffled complaint, her annoyance palpable. Under the dim glow of streetlights lining the desolate Tianqi Road, Zhou Fuxing, burdened by 2 hefty suitcases, stood at the entrance of Tianqi No. 1. The night breeze chilled him, causing him to stamp his feet in an attempt to ward off the cold. His pale ears reddened from the biting air, and he blew gently into his palms, searching for warmth. How peculiar it was. Wasn't he at summer? Why was the night so frigid? Zhou Fuxing mumbled to himself, reflecting on how he had never noticed the scarcity of people on this road during the day. Despite its central location, Tianqi No. 1 cleverly sidestepped the bustling districts, and its main entrance on Tianqi Street felt particularly desolate at night. The wind howled, creating a foreboding atmosphere. Zhou Fuxing sniffed, pondering if the place was somehow tainted. Just as he finished his musings, footsteps resonated behind him. Startled, he pressed his back against the door, his eyes wide with fear as he focused on the source of the sound. The footsteps approached deliberately, their clarity heightened in the stillness of the night. After a prolonged wait, a young man clad in a dark robe emerged beneath the streetlight. His face, reminiscent of a visage scorched by flames, appeared even more ghostly under the hood. It was that Mr. Shen. Zhou Fuxing felt a chill run down his spine. He harbored an aversion to Mr. Shen, finding him unsettlingly sinister. He scrutinized the man, questioning his intentions. Could he be seeking trouble with Miss Yun Miao? Though he remained silent, he had gleaned from his mother and elder brother's demeanor that Miss Yun Miao had assisted in resolving matters concerning their grandmother. Surely, Mr. Shen was not enraged by this. Zhou Fuxing dared not relax, pressing firmly against the door, as if sensing the ominous gaze directed at him. The man in black raised his face and offered Zhou Fuxing a smile. Chapter 43. Confidence. As that face smiled, Zhou Fuxing felt his sanity plummet. "You." A single word barely escaped his throat. The other person continued to gaze ahead, striding towards the far end of the street. It turned out they were not seeking trouble with Miss Yun Miao. Zhou Fuxing let out a relieved sigh, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Wiping his brow, he finally noticed a small child accompanying Shun Yangji on his left, a little girl clad in a pink dress, clutching a teddy bear. She followed Shin Yangji with a dazed expression, gazing up at his shoulder. Shoulder? Zhou Fuxing also looked up and saw a tiny white hand gripping the hem of the large robe, tugging it down, revealing a mischievous little face, complete with a mouthful of sharp teeth and a wicked grin. Zhou Fuxing. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Just then, the door swung open, and he tumbled inside, rolling 3 times. Yun Miao raised her eyebrows in surprise. The next day, when Zhou Fuxing awoke, daylight streamed in, and he remained in a fainted posture, surrounded by blooming flowers and a blue sky. He sneezed and rubbed his reddened nose. It seemed that yesterday, as he lost consciousness, he had glimpsed Miss Yun Miao. Although she had left him to languish there all night, she hadn't thrown him out. This meant he had successfully entered Tianqi No. 1. Zhou Fuxing grasped the 2 large boxes at the doorway and cautiously ventured inside. The winding path, adorned with picturesque scenery at every turn, led into a corner where he spotted Miss Yun Miao seated on a rocking chair, engrossed in a book, Modern History. Miss Yun Miao, Zhou Fuxing called out. She glanced up, her gaze icy and indifferent. As the sun rose, its rays danced upon her face, casting a delicate golden glow. Zhou Fuxing had encountered many beautiful girls in his youth, yet upon seeing Miss Yun Miao, he couldn't help but be awestruck by her beauty. She was stunning, breathtakingly so. Her features were impeccably refined. Her long, slender brows, gently arched eyes, and perfect lips constituted an exquisite allure. However, her demeanor was sharp and aloof, her gaze frigid, starkly contrasting with her captivating appearance, which elevated her entire presence to a level of sophistication. Zhou Fuxing was momentarily entranced. Regaining his composure, he pulled over his suitcase. Miss Yun Miao, the custom garments I ordered for you have arrived. Would you like to take a look? Not only had he commissioned a cheap Hao issue, but he had also arranged for numerous modern outfits. Each piece had been meticulously selected by Miss Yun Miao herself. She possessed an uncanny ability to discern the cut of a garment, the appropriateness of its fabric, and the impact of subtle details on its style. Even the slightest suggestion from her could transform a piece of clothing into something extraordinary. The esteemed designers, upon hearing her insights, would have gladly knelt before her, longing for her guidance. Naturally, such aspirations were mere fantasies. Miss Yun Miao dismissed such requests with disdain, leaving them with pleading expressions as they departed. She merely nodded her chin, saying, "Put it down." Zhou Fuxing, with a sheepish demeanor, offered, "Shall I help you sort through it?" Miss Yun furrowed her brow. Seizing upon her moment of impatience, Zhou Fuxing assured her, "I shall don gloves, and I will press the garments, ensuring not a single crease remains." Yun Miao pondered for a moment before acquiescing. As Zhou Fuxing departed, he recalled the events of the previous night and turned back, saying, "Miss Yun Miao, I encountered that individual surnamed Shin before your door last night. I cannot ascertain whether he resides here or merely passed through. He possesses an unsettling aura." The thought of the peculiar little head behind him made Zhou Fuxing shudder involuntarily. Surely, it must have been a figment of his imagination. How could a decent person harbor such an oddity? Yun Miao appeared contemplative. Upon hearing Zhou Fuxing calling at her door last night, she initially intended to ignore it. But a sense of foreboding compelled her to step outside. After Zhou Fuxing entered, she did not perceive any immediate threat. However, the last time she encountered Shin Yangji, he exuded an uncanny vibe, yet he lacked true malevolence, confirming that he was not an ominous entity. Last night, she had indeed felt the presence of something sinister. Today, the entrance to Tianqi No. 1 was bustling with even more people. The announcement of the return of its master had drawn a considerable crowd. Some individuals were armed with long rifles and cameras, while others craned their necks in anticipation, and a few, fueled by unfounded fantasies, boldly proclaimed, "I believe Tianqi No. 1 is quite expansive. I've heard the owner is a woman. Living alone in such a grand house must be daunting for her. She surely needs a man." Like-minded individuals eagerly concurred, "Indeed, how can a home thrive without a man? Once she emerges, I shall profess my love and propose marriage, promising to dwell here with her. Yes, I would willingly become a part of her household. She would be overjoyed, and soon I would be the one in charge of Tianqi No. 1. At that time, I shall invite my friends to tour the place." This exchange elicited enthusiastic thumbs up from those around. "Good fellow." Nearby, a female university student could bear it no longer. "Gentlemen, might you take a moment to reflect upon yourselves? Do you truly believe you are such rare treasures? Just because you possess certain attributes, do you fancy that the mistress of Tianqi No. 1 would be interested in you? You think you are on the verge of becoming the master of Tianqi No. 1? Spare me. With your meager endowments, you couldn't even win over a sow." Chapter 43. Fear of her killing moments after the man was scolded by her. He smiled and said, "What are you in such a hurry for? Are you envious and jealous?" The university student was about to retort when the man, along with those around him, shook their heads and remarked, "Today's women are so materialistic. Now that I am set to become the male master of the Apocalypse 1, you want to draw my attention." With a sigh, he directed his words at her. "I have no interest in you. Someone like you, I wouldn't even glance at." The university student was taken aback. She scrutinized the man's corpulent face, his tattered shoes, and his shirt that could barely be buttoned, and she couldn't help but laugh in frustration. Surely, when his mother bore him, she must have given him nothing but confidence, forsaking any semblance of good looks or intelligence. Nearby, in a black car, Zhou Fuxing heard this exchange and solemnly messaged Zhou Fuxing, "Do not let Miss Yun Miao come out. There are too many people outside, and the chatter is overwhelming." Fuxing replied, "Understood. Are you afraid Miss Yun Miao might be angered by such unseemly remarks?" Zhou Fuxing responded, "Not afraid. I fear she might resort to violence." Miss Yun Miao's cold demeanor might not show anger, but her methods of handling matters are undeniably direct. Having sent the message, Zhou Funian instructed the driver to leave. After they departed, a young man climbed a tree, holding a camera aimed at the courtyard. This young man was the online blogger Chi Feng. Recently, he had watched his fortune dissipate like smoke right before his eyes. Dejected for several days, he stumbled upon a haunting silhouette online, igniting a fervent obsession within him. If he could capture her image, it would surely garner significant traffic and profit. Thus, he resolved to employ any means necessary. Zhou Fuxing meticulously pressed all his clothes, tidied up the apocalypse one from top to bottom, and ventured into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. He vividly remembered Miss Yun Miao's preference for light fare in the morning. The previous day, he had sought advice from the chef to prepare boiled cabbage, basket tofu, and a plate of sweet red bean soup dumplings, which he cheerfully placed on the dining table before calling for Yun Miao. Upon seeing the dishes and the starry-eyed Zhou Fuxing in his apron, Yun Miao did not hesitate. "I'll eat out." Zhou Fuxing's face fell, resembling a forlorn puppy. "Oh, won't you at least try? I made it with great care." Yun Miao lifted her chin slightly. "I never compromise on what pleases my palate and stomach." Zhou Fuxing was left speechless. He silently took out his phone to delete the pre-ordered menu and, with renewed determination, declared, "Then I shall accompany you to dine, and upon our return, I will trim the flowers, mop the floor, and brew you some tea." Yun Miao paused. "Are you planning to stay here?" "Of course not." Zhou Fuxing blinked innocently. "I am here to serve you." "Unnecessary," Yun Miao replied tersely. Zhou Fuxing shamelessly continued, "You are all alone here. It is quite inconvenient. As your servant, I shall heed your every command, be it east or west, ready at your beck and call." Yun Miao's impatience grew, her expression growing colder by the moment. Zhou Fuxing, feeling weak in the knees, insisted, "I assure you, all your needs, food, entertainment, and living arrangements, will be meticulously attended to. Except for the cooking, I fear I cannot prepare a meal that would satisfy you. However, do you not find my aesthetic somewhat pleasing? I can certainly manage your attire with utmost care. And if there are errands you require me to run, I assure you I will execute them impeccably." Upon concluding his words, his expression transformed into that of a pitiful puppy. "Please allow me to stay. I guarantee I will be of great assistance." Yun Miao's brows suddenly twitched. "Find someone." She gracefully settled onto the sofa, her skirt flowing elegantly, issuing her commands with a natural fluidity. "Huh." Zhou Fuxing was momentarily taken aback. Yet Yun Miao had already articulated her request. A girl, aged around 7 or 8, possessing a teddy bear, who must have passed away just a few days ago. Zhou Fuxing exclaimed, "Yes. Just this scant description. Who on earth could locate her? However, this description feels oddly familiar, as if I have encountered it somewhere before." Chapter 44. The Black Serpent in the matter of locating individuals. Zhou Fuxing was not particularly skilled. However, Lu Yong excelled in this area. He created a group chat for Lu Yong and Jiang Xing, naming it Miss Yun Miao's Logistics Department. Zhou Fuxing. "Zhou Fuxing, Brother Yang, I am in dire need of assistance." Zhou Fuxing, "Please help me find a little girl, around 7 or 8 years old, who was holding a teddy bear and has recently passed away." Lu Yong. "Jiang Xing, a deceased little girl? Why are you seeking her?" Zhou Fuxing, "It's a request from Miss Yun Miao. My chance to become Miss Yun Miao's servant hinges on this matter." Brother Yang. "I implore you for help." Jiang Xing, "Are you truly considering inheriting Grandpa Zhou's legacy as her servant?" Zhou Fuxing, "Absolutely." Proudly holding face. JPG Lu Yong, "How disappointing." Zhou Fuxing, "You wouldn't understand meaningful cigarette." JPG Zhou Fuxing, "Please, Brother Yang, I beg you to look into this." Lu Yong. Zhou Fuxing's persistent pleas were rather nauseating. Lu Yong sent the information to his subordinates. While this information felt scant to Zhou Fuxing, it was sufficient for Lu Yong. Extracting the key details, he focused on the 7 or 8-year-old girl who had recently passed away. With some filtering, it did not take long to ascertain the girl's identity. As expected, half an hour later, a report landed in Lu Yang's inbox. Without even glancing at it, he forwarded it to the group. Zhou Fuxing, "You are my only brother." Jiang Xing, "You said the same when you copied my exam last time." Zhou Fuxing, "Let me take a look at the report first." Zhou Fuxing opened the document, and a photograph of a little girl with twin ponytails emerged. She was adorned in a lovely dress and lambskin shoes, smiling as she embraced a teddy bear. The moment the photo appeared, Zhou Fuxing nearly flung his phone away. A 7 or 8-year-old girl, holding a teddy bear. No wonder it felt familiar. This was the same girl he had seen at the entrance of Tianqi No. 1, trailing behind Xin Yangji. She was not dead. Zhou Fuxing. It's not her. I saw her today. Miss Yun Miao is searching for a girl who has indeed passed away. Lu Yong. Lu Yong, are you questioning my expertise? Lu Yong, look at the photo. It is a posthumous picture. Zhou Fuxing was momentarily speechless, then glanced back at the image, his expression shifting subtly. It was indeed a posthumous photograph. Rendered in black and white, with the name inscribed, Huang Yaodong. Cold sweat instantly broke out on him, and his fingers felt light as he typed. Zhou Fuxing, but I saw her last night. At the entrance of Tianqi No. 1, she even turned back to look at me. Jiang Xing, has the recent turmoil caused you to become overly tense? Zhou Fuxing, trust me, I can never mistake someone. I truly saw her last night. She was beside that wretched master, the one who performed the rites for my grandmother, Xin Yangji. Zhou Fuxing, Xin Yangji passed by Tianqi No. 1 today? I thought he was merely passing through, but it seems he had ulterior motives. Lu Yong, this is becoming intriguing. Jiang Xing, smile. Zhou Fuxing instinctively sensed that this Xin Yang was not an ordinary foe. Today, he had deliberately passed by to let Zhou see him, along with that little girl. He was here to declare war on Miss Yun Miao. That damn charlatan. With a swift motion, Zhou Fuxing sprang to his feet, clenched his fists. Filled with anxiety and loyalty as he sought out Miss Yun Miao. Just as he turned a corner, Zhou Fuxing's legs froze in place, his eyes wide with terror. A pitch-black little snake hesitated in the courtyard, slithering towards Miss Yun Miao's neck. Miss Yun Miao, be careful. Without moving her head, Yun Miao raised her left hand, deftly pinching the snake's body at the 7-inch mark with her elegant fingers. With a firm squeeze, the small black snake twisted into a knot. Not even a dignified creature in its final moments, as it coiled around Yun Miao's arm. Chapter 45. Your interest in her. The serpent writhed and twisted, and Yun Miao reached out to cast it away. The snake traced a graceful parabola through the air, landing belly up. The little black snake shook its head and crawled back towards Miss Yun Miao along the bricks. Zhou Fuxing observed, quite a determined little creature. He rested his chin in his hand, awaiting the moment when the little black snake would be flung away once more. Unexpectedly, the snake made its way to the table in front of Yun Miao. Its modest body coiled together, its small, bead-like eyes glistening with a watery sheen. Looking up at Yun Miao with an expression of utter vulnerability. With a languid motion, Yun Miao raised her hand and flicked the snake gently on its head. The little black snake seemed to be invigorated, transforming from droopy to exuberant. Its tongue flickered eagerly, resembling a playful puppy. Is this your pet, Miss Yun Miao? Zhou Fuxing inquired, curiosity piqued. Upon seeing the stranger, the little black snake's gaze shifted from adoration to alertness, its round eyes narrowing into slits, fixated on Zhou Fuxing, and its flicking tongue slowed to a halt. No, Yun Miao replied. The little snake's head drooped in disappointment at her words, and it slinked closer to Yun Miao's hand. Seeking her affection, Zhou Fuxing mused, it seems this snake has acquired quite the personality. Though not quite human, it has certainly taken on the mannerisms of a playful pup. He regarded the little black snake thoughtfully. Yun Miao rapped the table, jolting Zhou Fuxing back to the task at hand. He promptly unlocked his phone and presented a photograph of a girl to Yun Miao. Is this the girl? He asked. Yun Miao glanced at it momentarily. Yes, that is her. Zhou Fuxing felt a surge of excitement within, though Yun Miao had merely cast a fleeting look. He sensed a hint of satisfaction in the upward curve of her lips. Encouraged, he proceeded to share the details of his encounter with Xin Yangji and the girl from the photograph. Ah, the soul-binding technique, Yun Miao commented, her tone remaining neutral. Yet her fingers drumming on the table suggested a shift in her demeanor. It was evident that her voice had grown colder. Zhou Fuxing fell silent, and the little black snake, sensing the tension, ceased its playful antics, trembling in unison with him. What of her family background? Yun Miao inquired abruptly. Rest assured, I've gathered all the information, Zhou Fuxing replied, clearing his throat as he opened his phone. The girl is named Huang Yaodong, 7.5 years old. Her father, Huang Yuntao, is the general manager of the Shanghai Group, while her mother, Yang Xian, is currently a homemaker. Their marital relationship is harmonious, and the family appears happy. Unfortunately, their daughter, Huang Yaotong, fell ill and passed away a fortnight ago. Yang Xian is inconsolable, and Huang Yuntao has been by her side ever since. Zhou Fuxing continued, furthermore, Huang Yaodong's funeral has yet to be held, reportedly due to the disappearance of her body. Huang Yuntao's mother suspects that Yang Xian has hidden it away. He added, I have the address. Should I go and inquire further? No need. In 3 days, keep a close watch on the Huang household. Report every detail to me, no matter how trivial. Understood. Zhou Fuxing affirmed, opening a group chat and tagging Jiangxing. Jiangxing replied, what is going on? In the ephemeral flow of life, a playful exchange unfolds. Good brother, calls out the charming floater, adorned with sparkling eyes. Sometimes, your reckless abandon is quite alarming, remarks Jiangxing, urging a direct approach. Oh. Come now, chuckles floater, his countenance revealing a mischievous grin akin to that of a sly fox. The little black snake, observing this display, flicks its tongue in response. Sensing the tension in the air. I see it now. He is here to vie for affection. The little black snake's sense of rivalry intensifies. Fortunately, it had arrived bearing treasures. With a flourish of its tail, it proudly slithered into the flower bed, waiting momentarily before returning with a pouch in its mouth. Within lay a delicate box, which it presented to Yun Miao. The box, exquisitely crafted, emitted an enchanting fragrance upon being opened. Inside were several exquisite pastries, resplendent in their beauty and delightful aroma. Yun Miao's usually impassive features betrayed a flicker of interest. With newfound confidence, the little black snake raised its head, casting a triumphant glance at Zhou Fuxing. Did you see that? To win over Master Yun Miao, one must first captivate his palate. Zhou Fuxing, bemused, stared incredulously at the snake, pondering its erratic moods. This snake seems to oscillate between joy and dismay. Is it rather peculiar? Meanwhile, Jiangxing deployed his associates to keep watch over the Huang family. Once all arrangements were in place, Lu Yang made his entrance. Dressed in motorcycle attire and donning dark sunglasses, he settled onto the sofa, grinning as he removed his shades. Let me guess, you two have received a warning? Jiangxing chuckled, feigning ignorance. What are you talking about? Lu Yang retorted, do not mistake me for that imbecile Zhou Fuxing. Among the three of us, you have the keenest interest in Yun Miao, do you not? Chapter 46. The Pursuit. Jiangxing gazed at Lu Yang, his hands continuing to pour tea. Lu Yang persisted. Since you encountered Yun Miao, you have been investigating her relentlessly, even in the face of warnings. Jiangxing chuckled lightly. When did you become so inquisitive, Fuxing? Lu Yang raised an eyebrow. You have never shown such interest in anyone before. Rather than say I am prying into your affairs, I would assert that my curiosity lies with Yun Miao. What is it about her that piques your interest? Jiangxing sighed softly. He, along with Lu Yang and Zhou Fuxing, had grown up together, all three possessing a disposition that was indifferent to the world around them. Lu Yang had made a special trip to confront him about this matter, which indicated that Jiangxing's actions had indeed drawn significant attention. He urged Lu Yang to drink his tea first. I will fetch something for you to see. Lu Yang, uninterested in the tea, opened his phone. Discussions online about the leading lady of the Tianqi No. 1 were proliferating. Initially, there were sporadic mentions of Yun Miao, with entries and posts appearing and disappearing. Eventually, as some began to recognize her extraordinary background, the discourse gradually broadened. This did not signify a diminished interest from above. Rather, it implied an acute scrutiny of Yun Miao. Perhaps they wished to keep her unique attributes concealed? The more it seemed so, the stronger Lu Yang's curiosity became. He had never been one to believe in supernatural tales, and he held little faith in the events surrounding the Zhou and Sun families. Lost in thought, Jiangxing descended the stairs, holding a yellow envelope. Lu Yang raised an eyebrow as Jiangxing waved the envelope at him. What is that? Jiangxing replied with a smile, photographs. He seated himself and opened the envelope. Lu Yang noted that the envelope was remarkably well preserved, devoid of any decay or creases, though it bore evident signs of age, its surface tinged with a faded yellow. Jiangxing revealed a photograph and handed it to Lu Yang. Upon glancing at it, Lu Yang's pupils widened slightly. The image, aged yet distinct, depicted a backdrop of endless snow-capped mountains. A young girl donned a white coat and an elegant hat, gazing into the distance at the snowy peaks. Her expression cool and detached, as if she were not truly observing. Standing beneath the mountains, she exuded an air of superiority, as though she were towering over them. Her visage was an exact replica of Yun Miao's, even down to the subtle nuances of her demeanor. This photograph was taken by my great-grandmother, Jiangxing said. When I was a child, she had not yet passed away, and she often admired this picture. The mention of his great-grandmother caused Lu Yang to lose his smile. He rose from the sofa, kneeling slightly. Jiangxing's great-grandmother held a unique status, and as Lu Yang had once received guidance from her in his youth, he held her in high esteem. Jiangxing continued, my great-grandmother once recounted the story behind this photograph, explaining that during that time, the Qiming Snow Mountain was prone to avalanches, rendering it perilous. The locals spoke of a malevolent dragon wreaking havoc within, and upon hearing this, the young lady suddenly resolved to journey to Qiming Snow Mountain. Great-grandmother accompanied her, yet did not encounter the malevolent dragon. Instead, there was only a massive black serpent. However, great-grandmother was perplexed by how the young lady managed it. Ultimately, the black serpent vanished from Qiming Mountain. It was only later, upon consulting ancient texts, that great-grandmother began to suspect that the creature they had seen might not have been a mere serpent, but an actual dragon. Miss Lu Yong's voice was soft. A dragon? In this photograph. Jiangxing handed Lu Yong another picture. This image depicted a stone statue, and even though it was carved from stone, its essence and extraordinary appearance were unmistakable. The statue held an umbrella, one that appeared remarkably familiar. Lu Yong instantly recognized it as the very umbrella she often carried. Jiangxing smiled. Can you guess how long this statue of the goddess has existed? Judging by the wear on it, it has been there for far more than just a few decades. Observing the change in Lu Yang's expression, he knew she comprehended everything. You see, this is why I am intrigued by her. Some entities inherently draw people towards them. Chapter 47. Like a decorative vase for the past 3 days, Huang Yutao has remained at home, keeping his wife Yang Xian company. The couple has scarcely ventured outside, with all their meals and refreshments attended to by their housekeeper. This morning, Huang Yuntao's mother visited the temple to offer incense. Everything seemed normal until an unforeseen event prompted her to return home and summon various Taoist priests to exorcise evil spirits. Thus far, several priests have arrived. Upon investigation, it was revealed that none of the priests were genuine. One was an online practitioner who conducted fortune-telling sessions via livestream, while another claimed to be a disciple of the Sanqing Temple, yet investigations uncovered that he lacked any certification as a Taoist priest. Zhou Fuxing finished reading the latest surveillance updates sent by Jiangxing's subordinates, taking a deep breath as he noted, they are currently performing a ritual to exorcise evil spirits. With those words, Zhou Fuxing gazed at Yun Miao with wide, gleaming eyes, akin to a puppy longing for praise. Meanwhile, a small black snake that had been coiling around Yun Miao's side drew itself tighter, its tail tracing circles on the table while it raised its eyes, flicking its tongue in disdain. How detestable humans are. Attempting to vie for the favor of Lord Yun Miao is nothing short of a whimsical delusion. Only it is worthy to be Lord Yun Miao's pet. With a dismissive flick, Yun Miao swept the bothersome creature aside. Let us go. Rising, Yun Miao led the way. Zhou Fuxing followed closely, but as he took a step, a chill enveloped his ankle. The slick sensation sent shivers down his spine as he glanced down to see a black tail vanish into his pant leg. Zhou Fuxing. QWU. He felt the snake coiling around his leg, wanting to curse, but seeing Yun Miao already at the door, he prioritized his duties as a servant over the snake's presence and hurried to open the door. As the door swung open, a serene calm greeted him. The wind swept through from the street, and overnight, the throngs of tourists, social media influencers, and average men that had surrounded Tanchi No. 1 had vanished completely. Zhou Fuxing was momentarily taken aback, yet noticed that Yun Miao remained impassive as he stepped onto the road. Lowering his head, Zhou Fuxing sent a message in their group chat and forwarded the same to his brother. Fuxing, have you dealt with the crowd at Tanchi No. 1? After sending the message, he hurriedly caught up with Yun Miao. The Huang family resided in a villa within the second ring road, and at this moment, an altar was set up at the entrance. A Taoist priest, clad in traditional robes, sat cross-legged on a mat, with a sword made of copper coins at his side. White copper coins danced in the air, swirling around the altar, rendering it nearly invisible. A young boy was live streaming, exclaiming, "Dear viewers, my master is currently exorcising evil spirits. Follow for updates and send rockets to support us." The chat room flashed rapidly with comments, and rockets were sent in abundance. Huang Yuntao's mother, with a grave expression, inquired, "Approximately, when will this be resolved?" No sooner had she voiced her question than the seated priest lunged forward with the copper sword, its blade twirling in the air before he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He dropped the sword and recoiled in terror, retreating into the living room. His chest heaving, Huang Mama asked, "What is the matter? Is it still not working?" In the living room sat several masters she had invited, each displaying a pallid demeanor. "It's too fierce, madam. This malevolent presence in your home is exceedingly potent." Mother Huang was visibly frightened, her face pale. "What should I do? I have paid a substantial sum to invite you here to resolve this issue. Regardless of the circumstances, you must help me, Master Lingyun. Many have praised your formidable abilities. Please, can you honestly tell me if this matter can be resolved?" Seeing Mother Huang's anxiety, The Taoist named Ling Yun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and let out a gentle sigh. The man live streaming immediately pointed his phone at Ling Yun's troubled face, and the comments section erupted with fervor. This evil spirit seems quite difficult to exorcise. Several masters have met with failure, and even Master Ling Yun has bled. Since following Master Ling Yun, this is the first time I've seen him harmed by an evil spirit. He looks so distressed. Master Ling Yun has spoken yet. I believe he must have a solution. I'll send a rocket to cheer him on. As anticipated. When the gifts began to pour in, Master Ling Yun slowly spoke. It is not that there is no solution. Rather, the cost would be to forfeit my own cultivation. Mother Huang immediately replied, Please, Master Ling Yun, I implore you to assist us. I am willing to pay any price. Ling Yun frowned. Let us not speak of money. It is vulgar. Yes, Mother Huang acquiesced. The comment section was filled with praise for Ling Yun as a master who was not motivated by greed, accompanied by numerous donations. Noticing the atmosphere had built sufficiently, Ling Yun continued, Since you are so sincere, I shall sacrifice some of my cultivation for you. Bring me my copper coin sword. I shall confront this demon to the death. Wow, he has suddenly fired up. Can we stop Master Ling Yun? This will destroy his cultivation. He has already sacrificed once to resolve a previous incident, and I fear he cannot withstand the consequences again. What do you know? Master Ling Yun possesses a heart full of compassion. For the living, he is willing to give everything. The comments overflowed with admiration and reverence. And a young man gave a thumbs up to Master Ling Yun. Emboldened and filled with zeal, Ling Yun raised his copper coin sword. Evil spirit, reveal yourself. Even if I perish today, I shall ensure your soul is shattered. Having declared this, Ling Yun could already envision the flood of praise on the screen. Just as he was relishing the moment, laughter erupted from the living room. Ling Yun looked over to see a young boy laughing so hard he could barely stand. Feeling provoked, Ling Yun asked, What are you laughing at? Do you realize you nearly hindered my important task? Zhou Fuxing stifled his laughter, quickly waving his hand. My apologies, please continue. As he spoke, a smile danced in his eyes. Zhou Fuxing had witnessed genuine exorcisms before. None were quite so theatrical. It seemed rather amusing. He genuinely found it entertaining, yet to Ling Yun, it felt like mockery. Having always been idolized by his fans, he had never been subjected to such derision. He set down the copper coin sword and asked Mother Huang, Is that your relative? Fearing his ire, Mother Huang quickly denied. No. Turning to Zhou Fuxing, she inquired, May I ask who you are? Zhou Fuxing straightened his demeanor. Isn't the Huang family seeking someone to exorcise evil spirits? We are here for that purpose. Ling Yun looked at him, a fool in his demeanor, and burst into laughter. You? Here to exorcise evil spirits? Zhou Fuxing, with his delicate features, seemed incapable of such a task. It took only a moment for Ling Yun to realize that this man had come to bask in his glory. Zhou Fuxing hurriedly waved his hands. Do not misunderstand. It is not me. It is my lady. As he spoke, he stepped aside to reveal Yun Miao behind him. Today, she donned a traditional dress. A crescent white with golden threads, paired with a deep blue skirt adorned with golden patterns. Her glossy black hair was elegantly styled into a bun, with a dark wooden hairpin delicately placed at an angle. Without any makeup, her visage was strikingly radiant. The once bustling hall and live stream fell into a momentary hush. Ling Yun stammered, She? Exorcise evil spirits? After uttering this, he could no longer contain his laughter. Stop joking, she looks like a mere vase. Chapter 48, The Ghost Infant's Nonsense. Zhou Fuxing retorted, Miss Yun Miao is far more beautiful than a mere vase. Ling Yun wanted to argue, but upon glancing at Yun Miao's face, she found herself at a loss for words, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Meanwhile, the live stream erupted in excitement. Oh my heavens! How can such a perfect face exist in this world? Beauty enthusiasts, step aside. What kind of place is this? No matter how lovely she is, it cannot distract from exorcising evil spirits. If something goes wrong, who will bear the consequences? Nevertheless, she seems somewhat familiar. Ling Yun, assuming the demeanor of a master, proclaimed, I alone can handle this exorcism. Old Madame Huang, I must ask you to have the others leave. Mama Huang stepped forward and said, Master Ling claims he can resolve this. It would be best for the others to take their leave. After saying this, she cast a scrutinizing glance at the young girl on the sofa, furrowing her brow. Being of a certain age, she viewed young women through the lens of a matron, harboring a particular disdain for those who were both youthful and beautiful. Such girls, if brought home, would be treated like revered ancestors, just like that one at home. Please, do leave quickly, she said, her tone unkind, her gaze on Yun Miao akin to that of a sorceress. Zhou Fuxing felt uncomfortable under her scrutiny, and at the same time, he sensed a tightening around his ankle. The little black snake seemed to be agitated. He assumed that with Yun Miao's temperament, she would surely be infuriated as well. To his surprise, Yun Miao, while perusing a history book, coldly remarked, if he truly had the ability, he wouldn't be oblivious to the two ghost infants perched upon your shoulder. Zhou Fuxing was momentarily stunned, and it appeared she was not angry at all. In fact, she seemed to be in rather high spirits. After all, having spent several days beside Yun Miao, he had come to understand that her actions were dictated by her mood. As he pondered this, he heard Mama Wang scream sharply, "What did you just say?" Yun Miao's attention remained on her book, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. She had little patience for such loud outbursts. Ling Yun, observing Yun Miao, smiled confidently, such alarmist talk. If it were true, how could I possibly be unaware? Isn't that right? Old madam? Ling Yun turned his gaze to Mama Huang, whose complexion had turned as pale as freshly fallen snow, her eyelids and brows twitching with fine tremors. Her entire being shaking as if she were a leaf in a tempest. She was afraid. Ling Yun's expression shifted as well. His eyes instinctively darted towards Mama Huang's shoulder, where indeed, two pale, pinkish infants were nestled, soundly asleep. As if sensing his gaze, the infants opened their eyes. Their inky orbs devoid of whites, fixated on him. Ling Yun was so startled that he collapsed onto the ground, cold sweat suddenly pouring down his back. Mama Huang, witnessing Ling Yun's reaction, felt her neck stiffen, unable to move, as if two tiny beings were pressing heavily upon her shoulder. What is happening? Just moments ago, Master Ling Yun was remarking that the young lady was merely speaking alarmingly. How is it that she has suddenly knelt down? Master Ling Yun's gaze was fixed intently on the shoulder of Mama Huang. Could it be that something truly sinister lurked there? Could she have actually spoken the truth? I refuse to believe that a mere woman possesses such abilities, especially when Master Ling Yun himself has not perceived anything. Master Ling Yun, persevere. I have discovered her identity. She is the so-called Buddha aide from the internet, here merely to ride the wave of popularity. Upon the mention of Buddha aide, many began to assert that Yun Miao sought to gain notoriety, urging Master Ling Yun to unveil her true nature, promising gifts should he expose her deceit. A young individual broadcasting live on his phone gestured to Master Ling Yun, urging him to escalate the tension. Yet, Master Ling Yun was far too preoccupied for such theatrics. He struggled to steady his breath and control his facial muscles. Just moments ago, he had indeed perceived something on Mama Huang's shoulder. Master Ling Yun, what troubles you? Mama Huang stepped forward, causing him to retreat in fright, his legs propelling him backward. Upon glancing again at her shoulder, though it appeared empty, a chilling sensation persisted. What is the matter with Master Ling Yun? He seems genuinely frightened. Could he truly be so ineffectual? The youth frantically gestured for his attention, and finally, Master Ling Yun regained composure, declaring, since others wish to address the issue, I shall yield the floor to them. However, despite Yun Miao's words striking a chord with Mama Huang's concealed worries, she still placed greater faith in Master Ling Yun. After all, as a woman, how could she possibly grasp these matters? Master Ling Yun coughed lightly, assuring her, do not worry, I shall remain vigilant. If she fails to resolve this, I will step in to stabilize the situation. Yet, Mama Huang remained hesitant. Master Ling Yun truly exudes gentlemanly grace. Gentlemanly grace? Have you not seen Master Ling Yun's face turn ashen? Yun Miao continued to peruse her history book, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding commotion, until a shattering sound echoed from the marble floor of the hall. Only then did she lift her eyelids and glance towards the second floor, drawing the attention of all present. On the balcony above, a woman clad in a white nightgown, disheveled and weary, stood poised to hurl objects below, her furious gaze sweeping across the crowd. Get out, all of you. This was the matriarch of the Huang family, Yang Xian, mother to Huang Yaotong. Understanding the host's intent to expel them, the guests began to disperse. However, Mama Huang called out firmly, no one is permitted to leave. Turning to Yang Xian, she added, Xin, return to your room. There is no need for you to concern yourself with matters outside for the time being. Yang Xian's gaze gradually focused on Mama Huang, her eyes igniting with sarcasm and hatred. Descending the stairs, she seized a pillow from the sofa and hurled it at her, exclaiming, wretched old hag, I will not allow you to harm Yaodong any further. I know it was you who caused her demise, you, a woman who values sons over daughters. Yang Xian's husband, Huang Yuntao, hurried forward to restrain her, anxiously imploring, Xin, do not become agitated. The doctor warned against it. Mother, what chaos are you stirring now? Is our home not already in enough disarray? In a fleeting moment of guilt, Huang Mama quickly straightened her posture. What am I doing? I am, of course, acting for the benefit of the Huang family. Today, I consulted a fortune teller who claimed that Yao Yao has not yet reincarnated and remains at home. This could adversely affect your descendants. Upon hearing the mention of descendants, Yang Xin, who had just been soothed by Huang Yutao, became agitated once more. She broke down in tears, exclaiming, for the sake of a phantom child, you would condemn Yao Yao. I know it was you. I am fully aware. And I shall not let you, this old witch, escape my wrath. Huang Mama's countenance darkened considerably. The room fell into an eerie silence. As if a hidden truth had been uncovered, dark clouds loomed ominously, casting a shadow where the trees danced in the wind, and outside the window, darkness enveloped everything, rendering it indistinguishable. Yun Miao closed the book, her clear gaze turning towards the window. Small, pale hands clung to the windowsill, revealing a tiny face, with cold, black pupils staring eerily at everyone in the living room. Chapter 49. The Incense of Summoning Souls. Why has the day suddenly turned dark? The weather forecast did not indicate rain. Wait, why is there a pervasive black mist in the room? Someone in the living room mumbled. While Ling Yun had already shrunk beneath a flower pot, glancing at the window, his thumb pressed against his philtrum, barely managing to stave off fainting from fear. No. Something is amiss. Ling Yun directed his gaze toward the sofa, where amidst the black mist lay a realm of clarity, especially in the vicinity of Yun Miao. It appeared as though an invisible barrier existed, causing the black mist to retreat. The incense for summoning souls? A knowledgeable individual exclaimed in terror. Confronting Mama Huang, how could you light incense to summon souls here? You intend to doom us. Indeed, a faint scent of sandalwood lingered in the air. Mama Huang defended herself. I did not. I have done nothing. If not you, then who? You brought us here and are using soul-summoning incense to coerce us into resolving your family's issues, aren't you? The individual clearly understood the implications, their expression laden with dread. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Yang Xin, who had been weeping, wiped the tears from her face with her fingers. Her expression cold. It was I who summoned her. Huang Yutao was taken aback. Xin? I long to see Yao Yao. I truly wish to see her. Yang Xin gradually crouched down, covering her face with her hands, her frail form trembling like delicate bamboo, swaying in the wind. My Yao Yao is still so small. All alone over there. How frightened she must be. I yearn to accompany her. Sob. Huang Yutao's eyes also reddened as he crouched to embrace her. This wealthy man, typically composed in public, now stood on the brink of collapse. Mama Huang sighed deeply, attempting to comfort her. Since you love Yao Yao so dearly, you must understand the necessity of letting her rest in peace. Otherwise, she will become a wandering soul, unable to reincarnate. Furthermore, it would adversely affect the Huang family's lineage. Huang Yuntao interrupted her. Mother, what nonsense are you spouting? He had just managed to soothe Yang Xin, but her trembling intensified with Mama Huang's words. Mama Huang, hands on her hips, retorted, what am I saying? I am doing this for your sake. Do you not understand? Without a son, Yang Xin could no longer tolerate it. She lifted her head, her gaze icy and filled with disdain. Son, you caused Yao Yao's demise for the sake of a son. I will not let you go. I know of the vile deeds you have committed. I know. Zhou Fuxing, intrigued, perked up his ears. Sensing that the small black snake coiled on his leg also stretched its head out curiously. Well, it too was a gossiping serpent. Mama Huang opened her mouth, as if to respond, but no words emerged. Her expression clearly revealed her guilt. A cold smile crept across Yang Xion's pale face as she regarded her with a chilling gaze. The one responsible for her daughter's death would not escape her wrath. Please, cease your quarrels and observe your surroundings. Someone cried out in fear. The onlookers, having been engrossed in the drama, finally snapped back to reality, only to be horrified at the sight around them. The black mist in the room had thickened. The scent of soul-summoning incense grew ever more potent, wafting through the living room, its eerie fragrance mingling with the uncanny ambience, causing the hairs on the back of every neck to rise. Zhou Fuxing felt a twinge of fear as he covertly glanced at Yun Miao, who remained engrossed in her history book. The inky mist did not envelop her. Instead, sunlight cascaded upon her, illuminating her with threads of golden light. Her face, undeniably beautiful, bore an air of cold elegance, and her gaze was sharp, devoid of human warmth. Zhou Fuxing found it difficult to articulate the essence of her eyes. He had never encountered such a gaze, making it challenging to describe. If he were compelled to do so, he might say it resembled that of a deity. Only a divine being could possess such a detached, indifferent demeanor toward the world. What was he contemplating in such a perilous situation? Suddenly, more people gathered around. As it seemed, everyone recognized that Yun Miao was the only sanctuary amidst the chaos, and they were eager to approach her. Yun Miao closed her history book, remaining silent. Yet, despite their desire, no one dared to draw closer. Her presence radiated an unmistakable warning. All life was forbidden from approaching her. Huang Yutao, supporting Yang Xin, intended to sit on the sofa but hesitated at the sight of Yun Miao's aloofness. This adept business executive found himself rooted in place, inexplicably intimidated by her. In contrast, Yang Xin moved forward, taking a seat on the sofa, covering her face as she wept softly. Zhou Fuxing felt a pang of sympathy for her. A mother who had lost her child harbored no fear. Perhaps it was also true that Miss Yun Miao was willing to allow her proximity. Yun Miao's emotionless gaze briefly met Zhou Fuxing's. He blinked, momentarily lost in confusion, but in the next instant, clarity dawned upon him, as if a veil had been lifted. He understood Miss Yun Miao's intent. Zhou Fuxing retrieved a tissue and offered it to Yang Xin, whispering his condolences. Yang Xin remained in a daze, her hands falling from her face to reveal her tear-streaked beauty, yet she did not accept the tissue, her gaze lost in the abyss of the dark mist. "We're here to assist you, Mrs. Huang." Yang Xin remained unmoved. Zhou Fuxing sensed the predicament escalating. He glanced at Yun Miao, who continued perusing her book, her skirt flowing like a cascade of golden light. It was a test. Miss Yun Miao's test. Zhou Fuxing straightened his back, speaking softly, "I understand your skepticism. Truthfully, we are not here to help you, but rather to fulfill the wishes of little Huang Yaodong." At last, Yang Xin reacted, her eyes turning to him with a cold, mocking smile. Little Huang Yaodong had unfulfilled wishes before her passing. "We are here to realize those wishes." The word wishes escaped Yang Xion's lips as tears streamed down her cheeks, finally accepting the tissue. Success. Zhou Fuxing felt a swell of pride, glancing at Yun Miao with the eagerness of a puppy seeking praise. Yun Miao did not acknowledge him. Instead, her fingers, as delicate as jade, beckoned him to continue. Disheartened, Zhou Fuxing lowered his head. What could Yao Yao's wish be? Perhaps it was a desire for vengeance against that old witch. Yang Xian replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, I will fulfill her wish. I will never let that old witch go." Zhou Fuxing offered another tissue. "Your grandmother is Yao Yao's grandmother. Surely, she wouldn't harm her own granddaughter?" Yang Xian's eyelashes quivered and her entire body trembled as she cried out sharply. How could she not? In her heart, she harbors a deep-seated hatred for Yao Yao. She wishes for Yao Yao's demise every single day, longing for the chance to bear her another grandchild. That foolish old witch must be the one responsible for Yao Yao's death. Please, do not be agitated. I merely find it difficult to comprehend. If she truly is the culprit, the police would not let her go unpunished. Zhou Fuxing posed the pivotal question. How did Yao Yao die? After such a long time, he finally addressed the crux of the matter. Yun Miao's gaze shifted, her cool, discerning eyes settling on Yang Xian. Chapter 50. 5 daughters to compel a mother to reminisce about the demise of her daughter is, without a doubt, to sprinkle salt upon her wounds. As Yang Xian displayed her inner turmoil, Zhou Fuxing began to swiftly recall the investigative reports compiled by Jiangxing. Huang Yutao was, in fact, not a scion of wealth. He was a golden phoenix that had soared from the mountains, having gained admission to Kyoto University, where he fell in love with Yang Xian. They were the epitome of a golden couple on campus. In stark contrast, Yang Xian was a privileged young lady, creating a rather cliché narrative of a rich heiress enamored with a poor boy. What followed would typically involve Yang Xian's father disapproving of the impoverished suitor, leading to a dramatic confrontation where Yang Xian would threaten to take her own life to be with him. Ultimately, they would triumph and marry, with Huang Yutao entering a life of affluence. However, this was merely Zhou Fuxing's speculation, which diverged significantly from the reality. Yang Xian and Huang Yutao shared a deep affection, and her father was quite fond of Huang Yutao, fully supportive of their union. It was, rather, Huang Yutao who harbored concerns about Yang Xian enduring hardship alongside him. He relinquished the opportunity to pursue further studies abroad, opting instead to partner with classmates in a startup that, within 3 years, had begun to flourish. After their marriage, they welcomed a daughter, Huang Yaotong, whom Yang Xian devoted herself to nurturing, while entrusting the management of the Yang family affairs to Huang Yutao. According to the findings presented by Jiangxing, Huang Yutao posed no issues. There were no mistresses or extramarital entanglements, and he showered affection upon their daughter. The only discord between the couple stemmed from Huang Mama, a mother-in-law who favored sons over daughters, incessantly pressuring young Xin to bear a second child. She inundated young Xin with various concoctions purported to promote childbirth, compelling young Xin to take their child abroad for a year. This indeed cast Huang Mama in a dubious light. Her preference for a grandson was clear, yet young Xin remained steadfast in her desire for only Huang Yaodong. It was conceivable that Huang Mama, in pursuit of a second grandchild, may have harmed Huang Yaodong. A chill swept over Zhou Fuxing. Young Xin recounted. Yuntao was intoxicated the night before. I was caring for him. That old witch claimed she had no pressing matters and wanted to take Yaodong out for groceries. Yaodong was thrilled, so I acquiesced. After they left, I tended to Yuntao with hangover soup and completed Yaodong's school project in the room. I worked diligently for an entire afternoon, and then young Xin clutched her head in anguish. Then I received a call, saying Yaodong. I couldn't believe it. When I arrived, I found her lying on the ground, her complexion mottled, already beyond help. What could have caused this? The doctor stated it was cardiac arrest. How could that be? I knew Yaodong's health. She had always been robust. It was impossible for her heart to fail so suddenly. I refused to accept it. It must have been that old witch who drugged Yaodong. Zhou Fuxing parted his lips, contemplating suggesting an autopsy to ascertain the cause. But he quickly dismissed the thought, recognizing such a scene would be unbearably tormenting for a mother. The notion of death by cardiac arrest lingered in Yun Miao's mind. Devoid of emotion, as he contemplated the scars upon the girl's body, young Xin, consumed by sorrow, only became aware of Zhou Fuxing's presence when she heard a sound. She turned to behold a stunningly beautiful face, momentarily rendered speechless. Were there any marks upon her when she passed? None. Young Xin gazed at her, feeling an overwhelming urge to confide. Upon careful inspection, I found not a single trace of injury on Yao Yao. I surmised that the old witch only dared to administer drugs without inflicting harm upon Yao Yao's body. Yun Miao pondered the scars on Huang Yaotong's legs. If they were not left in life, then they must have been left in death. Where have you placed her? Yun Miao inquired. Young Xin remained silent. Yun Miao's brows twitched slightly, her patience evidently waning. Young Xin, instinctively, revealed, in the freezer in the basement. For reasons unknown, she felt that silence would yield dire consequences. Upon uttering those words, young Xin felt no remorse. Rather, a sense of relief washed over her. Lead the way. Yun Miao rose, her skirt swirling gracefully as she strode towards the encroaching black mist. With each step, the mist parted on its own accord. The eerie scent of spirit incense lingered. And the atmosphere in the living room was thick with fear, everyone fixated on Yun Miao, afraid to stray from her side. Those who had previously looked down upon her understood better than anyone. Following her was their only hope for survival. Within the black mist, unseen entities lurked, causing some to feel as though they were being prodded, leaving them pale and trembling in terror as they trailed behind Yun Miao. The yard of the villa was also shrouded in black mist, seemingly far more terrifying than the living room, teeming with sinister apparitions. However, the moment Yun Miao stepped into the yard, those entities scurried away in fright. In the basement, a dim light flickered, revealing a freezer at its center. With reddened eyes, young Xin rushed towards it. Yet in the next instant, her face drained of color. Where's Yao Yao? Where's Yao Yao? She cried. Old witch, did you secretly take Yao Yao away? Return her to me. Young Xin lunged at Huang Mama, only to be restrained by Huang Yuntao, who gently soothed her, tears glimmering in his eyes. Let go of me. Let go of me. Young Xin wailed, unraveling in despair. Huang Yuntao had no choice but to release her. Thud. Young Xin collapsed to the ground. Clutching Huang Mama's clothing, she pleaded, Mother, please, I beg you, return Yao Yao to me. I cannot live without her. I implore you. Huang Mama's lips quivered as she murmured, I did not take Yao Yao. You still refuse to admit it. Young Xin struck her. Do not think I am unaware of your past deeds. Huang Yutao suddenly stepped forward. Xin. Young Xin disregarded him. Her gaze filled with loathing directed at Huang Mama. You only have one son now, Yuntao. I ask you, what happened to your previous children? Where are your 5 daughters? Huang Mama's lips trembled, unable to respond. I know, Young Xin continued. The first girl you bore was raised until the age of 7, only to be kicked against the table and killed for stealing an egg. The second was drowned in a chamber pot moments after birth. The third was thrown into a pot of hot oil, all because you believed scaring girls would ensure the birth of boys. But it was futile, leading to the 4th daughter, whose skull you cleaved with an axe, nailing her limbs to pieces. Yet again, it proved ineffective. What means did you employ to finally bring forth Yuntao's youngest sister? Were you not afraid? Have you lived without fear all these years? Did you hear the sound of a baby crying? Listen, she is calling, Mama. I am in so much pain. Did you hear that? Mrs. Huang was so startled that she fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Her voice quivered as she asked, Who told you all this? Yang Xian did not respond. Instead, murmuring to herself, It is my fault. If you can be so harsh towards your own daughter, how could you spare my Yao Yao? It is all my fault. This is a rather cliché and unoriginal plot. Yun Miao felt no interest. The body of Huang Yao had vanished. It could be said that the scars on her body appeared posthumously. Yet those marks did not resemble fresh wounds, but rather seemed like the result of prolonged suffering. Yun Miao did not believe that Yang Xian could be mistaken. She strode out of the basement, and the previously murky yard gradually became clearer, to the point that a ghostly infant, unable to hide in time, saw Yun Miao and fled in terror, inadvertently clinging to her arm. A row of sharp little teeth clung to Yun Miao's clothing. With dark, penetrating eyes fixed upon her, the infant, realizing the situation, trembled in fear. Two streams of blood flowing from its eye sockets, crying out in despair. Yun Miao casually tossed it aside, just as she was about to leave. A faint whiff of decay wafted past her nose. Chapter 52. Who is the killer? The individuals trailing Yun Miao were taken aback when they witnessed her nonchalantly cast aside the ghostly infant. Their expressions shifted dramatically. She appears to possess some genuine abilities. Unconsciously, all eyes gravitated towards Ling Yun. Ling Yun, cowering in the corner, quietly averted her gaze. Inwardly seething, Why are you all looking at me? I merely dabble in superficial theatrics and gifts in the live stream. I have never encountered such a scenario. Yang Xian emerged from the basement, blocking Yun Miao's path, and knelt before her with unwavering resolve. Please, help me. As a woman, Yang Xian's intuition led her to believe that this person before her could indeed offer assistance. Yun Miao's gaze settled upon her, and she gently bent down to lift her up. If you wish for my help, you must answer my questions. Yang Xian nodded affirmatively. All right. Yun Miao peered into her eyes, her voice serene. Who do you believe is responsible for your daughter's demise? Yang Xian was momentarily stunned. Of course it was that old witch. The mere thought of her daughter's death ignited a fierce agitation within Yang Xian. Only she harbored such animosity towards Yao Yao. You cannot fathom the terror in her eyes whenever I expressed my desire for just one child. I cannot conceive of anyone else. She is capable of murdering her own daughter. What unspeakable acts might she not commit? Yang Xian was enveloped in both fervor and anguish. Yun Miao glanced at the lingering dark mist and inquired, Who instructed you to light the soul-calling incense? It was not my doing, Yang Xian replied, her eyes reddening. Since Yao Yao's passing, I have been consumed by despair, wishing for death to reunite with her. Seeing my suffering, Yun Tao, who has never been superstitious, went to the temple yesterday to burn incense and make a vow. The priest there assured him that lighting the incense would allow him to see Yao Yao. Zhou Fuxing, who had been listening intently, suddenly interjected. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His agitation was palpable. They had clearly dispatched someone to monitor the Huang family, and recently, Huang Yuntao had not left the house, let alone visited a temple. Such critical information could not have gone unreported, unless Yang Xian was fabricating her story. In these past few days, Huang Yuntao had not stepped outside. How could he possibly have gone to the temple? As he spoke, he cast a sincere look at Yun Miao, eager to convey the truth of his words and to assure her of his diligence. Unfortunately, Yun Miao afforded him not even a glance. Did you hear that? Yun Miao prompted. Yang Xian hesitated for a moment, realization dawning upon her. So, he was deceiving me, attempting to spare me further grief. Casually using an incense stick to placate me. Yun Miao remained silent, as someone with discernment stepped forward to speak. The soul-calling incense is indeed genuine, otherwise, how could so many adorable little children have arrived? Zhou Fuxin was taken aback by the emergence of someone even more cowardly. Yang Xian speculated. Perhaps it is incense that Yun Tao purchased previously. Zhou Fuxin, not at all, Mrs. Huang. Upon our investigation, ever since the untimely passing of young Huang Yaodong, he has scarcely ventured outside, and when he does, it is merely to his company. As the conversation unfolded, Zhou Fuxin grew increasingly curious. It raises a question. Does it not? Why would Mr. Huang request the soul incense? Could it be that he had prepared it in advance? What purpose would it serve? His voice resonated, drawing a pallor across Yang Xian's face. Yang Xian bit her lip with fervor. Her eyes crimsoned and fixed intently on Yun Miao. Are you implying that you suspect my husband? Yun Miao remained silent, her gaze devoid of emotion. Yang Xian shook her head, exhaling a weary sigh. It is my folly. I should not have sought your assistance, especially since I know not who you truly are. You cannot fathom the depth of my bond with Yun Tao, nor the extent of his affection for Yao Yao, that old which favors sons over daughters. Yet he has never wavered. He cherishes me and holds Yao Yao dear. I harbor doubts about many, but never him. Do you harbor any discord with my husband? Her words teetered on the brink of directly accusing Yun Miao of attempting to sow discord between them. Yang Xin regarded her with suspicion. In Yun Miao's serene eyes, an icy resolve began to crystallize. Her patience had worn thin. Just as she contemplated departing, an ethereal shadow emerged before her. The long-absent Huang Yaotong, cradling a teddy bear, stood beside her, her cherubic face tilted upward, cautiously inching closer. She wore a matching outfit, a powdery pink long-sleeve garment adorned with embroidered cranes, her hair fashioned into a delicate bun. She appeared enchanting, yet her pupils darkened, gradually eclipsing the white of her eyes. The passage of time since her death, coupled with an unresolved obsession, threatened to cloud her mind. Given her tender age at the time of her departure and her pure spirit, she remained relatively untainted for now. However, if left unresolved, her youthful fixation could transform into dire consequences. Yun Miao raised her hand to dispel the apparition. Yang Xin, deep in contemplation, seemed to finally grasp the truth. I understand now. It is my mother-in-law who summoned you to instigate discord between my husband and me. She has long wished for our divorce, and since Yun Tao would not consent, she resorts to this method to lead me to misunderstandings, compelling me towards divorce. Is it not? At this moment, Yang Xin's mistrust towards Yun Miao deepened. With the last vestige of her patience, Yun Miao spoke. The soul incense can summon any entity. In the very moment it ignites, spirits converge. Do you believe they come to seek vengeance against your mother-in-law? No. They come to safeguard her. If, as you assert, she has harmed her own daughter, those spirits would seize the opportunity to end her life. Thus, the tale you have heard may not be entirely true. Upon uttering her final words, the dark mist dissipated and sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating Yun Miao in a celestial glow, shimmering like gold. She did not acknowledge Yang Xin's astonished expression as she exited the Huang family villa. Others, too, dispersed in a frenzy, leaving Yang Xin standing alone in the sunlit courtyard, feeling as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Huang Yuntao had calmed Huang Mama as she emerged from the basement, approaching Yang Xin to embrace her, kissing her forehead gently. Xin, may I escort you back to your room for some rest? Yang Xin raised her head, her gaze vacant and cold. That day, did you remain in your room after drinking the hangover soup? Zhou Fuxing followed behind Yun Miao, tracing the path she had taken, step by step. Occasionally, he lifted his gaze to catch a glimpse of Yun Miao's silhouette. Miss Yun walked with such grace, her spine slender and straight, resembling a delicate bamboo shoot. His phone vibrated. A message had arrived. Zhou Fuxing swiftly opened his phone and saw it was a text from Jiang Xing. He hurried to position himself in front of Yun Miao. Miss Yun, we have found the body of the young Huang Yaodong. She is at my grandmother's. The last 4 words escaped his lips in a voice raised to a shout. After shouting, Zhou Fuxing felt as if either he had lost his sanity or the world had gone mad. Why on earth would his grandmother possess the body of young Huang Yaodong? Chapter 53. The pilgrimage hall. It was not only Zhou Fuxing who felt as if struck by lightning. The entire Zhou family seemed equally smitten. Zhou Yuan stood transfixed, gazing at the ice coffin in the living room, which contained the exquisitely carved figure of a young girl. Typically composed, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Mother, did you take a life? Seated calmly in her wheelchair, Grandma Zhou exhibited an unprecedented tranquility, which unnerved the entire household. The quieter she became, the more unsettling it was for those around her. Suddenly, the butler rushed in, whispering hurriedly to Zhou Yuan. A sigh of relief escaped him as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. It turned out that the old lady had merely taken someone else's corpse, not committed murder. Despite his role as a merchant, Zhou Yuan had been deeply influenced by his father's philosophy of benevolence, firmly believing in the idea that success should benefit the world. He had never harmed a living creature, let alone taken a life. Bowing slightly, he implored, Mother, I shall return the body. You may indulge in whatever you please, but not this. Grandma Zhou's eyes snapped open, revealing a familiar sharpness. Absolutely not. Why not? Zhou Yuan was baffled. A chilling smile crept across Grandma Zhou's face. She certainly had her reasons. She would not allow that woman's descendants to live in peace. If her descendants suffered, so would she. If she suffered, then Zhou Tsongshan would also share in her misery. She wished for Zhou Tsongshan to be tormented in the depths of hell. Anything less would be unjust. Why should she alone endure this torment? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a cold, sinister laugh escaped her lips. Zhou Fuxing was in disarray. Yun Miao raised an eyebrow, questioning why Dia's wife acted in such a manner. What other reason could there be? Zhou Fuxing recalled the events surrounding his grandfather's passing and understood that his grandmother must have been deeply affected, prompting her to act. Yet, he never would have anticipated that she would resort to theft. I will speak to father and urge grandmother to return the body. With his head bowed, he added. But if it is to be returned, an apology is in order. This is utterly unconscionable. Yun Miao, however, was unconcerned with such matters. Her priority was to locate Huang Yaodong's body. Her curiosity now lay in uncovering the truth behind the injuries on Huang Yaodong's form. Upon returning to the Tianqi No. 1, the Zhou family had already delivered Huang Yaodong's body. Zhou Yuan had personally brought it. Father. Zhou Fuxing waved his hand in protest. Zhou Yuan ignored him and addressed Yun Miao, stating, Miss Yun Miao, it has been delivered. Zhou Fuxing felt a pang of bitterness. Sensing his father's love was often scarce, Yun Miao nodded and turned her gaze toward the ice coffin. Her eyes scrutinized Huang Yaodong's legs, which bore scars and had steel nails driven into them, with blood seeping from around the nails. Zhou Fuxing gasped, which beast did this? Yun Miao cast a glance at Zhou Yuan. Her expression, usually calm and indifferent, now flickered with a hint of emotion. Zhou Yuan hastily clarified, it was not my mother. I asked her, and she had just brought the body home when I saw it. There was no time for her to commit such an act. Yun Miao remained silent, which made Zhou Yuan feel a surge of trepidation. This unease was something he had only ever experienced in the presence of his father. Facing Yun Miao now felt even more daunting. Zhou Yuan's expression turned serious. My mother is somewhat eccentric and reclusive, but she has yet to descend into madness to such an extent. Yun Miao nodded slightly. Do you know where she brought it back from? The sanctuary. Zhou Yuan was about to elaborate when Zhou Fuxing suddenly slapped his forehead. So that's where it was. No wonder Jiang Xing couldn't find it. The sanctuary is a gathering place for a group of believers. As Zhou's grandmother aged, she became increasingly withdrawn, concerned that this prolonged isolation might harm her health. Zhou Yuan frequently arranged for a caregiver to take her out for relaxation. Over time, she became acquainted with the people at the sanctuary, visiting every fortnight. In Zhou Yuan's eyes, this church was undoubtedly a cult, yet it did not espouse any fanatic doctrines, so he regarded it merely as a pastime for her. Moreover, given his grandmother's obstinate nature, if the church could manage to brainwash her, Zhou Yuan would gladly present them with a banner of commendation. Thus, for quite some time, his grandmother consistently attended lectures every 2 weeks, listening intently. When she was pleased, she would interject a comment or two, but when displeased, she could remain sardonic for an entire morning. This, too, was one of her few amusements. Zhou Yuan learned from the caregiver that when his grandmother arrived at the church and needed to use the restroom, the caregiver wheeled her past an empty room where she spotted an ice coffin. Out of curiosity, she approached to take a look and then brought it home. The caregiver's account must have contained inaccuracies, for his grandmother was not naturally curious and certainly would not bring a coffin home simply because she saw one. Yet, the caregiver only knew so much. Due to issues with his father, Zhou Yuan's relationship with his grandmother remained tense, leaving him unable to inquire further. Any additional questions would prompt her to fix him with a piercing gaze, a chilling smirk playing on her lips, one that left Zhou Yuan no choice but to concede. So, is it still here? Zhou Yuan asked in a hushed tone. Zhou Fuxing noticed that when his father spoke, his back slightly bent, his voice inadvertently adopting a tone of subservience. However, he found it unremarkable, as if such an attitude were entirely normal in the presence of Yun Miao. Take it away. Bury it. Yun Miao replied succinctly. To return the deceased to the earth is part of her duty. Zhou Yuan arranged for steward Zhou to transport the ice coffin back to the Huang family, leaving the details to be handled without further concern. Once the arrangements were made, Yun Miao had already departed, leaving the father and son to exchange glances. Zhou Yuan, take good care of Miss Yun Miao, understand? Zhou Fuxing made an okay gesture. Understood. He then lowered his fingers and rubbed them together, arranged some funds. Have you exhausted your allowance? Zhou Yuan felt the urge to reprimand him. My allowance suffices for me, but it falls short for Miss Yun Miao. Dad, you have a better eye than I do. Take a good look at the value of everything in this place, especially the first-generation enlightenment. Zhou Yuan fell silent. Though he was well-versed in many matters, he felt a hint of shock upon entering, though he concealed it well. Aware of the importance of not being negligent, he resolved to allocate more resources. Zhou Yuan, indeed. Zhou Fuxing had a profound understanding of the high standards Miss Yun Miao demanded for her quality of life. Upon my visit to the Huang residence today, Miss Yun Miao gazed upon the surroundings, and for a fleeting moment, even her steadfast demeanor wavered. The reason was the swirling ash of paper money dancing in the courtyard. Zhou Yuan's wealth must indeed be considerable, as Zhou Fuxing observed the string of zeros accumulating in his account, finally coming to the realization that his family was, without a doubt, affluent. The housekeeper, Zhou, accompanied the deceased in a coffin to the Huang family. In the presence of Huang Yutao and Yang Xin, he elaborated that the elderly matriarch of his household, possessing a kind heart, could not bear to see the young girl lying alone in the icy coffin and thus arranged for her transport. In essence, he spun a tale so extravagant that it extolled Zhou's grandmother as a paragon of benevolence, unparalleled in her virtue. Once they departed, the housekeeper immediately clasped his hands together and began muttering an incantation. "What troubles you, housekeeper Zhou?" I inquired. I spoke words that weighed heavily on my conscience. Fearing divine retribution, I must offer an explanation to the heavens. Chapter 54. Deception. Zhou Fuxing presented the designs sent by the designer to Yun Miao, then approached the door, only to hear the gentle patter of water from the bathroom. He decisively turned around and waited for Yun Miao in the courtyard. Unfortunately, the space had already been claimed. A small black snake coiled comfortably on the table, flicking its tongue menacingly at Zhou Fuxing. Unsure whether to stay or leave, he awkwardly greeted the snake. "Hi." The small black snake, disdainful, turned away, clearly expressing its disapproval of his presence. It had diligently tidied up the area, anticipating a private moment with Yun Miao, relishing the bliss of companionship between one human and one serpent. After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Fuxing resolved to remain seated. Well, since they were both loyal servants of Miss Yun Miao, what was there to fear? Besides, as a human, communicating would undoubtedly be more convenient than with a snake. The black snake, meanwhile, flicked its tongue furiously, contemplating whether it could strike down this oblivious human. They maintained a tense standoff until the sun began to set. Yet Miss Yun Miao had not emerged. They exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. Zhou Fuxing rose to his feet, and the snake slithered down the table leg. Both arriving at Miss Yun Miao's door, only to find it ajar, with no sign of her within. Both were left bewildered by the sudden absence. Could it be that Miss Yun Miao had encountered some peril? The black snake, flicking its tongue even more wildly, retorted, "You are the one in danger. My lady Yun Miao is incredibly formidable. How could she possibly face danger?" Zhou Fuxing himself found such a notion unlikely. If that were not the case, then another possibility remained. Miss Yun Miao must have found them bothersome and decided not to include them. In truth, Yun Miao had not dismissed them. She had simply forgotten about their presence. She was not a professional ferryman, able only to perceive the souls of the deceased, and could sense her own powerful desires. From Huang Yaodong, she felt the weight of a wish. Thus, it was entirely normal for Huang Yaodong to appear before her as a spirit, devoid of hatred or resentment. Yun Miao was accustomed to employing the process of elimination. First, she sought to uncover the identity of Huang Yaodong's murderer, pondering whether that wish might waver as a result. During her time at the Huang residence, she had already surmised the identity of the culprit. Yet, the wish remained unwavering. Now, as Huang Yaodong's wish continued unfulfilled, signs of her becoming lost began to emerge. Yun Miao resolved to return to the Huang household. As twilight descended, the villa lay shrouded in darkness. Upon reaching the entrance, Yun Miao sensed a heavy aura of malevolence. She unfurled her umbrella, causing the ominous energy to disperse. Inside the Huang family's living room, Yang Xin confronted Huang Yuntao. Gazing at the man she loved most, she demanded, "You are the one who took Yao Yao, aren't you? Only you know that I had her hidden in the basement." Huang Yutao closed his eyes momentarily and confessed, "It was I." Yang Xin, clutching her teacup, hurled it at him in fury. Huang Yutao did not evade. His forehead was brutally struck, leaving a mark of blood. With reddened eyes, he said, Xin, I understand that you cannot accept Yao Yao's departure, nor can I. I took Yao Yao away to ensure she would receive the proper guidance. Yao Yao is my daughter. I would never harm her." "Then why did you deceive me?" "What have I deceived you about?" Huang Yutao responded. Yang Xin pressed on, "About your mother and sister." Huang Yutao was taken aback momentarily. "I did not deceive you. I am not entirely clear on those matters myself. Did you not learn everything from my family? To be honest, in the countryside, people only gossip behind our backs. They would never speak to us openly. In fact, I know the least about it all. Yang Xian gradually recalled that she had overheard the neighbors speaking while following Huang Yuntao home. At that time, when she had asked Huang Yutao, he had also claimed ignorance regarding those matters. After a brief silence, Yang Xian asked, "Do you think everything I said was true?" Her gaze was fixed intently on Huang Yutao. From her eyes, it was evident that she was frightened. She feared that the stunning girl from this afternoon had spoken the truth, and that she had misunderstood the woman referred to as the old witch. Yang Xian even remembered how the old witch had once treated her well. Before Yao Yao was born, they had been as close as sisters. Everything had changed after Yao Yao's birth. At that time, the old witch held Yao Yao at the foot of her bed, sighing softly. Just after giving birth, she had tensed up, questioning the old witch's meaning. The old witch had gently remarked, "Why must it be a girl? Girls are of little use." In a fit of anger, she had smashed the water cup beside her, screaming for her to leave. Yes, everything had turned since that moment. The old witch's preference for sons had led her to disdain Yao Yao's existence as a daughter, urging her to have a second child before she had even fully recovered. She refused, yet the old witch continued to press her insistently. Their relationship had plummeted to an icy abyss. Moreover, after Huang Yutao learned of these matters in the village, she never allowed the old witch to be alone with Yao Yao. As for why she had been careless that day, it was because Huang Yutao had returned home inebriated, clutching her hand and complaining of stomach pain. Heartbroken, she had momentarily neglected caution as the old witch was preparing to leave. Huang Yuntao embraced her. "I do not know, Xinxing. Regardless of whether it was true or not, it is all past. Your sister's matters are in the past, but Yao Yao's situation is far from over. I know that if she was involved, I would not show mercy. I will not let the one who harmed my daughter go unpunished." Yang Xian's limbs felt a tad more at ease, and her heart gradually warmed. Huang Yuntao was her husband, Yao Yao's father. Today, she should not doubt him. In a soft voice, Yang Xian asked, "When did you take Yao Yao away?" "On the day you were unwell." Yang Xian struggled to recall, as ever since Yao Yao's passing, she had felt unwell every day. "Which day after Yao Yao's departure?" "The 7th day." Yang Xian sighed. "You should have informed me in advance, on the 7th day." Her voice trailed off, her gentle eyes widening gradually, revealing a burgeoning fear. The 7th day since Yao Yao's passing. On that day, he had not ventured outside at all, nor had anyone left his home. For that day, she sat in the monitoring room, having watched the footage of Yao Yao from before, lost in thought as she gazed at the entrance. Her mind adrift for the entire day. Thus, Huang Yutao was lying. Why would he deceive himself? A chill began to creep down Yang Xian's spine. Yet her voice remained tender. "Speaking of which, I asked you earlier if you had gone out on the day Yao Yao died, and you have yet to answer me." "No," Huang Yuntao replied. "I was suffering from stomach pain and remained in my room, sleeping, until you pushed open my door. Have you forgotten? When you entered, I was still asleep." "Yes, I remember." She recalled vividly. She remembered that Huang Yuntao wore black pajamas while sleeping, and when she called out to him, he was dressed in white. Chapter 55. The way of heaven will not spare you once trust begins to fracture. It swiftly crumbles into ruin. Yang Xian clasped her slightly trembling fingers. "Enough of these unfounded thoughts. I have consulted my mother. She visited the temple today to offer incense. Having been informed that Yao Yao's passing would not affect our progeny. You know how superstitious she is. Do not let her words anger you." "I understand." Huang Yuntao was somewhat taken aback. Typically, upon hearing such remarks, Yang Xian would have erupted in indignation. Yet this time, she merely acquiesced with a gentle response. Prolonged emotional outbursts can be exhausting. Huang Yutao adjusted his glasses that had slipped down his nose and offered further consolation to Yang Xian, who accepted his reassurances dutifully. As midnight approached, Huang Yutao urged Yang Xian to rest, but she shook her head, expressing her desire to remain by Yao Yao's side. Yao Yao lay in her icy coffin, positioned in the living room. Unable to sway her decision, Huang Yuntao retreated to rest alone. Once he departed, Yang Xian abruptly sank to the floor, gasping for breath, her chest heaving as if she were a fish stranded on land. As doubts about Huang Yutao crept into her mind, previously unnoticed details began to magnify. Yet her husband had consistently shown affection for both her and Yao Yao, which led her to focus on 3 peculiarities. One was the discrepancy in his account regarding the time he took Yao Yao away. He should have been out on the day of her passing. Another was the story of Huang's mother. Huang Yutao had portrayed himself with such innocence. But was he truly as blameless as he claimed? When he brought her back to the village, he cautioned her against listening to gossip, particularly concerning his mother. Initially, She had little interest in such chatter, but his words piqued her curiosity about the village rumors. In retrospect, it seemed too coincidental that she had heard everything about Huang's mother. Such coincidences felt deliberate. Contemplating this, Yang Xian felt a chilling stiffness envelop her. She did not wish to suspect Huang Yutao, yet from an outside perspective, he emerged as the most dubious figure. After all, on the day of Yao Yao's incident, he should have been absent. Thus, Yao Yao's demise was not as innocent as he had portrayed. Ah, my head aches. Yang Xian pressed her palms to her temples, struggling against the turmoil. After shedding tears, she steeled herself to confront the reality. A cold voice resonated in the living room, prompting her to look up abruptly. There stood Yun Miao, adorned in a Republic-era dress, the beige top cinched at the waist with a delicate brown belt, its metallic buckle accentuating her slender form, while a matching long skirt flowed below. Holding an umbrella, its tip glided across the floor as she circled around the icy coffin. Yang Xian recognized her immediately as the visitor from earlier that day. She was the one who had offered her a hint. Do you know Yao Yao? Yang Xian inquired. Meeting her gaze, Yun Miao raised an eyebrow slightly. She had not misjudged. Yang Xian was perceptive. Yun Miao remained silent, yet in Yang Xian's eyes, her silence signified affirmation. From the moment she laid eyes on Yun Miao, she sensed an extraordinary aura about her, prompting her to seek assistance. Regrettably, she had made the blunder of uttering those words. Yun Miao was forthright. I have come to fulfill her wishes from her lifetime. Perhaps you should reflect on what desires she wished to see realized. Yang Xian's eyes glistened with tears as she pondered whether fulfilling her wish would mean her departure. Can it not be completed? I do not wish for her to leave, even if I cannot see her. Knowing she is here suffices. Yun Miao gazed at her, her expression growing increasingly frigid. A jolt of realization struck Yang Xian. She recognized the folly of her words, as it was evident that the individual before her was disinclined to entertain such foolishness. The sudden demise of Yao Yao must have ignited a desire for vengeance within her. Yang Xian clenched her fists, her face gradually adopting a mask of resolve. This is also my wish. Yet, she struggled with disbelief regarding his involvement. Despite her suspicions, she could not fathom his motives. Without a motive, all doubt could be dismissed. Yang Xian began to waver, her countenance slowly brightening with happiness. He has treated me well. And he was kind to Yao Yao. How could he possibly have killed her? He assured me that Yao Yao was enough, that there would be no second. As she continued, her expression grew more vibrant, her excitement palpable. She even cast a look of animosity towards Yun Miao. It is you. Why do you say such things to me? Do you wish to shatter my happiness? In her fervor, she rushed towards Yun Miao, feigning an intent to push her. Yun Miao raised her hand, directing the tip of the umbrella towards Yang Xian, causing her to freeze, though the flush on her face deepened. Yun Miao opened the umbrella, transforming its white ribs into a vivid crimson. Each tip emitted red threads that seemed to possess a life of their own, swirling towards the second floor. Soon after, Yun Miao was met with the horrifying sounds of anguished wails. Sitting on the sofa, with the chilling wind howling outside, she closed her eyes, absorbing the haunting cries. Her fingers lightly tapped the sofa. Half an hour later, the red threads retracted, revealing a bloodied man, Huang Yuntao, no longer the refined gentleman he once was. He lay pitifully on the floor, terror-stricken as he gazed at the umbrella, desperately bowing to Yun Miao. Spare me, spare me. Huang Mama stumbled behind him, seizing a flower pot from the ground in a fit of rage. How dare you harm my son? I will kill you. Her face also bore a flush, her expression betraying an unsettling excitement. Yun Miao cast a glance at Huang Yutao, who, cowering, cried out, Stop. Instantly, Huang Mama halted in her tracks. Huang Yutao then commanded, Kneel. This time, not only did Huang Mama comply, but Yang Xian followed suit as well. The haunting specter of the Yingguai loomed over them as Yun Miao's gaze fixated on him. Huang Yuntao pressed his forehead to the ground, pleading, Spare me, my lord. With a mere thought, the control was lifted. Yun Miao remained silent, yet Huang Yuntao trembled. He promptly released his grip on Yang Xian and Huang Mama, their flushed and agitated expressions gradually returning to normal. Yang Xian exhaled, a flicker of confusion flashing in her eyes. Had she not been speaking moments ago? After proclaiming, This is also my wish, how had she suddenly found herself kneeling here? Huang Mama appeared even more dazed, remaining motionless. Yun Miao raised her hand delicately. Execute him. The crimson thread tightened, and Huang Yutao, terrified, repeatedly bowed his head, pleading, Spare me, spare me. Grant me another chance. I assure you I will fulfill my role as a spirit well and will never harm anyone again. Yang Xian looked on in astonishment at her husband, who trembled like a leaf. Is this truly the man I wed? Yun Miao lowered her gaze, her eyes devoid of any emotion. Even if there were feelings, they would be steeped in profound indifference. The specter, witnessing the relentless tightening of the thread, cried out in fear, I am innocent. By what right do you condemn me? I have merely taken back the lives I bestowed upon my children. It is only just. You have no grounds to execute me. If you kill me, the heavens will not forgive you. Chapter 56. The Nightmare Spirit. The nightmare spirit is not a ghost, but rather a benevolent creature born from the mountains, yearning for the human world. After several years of existence, this spirit encounters a dying man who offers his face in exchange for the spirit's promise to descend from the mountain and fulfill his filial duty. The Nightmare Spirit, longing for humanity, honors this commitment and transforms into Huang Dashan. Before her passing, Huang Dashan's mother harbors a singular wish, for her son to marry. To ensure her departure is free of regrets, the Nightmare Spirit weds. Perhaps out of joy, Huang Dashan's mother does not immediately succumb. Instead, she lingers in bed for several years. The Nightmare Spirit remains in the human realm, fathering a daughter, and they live a life of happiness and ease. As time passes, the Nightmare Spirit grows increasingly reluctant to return to the solitude of the mountains, fearing that once Huang Dashan's mother passes, the bargain will be fulfilled, and he will shed his human guise to revert to his original form. He is unwilling to embrace such a fate. The human world is filled with countless joys, and he wishes to remain there eternally. To this end, he employs various means to prolong Huang Dashan's mother's life, but all things must come to an end. On the day of her death, his flesh splits open, revealing the Nightmare Spirit within. He hides, refusing to return to the mountains. In his despair, he encounters a Taoist who reveals a method for him to remain in the human realm indefinitely, through the shedding of blood, thus creating a causal chain, and subsequently rebirthing a son to seize control. Consequently, the Nightmare Spirit returns home and uses his powers to compel Huang's mother to murder their eldest daughter. This grim cycle continues with the second, third, fourth, and fifth daughters until Huang Yutao is born, at which point he takes over the child's form. Believing he has fully become human and lives as an ordinary man in this world, he studies diligently, eventually reaching university, where he meets Yang Xin, falling deeply in love. Convinced they are destined to be together for life, they marry and have a daughter, Huang Yaotong. However, Huang's mother suddenly recalls the 5 daughters she lost. The haunting memories of witnessing their brutal fates inflict a heart-wrenching pain upon her, a suffering that persists until the birth of Huang Yutao, who escapes such a grim destiny. Therefore, she laments, if only he were a son. Huang's mother adores Yaotong, seeing in her a reflection of the daughters she lost, and longs to offer her everything. Yet the more she loves, the more fear consumes her, as she recalls the horrific scenes of their slaughter, worrying that Yang Xin might meet a similar fate. She then ponders, if only I could have a son, perhaps it would end here. She believes that only by bearing a son can she prevent further tragedy. Especially after Yaotong's death, Huang's mother is restless, convinced that she must bear a son to stave off calamity. Upon learning from a temple that Yaotong will not be reincarnated and the Huang family will have no heirs, her anxiety intensifies. She hurriedly seeks out exorcists. When asked why, she cannot articulate her feelings, only able to express that it is all for the sake of Huang's lineage. Yun Miao extracts his memories, leaving Yang Xin feeling queasy. Disregarding her fear, she stepped forward and grasped Huang Yuntao's collar tightly. Where is Yao Yao? Did you kill Yao Yao? Why? Why did you take her life? Haven't you already become human? Her voice trembled with desperation. I refuse to become a nightmare spirit. I long to be human. I must be human. Huang Yuntao appeared momentarily dazed, recalling a previous encounter with him, the one who warned that his time in the mortal realm had extended too long, and without rectification. He too would succumb to the fate of becoming a nightmare spirit. Chapter 57. Intruding into others' affairs. Yang Xin gazed at her husband's frenzied expression, a surge of hatred compelling her to wish for his demise. So you killed Yao Yao. It should have been her death at my hands. She confronted him. Your mother? Was it your intention to make me aware of her past? Huang Yutao callously replied, Indeed, I had meticulously devised plans to torment her, to control her, to slice her flesh piece by piece. I believed that only through the most insidious methods could I prolong my existence. Yet, unexpectedly, I transformed into a nightmare spirit before I could execute my plans. Terror gripped me, and I threw on my coat and leapt from the window in search of Yao Yao. Fortunately, just as I was about to be discovered, I found her. I controlled her breath, suffocating her gradually, allowing her to witness the most horrifying scenes just before her demise. I regained my human form and felt elated, though it was lamentable how effortlessly Yao Yao perished. It truly could not last long, and then I was instructed to deliver her body to the shrine, where I could perform rituals to ensure she would never be reborn. Condemned to descend into the darkest depths of hell as a vengeful spirit. This would allow me to extend my existence until you bore me another child. Huang Yuntao regarded her tenderly. It would be best to have a son. Then, XNXN, you would become my mother. Yang Xian, in a fit of rage, struck him sharply, enunciating each word with grim determination, I will kill you. Huang Yuntao lamented, I had no inkling that after seizing another's body, I would become a nightmare spirit. Had I known, I might have sought other women outside to bear my children, thereby sparing Yao Yao. Yang Xian's gaze bore into him, her body trembling with fury. Huang Yutao turned to Yun Miao, his face contorted with fear. I do not harm others. I have only killed my own child. I bear no guilt. You truly cannot kill me. It is against celestial law. Once he finished speaking, Yun Miao lightly remarked, Celestial law? What significance does it hold? The crimson threads tightened, piercing Huang Yutao countless times. His human facade gradually peeled away, revealing the dark, emaciated visage of a nightmare spirit. Nightmare spirit. A pure and benevolent spirit of the mountains. Purity signifies a blank slate. Once it interacts with humanity, tainted by various hues, it transforms into an entirely different extremity, pure malevolence. Yang Xian collapsed to the ground, feeling an absurdity wash over her. The being she had cohabited with for years was not even worthy of being called human. She yearned to weep, yet her heart ached with sorrow. Yun Miao gazed into the mist beyond. After the nightmare spirit had taken over, she had indeed failed to perceive Huang Yuntao's transformation. Upon arriving at the villa tonight, she recalled the faint scent of decay she had detected in the Huang family's courtyard. The essence of a nightmare spirit is inherently pure. Once it becomes tainted by human life, it emits a stench of death when reveling in its triumph. This afternoon, Yang Xian had exerted herself to accuse Huang's mother of orchestrating the scene, an elaborate design by him, in which he took pride, ultimately revealing his true nature. Yun Miao rose. Her purpose today was to resolve the matter of the nightmare spirit, followed by addressing Huang Yaodong's wishes. However, Huang Yaodong's desires did not reside in this place. Exiting the Huang family villa, she noticed the persistent chilling winds in the villa district, indicating the presence of malevolent forces. Yet, this was of no concern to her. She had never been one to meddle in others' affairs. Yun Miao departed from the path, holding an umbrella, and brushed past Shen Yangji, who approached with measured steps. Shen Yangji was clad in a voluminous black robe, his face shrouded in darkness beneath a black hood, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes. He ambled slowly, reminiscent of a frail elder nearing the end of his days. On the other side, Yun Miao did not spare him a glance. After their brief encounter, Shen Yangji turned to cast a fleeting look back, then lowered his gaze with indifference and continued onward. A mischievous whisper echoed, as if delighting in disruption. Hee hee. She doesn't even glance at you. She has forgotten you entirely. A small head emerged from the folds of Shen Yangji's robe, its face twisted into a sinister grin. Whispering like a demon, hee hee, she does not see you. She no longer recalls your existence. Shen Yangji raised a slender, pale hand, gently grasping the small head with a slight pressure, eliciting a piercing wail. The surrounding mist thickened, rendering the world nearly indistinguishable in its darkness. The small head recoiled slightly, appearing more feeble yet with an even more venomous glare, its smile widening grotesquely. You are agitated, it teased, and with that, its eyes fluttered shut. Its once fair skin growing pallid as it slumped softly against Shen Yangji's robe. Its sharp claws, filled with dissatisfaction, clawed at his garment, exposing his porcelain-white collarbone. Shen Yangji continued on, his grotesque visage devoid of any expression. Upon reaching a bend, he retrieved a delicate paper from his sleeve. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a beautifully crafted little dress. With a flick, it ignited spontaneously. As Yun Miao exited the door, her gaze gradually ascended to the neon lights. Her ears filled with the cacophony of bustling traffic, while behind her loomed the dense, oppressive fog, creating a disjointed sense of place. Before her, a small girl gradually materialized. She stood quietly, head bowed, her previous vivacity vanished. She had donned a similar dress, complete with little leather shoes, but her hair hung loose. The skin around her neck had begun to darken, and without needing to look further, Yun Miao could envision the girl's face, corroded by resentment. The souls of children are susceptible to corruption at an alarming rate. Perhaps initially, it was inconsequential, for at that time, she knew not the meaning of death and was unaware of her own demise. When she finally sensed the anomaly, It was often the most agonizing moment. When resentment took root most easily, Yun Miao scrutinized the girl's attire, noting its similarity to her own. She recalled that some spirit guardians crafted clothing for souls. She had once undertaken a task pertaining to this, driven by an obsession that compelled a soul to refuse reincarnation, not for vengeance, but for the desire to don countless beautiful garments. Yun Miao had sought out a spirit guardian to create numerous outfits for her. The ensemble worn by Huang Yaotong bore a resemblance to the craftsmanship of that spirit guardian. Miss Yun Miao, she heard Zhou Fuxing call, waving at her. Feeling somewhat self-conscious, she cleared her throat. What a coincidence. Are you out for a late-night snack as well? No, I am out for murder. Zhou Fuxing chuckled, hee. Miss Yun Miao, you truly possess a knack for humor. Your earnest demeanor almost convinced me. Zhou Fuxing spoke, observing that Yun Miao exhibited no hint of change in expression. He widened his eyes. Are you truly going to kill someone? Yun Miao replied, yes. Who? Zhou Fuxing inquired, intrigued by what sort of person could provoke Yun Miao to take action herself. Huang Yutao. Zhou Fuxing exclaimed, oh, is he the one who killed Huang Yaodong? Yun Miao offered no further comment, merely casting a glance at Zhou Fuxing, who was brimming with curiosity. Upon sensing her gaze, he blinked, realizing that Miss Yun had actually engaged him in conversation far more than usual. Could it be that he had become more appealing today? Yun Miao averted her gaze, walking along the bridge adorned with flickering neon lights. You are different from Douya. Zhou Fuxing trailed behind her, his heart racing. In what way am I different? Was it that he lacked attentiveness or failed to serve her well? Miss Yun wouldn't disdain him and prevent him from accompanying her, would she? Your temperament, she replied. Zhou Fuxing exhaled in relief. It was not merely a matter of his service. Douya is quite emotional, while you are very rational. Is that so? Zhou Fuxing mused. However, his grandfather had indeed mentioned that he possessed a cold disposition, contrasting sharply with his outward appearance. Yet, he had never sensed this. He believed himself to be warm, extroverted, and lively. A breeze swept across the river, causing Yun Miao's skirt to flutter. She remained silent. Zhou Fuxing felt a peculiar trepidation, convinced that her silence during these moments was pivotal to his future. What was amiss with his temperament? His grandfather often remarked that he appeared affectionate yet was devoid of true emotion, unlike his grandfather. Nevertheless, his grandfather expressed his fondness for this aspect of his character, as it mirrored someone else, someone who seemed indifferent yet was, in truth, unfeeling. Zhou Fuxing pondered whether his grandfather was referring to Miss Yun. You may stay by my side, Yun Miao stated as they reached the pinnacle of the bridge. Zhou Fuxing's chest swelled unexpectedly, warmth flooding through him, as if he had been bestowed with a significant mission. Really? Have I passed some sort of test? From your demeanor over the past few days, Yun Miao glanced at him. Obviously not. Zhou Fuxing's spirits deflated gently. Then why do you permit me to remain at your side? Your temperament is suitable. Temperament? Zhou Fuxing pondered. Indeed, he was lively, passionate, and generous. Even Miss Yun had acknowledged this. Yun Miao said little more. The reason Zhou Fuxing was deemed suitable was that he exhibited minimal emotional fluctuations. He always displayed various emotions, yet his eyes remained tranquil, akin to a serene pool of water. When Douya passed away, he felt no sorrow. Upon hearing of her committing murder today, he felt no fear. Such a person was fit to assist her. Where is the sanctuary? It is located in the 3rd Ring Road, approximately half an hour from here. Shall we head there now? Yun Miao affirmed with a nod. Zhou Fuxing lowered his head to send a message on his phone, and shortly, a Bentley halted before them. Yun Miao entered the vehicle, while Zhou Fuxing instructed the driver to disembark and initiated the navigation towards the sanctuary. Yun Miao closed her eyes to rest. Zhou Fuxing adjusted the volume of the music, maintaining a steady rhythm. He had anticipated a fierce battle that evening. Yet the Pilgrim Hall appeared to have received the news in advance, leaving the entire church utterly deserted. Zhou Fuxing gazed at the emptiness, noting that not even a table remained. Do you need me to investigate? He inquired. You won't find anything, Yun Miao replied as she stepped away, beckoning him to follow. Zhou Fuxing trailed behind her, feeling that surrender had come too easily. In the next moment, a deafening explosion shattered the silence as the entire Pilgrim Hall was reduced to rubble, while he and Miss Yun Miao had just managed to escape the blast radius. Yun Miao held her umbrella in front of her, shielding herself from the encroaching dust. Zhou Fuxing patted his chest, exclaiming, if we're fleeing, why must they blow up the building? Such a lack of decorum is utterly outrageous. If I ever catch them. Yun Miao interjected, I did it. Zhou Fuxing was taken aback. Then Miss Yun Miao, you must have your reasons. That was quite an impressive explosion. Yun Miao contemplated. realizing that this was the desire of Huang Yaotong. Chapter 58. The worst off. Yun Miao glanced to the side, where Huang Yaotong stood beside her. The dark aura surrounding her gradually dissipating. She lifted her head, her once pitch-black eyes slowly lightening as she vacantly looked at Yun Miao, then at the collapsed building before them. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with joy, and she began to clap her hands. Initially, Huang Yaotong had feigned death, and after being delivered to the sanctuary by Huang Yuntao, she remained in a comatose state. During her unconsciousness, she encountered numerous children who played and frolicked with her. However, as midnight approached, their demeanor shifted to one of anguish. They beseeched Huang Yaotong for vengeance and expressed a fervent desire for the sanctuary to cease to exist. The little girl took note of their wishes, and after her sacrificial demise, these aspirations took root within her heart. The wishes of children are often unwavering. Perhaps it was the collective yearning of many children that drew them to Yun Miao. Observing Huang Yaotong's fading form, Yun Miao instructed Zhou Fusheng to investigate the origins of the sanctuary and the nefarious dealings behind it. Zhou Fusheng dared not admit his lack of experience in such matters. Instead, he could only kneel and acquiesce. He then contacted the group, sending a message with his head bowed. Fusheng, good brother. Lu Yang, stop being nauseating and get to the point. Fusheng, could you look into who founded the sanctuary and the sordid affairs surrounding it? Lu Yang, not possible. Zhou Fusheng's heart sank. What do you mean? Lu Yang, the individuals behind the sanctuary are rather formidable. Zhou Fusheng felt a chill. To elicit such a response from Lu Yang indicated a significant threat. He probed further. What if I insist on investigating? Lu Yang's reply was blunt. The Zhou family cannot afford to provoke them. However, if it is Miss Yun Miao who wishes to inquire, then it is feasible. Is Miss Yun Miao capable of inciting such fear? Lu Yang called directly, casually chuckling. Weren't you just asking me about the person at the entrance of the Tianqi No. 1? I mentioned it wasn't me. And I tried to look into it, but was warned off by my father. Can you guess who it might be? Zhou Fusheng glanced at Yun Miao, who appeared cool and indifferent, her demeanor enigmatic. She seemed to be engaged in a series of tasks, moving forward with an air of purpose. He could envision that had it not been for these unknown assignments, Miss Yun Miao might not have even been present. Lu Yang continued, Indeed. She is someone to reckon with. I have reasonable grounds to believe that no one dares to cross her. Therefore, working on her behalf, I am willing to take the risk. Zhou Fusheng inquired, And your father? Lu Yang chuckled softly. He likely desires to assist her even more than I do. Zhou Fusheng hesitated. Previously, when he had enlisted Lu Yang's aid on behalf of Miss Yun Miao, it had been without her direct involvement, thus separating her from any potential repercussions. Lu Yang's implication was clear. To act on behalf of Miss Yun Miao necessitated her endorsement. This way, should any complications arise, Miss Yun Miao would be there to support them. Zhou Fusheng contemplated the prospect of Lu Yang assisting Miss Yun Miao, deeming it a splendid idea. Alas, he realized his words bore no weight. Just as Zhou hesitated on how to articulate his thoughts, Yun Miao's cool voice resonated in his ear. Agree to him. Without the need for Zhou Fusheng to reiterate, Lu Yang on the other end had already comprehended the message, responding with a smile. Understood. After disconnecting the call, Lu Yang promptly messaged his father. It settled. Mr. Lu immediately returned the call. She agreed? Yes. Excellent. You must heed her instructions diligently. This Miss Yun is surely extraordinary. Lu Yang replied. No need for your reminders. Furthermore, this endeavor is mine alone. I engage in it by my own volition, not due to your influence. Do you comprehend? Mr. Lu conceded. Very well. Just ensure you perform well. Remember, Miss Yun has just emerged. The sooner you encounter her, the better your chances of remaining by her side. If you delay, others will undoubtedly seek to establish their presence around her. Intrigued, Lu Yang inquired, Oh, I have been unable to uncover any information about her. But I have heard it said that among those who previously accompanied her, Shou Songshan fared the worst. Lu Yang fell into a contemplative silence. Isn't that astonishing? Mr. Lu remarked. Indeed, it is astonishing. If Zhou Songshan struggled, one can only imagine how well others must have fared. Lu Yang found it beyond his capacity to envision, let alone dare to contemplate. After ending the call with his father, Lu Yang turned his attention to the information regarding the pilgrimage hall displayed on his computer. He arranged a few matters over the phone, but chose not to proceed to the Tianqi No. 1 immediately. Instead, he opted for some much-needed rest. Awakening only with the break of dawn, Lu Yang slowly emerged from his slumber, sunlight streaming at an angle across his body, causing beads of perspiration to form on his forehead. He had experienced a peculiar dream the previous night. Although most of the narrative had faded from memory, he retained a vivid image of Yun Miao, above whom loomed a creature capable of devouring the heavens and the earth. No, it was not merely a beast. Lu Yong struggled to articulate what it was, but its mere presence shattered his spirit. Even upon waking, he felt a lingering discomfort. Lu Yong sent a message to Zhou Fuxing, requesting him to procure 3 breakfast packages from Wanman, aiming to arrive at Tianqi No. 1 before 8 o'clock. Zhou Fuxing opened the door, placing a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture, lowering his voice. Miss Yun is currently resting. Be quiet. Observing the tension etched on Zhou's face, Lu Yong raised an eyebrow, instinctively moderating his pace. As he followed Zhou Fuxing into Tianqi No. 1, Lu Yong beheld the exquisite flowers in the courtyard, silently grateful he had not brought any blooms with him. A few steps further, he spotted a rather unfriendly black snake coiling along the path, flicking its tongue at him with fervor. Lu Yong remarked. While he did not fear snakes, the innate human instinct of fear towards such elongated creatures often manifests with maturity, leaving him momentarily taken aback. He lightly tapped Zhou Fuxing with the back of his hand. The ecology here seems quite thriving. Zhou Fuxing glanced at the small black snake. Oh, that does not belong here. It must have crawled down from the mountains. Should I take care of it? No need. It appears quite amiable. Just look at how rapidly it flicks its tongue, clearly welcoming your presence. Lu Yong expressed some skepticism. Is a swift flick of the tongue truly a sign of welcome? Zhou Fuxing. Indeed. Observe the little dog. When it sees a person, it sticks out its tongue. They're all creatures, and their gestures of joy should be quite similar. The little black snake flicked its tongue even more rapidly, its eyes transforming entirely into slits. You are a dog. You are the one sticking out your tongue. The little black snake longed to bite each of them. Lu Yong, of course, was not Zhou Fuxing and did not perceive the little black snake's true emotions of happiness. Thus, he steered clear, while Zhou Fuxing boldly stepped over, allowing the little black snake to slither up his pant leg and descend his shoulder. Glaring at him with evident fury, "Are you out of your mind? Why have you brought someone else to vie for affection? How infuriating!" It was no longer the sole companion of Lord Yu Miao. Observing the little black snake's slit-like eyes, Zhou Fuxing understood and gently patted its head. There. Do not be afraid. He will not harm you. Yesterday afternoon, the two of them waited for Yu Miao in vain, prompting Zhou Fuxing to decide to search for her, with the little black snake hesitantly following. When Zhou Fuxing entered the vehicle, the little black snake raised its head in astonishment. Do you now possess this splendid contraption? Zhou Fuxing glanced down at the little black snake, which promptly turned its head away. Upon exiting, Zhou Fuxing scooped up the little black snake, which effortlessly nestled into his clothing. Thus, the man and the snake unexpectedly accepted one another. However, this did not imply that the little black snake would welcome the newcomer. The little black snake flicked its head away from Zhou Fuxing's palm, while Lu Yong, undeterred by the snake's hostile gaze, moved about the kitchen as if he were at home, retrieving plates and bowls and placing food upon them. By the time everything was prepared, Yu Miao had just finished her rest. She donned simple loungewear, a crescent-shaped white robe cinched delicately at the waist, exuding an air of elegance and grace. She glanced at the breakfast and, satisfied, took her seat to dine. The little black snake, observing from the side, felt a tinge of jealousy. The newcomer seemed adept at winning Miss Yu Miao's favor. How infuriating. Its status was precarious. Lu Yong, however, was merely acting on a whim, having casually purchased some items. Fully aware of her discerning taste, sourcing them from a century-old establishment known for its exquisite flavors. Zhou Fuxing and Lu Yong joined her in dining. The three exhibited refined manners, eating at a leisurely pace, a delightful sight to behold. After the meal, Zhou Fuxing playfully juggled a bowl, tossing a broom to Lu Yong. Lu Yong glanced at the broom and the exuberant Zhou Fuxing and resigned himself. After all, he had willingly come, and now he was to play the servant. So be it. Lu Yong swept the floor, mopped, and then assisted Zhou Fuxing in pruning flowers and weeding, ensuring everything was impeccably tidy, devoid of dust. As Yu Miao had a penchant for cleanliness. During his bath, Zhou Fuxing also took the liberty of washing the little black snake. The little black snake thought, humans ought to perish. They should perish. With everything prepared, Yu Miao sat in the living room, engrossed in an international publication. Zhou Fuxing noted that she was reading entirely in English. Although he understood that Miss Yu Miao was unimpressed by many things, her attire gave him an oddly disjointed impression of her English reading. Lu Yong had been busy all morning. After taking a moment to catch his breath on the sofa across the room, he heard Yu Miao utter 2 words, "Speak." Lu Yong hesitated, then presented the printed documents in his hand. These are all the files regarding the pilgrimage hall. It is indeed a cult. Yun Miao flipped through her book. Offering no reaction, Lu Yong smiled faintly. Observing her demeanor, he pondered whether he appeared similarly to his subordinates, reporting softly while occasionally assessing his superior. Indeed, Yun Miao was even colder than he was. He continued, on the surface, it presents itself as a place of faith, but behind the scenes, it is engaged in the maltreatment of children. Zhou Fuxing inquired, what is the reason? Sacrifice, Lu Yong replied. The children offered for sacrifice are provided by the believers. Hence, there has been no report made. This malevolent church has never been dismantled. Yun Miao asked, to whom are they sacrificed? Lu Yong explained, to a stone statue. They tell the faithful that it is the goddess Shiru. After offering their children to the goddess, they believe the children will become her eternal attendants. Therefore, the parents do not perceive their actions as murder. Rather, they think that life is fraught with suffering. And sending their children to the goddess will grant them a happier existence. Zhou Fuxin remarked, how foolish. Lu Yong noted, there are many such cults, and countless individuals have been brainwashed. I have already dispatched personnel to address this. Just then, a phone call came through. Lu Yong answered. And as he listened to the report, a peculiar expression crossed his face. After ending the call, he raised an eyebrow and smiled. It has been taken care of. Impressive. Your team is becoming increasingly capable, Zhou Fuxing remarked. Lu Yong replied, they did not handle it. Then who did? Zhou Fuxing asked, glancing at Yun Miao. Lu Yong responded. Uncertain. Zhou Fuxing had an epiphany. It must have been others intervening, a reference to those individuals Lu Yong had mentioned previously. A sense of relief washed over Lu Yong. Fortunately, news of their intervention had arrived. Otherwise, he would have lacked a reason to remain by Yun Miao's side. Though Lu Yong found little interest in many matters, he sensed that being near Yun Miao would render the world far more intriguing. As Yun Miao's morning reading session concluded, a figure gradually emerged before her. Huang Yaodong stood at the front of the sofa, tilting her head as she observed her. Yun Miao recognized that it was time for her to depart. Yesterday, Huang Yaodong had not succumbed to darkness, yet she was unable to leave, for her wish had not yet been fulfilled. Now that it was accomplished, it was time for her to go. Yun Miao cast a glance at her and closed her eyes to grant them a moment of rest. The whereabouts of the Taoist mentioned by Huang Yuntao remained unknown, as did the identity of the spirit master capable of crafting garments for Huang Yaodong's soul. Furthermore, why had Xinyang, who had taken Huang Yaotong away, now returned her? The heavy atmosphere in the villa last night, the enigmatic goddess Shiru provided by the pilgrimage hall, and myriad other perplexing elements left Yun Miao with no desire to unravel them. She had descended the mountain to fulfill her mission, not to save the world. When she opened her eyes again, Huang Yaodong had vanished. The scene unfolds with a bloodied man, his limbs grotesquely severed, mouth agape as if attempting to utter something. Yet only a torrent of blood escapes. A striking headline reverberates across the internet. The tragedy of the Maple Forest Villa massacre has sent shockwaves throughout the online community. The horror lies not only in the brutality but in the identity of the deceased, renowned actor Liang Wei and his family. The gruesome nature of their demise is chilling. Although authorities strive to conceal the details, whispers abound. Liang Wei was dismembered. Fans erupt in a frenzy online, clamoring for the police to expedite their investigation. The pressure on law enforcement is immense, compounded by their outrage at the mercilessness of the perpetrator, who showed no qualms even toward innocent children. Amidst the uproar surrounding Liang Wei, the plight of Ling Yun has gone unnoticed by many. Only a select few, drawn to the unfolding drama, have observed the chaos, yet their interest lies not in Ling Yun, but in Yun Miao. Could it be that a fraudster has met their downfall, driven to madness? Perhaps it is the terror that has unhinged them. Confusion abounds among netizens, as well as among the young individuals who shared the livestream with him, questioning how one could be driven to such insanity. The previous day's events were indeed unsettling, yet nothing catastrophic transpired, did it? Ling Yun yearns to articulate his thoughts, yet finds himself rendered mute in the face of his terror. He cowers in a corner, trembling uncontrollably, hands clasped over his face. I saw nothing, nothing at all. Suddenly, the door bursts open, and Ling Yun, startled, lets out a cry, scrambling beneath the bed, only to be seized by the police, struggling frantically. I saw nothing. Nothing. He lifts his gaze, his eyes transformed into hollow voids of despair. Chapter 59. The family annihilation tragedy. Even the most seasoned officers were taken aback upon encountering such eyes, sending shivers down their spines. They struggled to regain their composure as Ling Yun incessantly uttered, I saw nothing, I saw nothing. His hollow gaze wept crimson. followed by streams of blood flowing from his ears, nose, mouth, and crown, cascading forth like a torrential downpour. The officer's hand trembled slightly, paralyzed by the scene before him. After what felt like an eternity, Ling Yun's body slumped to the ground, lifeless and akin to a desiccated corpse. The atmosphere was profoundly jarring, rendering those present breathless. Soon, an older officer entered, surveying the room with keen eyes. It appears Ling Yun has encountered the perpetrator behind the Liang family massacre, he observed. They proceeded to question the residents of the villa community, but to no avail. Only the Huang family had also suffered a loss, reportedly one Huang Yutao, though this case bore no relation to the Liang family tragedy. Further investigations into the comings and goings within the villa area revealed that Ling Yun had indeed visited that night. Regrettably, his demise had been swift, the older officer remarked. Not too swift, but rather impeccably timed. Never mind. He turned to the young man, whose face was ashen with fear. Do you know why Ling Yun ventured to the Fenglin Villa district last night? The young man shook his head. There was a mishap during his live stream yesterday, and he was berated as a fraud by many fans. When he attempted to clarify, no one would listen. The fans challenged him, saying they would believe him if he dared to visit the Huang residence at midnight. So he went. I only just saw it on my phone and never expected it would end this way. The older officer ordered the removal of Ling Yun's corpse and took the young man for further questioning to uncover any additional information he might possess. Once they exited the room, the overwhelming stench of blood dissipated. The older officer lit a cigarette and took a drag, while the younger officer followed closely behind. Master, the manner of Ling Yun's death mirrors that of the Liang family. The older officer remained silent, just like the others in the Liang family. With the exception of Liang Wei, who had his limbs severed. He paused, contemplating the connection to the Huang family as fatality. Is it not conceivable that the same perpetrator is responsible for both the Liang and Huang cases? The older officer exhaled a plume of smoke. The Huang case is not within our jurisdiction. Indeed, the young officer mused, intrigued. The older officer chuckled softly. Last night, a group of individuals arrived unexpectedly, clearly distinct from us. They took command of the Huang case with stringent secrecy, beyond our purview. It is likely that the Liang case will also be transferred from our hands. As anticipated, upon returning to the precinct, he was met with news of the case's reassignment. Observing the imposing figures of several officers clad in uniforms as they strode into the room, the young officer inquired, Master, how did you know? Because in this world, there are cases we can manage and those we cannot. This one is evidently beyond our capabilities. Perhaps it is for the best. The pressure from public opinion online is overwhelming. As soon as the door closed, the upright female officer spread the documents and photographs across the table. Look at this. Look at what is haunting us. Have you ever seen anything like it? Yang Wei, this being your first mission, I understand, but you mustn't always appear so naive. A man nearby chuckled. Yang Wei shot him a glare, at a loss for a retort. Indeed, it was her inaugural assignment. The task had come unexpectedly. She had been abruptly awakened from her slumber by her elderly relative, thus, in a state of confusion. She entered the Liang residence and encountered the blood-drained members of the Liang family. She was still grappling with the reality of it all. After a moment, Yang Wei decided to endure the moment. It is truly my first mission. Haven't you been on many? If you're so capable, why not enlighten us about what this is? Haha, no comment, he replied. Yang Wei felt as if a fly had been stuffed into her mouth. Unable to suppress her eye roll, I believe you have no idea either. Enough bickering, look at this. A young man placed a photograph on the table, and everyone leaned in to observe, collectively inhaling sharply. The image depicted a young girl holding an umbrella, adorned in a light-colored dress and shoes, with curly hair cascading as she walked into the Maple Forest Villa area. The strong wind blew her hair back, unveiling an exceptionally beautiful face. My goodness, she's a stunner. We might be saved. Yang Wei was captivated. Enough with the distractions. She entered the Maple Forest Villa last night. Suspect? Yang Wei pondered. Everyone who entered or exited the villa that day was a suspect, but she was certainly not among them. The man looked at Yang Wei. I know what you're thinking. When I arrived, I was not initially tasked with the Liang family case, but rather the Huang family next door. The male head of the Huang household has died, and she visited their home last night. Can you guess what I discovered on Huang Yutao? Everyone turned their gaze towards him. He smiled, the traces of a nightmare spirit. The crowd widened their eyes. The nightmare spirit was a creature of the mountains, skilled in seduction and drawn to the human realm, capable of employing various brutal methods. Based on the estimated time of the Liang family's deaths, she had been at the Huang residence and had no opportunity to reach the Liang home. So what is showing us her photo imply? Yang Wei glanced again. Admiring beauty? No, she felt there was something more to it. I think it's prudent for us to familiarize ourselves with her. Well, truth be told, we primarily came here concerning the Huang family. The Liang case is merely coincidental. The man tucked the photograph away. All right, let us discuss the matter at hand. Let us talk about Liang Wei. The information about Liang Wei was gathered by Yang Wei. Liang Wei had been acting since the age of 3, and now at 37. He had won the title of Best Actor at 20. Over the years, his popularity remained consistently high, and his works were well received. He was known in the entertainment industry for his kindness, sincerity, and never exhibiting arrogance. His relationships were straightforward, making him a breath of fresh air in the entertainment world. As Yang Wei spoke, everyone listened intently, not interrupting her, for they all understood that a seemingly perfect life often has its turning points. His fans believe that the greatest blemish in his life is marrying a woman of unremarkable appearance. Yang Wei presented a photograph, stating, I do not wish to judge a woman's looks. I can only assert that Liang Wei's wife does not conform to conventional standards of beauty. The image revealed an unattractive visage, save for a pair of gentle eyes radiating a soft luminosity. Has she passed away? Someone inquired. No, came the reply. Others reacted with surprise, not deceased? Then it cannot be deemed a massacre, at least one lives. However, she and Liang Wei have divorced, and the separation was rather tumultuous, reportedly involving dramatic displays of grief. Nevertheless, Liang Wei ultimately proceeded with the divorce. As Yang Wei hesitated before placing the photograph in the suspects column, she confessed, I believe she is indeed suspicious. Elucidate further. Yang Wei, a notorious gossip, was well versed in the details. Liang Wei's wife is named Xinxi, and their love story was quite the spectacle. On his 25th birthday, Liang Wei suddenly announced his marriage, prompting his numerous fans to threaten withdrawal of support. Yet Liang Wei remained unfazed, for he was not a celebrity reliant on popularity. Gradually, the fans acclimated, eager to discover who the sister-in-law was. It was at this moment that paparazzi captured footage of Liang Wei and Xinxi together, generating considerable buzz, especially given their incongruity as a couple. Xinxi, by traditional standards, was deemed unattractive, with a flat nose, slightly elongated eyes, protruding teeth, and a gaunt frame that suggested malnourishment. Consequently, many criticized Liang Wei for his perceived lack of discernment in choosing an unsightly spouse. Despite the mounting ridicule, Liang Wei remained steadfast in his relationship with Xinxi, often projecting an image of happiness on social media. This led to frequent jesting in the entertainment industry, with remarks suggesting that Xinxi had either saved Liang Wei's life or cast a spell upon him, with the latter being the prevailing belief, as her appearance could hardly inspire the former. Yang Wei, having previously indulged in gossip, recognized that while Xinxi may not epitomize conventional beauty, there was no necessity for such vitriolic remarks. She surely possessed her own merits, known only to outsiders. Yang Wei's suspicion arose from her intuition that Xinxi was no ordinary individual. This sensation was not merely a woman's instinct, but rather a hereditary ability. Is there another suspect? Yang Wei produced another dossier. Liang Wei's current girlfriend, Chao An, who is also a star. They have co-starred in productions and garnered a substantial fan base. Chao An had been filming abroad but is now returning upon hearing the news. The man seated at the table nodded and tapped lightly on the surface. Very well. Yang Wei will investigate Xinxi and Chao An, while Lu Gu will explore an alternative avenue. Lu Gu adjusted his glasses, understood. The other direction pertained to matters of the metaphysical. In cases of such bizarre fatalities, they would approach the investigation from dual perspectives, familiar connections, such as crimes of passion or revenge, in the metaphysical realm, concerning supernatural entities. Zhou Fushan reclined on the sofa, scrolling through videos. The little black snake coiled itself, quietly extending its neck, its two glistening eyes fixated on the screen. When will the human world possess such delightful treasures again? Though, it is rather indecent. There are men shedding their clothing to dance, and women clad in scant fabric performing as well. Those fair, tender legs and arms evoke a desire to bite and draw blood. The little black snake inched closer, nearly pressing its head against the screen. Zhou Fuxing tugged it back, disdainfully exclaiming, "Perverse snake." The little black snake retorted angrily, "Get lost. If you're not lecherous, why are you so engrossed? You wouldn't understand. I am appreciating art." Zhou Fuxing continued scrolling, revealing today's news. Film Emperor Liang Wei dismembered, Liang family massacre. A photograph of Liang Wei flashed on the screen. Passing by, Yun Miao paused for a moment. Zhou Fuxing and the little black snake turned their heads. The snake slithered over, raising its neck like a pug, its expression suddenly innocent. Unfortunately, its flirtatious gaze was wasted on the blind. Yun Miao glanced at the screen and then at the indistinct figure before her, confirming the identity. Yes, Liang Wei. She then turned and departed. Zhou Fuxing blinked, rolling over to continue lounging. Ever since Lu Yong arrived, he felt increasingly unnecessary in this household. Lu Yong had organized everything impeccably, becoming the very backbone of the family. Zhou Fuxing resumed watching videos when Yun Miao's voice suddenly called, "Come here." Before his brain could process it, his body instinctively moved towards Yun Miao. No wonder the little black snake transformed into a devoted pug upon seeing her. It was instinctive. Yun Miao handed him her phone, composed and unruffled. Download. It turned out she wanted him to download a short video platform. Zhou Fuxing hastily complied. Miss Yun Miao, you should explore more of these types of short videos. They will help you understand society today. Having installed the application, he worried that Yun Miao might not have registered an account, so he respectfully handed the phone back to her, then retreated far enough not to intrude. The little black snake slithered up his pant leg to his shoulder, raising its noble head, glancing between the phone and Zhou Fuxing. Do you desire a phone as well? The little black snake nodded its regal head. Zhou Fuxing mused. Being beside Miss Yun Miao makes a difference. Even snakes are drawn to smartphones. While he was ordering a phone for the little black snake online, Yun Miao paused on a video. It was from a news account announcing that Liang Wei's girlfriend, Chao An, had returned to the country, tears streaming at the airport. The accompanying video showed Chao in a trench coat, wearing sunglasses, with traces of tears visible beneath them. This woman seemed somewhat familiar. Yun Miao struggled to recall where she had seen her. Yang Wei's image reappeared before her. It seemed he too had spotted Chao An on the phone, desperately trying to draw closer while emanating a dark aura, until he approached Yun Miao, who waved him away. Such a nuisance. By evening, Lu Yang presented Liang Wei's file to Yun Miao. She flipped through it rapidly, soon having perused all the information concerning Liang Wei. She is not a ferryman. The skills possessed by a ferryman elude her. Her own methods prove ineffective, compelling her to seek alternative approaches. For instance, each soul that seeks her out harbors distinct desires. Zhou Fuxing's grandmother endured immense suffering and death, yearning for liberation from her pain. Huang Yaodong is imbued with a fervent wish. These are the sentiments she is capable of sensing. From Liang Wei, Yun Miao discerns a plea for help. He is deceased, and it is evident that his cry for assistance is not for himself but for someone he cherishes. Upon reviewing the records, it becomes clear that all of Liang Wei's relatives have passed away, leaving only two individuals of close connection, his ex-wife, Shen Shi, and his current partner, Chao An. Which of these two women would be the one Liang Wei wishes to protect? Such dilemmas have never troubled Yun Miao. She abhors complications. Even more so the act of choosing. When faced with two options, she either embraces both or eliminates them entirely. A lengthy flash of lightning streaks across the night sky, as if cleaving the heavens in twain. The oppressive clouds swiftly yield to a torrential downpour. In a towering edifice, a graceful woman lies in slumber, only to be startled awake by the resounding thunder. Shen Shi opens her eyes, noticing the gossamer curtains fluttering at the window. Raindrops incessantly pelt against them, casting a dim pall over the room, devoid of light. She stares vacantly out the window, lost in thought. Knock, knock, knock. Someone raps at her door. Shen Shi recoils slightly, her gaze shifting towards the entrance, her eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. Creak. The door swings open. Chapter 60. Fleeting miracles. Yang Wei was responsible for investigating Shen Shi and Chao An, harboring suspicions about Shen Shi in her heart. As the evening rain began to fall, an unsettling feeling gripped her. She retrieved a photograph of Shen Shi once more. Although Shen Shi's appearance was somewhat lacking, her delicate figure and fair complexion exuded an air of gentle elegance reminiscent of jade. Yang Wei sought out Shen Shi's current residence, her mind racing with worry. If the perpetrator of the Liang family's tragedy had not found Shen Shi that fateful night, might they seek her out tonight? Despite her suspicions, Yang Wei could not allow an innocent person to fall into danger. Driving to the residential complex where Shen Shi lived, the rain poured down heavily, cascading as though from an overturned vessel. Shielding herself with an umbrella, she descended to the first floor, where the lights flickered ominously. While the average person might attribute this to faulty wiring, Yang Wei was not so easily deceived. In many places tainted by malevolence, flickering lights often signaled interference from sinister forces. She closed her umbrella, instinctively resting her thumb against her middle finger as she prepared to move forward. Just then, she noticed a white umbrella nearby, its surface subtly adorned with flowing patterns. This was no ordinary umbrella. Following the umbrella's line of sight, She beheld a stunning figure clad in ancient attire, seated with her back to Yang Wei. Long hair was elegantly styled into a bun, with a portion cascading down her delicate neck, accentuating her slender silhouette. The exposed nape glistened with a luminous quality. Surely, she was a beauty. Although Yang Wei had an eye for aesthetics, the matter at hand was of utmost importance. For Shenxi's safety, she proceeded toward the elevator. As the elevator doors opened, a young, sun-kissed man stepped out, making his way toward the enchanting lady. Yang Wei couldn't help but think, while this man was undeniably handsome, he was hardly worthy of such a stunning beauty. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Fuxing had turned back after taking a few steps, sensing a discontented gaze upon him as the elevator doors closed. Was he simply becoming overly sensitive from recent encounters? Just moments before, Shen Yangji had entered Shenxi's room. Zhou Fuxing hesitated before reporting, questioning Shen Yangji's intentions. He held no fondness for Shen Yangji, even without the weight of familial matters. There was something about him that Zhou Fuxing found distasteful. Yun Miao, dressed in a light green hanfu cinched with colorful ornaments, became aware of her surroundings. The wind gently tousled her attire as if she were a celestial being ascending to the heavens. No, she was even more exquisite than the goddess of the. Zhou Fuxing had taken charge of her wardrobe, which entailed finding a designer and facilitating communication to finalize the designs. Every garment Yun Miao wore had passed through his hands, and he was perpetually in awe of her beauty. Each time he saw her adorned in the outfits he had prepared, a swell of pride surged within him. Now he understood why his cousin was so enamored with the game Miracle Nikki, investing millions while professing to dress her character. Zhou Fuxing felt it. This was truly exhilarating. This was nothing short of his own fleeting miracle. Yun Miao beckoned with a delicate gesture of her finger. Zhou Fuxing stepped forward, bending to retrieve an umbrella and respectfully handing it over. He obediently followed the instructions. Shall we disregard Shenxi? Yun Miao replied. Someone is overseeing matters. The girl who just passed was from the Yang family. Yang Wei gazed at the elevator ascending. The higher it climbed, the more unease settled in her heart. As the doors opened, she quickly glanced at the room number, surveyed her surroundings, and proceeded directly to her intended destination, knocking thrice on the door. Hearing no response, she hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to force her way, and when Shenxi opened the door. Clad in a light purple nightgown, her hair cascading smoothly down her back, she softly inquired, "Hello? May I ask what the matter is?" Her voice was as gentle as a stream of water. Yang Wei, captivated by appearances, immediately understood why Yang Wei held an affection for Shenxi, without the need to behold her face. The sound of her voice alone allowed Yang Wei to conjure an image of a stunning beauty. She composed herself, stating, "Greetings, I am from the police department." Shenxi responded softly, "You came by during the day." Following the massacre of the Liang family, the initial thoughts revolved around vendetta or passion-driven motives. As Liang Wei's ex-wife, Shenxi possessed a potential motive for the crime, thus the police had previously taken her statement. Due to insufficient evidence, she had not yet been summoned for further questioning. Yang Wei gently tapped her index finger, confirming that no malevolent spirits lingered in the vicinity, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief regarding Shenxi's safety. "May I inquire what brings you here?" Shenxi asked. Yang Wei snapped back to attention. "I have a few questions to pose." "No?" Shenxi turned slightly. "Please come in, officer." Yang Wei shook her head with a smile. "It won't take long. I merely require one answer. Do you harbor any hatred towards Liang Wei?" "None." As she uttered this, Shenxi smiled warmly. "Your reaction seems rather incongruous. The demise of Liang Wei's family and his own passing do not appear to affect you. When I grieve, how would an officer know? I prefer to conceal my emotions in front of outsiders." Yang Wei regarded her with suspicion. Shenxi smiled. "After all, one must maintain dignity when not blessed with beauty." Yang Wei replied, "I apologize." "Not at all." Yang Wei nodded, signaling the conclusion of her inquiries, and offered a reminder for Shenxi to stay safe. As she turned to leave, Shenxi closed the door behind her. Just as it clicked shut, Yang Wei, having taken a few steps away, abruptly returned to the doorway, her finger pressing against Shenxi's forehead. Shenxi froze, remaining still, noticing the lack of reaction. Yang Wei awkwardly cleared her throat. "My apologies, a professional habit." "Is it all right now?" Shenxi asked. "Please rest well." With that, Shenxi closed the door. Yang Wei instinctively bit her thumbnail, feeling perplexed. She distinctly sensed something amiss, yet her investigation confirmed the absence of any malevolent presence. The vacant shared space echoed with the sound of a ringing phone. Yang Wei opened her mobile device, hesitating momentarily before answering the call. "How dare you accept this assignment? As an elder sister, shouldn't you take better care of your younger sister?" A slightly sharp voice emanated from the other end. "Come back now." I will send XIN over in your place. Yang Wei remained silent. The voice, growing impatient, pressed on. Did you hear me? Come back. Yang Wei gazed out at the torrential downpour, replying resolutely, I won't. There was a brief pause on the other end, as if her mother could not fathom that her typically obedient daughter would dare to defy her. The sound of a cup shattering on the floor followed. And then the woman spoke coldly. Yang Wei, you are something else. If you do not return, do not ever call me mom again. The instant the call ended, the girl, who had maintained her composure, finally relaxed, her posture collapsing momentarily like a wilted shrimp. After a few minutes, she straightened up, wiped her face clean, tossed her hair into a ponytail, and stepped into the elevator, regaining her previous sunny and brisk demeanor. Something felt amiss. There must be a malevolent spirit lurking about. She resolved to investigate each floor, lest the evil entity harm innocent souls. Meanwhile, below in the building, another elevator opened, and a man clad in a black robe emerged slowly. Xinyangji walked forward, glancing to the side as he reached the hallway. It was empty. Yet a familiar scent wafted through the air. Suddenly, a small head popped out from his clothing, giggling, hee. She just came by too. You missed her, hee. Chapter 61. The male protagonist of the Apocalypse number 1 Liang Wei appeared before Yun Miao with remarkable frequency, indicating his urgency. However, Yun Miao remained unperturbed. Throughout history, she had always acted according to her own feelings. Even as a ferryman, her initial intention was merely to seek something intriguing. During this period, Yun Miao had immersed herself in both domestic and foreign modern history, as well as gleaned insights into contemporary human lifestyles through short video platforms. In a mere few decades, a profound transformation had evidently taken place. I shall venture to the nearest shopping mall, she declared. Zhou Fuxing and the little black snake promptly emerged, standing at the entrance. Yun Miao had chosen a form-fitting camisole dress today, complemented by a sheer, button-short cloak. Her hair was elegantly styled in an updo, adorned with a wooden hairpin that featured a black gold embellishment. Delicate black straps adorned her feet, winding gracefully from her instep to the back of her heel. Tied in a charming bow, Zhou Fuxing cast a glance and sighed deeply, marveling at how his miraculous mistress looked exquisite in anything she wore. Despite her noble aura, she possessed a breathtaking beauty, her cold gaze rendering one hesitant to meet her eyes, yet there lingered an air of delicate allure. Yun Miao had her own standards for travel. The vehicle must be spacious and comfortable. Zhou Fuxing procured the business car used by Zhou Yuan for his business trips. The moment this vehicle appeared at the mall entrance, it drew much attention. Is a celebrity here filming a variety show? Where are the cameras? The crowd chattered excitedly, their voices mingling in a cacophony of speculation. Soon, under the eager gazes of the onlookers, Zhou Fuxing exited first. His striking looks incited a wave of cheers from the crowd. Who is he? I've never seen this star before. Does it matter? As long as he is handsome. I'm smitten already. At least I know his name now. I can follow him online tomorrow. As the crowd continued to discuss, they observed Zhou Fuxing cautiously opening the car door. A fair leg descended, fabric billowing in the breeze, light casting playful shadows. Yun Miao emerged from the vehicle, making her way towards the mall. My goodness, one captivating face has given way to an even more enchanting one. The moment her visage graced the scene, the previously charming young man transformed into merely a driver. Wait a moment, this person looks somewhat familiar. A realization struck. She resembled a popular online figure, previously mentioned in gossip across the internet. Upon learning that she was indeed an internet celebrity, the crowd's regard for Yun Miao shifted to disdain. How could someone like her drive such a fine car? It must not be hers. What internet celebrity? You must not have been online much. She is the mistress of the Apocalypse number 1, the very one that has never been unveiled. I recall she even appeared in Ling Yun's live stream before. The discussions within the crowd swelled, their voices rising like ripples in water. Zhou Fuxing suddenly regretted not exercising his so-called privilege from the outset, wishing he had cleared them all of these people. Just then, a man, flowers in hand, slid to his knees before Yun Miao. Her stride faltered momentarily. Zhou Fuxing stood frozen, gazing at the greasy man who knelt, one hand clutching flowers and the other a ring, feeling as though the world had tilted on its axis. The greasy man, with a deep and affectionate tone, said, "Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. I am to be your partner in this journey of life, your future support. Your husband, a man as majestic as an eagle." Zhou Fuxing responded, "Buddy, are you here to play with abstract concepts?" The greasy man's complexion flushed with fervor. From a young age, my mother instilled in me the belief that a man should never kneel, for beneath a man's knee lies gold. Thus, despite the adversities I have faced over the years, I have never once bent my knee. Today, however, I kneel for you, and this shall be the only time I do so." He beamed with pride, moved by his own words. He had never knelt before, surely. This woman would be overwhelmed. After all, he was a man. Soon, he would present her with a ring, and he would become the master of the Tianqi #1. He envisioned the regret of those unworthy women who would later seek to enter his life, only to find him unwilling to entertain their advances. Yet, should she be willing to offer herself, he might reluctantly acquiesce. Zhou Fuxing felt as though struck by lightning, his expression darkening. He realized he had erred in not bringing his little black snake. How he longed for it to bite him now, even as a man. He could scarcely fathom the existence of such a despicable fellow. Among the onlookers, those closest could see that Yun Miao was not even glancing at the man. She continued her stride without pause, as if merely brushing aside an insignificant ant. The greasy man was electrified with excitement. She was approaching him. Surely, she would accept. Oh. Once they were together, Tianqi #1 would be his. Just as he was lost in his delightful thoughts, Yun Miao slightly turned and passed by him, offering no reaction whatsoever, as though she had merely sidestepped a trivial obstacle. Zhou Fuxing had initially feared that Miss Yun Miao would be angered by the scene. But seeing her treat him like air, he could not help but chuckle. Indeed, a person of her elevated stature would hardly notice such a man. And thus, Yun Miao walked away. The greasy man stood frozen in disbelief. What did this mean? Then a smile broke across his face. He understood now. It was a strategy of feigned disinterest. Moreover, with so many people around, she must have felt shy. Though she had not accepted his ring, she must have silently acquiesced. Yet, how foolish it was for her to venture into a shopping mall. He had no intention of entering a mall to buy her anything. After contemplating this, the greasy man decided to return to Tianqi #1 and wait for her. As he ran off, elated, he thought to himself, Tianqi #1 is mine. Zhou Fuxing. Bewildered, mused, I have encountered many deluded individuals, but this one is truly exceptional. Fortunately, he had fled, for otherwise, Lu Yong would not have been so forgiving. Just as he was about to summon Lu Yong to confront him, he found himself in a bustling mall. Yun Miao did not browse the clothing section. She was accustomed to wearing bespoke attire that fit perfectly and offered comfort. Off-the-rack clothing could never compare. Her jewelry was also custom-made, unique in its design. As for cosmetics, she had no need for them. She holds a disdain for Western luxury goods. Even a casual item from her own collection surpasses these insipid trinkets in depth and value. Chapter 62. She is cold-blooded. She ventured to the mall to observe modern life, as she would be residing at the foot of the mountain for an extended period. Zhou Fuxing trailed behind Yun Miao, glancing around with curiosity. Habitually, he would drape each outfit he encountered over Yun Miao's figure, along with the jewelry. Yet, each time he did so, he would quickly shake his head, deeming them too commonplace. He took a few steps forward and remarked, Everything here is rather pedestrian and does not befit you. I shall have the designer sketch something bespoke for you, and for jewelry, we can consult a jeweler. Or perhaps visit an auction house. I hear there is an event being organized there soon. Yun Miao did not respond to Zhou Fuxing's musings. He felt momentarily deflated. Then, she spoke in a nonchalant manner. All right. To Zhou Fuxing's ears, this was like celestial music. Miss Yun was engaging with him. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he contemplated asking his father for extra funds to procure exquisite items at the auction. Suddenly, Yun Miao halted. Zhou Fuxing paused as well, following her gaze into the depths of the store. In the Hermes boutique, a throng of sales associates surrounded a woman, attending to her with great care. The woman stood, elegantly slinging an expensive handbag over her arm, her high heels clicking on the floor as she admired her reflection in a full-length mirror. Zhou Fuxing recognized her instantly. It was the celebrity from the entertainment industry, Chao An. Though he wasn't an avid fan, he identified her thanks to videos he had watched the day before. The Liang Wei family murder case was the talk of the town, and as Liang Wei's current girlfriend, Chao An's return to the country had garnered immense media attention. It was unfortunate that what he wished to forget had lodged itself indelibly in his memory. Chao An was out shopping instead of staying home and mourning for Liang Wei. The public scrutiny following Liang Wei's death was overwhelming, with countless eyes on Chao An and Shen Si. Zhou Fuxing felt indifferent to Chao An's grief. He merely noted that her presence would undoubtedly attract media sensationalism. Yet, pondering further, he realized Chao An had little to fear. After all, she was the youngest winner of the Best Actress award in the entertainment industry, and her personality starkly contrasted with Liang Wei's. She was bold and audacious, unafraid to confront anyone. Hence, her decision to shop after her boyfriend's death seemed incongruous yet fitting. However, what was Miss Yun's interest in her? following closely behind Yun Miao. Zhou Fuxing had a vague understanding of her intentions, especially since she had inquired about Liang Wei just the day before. It was only natural that Yun Miao would be concerned about Chao En, given that she was Liang Wei's girlfriend. Chao En continued to admire her reflection, not focused on the handbag, but rather reveling in her own beauty. Truly, she was striking. In high spirits, she tossed the bag aside, instructing, "Wrap it up." The sales associate responded cheerfully, attending to the bag and offering tea. Chao En, seemingly sensing something, glanced outside just as a passerby obstructed Yun Miao's view, prompting her to retract her gaze, muttering, "How peculiar, it feels as though someone is watching me." "Miss Chao, what did you say?" "Nothing," she replied, adding, "Just have everything sent to my home. I'm leaving." Chao En donned her sunglasses and departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving behind a gaggle of inquisitive shop assistants, undoubtedly eager to inquire why she was still out shopping following Liang Wei's demise. Paying no heed to their curiosity, Chao En was resolute in her indifference. Her manager had bombarded her with countless calls the previous night, imploring her to remain at home, avoiding public outings. They intended to orchestrate a strategy to garner her more followers, a notion that held no allure for her. The only circumstance that might confine her to her abode would be a broken leg. No, even then, she would drag herself out with her elbows to partake in life. Chao En had already decided to purchase some clothing later, followed by indulging in bubble tea and dining. As she stepped into the elevator, she noticed a shadow trailing behind her. She made room for the individual, instinctively crossing her arms and closing her eyes to rest. The elevator doors slid shut, and it ascended. After what felt like an eternity, Chao En sensed the elevator had halted, and though there had been someone beside her when she entered, an eerie silence enveloped them. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled to find a grotesque, bloodied visage mere inches from her own, its murky eyes and drooling mouth poised to bite. At that moment, a hand emerged from outside the elevator, grasping the creature by its neck and violently slamming it against the elevator wall, producing a shrill, piercing sound. Another hand then intrusively reached in, kneading the creature into a formless mass. "It's all right, don't be scared," a soothing female voice reassured her. The scene shifted, and Chao En realized she had not merely entered an elevator, but had traversed into a phantasmagorical corridor conjured by an entrancing spirit. Yang Wei gradually kneaded the spirit, reducing it from a large mass to a smaller one, eventually storing it within a gourd she carried. She flicked her neck, her ponytail swaying as she exhaled in relief. "Fortunately, I arrived in time. Nothing untoward occurred." "Wait, are you all right?" Yang Wei turned to Chao En, concern etched on her face. "You're not too frightened, are you?" Chao En tossed her hair defiantly. "I'm perfectly fine." That filthy thing was revolting. She rolled her eyes, realizing that her appetite had vanished. She stomped her foot, and Yang Wei, surprisingly, perceived a slight fluster beneath the usually imperious demeanor of the renowned actress. Yang Wei introduced herself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yang Wei." Regarding the Liang family massacre, the police had not summoned Chao En, despite her being Liang Wei's girlfriend at the time of the incident, as she was abroad, rendering her suspicion minimal. This further fueled Yang Wei's doubts about Shenxi. "I know nothing," Chao En retorted. "Aren't you his girlfriend? How old are you?" Yang Wei asked, bewildered. "Are you serious? How old are you to still believe this?" Chao En replied, exasperated. "It was merely a contractual relationship. We were never romantically involved. Please, spare me the inquiries. Yet you were in tears at the airport yesterday?" Yang Wei pressed. Chao En sighed. "That was simply eye drops running down my face on the plane. Who could have imagined the footage would be so vivid?" Yang Wei nodded in understanding. "May I ask if you suspect anyone might harbor a grudge against Liang Wei?" "Oh, there are many," Chao En replied, her tone laced with incredulity. Yang Wei perked up her ears to listen. Was it not said that Liang Wei had an excellent reputation in the entertainment industry? In such a realm, where deceit and treachery abound, one might only feign politeness while secretly wishing for his demise. After all, his presence thwarted the distribution of resources. So, it was indeed a matter of resentment. Truly, obstructing one's path to wealth is akin to slaying one's parents. Chao En, losing her patience, interjected, "Have you finished your questions? I have no time to continue this conversation." Curiosity flickered in Yang Wei's mind. "Given your collaborative relationship with Liang Wei, do you feel no pang of emotion at his tragic end?" "None whatsoever," Chao En replied, turning on her heel to leave. It was not only Yang Wei who posed such inquiries. Since Liang Wei's death, many had approached her, and even her manager felt a twinge of fear at her apparent coldness. With trepidation, the manager asked, "If I were to perish, would you feel nothing as well?" Chao En shot her a look that conveyed a sense of incredulity. The manager understood, and sorrow filled her heart. "You have such a cold heart," she chided. Chowan could not suppress a derisive smile. Her heart was indeed icy. They had yet to witness true cold-bloodedness. For instance, there was that time when she was on the brink of death, and not a single glance was bestowed upon her. Chapter 63. Competitive Relations. Yang Wei pondered for a moment before energetically tossing her ponytail and striding away. Zhou Fuxing stood still for a while, then headed in another direction. Miss Yun Miao was seated in a CAF, staring at her coffee with an expressionless demeanor, yet Zhou Fuxing sensed a hint of disdain emanating from her. This was understandable. She had only ever been seen drinking tea, and the items she indulged in were either exceptionally delicious or exceedingly rare and precious. Chowan had already departed without incident. The girl he encountered yesterday had been dealt with. Zhou Fuxing, often perceived as boisterous and easily startled, was, in reality, the most composed of individuals. Earlier, when he followed Chao in, he too was drawn into an illusion by the spirit, observing the phenomenon with unwavering calmness. Some individuals appear aloof on the surface, yet harbor profound emotions within. Zhou Fuxing, on the other hand, displayed a facade of rich emotions while being fundamentally indifferent to the core. He concealed his true nature so adeptly that few noticed his deep-seated coldness. This was also why Yun Miao permitted him to remain by her side. She did not lack for capable individuals, but required someone sufficiently detached. Indeed, Yun Miao did not touch the cup of coffee. Zhou Fuxing accompanied her for a stroll through the mall, and as they stepped into the fading twilight back at Tianqi No. 1, a shadow darted from the door. Its serpentine body writhing excitedly, its beady green eyes fixed eagerly on Zhou Fuxing, because Yun Miao had not even cast a glance at it as she passed by. The little black snake twisted vigorously, its head raised high, before it plummeted to the ground and swiftly slithered toward Yun Miao. Yun Miao settled at the stone table in the courtyard, pouring herself a cup of tea and savoring it slowly. The little black snake remained agitated, flicking its tongue in and out. Yun Miao's brow slightly furrowed as she murmured, "Is that so?" The little black snake wriggled its tail, crawling across the table for a moment before snapping its mouth at the air, then proudly raising its neck. Yun Miao continued to enjoy her tea. Zhou Fuxing, lacking her perceptiveness, was genuinely puzzled by the little black snake's behavior. Upon seeing Lu Yang emerge, he hurriedly inquired, "What's the matter?" Lu Yang glanced at Yun Miao and succinctly replied, "A man just came by claiming to be the male master of Tianqi No. 1. Zhou Fuxing quickly grasped the situation. It was the same man who had proposed to Miss Yun Miao in the mall. This building had become a refuge, hadn't it? He solemnly admonished, "You should have done something. How could you let him leave unscathed? You ought to have taught him a lesson." Lu Yang shrugged, "I had no opportunity." Before he could elaborate, the little black snake shot out like a cannonball, sinking its fangs into his neck, the entire serpent coiling around him. Ultimately, the man was carried away in a rather undignified manner, as Lu Yang found someone to assist him, fearing the sight might tarnish Yun Miao's view. Yun Miao set down her teacup, and once more, Yang Wei's visage emerged before her. He appeared desperate, frantically flailing his arms in an attempt to capture her attention. Dark vapors seeped from his eyes, ears, and nose, as if something were continually evaporating. Yun Miao gazed intently at Liang Wei. After the soul departs, it does not become entirely isolated from the external world. It perceives the danger threatening those it cherishes. Yun Miao, however, remains indifferent and dismissively waves it away. Shortly thereafter, Liang Wei reappears, enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, clearly expressing his ire towards Yun Miao's nonchalance. With a cold expression, she demonstrates remarkable restraint, for her temper is commendably composed. She harbors a deep disdain for souls lacking a sense of propriety. When she dismisses him this time, her effort is more forceful, effectively dispersing him entirely. This time, Liang Wei does not dare to return. Despite being a soul, he can sense that her previous gesture was intended to obliterate him. With only a slight moderation in her force at the last moment, Yang Wei returns to the bureau to report her findings and encounters Lu Gu. He remarks, "There is no need for you to exert yourself unnecessarily. The deaths in the Liang family have no connection to Xin Shi or Chao An. The true malevolence lies with the bone demon. I have already tracked its whereabouts and will soon bring it to justice. You might as well accompany me and set aside your current tasks." Yang Wei unfurls the documents one by one before turning to Lu Gu, stating, "This does not hinder my responsibilities. If the bone demon is wreaking havoc, my work becomes all the more significant, as it allows me to protect Chao In and Xin Shi." Lu Gu responds, "You possess a kind heart, yet your efforts may be in vain. Your mother intends to attribute your accomplishments to your sister. Naturally, should you falter, it it would be you who faces expulsion from the Yang family, with all the benefits accruing to Yang Xin while you bear the burdens. Such favoritism is truly unjust. Yang Wei clenches the documents tightly, pausing before replying, "Let her be." Seeing her lack of emotion, Lu Gu clicks his tongue. Yang Wei had been lost in her youth, and by the time she was found, another girl had taken her place in the family. This girl, though lacking in innate talent, basked in affection, while Yang Wei, the biological daughter, found herself overlooked. This mission had been orchestrated by Yang Wei's grandmother, who secretly sent her to the task, knowing that if she failed to gain recognition this time, she would indeed be forsaken by the Yang family. Though Lu Ji's words may have been brusque, they were indeed voiced with Yang Wei's best interests in mind. "You handle the bone demon. I will take care of matters here. No, there is no need for you to share the glory with me. Do not be so obstinate. I speak sincerely." Yang Wei gazes at him earnestly, asserting, "I am aware of what I must do." "Well, there is another way. Head to Tianqi number 1. Yang Wei pauses. She had previously overheard a conversation between her grandmother and father, mentioning her return and her residence at Tianqi number 1, where they trembled with excitement at the mere mention of her name. Without needing to listen further, Yang Wei understands who they refer to, a person for whom they have been striving to learn since birth. They have dedicated themselves to mastering tea brewing, incense appreciation, music, calligraphy, aesthetics, and exorcising malevolent spirits. Each mission undertaken is not merely to eliminate a certain number of evil entities, but to acquire recognition, to stand at the pinnacle, deserving of her gaze. Strictly speaking, she and Lu Gu, along with this small team, are rivals, competing solely for the privilege of her attention. This rivalry has endured for 2 lifetimes. Yang Wei, I shall earnestly strive to achieve the top honors, just to catch her eye. Lu Gu, feeling helpless, recognized Yang Wei's occasional stubbornness. As he prepared to leave, he felt a sudden jolt from the coin on his wrist. He glanced down, his expression shifting with concern. This is not good. It is heading to the Apocalypse 1. Chapter 64, Did I Give You Face? That night, the little black snake, sprawled on the sofa engrossed in its phone, suddenly raised its neck, twisting its head to gaze at the door. Zhou Fuxing inquired, "What's wrong?" The little black snake remained unresponsive, slithering toward the outside. Zhou Fuxing instinctively followed, but was halted by Lu Yang's hand. The two of them observed the little black snake lying in place for a moment before it continued its meandering back to the living room. On its return, it held its head even higher, its chin raised in an air of superiority, its beady eyes seemingly conveying a message of disdain. Useless. Zhou Fuxing was taken aback. Lu Yang approached the door and opened it, revealing a figure lying outside. It was not quite human. It donned a voluminous white robe and a long black hat that towered above. With a gust of wind, the white robe billowed, revealing a skeletal form beneath. Lu Yang gripped the doorframe tightly. This figure was undoubtedly not human. Unlike Zhou Fuxing, who maintained his composure, Lu Yang felt a tempest brewing within him. The skeletal figure appeared to rouse from a stupor, shaking its head and locking eyes with Lu Yang, who stood frozen in shock. Neither dared to move. In their shared gaze, Lu Yang ultimately regained his senses first. It was clear that this skeletal apparition had its sights set on the Ark of Revelation but had been detected by the little black snake upon its arrival, which had intervened. It seemed the little black snake had shown mercy. Lu Yang, despite feeling a twinge of fear, resolved to assist it. However, now he was faced with the dilemma of how to handle this situation. "Spare me," the skeleton pleaded. "I am not here to cause harm. I seek an audience with Lord Yun. I am acquainted with Miss Yun Miao." This left Lu Yang at a loss. He returned to report to Yun Miao, who was currently engaged in a game of chess, her focus on the board as the black and white pieces clashed in silence. Lu Yang waited patiently. After what felt like an eternity, Yun Miao concluded her game and commanded, "Let it crawl in." It was indeed a trial for the skeletal being. As it was in disarray, the skeleton turned to Zhou Fuxing, proposing, "Could you find a rope to bind my scattered parts?" Zhou Fuxing, perplexed, replied, "I thought you would naturally reassemble." "Of course I will," the skeleton retorted with pride. "I shall be whole again in about 3 days." "Very well," Zhou Fuxing consented, retrieving some cloth from the room. He had no rope, and whether the Ark of Revelation possessed such an item was beyond his knowledge. Even if it did, he would not dare to use anything belonging to Miss Yun Miao. As the night deepened and the cold wind howled, Zhou Fuxing knelt on the ground, tying the skeleton-esque form together, creating a rather peculiar scene. Before long, the skeletal figure was fashioned into a humanoid shape. The skeleton donned the white robe, adjusted the tall black hat, and miraculously produced a mask to wear. After this transformation, The skeletal being bore a striking resemblance to a person. The skeletal spirit followed Zhou Fuxing into the Tianqi number 1, his head bowed, too timid to look around. Just moments before, he had felt his bones shatter upon approaching. Yet he sensed that it was not Lord Yun who had inflicted the harm. Given Lord Yun's temperament, he would have perished immediately had he been the one to strike. Rather, it must have been an underling accompanying Lord Yun. However, the two individuals he had just encountered were evidently ordinary people, who were now by the side of Miss Yun Miao. The skeletal spirit seethed with jealousy. Zhou Fuxing, walking ahead, glanced back at the masked skeletal spirit, puzzled. Why does it seem as though this skeleton bears a murderous intent towards me? They traversed the garden, where Yun Miao sat leisurely, sipping tea, dressed in a flowing gown of tea-colored fabric, her hair cascading freely. With a thud, the skeletal spirit knelt down. A force so great that Zhou Fuxing worried the sudden movement might shatter his carefully reassembled bones. Lord Yun, to see you again is truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. The skeletal spirit exclaimed, bowing repeatedly. You must surely seek to become the great judge of the heavens during your sojourn in the mortal realm. I am genuinely wronged. The matter concerning the Liang family has nothing to do with me. The Lu family, upon discovering my name, must have assumed I was the culprit, yet I assure you, they will not uncover the true perpetrator. How could I bear such a grave accusation? I heard you had descended to the mortal realm and came to clarify my innocence. Zhou Fuxing understood the situation. The police investigating the Liang family case had traced it back to the skeletal spirit, who felt unjustly accused and was seeking Miss Yun Miao's assistance. The Lu family was likely influenced by Yun Miao's reputation. After finishing her tea, Yun Miao's cold gaze settled upon Zhou Fuxing. Take him away and burn him, she commanded. Zhou Fuxing replied with utmost seriousness, understood. The skeletal spirit was filled with dread, his bowels turning to water. My goodness, after so many years without seeing Lord Yun, her heart has grown even colder. I was wrong, Lord Yun. I have withheld information. Please allow me to explain fully. Do not burn me, do not burn me. The skeletal spirit pleaded, yet Yun Miao remained silent. As Yun Miao's foremost subordinate, Zhou Fuxing recognized her silence as consent. Clearing his throat, he spoke sternly. Be clear. Should there be any concealment, I shall. I understand, I understand. The skeletal spirit interjected hastily. It is true, that night I intended to harm someone, but my target was not the Liang family. It was another household that raised malevolent spirits, truly dangerous beings. My intention was to act as an agent of justice. Upon entering, I detected a familiar scent and followed it, only to discover the Liang family drained of blood. While the method of blood extraction is indeed within my capabilities, I assure you, I am not the one responsible. Feeling wronged, the skeletal spirit continued. However, the Lu family utilized a spirit-revealing mirror and managed to trace my presence. You know, they would never believe my words. When I learned you had returned, I gathered my courage to approach. Had I known I would be torn apart before even getting close, I would have stayed away. The skeletal spirit lamented, his expression one of deep grievance. Yun Miao set down the cup, her hands elegantly intertwined, casting a lofty gaze upon him. The skeletal figure trembled as it raised its head, meeting Yun Miao's downward glance, causing its entire bony frame to quiver. Humans often burn incense and worship deities. Yet few dare to confront the divine directly. More often than not, they are met with the gaze of the gods, a sight that inspires both reverence and trepidation. The figure sensed impending doom. Then, Yun Miao coldly spoke. Do you presume I have shown you favor? Chapter 65 concerned the skeletal specter felt his body weaken, accompanied by the sound of bone snapping. Soon, white flakes began to fall from him, layer upon layer. The skeletal figure had completely collapsed, with only his head remaining mobile. He continued to plead, My Lord Yun, I told you not to be angry. He truly could not withstand her wrath. I inquired, what did you say? Yun Miao spoke. Who informed you of my return? With the opening of the Tianshi one, who could possibly be unaware? The skeletal figure initially intended to offer a vague response, but the powdery substance on him began to dissipate more rapidly. He had no choice but to speak the truth. The news of your appearance spread throughout Song'an town overnight. Who killed Liang Wei? The skeletal figure replied, I truly do not know. When I arrived, that creature was busy draining blood. As you know, I couldn't possibly contend with it. Of course, I did not leave immediately. I concealed myself beneath the windowsill, waiting for it to depart so I could sneak in and consume a bit of the remnants. Zhou Fuxing burst into laughter. The skeletal figure interjected, Please, continue. Zhou Fuxing waved his hands in a fluster. This skeleton has had a dismal existence, merely waiting for others to leave before attempting to drink a few drops of blood. I waited and waited, and for some inexplicable reason, fell asleep. When I awoke, Liang Wei had already been murdered, and everyone else had been drained dry. Why did you not drink Liang Wei's blood? Liang Wei did not become a dry corpse. One could discern that from his soul state. The skeletal figure added, I do not consume the blood of those who raise spirits. It is unclean. Liang Wei raised spirits? Zhou Fuxing was taken aback, realizing that the seemingly gentle and refined actor had indeed engaged in such practices. However, upon reflection, it was not entirely surprising. He seldom followed the entertainment industry closely. Yet he had heard numerous tales of spirit raising, many of which ended in disastrous consequences, with their practitioners meeting untimely ends. Yet, Liang Wei's fate was the most tragic. Not only was he dismembered, but none of the Liang family escaped unscathed. Having finished her inquiries, Yun Miao lightly tapped her fingers on the table, neither pressing further nor ceasing her gestures. The skeletal figure transformed into white powder and dispersed. Zhou Fuxing instinctively took a broom and swept the skeletal dust into the trash bin. Yun Miao cast a glance at him. He was precisely the person she required, one who remained quiet when silence was paramount, and who would not question whether she was being too ruthless. As for the matter that occupied Yun Miao's thoughts, Zhou Fuxing truly had no such concerns. He regarded the skeletal powder with two reflections. First, Miss Yun was indeed formidable. She had not even lifted a finger, and this entity had already turned to ashes. Second, he had not performed his duties adequately. He should have contained it in a box from the outset, thus avoiding the need for cleanup once it had transformed into ashes. Lu Gu and Yang Wei were not far from Tianchuan. A slight tremor coursed through the copper coin on Lu Ji's wrist. He exhaled sharply. It is gone. Yang Wei too breathed a sigh of relief. That is a relief. I hope it did not disturb her too much. Lu Ji's complexion paled. I shall atone for this upon my return. Perhaps from the moment of my birth, everything I have done has been for her. At this moment, standing at the entrance of the Apocalypse One, the two were engulfed in fear of encountering Yun Miao. Yang Wei stepped back, suggesting, let us depart. The matters concerning the Liang family remain unresolved, and your direction is misguided. During their mission, they would light incense, not with fire, but with lingering souls. Once lit, the incense would neither diminish nor extinguish. It would only cease when the perpetrator was vanquished. After the demise of the white-boned ghost, they had not received any news of the incense extinguishing. Lu Gu rubbed his temples and conceded. All right, perhaps your direction is indeed correct. Yang Wei was uncertain. Through her interactions with Shenxi and Chao En, she found them both normal yet abnormal. Their normalcy was superficial, while their abnormality stemmed from their attitudes following the Liang family's massacre. Yang Wei understood Chao En's demeanor, as their relationship was merely contractual. However, Shenxi was another matter. After 10 years of marriage and her profound love for Liang Wei, how could she remain indifferent? Indeed, as she had claimed, she merely wished to uphold a respectable facade. Yet, Yang Wei harbored doubts about Shenxi, sensing something amiss. They resolved to investigate her closely. Yang Wei nodded in agreement. It was essential to scrutinize Shenxi, and she had no time to waste. A direct summons was in order. Yang Wei and Lu Gu departed swiftly and at a considerable distance. Yet, Yun Miao remained perceptive. Over the years, each generation seemed less capable, rendering even the simplest tasks convoluted. Observing the situation from a divine perspective, Yun Miao became indifferent as soon as she noticed those families taking action. She was reluctant to expend energy on trivial matters, supporting those who sought to resolve issues, albeit frustrated by their sluggish pace. Had Yun Miao been in charge, everything would have been simplified. For instance, if Shenxi was suspicious, she would not let her escape scrutiny. As for Chao En, Zhou Fuxing suddenly interjected. Chao En is in trouble. Yun Miao turned her gaze toward Zhou Fuxing, who was fixated on his phone. The news reports that a fire has broken out at Chao En's home, yet the door is locked tight, impervious to any attempts to open it. The fire itself is peculiar, resisting all efforts to extinguish it. What could this mean? Though it seemed like he was speaking to himself, his words were distinctly directed at Yun Miao. Earlier that day in the mall, he had sensed Yun Miao's concern for Chao En. Yun Miao lowered her gaze, pondering Liang Wei's recent frequent appearances. It dawned on her that perhaps he cared for Chao En. Rising to her feet, she retrieved an umbrella from the side. Having spent considerable time with Yun Miao, Zhou Fuxing recognized that whenever she took up an umbrella, it signaled her intent to work. He automatically assumed the role of her driver. As Yun Miao settled into the car, resting against the seat, Zhou Fuxing drove towards Chao En's location. Turn left, Yun Miao instructed. Zhou Fuxing replied. Chaoen's house is to the right. Who said I was heading to Chaoen's house? Yun Miao responded lightly. Obediently, Zhou Fuxing turned left, heading toward Shinxi's residence. Yang Wei was also heading towards Shinxi's residence. As the person responsible for Chaoen, her immediate instinct should have been to rescue him. In fact, she initially made her way to Chaoen's home. However, halfway there, a thought crossed her mind. She decisively instructed Lu Gu to proceed with the rescue while she drove towards Shinxi's house. When she first encountered Shinxi, she had been cautious and indeed noticed nothing amiss. In retrospect, that evening left her with a favorable impression of Shinxi. This impression was beguiling enough for her to overlook the sinister allure that had initially captivated her. As Yang Wei halted her vehicle, a man clad in a black robe passed by her window. His grotesque visage drew disdainful glances from those around him, prompting them to distance themselves. Xin Yangji walked forward calmly, his ample robe obscuring half his face, the loose fabric billowing and revealing a blinding white beneath. He paused momentarily upon noticing Yang Wei exit her car. "Look over there," a small voice said, clutching tightly to his collar. "She has arrived. She is here too." Xin Yangji cast a glance around. What a lively scene today, he mused. Chapter 66. The human eye can perceive only that which is safe. This is an intrinsic self-preservation mechanism within humanity. When individuals encounter certain experiences and this protective instinct is unable to intervene, they may witness phenomena deemed unsafe, commonly referred to as seeing ghosts. Some individuals possess a naturally inadequate self-protection mechanism, often called a gift. Furthermore, a select few, seemingly ordinary at birth, acquire such abilities through the influence of their elders. Yang Wei belongs to the former category. She inherited the talents of the Yang family at birth, destined to become the successor of the venerable old Master Yang. He nurtured her with great care. However, he passed away when she was merely 3 years old. By the time she returned at 4, the Yang family had already raised another girl, who had become her parents' adopted daughter, inheriting all that was once hers. Yang Wei's most profound realization is that the knowledge imparted to her by the old master remains untouchable by others. For instance, upon exiting the vehicle, she gazed upward at a towering building, where a shadowy figure scuttled about, occasionally pressing its face against a window, peering inside in search of someone elusive. It continued its relentless search. Yang Wei hastened forward, noting the elevator was nearly closing. She swiftly intervened, apologizing, and stepped inside. As she reached for the buttons, she found illuminated the very floor she sought. Turning around, she was confronted by an exceedingly grotesque and terrifying visage, shrouded in a voluminous black robe. The figure appearing tall and gaunt, Yang Wei compelled herself to mask any semblance of surprise, forcing her gaze away. It was merely an ordinary person, albeit one whose face was undeniably fearsome. Xin Yangji gazed ahead, his small head peeking out from beneath his garment. In that moment, Yang Wei felt an overwhelming surge of malevolence, nearly toppling her balance. Xin Yangji pushed the small head back inside, leaning against the wall for support. Cold sweat began to beat on her forehead. At that moment, if she still considered him ordinary, she would be nothing short of Navi. Another elevator ascended in tandem, housing Yun Miao inside. This was her inaugural experience in an elevator, quite fascinating. The adjacent compartment was even more intriguing. The intense aura of malevolence surged forth abruptly, then receded just as swiftly. For the first time, her curiosity was piqued about the nature of that entity. As the elevator doors opened, Yun Miao stepped out first, and the adjacent doors also parted, revealing Yang Wei emerging to behold Yun Miao. This visage would forever be etched in her memory. At 3 years old, her grandfather had instructed her to kneel and bow, placing his hand upon her head, saying, "Wei Wei, if you can follow her, our Yang family shall ascend to the pinnacle among the 8 clans. You must strive diligently to serve her." At that time, Yang Wei had timidly inquired, "Is she truly formidable, grandfather?" "Extremely formidable," he had replied. "My lifelong wish is to be by her side. If she requires a guardian dog, I would willingly transform into one." From that moment forth, all of Yang Wei's aspirations were directed towards her, not just her. The younger generation of the 8 prominent families strives diligently for her sake. Time and again, they undertake missions, engaging in fierce battles, all to stand before her. This particular task, along with the appearance of Yun Miao, encapsulates that endeavor. Only the captain, being a child born out of wedlock, has yet to be acknowledged by the family and remains oblivious to Yun Miao's identity, yet he harbors doubts. Yang Wei did not anticipate encountering her here. Feeling a surge of nostalgia, she hesitated momentarily, but her apprehension dissipated. With her presence, the individual behind should not cause any disturbances. Yun Miao gracefully stepped aside, her hands elegantly folded. Noticing Yang Wei gazing blankly at her, she raised a hand in a gesture that implied, "Continue with your business." "Oh," Yang Wei swiftly nodded, instinctively pressing her thumb against her middle finger, but upon reflection, it felt insufficient. She drew forth a white belt from her waist. Though termed a belt, upon closer inspection, it resembled a whip adorned with a myriad of intricate charms. Yang Wei rose on her toes and took a few steps forward, with Yun Miao leisurely trailing behind. Earlier, as they stood beside the elevator, their line of sight had been obscured. Upon reaching the common area, they encountered a window on the right, where a colossal face loomed. The visage was entirely green, covered in a thick layer of green hair, with eyes resembling pus-filled orbs. It was immense, its feet resting on the left window. The creature prowled, sniffing for human scent, and upon spotting Yang Wei, it fixed its gaze upon her. This was the first time Yang Wei had encountered such a being. It was not a spirit. She had never seen anything of this nature before. It scaled the sides of buildings, seeking out its desired target, invisible to ordinary people. When it appeared at the window, onlookers might merely perceive it as a cloud obstructing the sunlight. Yang Wei turned her head, unable to meet its gaze. Uncertain of what this entity was, she dared not take risks. Such creatures are harmless if unseen. However, locking eyes with them could provoke an attack. Its pus-like eyes fixated on Yang Wei, and upon realizing she would not meet its stare, it snorted and glanced behind her. It then spotted Shen Yangji approaching from Yun Miao's side. With a countenance as monstrous as its own, Shen Yangji's calm eyes met its gaze. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, the creature recoiled, only to encounter another pair of eyes, Yun Miao's, who stood with her arms crossed, observing it with indifference. It seemed startled, its hands slipping, causing its entire form to tumble downwards. Yang Wei seemed to have worried prematurely. Just moments ago, she had contemplated whether she could shield Yun Miao from being startled. She approached to knock on the door. Silence echoed from within. Yang Wei hesitated slightly. "Can you kick the door down?" Yun Miao's voice resonated slowly. Yang Wei glanced at Yun Miao, then at the door. "Kick it," Yun Miao commanded. Bang. Instinctively, Yang Wei lifted her foot and kicked the door open. A strong stench of blood wafted out, with blood oozing across the floor towards the entrance. Yang Wei rushed inside, while Shen Yangji paused at the doorway, stepping aside to allow Yun Miao passage. Yun Miao did not glance at him and entered. In the living room, a bound woman was furiously shouting curses. "Release me at once. Shen Shi, why have you bound me? Liang Wei's death has no connection to me. Have you lost your senses? Do you think I would covet your man?" The woman seated in the living room was none other than Chaoan. Shen Shi stood before her, still possessing her delicate and graceful demeanor, albeit with blood staining the corners of her mouth and her hands. As she listened to Chaoan's tirade, Shen Shi spoke softly. "You too are his woman. I ought to send you to meet him." Chaoan's hair hung wildly, her eyes wide with fury, radiating an intense rage that seemed sharp enough to cut. If not for the tight bindings restraining her, she would have lunged at Shen Shi with the intent to harm. "You are the one who has lost her mind. I have not gone mad. You are the one who agreed to fabricate this relationship in the first place. What pretense are you putting on now? You know better than anyone what Liang Wei truly is. It appears you have been successfully trained by him and have succumbed to that wretched Stockholm syndrome." Chapter 67. Was I once so contemptible? Shen Shi gently caressed her face, saying, "Do not be afraid. I shall remain by your side." Her fingers gradually sprouted slender tendrils, creeping across Chaoan's face and neck. Chaoan attempted to evade her touch, tossing her head to see Yun Miao standing by the door, observing them. The flicker of anger in Chaoan's eyes widened slightly upon meeting Yun Miao's gaze, momentarily revealing a torrent of emotions before she silently turned away and harshly reproached Shen Shi. "For a man, you have lost your mind. Do not forget. He retrieved you from the abyss solely for his own gain." Shen Shi replied, "He has his reasons." Chaoan retorted, "What reasons could he possibly have? Can you not come to your senses? He is already dead, and you are free. Why cling to the past and seek to accompany him?" "I have my own reasons," Shen Shi murmured. Chaoan's chest heaved rapidly, ultimately escaping in a cold laugh. "I was wrong. I truly erred. I should have slain Liang Wei and then you, rather than endure your torment now." Tears glistened in Shen Shi's eyes as she implored, "Please, spare me." "Spare you? Not a chance." A black scorpion fell from Chaoan and crawled slowly onto Shen Shi's leg, delivering a sting that rendered Shen Shi powerless, causing her to collapse onto the ground. She attempted to raise her hand again, but it remained immobile. Finally, surrendering, she looked up and said, "Kill me, then. Are you forcing me to break my principles? I am a law-abiding citizen. Why must I take a life? You have lingered too long in the abyss, accustomed to the cycle of life and death. Do you not understand the beauty of our world? What meaning does death hold? Surely, one must live. The ropes binding her hands and feet were gnawed away by a swarm of insects, allowing Chao In to rise and stretch her wrists. Her gaze fixed not on Xin Shi, but rather on Yun Miao, who says living is undesirable. Living is splendid. Yun Miao shifted her attention from Shun Shi to Chao In. Their eyes met, and silence enveloped the room. Yun Miao pondered the identity of the woman before her, finding her vaguely familiar, while Chao In awaited Yun Miao to speak first, resolute in her own silence. The atmosphere grew still. Yang Wei was the first to burst into the room, only to be momentarily immobilized by Xin Shi's influence. Xin Shi slowly curled into herself, her legs drawn to her chest, her frail back trembling like a willow in the wind. It was evident that she mourned Liang Wei's death, perhaps maintaining her composure for the sake of appearances. Yang Wei felt a pang of sympathy. Xin Yang did not enter. He lingered at the door, seemingly waiting for something, his small head peering out from his collar with a mischievous grin. A gust of wind swept in, and a massive green creature burst through the window, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed through the air. Yun Miao flicked her fingers, and the previously immobilized Yang Wei suddenly regained her motion. Without a moment's hesitation, she brandished her whip, striking fiercely at the green creature. The creature stumbled and fell, gasping for breath momentarily before rising, its sharp claws viciously lunging towards Xin Shi. Xin Shi lifted her head, her somewhat grotesque visage reflecting an expression of impending doom. Yang Wei suddenly positioned herself in front of her, and as their forces clashed, a tremendous shockwave surged through the air, causing the wind to rush in through the window, nearly blinding them. "Miss Shun, you must move aside," Yang Wei urged. "There is no need for you to save me," Xin Shi replied nonchalantly. Yang Wei, her pleading gaze turned towards Chao In, who averted her eyes, adopting an indifferent demeanor. Yang Wei, unable to look at Yun Miao, braced herself. Yun Miao circled the room, surveying the surroundings. The green-haired creature seemed to sense Yun Miao's presence, recoiling slightly, yet stubbornly remaining in place. "This creature, it possesses a rather peculiar appearance. Do you know what it is?" Yun Miao inquired, stepping closer to Yang Wei to scrutinize the green-haired entity. Yang Wei gritted her teeth, forcing herself to respond to Yun Miao's question. I know." Initially, upon their first encounter, Yang Wei had no idea what it was, having never seen such a thing before. However, she recalled a tale her grandfather had told her about a spirit known as the tenant ghost. It resembled a beastly apparition, with sharp claws and festering eyes, exceedingly grotesque. Another term that might more aptly describe it would be zombie creature. The tenant ghost was essentially a failed product, those who died untimely deaths, left to decay in the wilderness, absorbed negative energy, and, under certain circumstances, could transform into a zombie. Yet, some of these transformations were interrupted, rendering them as failures, worthless in the past, lacking even the qualification for refinement. Later, the trend of nurturing spirits from Thailand spread to the domestic scene, where practitioners of metaphysics began to experiment with these failed entities, unexpectedly yielding effective results. When nurtured, the tenant ghost could absorb good fortune on behalf of its host. The relationship between them resembled that of a landlord and tenant, hence the name tenant ghost. Few people chose to nurture tenant ghosts. Most celebrities and wealthy individuals preferred to raise Thai spirits instead. Tenant ghosts required extravagant accommodations, demanding much in terms of care and upkeep, proving to be quite cumbersome. In comparison, Thai spirits were more efficient. After all, tenant ghosts were inherently flawed, lacking remarkable abilities. When confronting any adversary, it is paramount to ascertain their weaknesses, particularly when facing a foe more formidable than oneself. Yun Miao advanced behind Yang Wei. Weakness? Yang Wei's thoughts raced as she sought to recall any insights from her grandfather regarding the vulnerabilities of tenant ghosts. Although her grandfather had not specifically mentioned their weaknesses, he had stated that tenant ghosts were essentially unsuccessful zombies. What do zombies fear? Glutinous rice? Black donkey hoofs? Black dog blood? Clearly, none of these were applicable. Wait, black dog blood. She had some. Inside her small gourd was the blood of a black dog. After returning to the Yang family, she had kept a dog, which her sister Yang Xian despised. Their parents ordered her to dispose of the little black dog, but she could not bear to part with it and secretly cared for it. When Yang Xian discovered this, she ordered a servant to skin and mutilate the dog, leaving its remains in the courtyard. The flesh was divided among the servants, while she salvaged the bloodied fur, storing it in the gourd. The tenant ghost lunged fiercely, causing Yang Wei to collapse to the ground. In that fleeting moment as the tenant ghost prepared to consume her, she swiftly covered its face with the bloody black dog hide. The farmer's spirit let out a roar, its agony and fury causing it to flail about the house like a headless fly, crashing recklessly into the fragile structure. "Take care of yourself, lest she harm you," came the warning. Yun Miao nodded. "Yes, I am here." "You draw it away to a different location," Yang Wei responded. "All right." She lashed out with her whip, diverting the enraged spirit's attention. Chao En, with her arms crossed, observed the scene with a sense of detachment. Noticing Yang Wei's obedient demeanor, she instinctively touched her own face, pondering, was she ever so subservient? Suddenly, Chao En's gaze fell upon Yun Miao as she casually pulled a chair towards her with her foot and sat down before Shen Shi, her eyes cast downwards. Devoid of any emotion, only an air of indifference. Ever since Yun Miao had glanced at her earlier, she had not looked back. Could it be that she truly does not remember her? Chapter 68. Reality and Illusion. Yun Miao gazed at Shen Shi, who buried her head, trembling slightly. Shen Shi's sobs ceased as she slowly lifted her gaze, her irregular features gradually illuminated under the light, her tear-filled eyes resembling a tranquil pool. "I am the ferryman. You should understand my purpose here." The ferryman of the Yellow Springs, a figure almost universally recognized. Shen Shi's eyes reddened slightly. "Did he find you? What does he require of me?" "I am uncertain," Yun Miao replied, silently observing her for a moment, the corners of her lips curving upwards into a smile that was neither entirely joyful nor sorrowful. "Thus, I ought to hear your tale with him to render a fair judgment." Shen Shi lowered her head, but could not resist glancing at Yun Miao's stunning visage, softly inquiring, "Where should I begin?" "Anywhere will suffice, but..." Yun Miao gestured towards Yang Wei, who was entangled with the land spirit nearby. "You must be swift. She cannot hold on much longer." "I shall," Shen Shi affirmed, looking intently into Yun Miao's eyes. "Are you aware of the abyss?" Yun Miao's fingers intertwined gently. "I am. I once resided within the abyss." The abyss was an entirely different realm, where survival was a formidable challenge, particularly for Shen Shi, who lacked the ruthlessness and strength to evade becoming a mere victim. She yearned to escape. On that fateful day, as she was pursued, she fled desperately, eventually spotting a hook ahead and grasping it. Unfamiliar with the human world, she did not realize it was a fishhook. Like a fish, she was caught by Liang Wei. Seated on the shore, her long skirt clung wetly to her form, her hair cascading behind her. Liang Wei approached, offering her a handkerchief. She cautiously accepted it, dabbing at the water on her face. The moment it touched her skin, she succumbed to unconsciousness. It was only later that Shen Shi learned Liang Wei had not come to fish but rather to ensnare her, or rather any creature from the abyss. She also discovered that the handkerchief he had given her was laced with a narcotic. Yet, even with this knowledge, Shen Shi felt no fear. For Liang Wei bestowed upon her a life of unparalleled comfort. He brought her to a villa, where she wanted for nothing in terms of food, drink, and clothing. All she needed to do was offer a bowl of her heart's blood each month. It was only later that she realized she was Liang Wei's little ghost. The only distinction was that she was indeed corporeal. Liang Wei fulfilled all her desires, and she experienced a blissful period, during which he frequently accompanied her, engaging in conversation and merriment. Gradually, they fell in love. Throughout this journey, she often felt restless due to the disparity in their appearances. Liang Wei was gentle and understanding. To convey his affection, he chose to make their relationship public. With tender eyes, Shen Shi reflected, that year, he had just starred in a film that performed exceptionally well, promising a bright future. Yet, marrying me nearly jeopardized his prospects. For 10 years, we shared a profound love, until he suddenly demanded a divorce. Shen Shi turned her gaze towards Chao En, who rolled her strikingly beautiful eyes and turned away. "He divorced to protect me, because I am not visually appealing enough. Many believe that my relationship with Liang Wei is due to some enchantment or manipulation on my part. Among his fans, there are indeed formidable individuals who perceive my uniqueness and wish to ensnare me. There was a moment when I nearly lost my life, and in order to safeguard me, Liang Wei entered into an agreement with Miss Chao." After Shen Shi finished speaking, she turned to Yun Miao, who had been listening intently. Yun Miao slowly inquired, "Do you love him?" "Yes. He met such a tragic end. Why do you not seek vengeance for him?" Shen Shi looked at her. "The ones who killed him are from the abyss, and I cannot contend with them." Yun Miao responded with a soft "oh." Shen Shi continued, "What does he hold on to? Is there something I must do, or does he desire for me to accompany him?" Yun Miao's usually indifferent smile seemed to lift slightly, not in joy, but with a chilling demeanor. Gazing at Shen Shi's face, Yun Miao spoke, "You should perish." Shen Shi suddenly straightened in her seat. "Did you not inquire about what he cannot let go of?" He wishes for your demise. You should oblige. Shenxi clenched her fists, biting her lips tightly, looking at Yun Miao. She was not Chao An, so she did not know who she was. However, Shenxi could sense Yun Miao's formidable presence, which rendered her immobile upon detecting her aura. She softly asked why. Chao An stepped forward and glanced at Yun Miao, noticing that she was not looking at her. With a huff, Chao An placed her hands on her hips. Shenxi, it is understandable that you do not recognize her since you emerged from the abyss late, but I advise you to speak the truth. Otherwise, you will not have a third chance. After all these years, I had almost believed in your devoted and foolish persona, but your recent performance was simply too contrived. It's rather amusing to play along with someone like you. Chao An had always been aware of Shenxi's unique identity, and due to her acquaintance with Liang Wei, their relationship had become relatively close. Previously, Chao An had thought Shenxi was merely a foolish woman who believed in a man's empty words. However, after Liang Wei's death, Chao An sensed something amiss. Even if she felt inadequate, she should not have done nothing, instead dragging her over to speak of accompanying her to the grave. A blatant act. When she saw Yang Wei and Yun Miao enter, she understood. It was clear she had realized she was being watched and wished to stage a performance for herself. If Yun Miao had not been present, it was likely that Yang Wei would have believed her. Unfortunately, her luck was poor, and Yun Miao arrived. Shenxi's expression stiffened slightly. Slowly, her tears receded, and her eyes were no longer red. She respectfully offered a deep bow to Yun Miao. I was unaware of your status and acted disrespectfully. I hope you will forgive me. Please grant me another opportunity. Yun Miao lightly tapped her fingers on the armrest of the sofa. Speak. Chao An glanced at Yun Miao, feeling that this descent from the mountain had softened her temperament considerably. In the past, she would have acted out by now. I truly love Liang Wei, but I also loathe him. Chao An slowly closed her eyes. I thought I had escaped the abyss, believing that meeting Liang Wei was my greatest fortune, only to discover it was yet another abyss. Liang Wei captured me to seize the fortunes of others on his behalf. To seize, one must inevitably inflict harm upon another's life. Shenxi, unwilling to comply, found Liang Wei had numerous methods to coerce her into submission. Confined within a cage, Shenxi endured relentless beatings from the Taoist day and night until she ultimately succumbed, becoming nothing more than a loyal hound to Liang Wei. Gradually, Shenxi lay in wait, obedient to his commands, until she amassed sufficient strength to turn against him. When Liang Wei reached the age of 25, the tide of retribution surged forth, and he narrowly escaped death. Realizing Shenxi had spiraled out of control, he returned with his men to capture her, only to discover that she had already seized control of the entire Liang family, threatening the lives of the Liang clan members. I showed no mercy in my retaliation against them. Chapter 69. Departing the Liang family is far from innocent. Since childhood, Liang Wei has been the family's golden goose, with the entire clan feasting off his success. By the age of 18, Liang Wei began to shed his youthful innocence. Yet his transition from child star to mainstream celebrity faltered. Several leading films flopped, causing panic within the family, as they all relied on him to provide for them. It was during this tumultuous time that they first encountered the Thai practice of nurturing spirits. However, Liang's father had conducted extensive research in this area. Their primary goal was profit, without incurring excessive risk. They believed that domestic expertise surpassed that of foreign practices, which they deemed less secure and effective. Initially, they opted to nurture a spirit known as a tenant ghost. This spirit was gentle, obedient, and loyal. After its nurturing, Yang Wei's career experienced a brief revival, but it soon plummeted once more. A Taoist suggested that a ghostly enchantress resided in an abyss, and that consuming her heart's blood could fulfill one's desires. The Liang family, eager to comply, set out on a quest to locate this abyss, which the Taoist claimed was connected to all sources of water in the world. Wherever there was water, the abyss could be reached. In pursuit of the ghostly enchantress, Liang Wei began fishing, using his own flesh and blood as bait, while other fishermen relied on worms. After 3 months of this peculiar endeavor, he finally caught Shenxi one fateful night. The Liang family cherished her as a prized possession, initially nurturing her with great care. However, the Taoist cautioned that the enchantress was inherently lowly, and they should not treat her too kindly. The harsher they were, the more she would recognize her master. Consequently, she was confined and beaten for an indeterminate period, left with not a single unblemished spot on her body. When she was on the brink of death, Liang Wei intervened to rescue her. Moved by compassion, he tended to her wounds, gradually nursing her back to health while sharing the story of his life under the moonlight. He recounted how his very existence was a scheme devised by his parents, how he was forced to learn acting from a young age to support the Liang family, using his own blood and flesh to sustain every member. He lamented that his parents favored his elder brother, relegating him to mere status as a money-making tool. He pleaded with Shun-Shi for her assistance. In that moment, whether motivated by pity or resentment towards the Liang family, she offered her first bowl of heart's blood. The powers of the ghostly enchantress were formidable. Shortly after Liang Wei consumed her heart's blood, he received a screenplay from a renowned director, ultimately winning the Best Actor award and catapulting his career into the realm of legend within the entertainment industry. While Liang Wei thrived in his acting career, Shun-Shi endured a harsh existence. Despite her monthly offerings of heart's blood, the Liang family continued to adhere to the belief that relentless abuse would strengthen her loyalty, subjecting her to frequent torment. By the time Liang Wei turned 25, Shun-Shi's years of subservience had led the Liang family to grow complacent, ultimately unshackling her chains. Seizing the opportunity, Shun-Shi gained control over the Liang family, while Liang Wei fell into a coma due to a car accident. He remained unconscious for 3 days and nights, during which Shun-Shi exacted her vengeance on the Liang family, hanging them and subjecting them to torment for the same duration. When Liang Wei finally regained consciousness and returned home, he found the family on the verge of collapse. Inquiring how he might spare them, Shun-Shi responded, "Marry me." As you might expect, we eventually wed. Shun-Shi softly remarked, "You may find it hard to believe, but amidst this coerced outcome, love did indeed blossom between us." Yun Miao. Indeed, it is rather difficult to believe. Shun-Shi seldom encountered someone as forthright as Yun Miao. She gazed at Yun Miao, who returned her look. "Will Liang Wei love you?" Shun-Shi chuckled. "I thought you were not a superficial person. It appears you also judge by appearances." Yun Miao was momentarily taken aback, realizing she had misunderstood. "I am not assessing your looks, but rather your identity as a specter." He mentioned that he had witnessed too much in that circle since childhood, and he was aware of my identity from the very beginning, without any aversion to it. Shun-Shi turned to Chaoan. "You should be aware of this." Chaoan had to concede. "Indeed, Liang Wei loves you deeply. Love is not something one can conceal." The affection in Liang Wei's gaze towards Chao In was profound and tender. That is certainly not something one can feign. Moreover, as an actress, Chaoan could discern whether he was acting. Then why did he divorce you and engage in a publicity stunt with me? Chaoan had no genuine interest in the publicity stunt. It was only after her relationship with Shun-Shi improved that she reluctantly participated for Shun-Shi's sake. Shun-Shi opened her mouth, seemingly at a loss for words. "It is. The abyssal entities have emerged. They found me, and fearing for Liang Wei's safety, I chose to divorce him." A fleeting moment of blankness crossed Chaoan's beautiful face. Narrowing her eyes dangerously, she said, "So, engaging in a publicity stunt with me serves as a guise to protect Liang Wei. Shun-Shi, why did you not directly tell me? I detest such scheming." "I apologize. I did not intend to scheme against you. I merely wished to keep you distanced from the abyssal entities." Chaoan clenched her jaw, frustrated, and turned her head away, unwilling to listen to Shun-Shi's excuses. After a moment of silence, she turned back. "It seems your efforts were in vain. My influence is limited, and the Liang family, including Liang Wei, is no more." After saying this, she fixed her gaze on Yun Miao, enunciating each word. "The influence is hardly significant." Yun Miao tilted her head, puzzled by the anger radiating from Chaoan's gaze. Indeed, Chaoan looked somewhat familiar. Yun Miao struggled to recall who she was. Unexpectedly, when Yun Miao suddenly looked at her, Chaoan smirked, revealing a smile reminiscent of her own, a smile that was both teasing and enigmatic. She had initially hesitated about whether to speak first, but seeing Yun Miao's apparent lack of recognition made Chaoan's heart feel heavy, as if something was about to break free. She suppressed it, slowly uttering, "Long time no see." Yun Miao nodded, focusing on the matter at hand. "The closer I am to you, the more agitated Liang Wei's spirit becomes. He sought me for help, coinciding with your encounter with danger. Perhaps you are his obsession." Yun Miao raised her hand and struck, sending the specter crashing to the ground. Liang Wei, with keen eyesight, immediately used her whip to secure the specter's neck, preparing to capture it in a gourd. Just as she was about to do so, the specter vanished suddenly. "Apologies, this belongs to me," said the man in the black robe, standing at the doorway, lightly adjusting his sleeves. His exceptionally grotesque and terrifying face bore calm eyes as he regarded Shun-Shi. "Shall we leave?" Shun-Shi shook her head. "There are guests. We cannot depart." Shin Yangji smiled. "Very well." He did not elaborate further and turned to leave. Yang Wei refrained from intervening, fully aware of her own limitations. The individual in question was evidently far superior to her, and to contest with him would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, he was merely a tenant farmer, whose capture would yield little benefit. Thus, she chose to sit upon the ground and recuperate her strength. This incident was but a minor interlude, largely overlooked by others. Shinshi recalled Yun Miao's words. Yang Wei's obsession is to protect me? Indeed, he sensed your peril and hoped that I would come to your aid. Is it truly dangerous? Shinshi mused. It must be those entities. They are unwilling to let me go. Yang Wei, he is a good man. Chapter 70. The deception of Shinshi. Yang Wei's insatiable curiosity ignited as she recalled her recent encounter with the vengeful spirit, all the while being distracted by Shinshi's narrative regarding her relationship with Liang Wei. It was revealed that Liang Wei had been nurturing a spirit for quite some time. However, the underlying cause of the malevolent intent towards Liang Wei's family remained shrouded in mystery. Xiaoyin, equally intrigued, inquired, why must they seek your demise? Even going so far as to extinguish the Liang family? I cannot disclose that, Shinshi replied, casting a pleading glance at Yun Miao. I apologize for the trouble. Would you permit me a moment to converse with Liang Wei? I shall counsel him to relinquish his obsessions and not to worry about me. Thus, your task would be accomplished. It is futile, she responded. The spirit manifesting before her was a mere reflection of its own fixation, not truly present by her side. With a visage marked by remorse, Shinshi uttered, I am sorry. Yun Miao rose, unable to endure the overwhelming stench of blood that permeated the room. It matters not. I am merely safeguarding you, she stated lightly, as if it were but a trifling matter. Come with me. Shinshi hesitated momentarily before following suit. Observing their departure, Yang Wei rose as well, and Xiaoyin clenched her teeth, feeling a twinge of envy towards individuals like Shinshi, who could engage in such conversations with Yun Miao, leveraging the obsessions of others. After all, many would lack the privilege to converse with her were it not for Yun Miao's current mission. Moreover, were it not for the task at hand, Yun Miao would scarcely engage in dialogue. Xiaoyin trailed closely behind, and the four of them gathered at the elevator. Suddenly, Yun Miao broke the silence with an abrupt question. Whose blood was it in the living room earlier? Mine, Shinshi replied, fearing that Yun Miao might misunderstand. She added softly, I am a blood demon, and the Liang family. They are of my kind. As the elevator doors began to open slowly, Yun Miao stepped aside, allowing the others to enter. Yang Wei hesitated, and Xiaoyin remained momentarily still, while Shinshi stood motionless. Enter, Yun Miao commanded, her tone devoid of overt authority, yet imbued with an undeniable compulsion to comply. After a few moments of indecision, Yang Wei stepped into the elevator, followed cautiously by Xiaoyin. Yun Miao did not move, and Shinshi gently reminded her, the doors are about to close. Indeed, I am merely awaiting their closure. She replied. With a resounding thud, the doors shut. Inside the elevator, Yang Wei was taken aback, her mind racing with the thought that perhaps something unclean lingered within. She reached for the button to open the doors, only to discover the elevator plummeting rapidly downwards. The sound of fierce kicks against the elevator echoed as Chao Deming attempted to escape, her heels striking the metal with urgency. Yun Miao, why do you persist in this manner? Yang Wei exclaimed, her fear mounting as she clutched Chao in tightly. If this elevator were to plummet, we would not have time to react. We could very well perish. Perish, you say? Xiaoyin retorted, her complexion pale with indignation. This elevator is fortified with the protective formations I arranged the moment I entered. Formations? Yang Wei asked, bewildered. Why? It is undoubtedly a ploy initiated by Shinshi. Yun Miao surmised. She harbored suspicions and prepared the formations in advance. Should Shinshi enter, it would be to ensnare her, while our entrance would ensure a safe passage. Ah? Yang Wei was taken aback, realizing that Shinshi had been prepared from the very beginning. Indeed, Xiaoyin scoffed. It is clear that she has long been wary of Shinshi. Not a single word spoken by Shinshi could she possibly trust. Calmness enveloped Chao in as she reflected on her recent anger, stemming from Yun Miao's failure to recognize her. Had Yun Miao truly remembered her, she would have never treated her like a weakling, but rather would have regarded her as a capable ally. Encountering someone like Shun, she would have elicited a straightforward command, strike, or perhaps with an added intensity, strike to death. This was the first time she had been subjected to such treatment. The more she contemplated, the more her ire swelled, ultimately transforming into a bitter laugh. The realization that Yun Miao genuinely did not remember her after all these years was infuriating, all the while. She had harbored resentment over Yun Miao's past indifference to the dangers she had faced. Reflecting on it now, it seemed evident that Yun Miao had completely forgotten her, and certainly did not recall the indifference with which she had witnessed her being devoured by that creature. It appeared that she was indeed foolish, while Yun Miao had forgotten. She remembered every detail vividly. Later, after she had fought for her survival, sustaining severe injuries and retreating deep into the mountains to recuperate, she sought out Yun Miao, only to discover that Yun Miao had ascended the mountain herself. Countless mountains existed in the world, and no one knew which one she had chosen. Initially, she bore no resentment towards Yun Miao for her failure to aid her in dire straits, but upon learning of Yun Miao's departure, she felt a distinct sense of betrayal. How could she leave her behind while bringing a snake along? What audacity! Yang Wei observed as Chowan transitioned from a state of fury to one of eerie calmness, her expression shifting from neutrality to a series of cold smirks, leaving Yang Wei puzzled about the source of her agitation. Tentatively, Yang Wei extended a finger towards Chowan, who turned to her, eyes glinting with danger. What do you want? Are you attempting to seize me? You ought to consider your own capabilities first. That's not it. Yang Wei stammered, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I'm merely curious about what you are. Little sister, do not be too inquisitive, lest. A thunderous sound erupted, nearly shattering their eardrums. While Chowan remained composed, Yang Wei clutched her ears, collapsing to the ground in agony. With a calm demeanor, Chowan gazed upward. Blood slowly seeped from the elevator's ceiling, gradually forming a stream that dripped before them. Although they could see nothing, she could vividly imagine the horrific plight of Shinshi, who lay battered on the ground, blood flowing mercilessly from her wounds, saturating her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose with thick crimson. Footsteps approached, deliberate and slow, echoing like the tolling of a bell marking the end of life, instilling profound fear within Shinshi. Before her stood a wraith-like figure advancing towards her, eliciting painful cries from her throat. This individual was terrifying, and Shinshi suddenly felt a pang of regret. It was clear that Chao En recognized her. Had she known, she would have extracted more information from Chao En to better prepare herself, thus avoiding a surprise attack. In truth, I rather enjoy listening to tales, Shinshi declared, lifting her head to gaze at Yun Miao, who maintained an expression of serene composure, her demeanor and gaze exuding an unsettling tranquility. Yet, that very calmness underscored the reality that Yun Miao held her in low regard. Should I express my gratitude then? Thank you for your appreciation of my stories. Shinshi murmured softly. Yun Miao shook her head. However, your storytelling leaves much to be desired. It evokes a sense of being treated like a fool. A fierce glint appeared in Shinshi's eyes, to which Yun Miao responded. Nevertheless, you are indeed quite intelligent. It is commonly believed that when an individual lies, the subsequent statement may contain a kernel of truth. Furthermore, within her narrative, she has crafted an immaculate image of the victim. In the tale, Shinshi appears exceedingly innocent and remarkably fragile, which is, in itself, abnormal. As Chowan aptly remarked, in the abyss, it is a brutal struggle for survival. In such a hostile environment, a delicate creature like Shun, she would be utterly consumed. The mere fact that she has emerged alive suggests she possesses some degree of capability. Conversely, one could deduce that a blood demon with such prowess would not fall victim to the trivial machinations of the Liang family. Yun Miao stated, listening to your fabrications pales in comparison to my own pursuit of the truth. With that, Yun Miao's fingertip pressed gently between Shinshi's brows. Chapter 71. Liang Wei's girlfriend Shin, she instinctively sought to shield her memories from Yun Miao's probing gaze. However, as she summoned all her strength to resist, she realized that her power felt like an ant attempting to shake a tree in the face of Yun Miao's formidable force. Her expression contorted in pain. You are not a ferryman. No ferryman possesses such strength. Who are you truly? Yun Miao regarded her coolly. I have little interest in introducing myself to those on the brink of death. Fear gripped Shinshi. She had encountered numerous foes in the abyss, yet she had never faced an adversary with such overwhelming power, save for the Abyss King. Gritting her teeth, she insisted. If you kill me, the Abyss King will not let you go. Her demeanor, eyes, and tone conveyed an air of pride. I am under the Abyss King's command. A sound of impatience interrupted her. With a slight exertion, Yun Miao elicited a piercing cry of agony from Shinshi. In the stillness of the night below, a man clad in a black cloak heard Shinshi's anguished cry and turned towards a deserted street lamp. Are you not going to save her? A small head rested on his shoulder. Shin Yangji replied. I asked her if she wished to leave. She refused. The small head chuckled mischievously, but you promised to help her. If you leave now, you are truly wicked. Yun Miao will surely kill her. That is her fate, Shin Yangji said, his striking eyes revealing a hint of coldness. She has overestimated herself, believing she could deceive everyone. perhaps even thinking that if she failed, she could simply turn against me. She is unaware that there are greater powers beyond her comprehension. He had initially agreed to escort her back to the abyss, but it was she who had reneged on the deal. The small head perked up with excitement. She is going to die. I can drink her blood now. Xinyangji frowned. Wasn't there enough blood to drink before? The small head revealed sharp little fangs, casting an eerie, terrifying shadow in the night. Not enough. Not enough. I want blood. I am so thirsty. Impatiently, Xinyangji patted its head before disappearing into the night. Shunshi sensed his departure, finally relinquishing all resistance. Yun Miao rarely delved into others' memories, for they often contain both pain and beauty. Such probing could easily draw her into the emotional turmoil, a sensation that made her feel nauseated. This time, her exploration of Shun-Shi's memories revealed that the latter had spun many lies, obscuring Liang Wei's true affections. Even if Shun-Shi were coerced, she might not divulge the truth. Thus, Yun Miao opted for a simpler approach. Upon reviewing Shun-Shi's memories, Yun Miao found herself laughing in anger for the first time. Indeed, Shun-Shi had uttered not a single truth. In the abyss, Shun-Shi was not the helpless victim she appeared to be. Rather, she held a high status. Having departed with a mission from the Abyss King, one she had not fulfilled, perhaps forgotten, rendering it vague. That year, Liang Wei had genuinely gone fishing, unexpectedly reeling Shun-Shi in. Emerging from the water, she appeared frail and pitiful. Despite her lack of conventional beauty, she possessed a delicate figure and a tender, vulnerable expression that elicited sympathy from all who beheld her. Liang Wei believed that she had drifted here after jumping into the river in despair, and approached her gently, asking, "Do you need help?" Shun-Shi, with tears in her eyes, responded, "Is it possible?" Liang Wei graciously offered her a temporary refuge in one of his vacant residences. His intentions were devoid of any ulterior motives, as he was in a committed relationship. This aspect of his life remained undiscovered by both Lu Yang and Yang Wei. Liang Wei's girlfriend was shrouded in secrecy, a fact that Shun-Shi stumbled upon unexpectedly. At the time, Liang Wei's girlfriend was a university student, and perhaps out of a desire for protection, they maintained a strict veil of secrecy, even going so far as to avoid meeting face to face. Soon enough, Shun-Shi's true nature emerged as she sought to manipulate Liang Wei into compliance, resorting to threats regarding his girlfriend. Liang Wei, compelled by these threats, acquiesced to her demands on numerous occasions. However, Yun Miao had little interest in the details of these transactions. Her focus lay solely on the thread connecting to Liang Wei's girlfriend. From Shun-Shi's memories, it became evident that Liang Wei harbored deep affection for his partner, often placing her needs above Shun-Shi's. As Liang Wei grew increasingly erratic, or perhaps due to the Liang family's desire to eliminate Shun-Shi, an abyssal entity was summoned to eradicate the Liang family. By the time Liang Wei arrived, he found the entire family had perished, with even the children not spared. Gazing upon the lifeless bodies of his kin, he confronted Shun-Shi, his years of subservience rendering him nearly devoid of resistance. He knelt before her, demanding to know why. Shun-Shi, haughty and unyielding, refrained from answering, merely stating that sparing his life was a chance for him to amend his ways. In anguish, Liang Wei buried his face in his hands as Shun-Shi exited the room. The memory she sought abruptly ceased at this juncture. Yun Miao released her grip, and Shun-Shi collapsed onto the floor, pale and defeated. The process of extracting memories was excruciating, leaving Shun-Shi unable to withstand the pain. It became clear that it was all part of your machinations, Yun Miao mused, wiping her fingers with a cloth. In truth, Liang Wei was innocent. He had genuinely gone fishing, though the location was not chosen at random. The Liang family feared that Liang Wei's career stagnation would render him incapable of providing for them, deeming their servant, the tenant spirit, to be of little use. Yet, despite its limited abilities, the tenant spirit displayed unwavering loyalty, still contemplating revenge for its deceased master. It was this tenant spirit that solidified Yun Miao's suspicions regarding Shun-Shi's ulterior motives. The Liang family, dissatisfied with the tenant spirit's perceived ineffectiveness, sought guidance from a Taoist, who suggested that Liang Wei should go fishing to ascertain what he might catch. If he were to reel in a person, they would be generously cared for. The Liang family cherished this advice. Unfortunately, Liang Wei had little fondness for such endeavors. Even the act of sustaining the tenant spirit was coerced by his family. Thus, deceiving Liang Wei into believing he was merely fishing ultimately led to the unexpected capture of Shun-Shi. The Liang family anticipated boundless wealth, unaware that it was not they who had ensnared Shun-Shi, but rather she who had chosen them. The so-called Taoists were all orchestrated by Shun-Shi. When Shun-Shi first encountered Liang Wei, He was unresponsive to her entreaties, and his compliance under the threat of his family was merely superficial. It was only after he discovered that he was secretly caring for a young girl that Shenxi leveraged this information to ensure his obedience. Later, Shenxi grew weary of remaining confined within the walls of her home. She yearned for the freedom to roam unencumbered. However, she feared that her ambiguous identity might attract the attention of certain organizations. Thus, she chose to marry Liang Wei, acquiring a legitimate status. Yun Miao perceived her as rather astute, the wife of a superstar. Frequently gracing the screen, she would likely remain shrouded in obscurity, leading others to overlook her true nature. Much like the recently present Xiaoan, Shenxi felt dizzy, and after a struggle, managed to regain some semblance of composure, summoning all her strength. "You cannot kill me. I abhor threats." The notion of being coerced by the Abyssal King held little weight for her, and she found it distasteful. Shenxi continued, "No. It is Liang Wei's obsession. He seeks to protect his beloved. She is with me, and if he were to take my life, she would perish as well." Upon uttering these words, she distinctly sensed a shift in Yun Miao's gaze, which turned perilous. Realizing too late that her statement had come across as a threat, she fought through her pain to clarify, "Truly, I have merged the 3 souls and 5 spirits of his girlfriend with my own, leaving but 1 spirit within her body. Consequently, his girlfriend is now in a comatose state. You must have seen this within my memories." Chapter 72. Baiting indeed, she had noticed. However, Yun Miao remained unfazed. Shenxi observed her perpetually frigid gaze and lowered her stance further, stating, "Extracting your soul will require time. I shall retrieve it. And then you may dispose of it as you wish." With her eyes cast downwards, Yun Miao remarked, "You were quite ruthless. Had you not been so cunning? Perhaps I would have spared you." Shenxi inquired, "And what of now?" "It is precisely because of your cunning that I might consider sparing you. I am curious to see how you intend to escape my grasp." Shenxi was somewhat perplexed. She had clearly discerned her intentions, so why did Yun Miao acquiesce? Soon enough, the realization dawned upon Shenxi. Yun Miao, possessing formidable abilities, was naturally prideful and self-satisfied, thus unperturbed by her schemes. Such individuals were the most advantageous for Shenxi, as her expertise lay in dismantling one's confidence. Yun Miao scrutinized her, her expression shifting as she pondered her thoughts. In truth, Yun Miao's musings were simple. Life was rather dull. Observing a spectacle was a form of amusement. Regarding Liang Wei's obsession, she sought further confirmation. If he truly was her boyfriend, then extracting the soul and returning it should be considered a task fulfilled. Yet, uncertainty lingered. When the subject of his girlfriend arose, Liang Wei had not made an appearance. As a spirit, he would adhere to his instincts, unless that was not his true fixation. "Follow me," Yun Miao commanded, turning away. Shenxi was momentarily shattered. As a blood demon, her essence had nearly drained. How could she possibly follow? This thought flitted across her mind. She understood that even if she were to crawl to Yun Miao's side, her current desire to avoid self-destruction did not extend to other entities. Yun Miao opted for her work, stepping into the elevator. Shenxi, with remarkable tenacity, crawled in behind her. As the elevator descended, Yun Miao observed the floor numbers shift, bringing to mind the final images of her memories. "You did not kill Liang Wei." "No," Shenxi denied. "There was no necessity for me to eliminate him. He still serves a purpose. In truth, the Liang family was not slain by my hand. The obscurity you gleaned from my memories merely indicates I was present." Yun Miao responded with a non-committal sound, lapsing into silence. She felt a sense of frustration. She wished to continue the dialogue, yet Yun Miao seemed disinterested, leaving her in an awkward position. As the elevator doors opened, Qiaowen and Yang Wei rose from their crouched positions, awaiting her emergence. Their expressions remained composed until they spotted Shenxi, when their demeanor faltered slightly. "She is still alive?" Yun Miao disregarded them, advancing a few steps when Zhou Fuxing, who had been lurking, scampered over, exclaiming, "Miss Yun Miao, how did it go? Was it not executed flawlessly?" Zhou Fuxing had accompanied Yun Miao, but she had deemed him a burden and excluded him from her ascent. "Not particularly well," he stammered, terror evident in his demeanor. He realized he had misstepped in flattery. "Take Shenxi back." Zhou Fuxing glanced at the seemingly blood-soaked individual on the ground, nodding earnestly. "Rest assured, once she is in my care, I shall ensure her resurrection." "No need," Yun Miao interjected. "Just toss her in the woodshed. There is no need to concern yourself with her fate." Zhou Fuxing, "I've made another mistake. Indeed, the Tianqi No. 1 lacks a storage room, yet it contains an unoccupied chamber, furnished only with a solitary bed," where Zhou Fuxing unceremoniously discarded her. Could I have a blanket? Shunshi inquired, her eyes reddened, silently gazing at him. Though her appearance was unappealing, there was an endearing quality in her gaze. Particularly, her blend of unattractiveness and a demeanor marked by self-doubt and forbearance made it easier for her to obtain her desires. Zhou Fuxing chose to ignore her. No, you can die if you wish, just don't come near me. He certainly did not wish to be expelled from Tianqino. One by Miss Yun Miao. The little black snake, sensing the presence of a fellow creature, abruptly halted its video playback, directing its gaze outside, its vertical pupils narrowing. Just as it prepared to unleash its wrath, Yun Miao strode in, exuding an air of authority, causing the little black snake to instantly transform into a submissive creature. Slithering towards her. What about outside? Yun Miao inquired, her spirits high as she regarded it. The little black snake nodded vigorously. I use it for baiting. The little black snake. Though unable to comprehend, it sounded sophisticated. Clearly, Lord Yun possessed extraordinary skills. Baiting. This term had been gleaned from Shun Shi's memories by Yun Miao. When fishing, anglers scatter ample bait in a specific area to attract schools of fish. Xin Shi, in essence, was the bait that Yun Miao had cast. Lu Yong exited to attend to Yun Miao's errands, and upon completing his task, he was intercepted on his return by Jiang Xing. Beneath the window, Jiang Xing's pallid face met his, lips pressed together in silence. Lu Yong raised an eyebrow, chuckling lightly. Are you upset? He opened the car door and settled inside as the driver initiated the vehicle, with streetlights gradually illuminating the interior. It is only because Miss Yun Miao has tasks for me that I am able to serve her, Lu Yong remarked. In truth, I do not consider myself in her service. It is Zhou Fuxing who truly accompanies her. At times, Lu Yong felt that ability did not equate to significance. Zhou Fuxing, devoid of curiosity about the world, had begun to languish since childhood, while he and Jiang Xing, having toiled diligently from a young age to inherit their family legacies, never allowed themselves a moment's respite. Even Jiang Xing, whose health had been frail since birth. Conversely, Zhou Fuxing was the most lackadaisical among them. Although he projected the warmth of a cheerful sun, he was, at his core, rather cold. Previously, they had found it perplexing that old Zhou held such affection for him. In retrospect, the reasoning became clear. His disposition aligned well with that of Miss Yun Miao. Jiang Xing, do you believe I am upset for that reason? Is it not? Lu Yong casually leaned against the back of the car. Then what is it that vexes you? Jiang Xing, his gaze lowered to his nails, spoke slowly. While I am indeed drawn to her, engaging with such matters inevitably attracts their essence. Lu Yong, what do you mean? The most fortunate individuals in this world are the ordinary ones, blissfully unaware, unafraid. When you cease to be ordinary, it is as if you become a magnet, drawing in all manner of unclean entities. Lu Yong's spine gradually stiffened, a chill creeping from his tailbone, spreading through his limbs. The light filtering through the window deepened into darkness, and the occasional glimmer revealed subtle changes occurring within the vehicle he occupied. The obsidian vehicle gradually transformed into a blank sheet of paper. Jiang Xing continued to lower his head, fixated intently on his own fingertips. His nails had turned a deep, amber-hued black. Don't you agree? Jiang Xing raised his gaze. His eyes, devoid of white, were filled solely with an intense darkness. Chapter 73. The formation. Lu Yong dared not move. Jiang Xing continued to inquire, do you not agree? Lu Yong took a deep breath. He was now quite certain that the figure before him, Jiang Xing, was not truly Jiang Xing, or perhaps he was, merely possessed by some malevolent spirit. What was this spirit attempting to convey by speaking these words? Was it trying to express that following Miss Yun Miao would lead to misfortune, seeking to dissuade him? Lu Yong resolved to follow him downward, eager to discern what he had to say. Indeed, I too am reluctant to accompany her, Lu Yong stated, deliberately infusing his tone with a hint of dissatisfaction. She holds herself so high above others, looking down on everyone. The words spoken by Jiang Xing seemed to bring him a measure of comfort, the enigmatic depth in his eyes diminishing significantly. Indeed, Jiang Xing nodded in agreement. It was not incorrect to assert this direction. Lu Yong continued, staying by her side likely offers no advantages. Collaborating with her is merely a matter of necessity. Necessity? He echoed. My father coerced me into this. Consider, as a promising young man, how could I possibly align myself with her unless under duress? Your point is well taken. Jiang Xing remarked, his mood evidently brightening, the malevolence in his gaze diminishing further. Lu Yong pressed on in this vein, recounting his struggles, detailing how his father had compelled him into these circumstances, and depicting himself as a mere dog, obediently fetching and carrying for Yun Miao. Jiang Xing listened with increasing satisfaction, occasionally responding with an approving murmur. Outside, the lights gradually brightened, and Jiang Xing's visage became increasingly indistinct. As if enveloped in mist, Lu Yang shook his head vigorously. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself not in a vehicle, but standing alone on an empty path. The cool breeze swept over him, drying the sweat upon his brow, leaving a thin chill clinging to his skin. Lu Yang's mind remained taut as he progressed along the path, where a glimmer of light beckoned. Approaching the illumination, he discovered it receding once more. Upon closer inspection, it was a street lamp, beneath which lay the sign of Tianqi No. 1. He had returned. As Lu Yang entered Tianqi No. 1, the moment the door closed behind him, all defenses and fears seemed to shed from him like a heavy coat, leaving him feeling remarkably unburdened. His clenched fists relaxed, and his once rigid posture loosened. In his lively eyes, there was no trace of fear or trepidation, only a subtle thrill. What he had just experienced was exhilarating. What had that entity been? A specter transformed into the guise of Jiang Xing? Lu Yang intended to mention this incident to Yun Miao, but upon checking the time, he realized it was her rest period. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against returning home and instead entered Zhou Fuxing's room. After bathing and donning Zhou Fuxing's pajamas, he slipped into his bed and pulled the covers over himself. Zhou Fuxing, deep in slumber, stirred awake. "What filthy thing is this?" he muttered groggily. Lu Yang replied softly, "I saw a ghost." "Oh, just a ghost. There's one bound next door." "You don't understand. It was thrilling," Lu Yang insisted. "Just sleep," Zhou Fuxing retorted. As dawn broke, Lu Yang awaited Yun Miao's waking moment to inform her that the tasks she had assigned were completed, and then to share the extraordinary tale of his ghostly encounter from the previous night. From the moment of encounter to the conclusion, every detail was elaborated upon. Yun Miao nodded in understanding. Just as her nest was freshly established, she found herself reeling in a catch. Speaking of which, last night, while traversing a narrow path shrouded in darkness, I finally spotted a solitary light. Following that beacon, I surely arrived at the entrance, that light. It was a guiding lantern. The Tianqi No. 1, a courtyard forged from the mastery of array formations, possessed intricate arrays at every corner, including that very lantern. When the skeletal ghost made its appearance last time, the little black snake sensing triggered an attack that, in truth, never reached the ghost. It was merely ensnared by the courtyard's array. After all, with the little black snake's capabilities, a mere flick of its attack would have reduced the skeletal ghost to ashes. Lu Yang surveyed the courtyard, feeling its extraordinary essence, not just in the structure but in its inhabitants as well. Take Miss Yun Miao, for instance. The creatures here were remarkable too, such as the little black snake. Lu Yang had taken the time to study that little serpent. He recalled a tale told by Jiang Xing about a black dragon, and he felt a profound certainty that the little black snake was no ordinary snake but rather a dragon in disguise. Yet, upon closer observation, it remained a serpent with an addiction to the internet, no less. The little black snake spent its days engrossed in short videos, utterly absorbed, particularly enjoying 3-minute film summaries, listening with rapt attention. Such habits were detrimental, impairing focus. Initially, Lu Yang intended to offer a word of caution, but then he reflected, what focus does a snake require? Moreover, it did exhibit concentration, fixated as it was on savoring the presence of Miss Yun Miao. Lu Yang gazed at the sky outside. "Jiang Xing, you spoke truly. This lifestyle is indeed alluring." Meanwhile, Jiang Xing meticulously cleaned an album in the study, a relic of considerable age, his movements both careful and gentle. The study was sparse, with only him, books, and a singular chicken. The chicken stood obediently atop the table, its eyes strikingly human-like, moving in tandem with Jiang Xing's actions. It fidgeted with a sense of urgency, emitting soft clucks from its throat. Jiang Xing continued his task, speaking slowly. "Do you think Lu Yang is at Tianqi No. 1? The little chicken scuttled back and forth on the table. "Quite well, indeed." The chicken flapped its wings. Jiang Xing chuckled softly. "What's the hurry? Take your time. Everything will unfold gradually." He set the album down, affirming, "Gradually. The case has been closed." What transpired? Lu Gu was still engaged in another direction when, just as he began to see some leads, he was instructed by the captain to conclude the case. The captain revealed little, leaving Lu Gu no choice but to seek out Yang Wei. Yang Wei appeared vibrant, her ponytail tied high. "Lu Gu, you know our line of work. Matters that require confidentiality must remain so. Do not press me." Lu Gu understood and held no anger. "I simply did not expect a resolution so swift." I had just begun to find some direction, only to realize I was mistaken. He placed the documents in his hand down, causing them to slide across the table. Yang Wei glanced at one of the pages, which depicted a man in a black robe. In the illustration, he bowed his head, his voluminous robe concealing him entirely, save for a pair of exquisitely beautiful hands, pale and striking. This individual, Yang Wei, shall forever remain etched in her memory. He once instilled in her a sense of impending doom. He was my initial suspect, having once appeared in the villa district where the Liang family resided. The cameras failed to capture his visage, yet I found him to be exceedingly dubious. I had seen him, including his face. Lu Gu remarked, "There is no need. The task has been accomplished." He seemed rather indifferent. Nevertheless, Yang Wei lowered her gaze and began to sketch his face. "I sense he is extraordinary. By depicting him, you might inquire with your elders if they have ever encountered him. I have an enduring suspicion regarding his true identity. Furthermore, I have an instinct that he is acquainted with her." Her? Yun Miao. As she uttered this name in her mind, she felt a tinge of irreverence and refrained from continuing. In any case, she was convinced that this man was familiar with Yun Miao, while Yun Miao did not recognize him. Chapter 74. Jealousy. Liang Wei's obsession remained unresolved, yet ever since he had been reprimanded in front of Yun Miao, he hesitated to appear before her again. Yun Miao continued her life as usual. He could not comprehend why, as a soul, he was driven to seek out a ferryman, and how that ferryman could fail to address his needs. This ferryman was utterly unlike any he had encountered before. In truth, a typical ferryman would actively engage in such matters, driven by duty and the understanding that a soul's obsession, if prolonged, could evolve into a malevolent spirit. Such a transformation would adversely affect their own performance. Clearly, Yun Miao was not troubled by this concern. She had no performance metrics to satisfy. When confronted with a darkened spirit, she would simply disperse it with a single strike, unperturbed by any implications for herself. Thus, Yun Miao remained unhurried, while Liang Wei dared not rush her. Meanwhile, trapped within the confines of a room, she was increasingly agitated. She sensed that Yun Miao had not brought her back due to her threats. Rather, there was an ulterior motive at play. Yet, the nature of this motive eluded her, filling her with unease. As a ghostly creature possessing human traits, her anxiety propelled her into frantic activity. She scanned her surroundings, contemplating an escape, only to despondently realize there was no opportunity to do so. The entire house was ensconced in a sophisticated array of formations. Had Yun Miao not escorted her inside, she might have sustained severe injuries merely approaching this place. Creak. The door swung open. Shenshi turned, shielding her eyes from the sunlight, and beheld a strikingly handsome man entering. He approached and unshackled the chains binding her. "Thank you," Shenshi said. "There's no need for pleasantries," Zhou Fuxing replied, handing her a broom. "What's this?" she inquired, puzzled. "Are you embarrassed to be living here without contributing?" Zhou Fuxing pointed to the courtyard. "Make sure to clean it thoroughly." With that, he departed. Shenshi, usually patient, grasped the broom and stepped into the courtyard. Initially, she intended to feign effort, utilizing her abilities to tidy the area. But upon attempting to do so, nothing happened. She tried again, still futile. It seemed the courtyard's formation was more intricate than she had anticipated. Resigned to her task, as she swept, a proud little black snake slithered over, its tongue flicking out, causing flowers to bloom abundantly, filling the air with their fragrant essence. The little black snake then seized the most exquisite blossom and, with a sense of triumph, departed, never once acknowledging her presence. A flash of fury crossed Shenshi's eyes. How dare it act with such arrogance? Once her master emerged, she would demand the entire place be flattened, and that insufferable black snake. She would capture it and exact her revenge. As she continued to clean, her thoughts simmered with resentment. Today marked the first major cleaning of the Celestial Number 1. With each person assigned their respective tasks, the little black snake was responsible for coaxing the flowers to bloom. Lu Yang was mending the courtyard wall, while Zhou Fuxing dutifully fetched tea for Miss Yun Miao. Lu Yang sat repairing the bricks of the wall. Within the confines of the Apocalypse 1, everything appeared flawless, with scarcely a trace of time's passage. Only the walls of the courtyard bore the marks of wear and tear, with seeds drifting upon them, blossoming into flowers. As Lu Yang was engaged in repairs, he noticed a woman beneath the courtyard, adorned with sunglasses and dressed in a particularly fashionable manner, her exposed chin revealing her inherent beauty. She had been pacing restlessly beneath the wall for quite some time, her movements betraying a palpable agitation, ultimately summoning her courage. She approached the door, raised her hand, and knocked firmly. Lu Yang called out. Zhou Fuxing opened the door. Coming, Zhou Fuxing responded. The woman stepped back a couple of paces, tilting her head back to remove her sunglasses as she gazed at him, her pupils wide with surprise and embarrassment. What on earth? How is there someone up there? Did he witness her slinking about in the shadows below? In a fit of frustration, Chaoan raised her middle finger at him, coinciding with Zhou Fuxing's opening of the door, causing her to direct that gesture at him. Zhou Fuxing inquired, "What is the matter?" Chaoan scrutinized him from head to toe. A man, naive and simple-minded, what right did he have to linger beside her? Her gaze grew increasingly sinister. Zhou Fuxing felt a disquieting sensation under her scrutiny. "Miss Chao, is there something you need?" He noticed that upon hearing him address her as Miss Chao, her eyes suddenly sparkled, transforming from wickedness to innocence, with her eyelids fluttering. How could he know that she was aware of him? Had Yun Miao mentioned him to her? Oh, she must have. Indeed. Miss Chao had likely forgotten that she was now a household name, a celebrated star. She cleared her throat and stated, "I am looking for Xinxi." Chapter 75. The unpleasant being Zhou Fuxing felt compelled to inquire about Miss Yun Miao. He had not visited Xinxi's residence and was unaware of the events that transpired there. However, he was cognizant of the fact that Xinxi was Liang Wei's ex-wife while Chaoan was his current partner. Zhou Fuxing was not so naive as to assume that the two women were rivals engaging in a contest of femininity. Perhaps Chaoan's boyfriend had passed away, prompting her to seek answers. Thus, Zhou Fuxing approached Yun Miao. For he would not have posed such questions to anyone else but felt it pertinent given the circumstances surrounding Xinxi. After their conversation, Miss Yun Miao set down her tea and beckoned Chaoan to enter. Upon hearing Yun Miao's invitation, Chaoan raised her chin imperiously, removing her sunglasses to cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Fuxing, who was seated on the ground enjoying a lollipop. Zhou Fuxing, bewildered by the contemptuous gaze of the celebrated actress, pondered the reason behind her disdain. "She is envious of you," remarked Lu Yang, who was skillfully applying cement to the bricks with precision, an endeavor far removed from his previous life as the heir of the Lu family. Reflecting on his past, he acknowledged that without accompanying Miss Yun Miao, he would never have entered such a vibrant and eccentric world, a realm rich in stimulation and excitement. In contrast to his former existence as a wealthy heir, he found his current role to be far more fulfilling. As Zhou Fuxing crunched down on his lollipop, gazing skyward, he mused, "They should admire my exquisite visage, yet that seems unfounded, for Chaoan surpasses me in beauty. They ought to envy my flawless complexion, yet again. That is unwarranted, as Chaoan's skin is equally commendable. They might envy my long legs and slender waist." Lu Yang, wary of misplacing the bricks and splattering cement, interjected, "Do you have no sense of shame?" Zhou Fuxing, chastised for his frivolous thoughts, unwrapped another lollipop and resumed his cleaning duties. Thankfully, his previous remark had gone unheard by Chaoan. Had she caught wind of it, she would likely have spent the night in a twisted, brooding turmoil. Pondering the audacity of Zhou Fuxing, recalling the times when she had stood alongside Yun Miao, she had been compelled to possess some degree of capability. Zhou Fuxing had been thoroughly investigated by her, a trifling, inconsequential figure. What right did he have to thrive merely on the reputation of Zhou Songsong? Did the little bean sprout truly wield such influence? Frustrated, Chaoan approached Xinxi, who was busily sweeping the floor with her head bowed. Upon noticing her, Xinxi maintained her stoic demeanor. Chaoan scoffed, "What is this? Is this the true you? It appears you are far more suited to the role of an actress than I." Xinxi continued to sweep, her unremarkable features betraying no emotion. It would be more accurate to say that her typically gentle and insightful eyes held a hint of sarcasm. Placing her handbag on the table, Chaoan declared, "I came here to inquire what your intentions are now that you've emerged from the abyss." Xinxi replied, "You lack the right to know." "Oh, you believe you can keep this hidden? Trust that I shall uncover the truth sooner rather than later." Xinxi responded nonchalantly, "I have never concealed my intentions. I am unafraid, and neither is my master concerned with what outsiders may know. I simply disdain conversing with you." Chaoan, now incensed, chuckled in disbelief. "Very well. Very well. It seems each of you possesses acting skills that surpass even mine as an award-winning actress." When Liang Wei had first introduced Xinxi to her, Chaoan had felt a degree of admiration for her, gentle, insightful, and soft-spoken. Despite having sensed that she was not as simple as she appeared during their interactions, she did not anticipate the true nature of the person before her, so proud and haughty. Who did she refer to as her master? The king of the abyss? Chaoan stood up, clutching her bag, and prepared to leave. Xinxi's ethereal voice drifted from behind. "You wish to inquire what I intend to do, don't you? Is it your desire to remain by her side?" Xinxi was alluding to Yun Miao. I have heard you mention being abandoned by someone. Was that someone Yin Miao? Yet, it seems she has utterly forgotten who you are. Do you still wish to linger by her side? That seems rather pathetic. Chowen's grip on her bag trembled slightly. Upon entering human society, she was advised never to disclose her wounds to a prospective partner, for such revelations could easily turn into daggers aimed at her heart. Indeed, it felt like a knife. Chowen harbored thoughts of killing her. Shinshi smiled softly, tucking her hair behind her ear. Did I not say so? You are swiftly becoming human, for only humans would behave so pathetically, as they are inherently a frail and pitiable race. Chowen gritted her teeth. She could not possibly kill Shinshi. After all, they were in Yun Miao's domain. Shinshi was aware of her provocations. After a moment of shifting expressions, Chowen suddenly fixed her gaze on Shinshi's face. Oh, Shinshi. Is it true that everything that crawls up from the abyss is so unattractive? She tightened her grip on the broom. I have never commented on your looks, but I must assert that you are indeed quite ugly. Ugly face, foul mouth, and a dark heart. I am quite beautiful, Shinshi retorted. In dreams? In the abyss. Shinshi could no longer endure the years of disdainful glances directed at her. As we emerge from the abyss, our appearances may have changed. I am, in truth, quite lovely. Chowen laughed wickedly. I don't believe it. Ugly creature. She then turned, leaving Shinshi to seethe in frustration. Instead of proceeding further inside, Chowen exited the Tianqi No. 1, lighting a cigarette not far away, inhaling deeply and exhaling slowly, the smoke curling around her beautiful face. Shinshi was correct. She indeed craved to remain beside Yun Miao. She needed to seek an opportunity. This could not be blamed on her. After all, she had followed Yun Miao on countless adventures since childhood. In Chowen's heart, Yun Miao was not merely a master or a deity, but akin to family. Thus, her anguish over the past betrayal had lingered for years. Upon encountering her again, she realized she had never truly harbored hatred for her. It was simply that Yun Miao genuinely no longer remembered her. Chowen let out a cold laugh, her eyes slightly reddening. After she departed, Yun Miao basked in the sunlight, gazing up at the vast clear sky. A small black snake slithered onto the table, looking rather infatuated. I find her somewhat familiar. It mused. The black snake flicked its tongue. You recognize her? The snake nodded. While it was aware of her, it was unclear who she was. When Yun Miao had come to subdue it, the brilliance of her presence had left it in awe, rendering it oblivious to who accompanied her. After all, no amount of radiance could compare to that of Lady Yun. The little black snake's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Yun Miao did not consciously contemplate this. She simply felt no aversion upon encountering Chowen. In her perspective, the absence of disdain was already a considerable commendation. To Yun Miao, the myriad beings of the world were often irksome. Chapter 76. Seeking reward in the Rongtai Tea House. Performers clad in traditional costumes engage in a spirited competition upon the stage, tirelessly rushing about, until one brandishes a magnificent sword to slay the traitor. The performance is commendable, and the atmosphere is delightful. While the bustling crowd below creates a lively ambience, the second floor remains tranquil, with only a single window ajar. A silhouette is visible, adorned in elegantly simple Han attire. Her hair partially styled, with a slender, graceful neck. As she sips her tea, her movements are measured and unhurried, embodying the true art of tea appreciation. As the male performer concludes his role, his gaze subtly shifts towards her, but finding her unresponsive, he turns his attention back to the lively scene below, where a carefree little girl frolics in the tea house. Following the troup's descent from the stage, Zhou Fuxing refills Yun Miao's teacup, inquiring about her thoughts on the performance. Yun Miao offers her assessment. It was quite good. For someone like Miss Yun Miao to deem it satisfactory signifies exceptional quality in the eyes of the ordinary observer. Zhou Fuxing intentionally selected this venue for her enjoyment, having researched the arrival of a new troupe, clearly aware of her fondness for opera. He engages her in light conversation, expressing his admiration for the female performer's singing. They are all the same, Yun Miao replies, her gaze cast downward. It is but one person singing. Two performers, still adorned in their costumes, exit the stage and make their way to the dressing room. Instead of disrobing or removing their headpieces, they approach a line of garments, turning their backs and delicately lifting themselves onto the hangers. As the wind stirs, their legs sway gracefully. Upon closer inspection, the once vibrant figures have transformed into mere sheets of paper. The entire rack is filled with these delicate representations. A man, partially made up, emerges from the layers of clothing, yawning slightly as he sways. Oh, quite beautiful, he muses as the paper figure shimmies in response. Ah, then let us remain here. With a clap of his hands, The paper figures begin to move of their own accord, stepping down from their hangers and becoming animated once more. Now go seek your rewards. He instructs with a snap of his fingers, and the figures, brimming with joy and diverse expressions, proceed outward. The tea house owner, eager to request another performance from them, steps forward with enthusiasm upon witnessing their approach. This troupe is quite renowned, having garnered a significant following online, and their proactive desire to perform has attracted a considerable influx of patrons to the tea house. Given their undeniable talent, many affluent guests have generously rewarded them for an encore. The tea house owner cheerfully suggests, why not perform another piece? If we do not sing, we must seek our rewards, the troupe responds. Certainly, if you all sing splendidly, rewards will surely follow. Yet, before the owner can finish his thought, he is taken aback as the smiling young actress pierces her hand through his chest. She extracts his heart, leaving him in shock. What need have they for a heart, when business is devoid of conscience? As murmurs ripple through the crowd, the others begin to exit, one by one, with the young actress trailing behind. Heartless, we shall take no more, she remarks as they leave. As the young actress inserted her hand into the boss's chest, Yun Miao set down her teacup, a hint of surprise flickering across her brow. Downstairs, a multitude of individuals emerge one after another, chattering excitedly, bosses, rewards, rewards. Their graceful figures moved swiftly, their steps light yet hurried, before onlookers could fully comprehend. They had already reached the forefront, instinctively rummaging through their pockets. In today's world, few carry cash, even among those of slightly older age. A moment of awkwardness ensued. The performers continued to gaze at one another. Rewards? Rewards? Do you have a payment code? None, alas. They persisted in their scrutiny. Rewards? Their once cheerful eyes gradually turned cold, sharp, even tinged with a hint of hysteria, startling the spectators, some unable to restrain themselves from uttering curses. Attempting to exit, they found the door tightly secured. The lights began to flicker, lending the heavily made-up performers a somewhat sinister aura reminiscent of a horror film. Rewards? Rewards? They continued to inquire, their expressions shifting erratically. The atmosphere grew tense, and the frightened crowd hesitated to move. Whatever it is, just give it to them. From the second floor, a light, airy female voice floated down. Those who had been paralyzed with fear began to paw at their belongings. Some offered jewelry, others a biscuit. Some even a tissue, desperate measures, yet unavoidable. The recipients of these offerings gathered joyfully, then one by one turned their gaze upwards to Yun Miao on the second floor. Rewards? Rewards? Yun Miao lowered her eyes, a trace of intrigue gracing her otherwise impassive face. You seek my reward? Indeed, indeed. Very well. With a swift motion, Yun Miao tossed an object down. They caught it, their joyous expressions yet to bloom, only to be met with the sight of flames in their palms. Their faces paled in horror. It's fire! It's fire! The one holding the flames was ignited. Chapter 77. Puppets show those who wish to live, hurry outside. Zhou Fuxin shouted as he dashed down the stairs and flung open the door. The patrons of the tea house were utterly bewildered by the series of bizarre events. Especially confronted by the grotesque figures before them, painted and wide-eyed, exhibiting an unsettling frenzy. They stood paralyzed with fear, even as flames licked at their forms. Too terrified to flee, Zhou Fuxin shouted once more, prompting the crowd to snap out of their stupor and rush toward the exit. Particularly those who had witnessed the actors ignite. These were clearly paper figures. As the last person escaped, Zhou Fuxin swiftly closed the door behind him. Though the scene was undeniably terrifying, the presence of Miss Yun Miao instilled in him a sense of courage. How hot it is! How scorching! The paper figures darted about the tea house, their bodies consumed by flames. Turning to ash as they scurried, their cries drowned in the roar of the fire. One after another, their voices faded into the inferno, until only the sound remained, echoing through the tea house. How hot it is! How scorching! The reverberation grew increasingly elongated and eerie. The air before him dimmed and turned crimson, yet at the center of the tea house stood a man clad in theatrical garb, striding and exclaiming, How hot it is! How scorching! Zhou Fuxing thought, this is rather nauseating. A grown man, acting so whimsically in such a dire situation. Was he unwell? Oh dear, you've burned all my employees, he said with a feigned innocence, a playful smile directed at Yun Miao. She, however, paid him no heed. He turned gently in place, his broad robe swirling dramatically, before sitting on the ground. Oh, I merely sought a reward. How is it that I've ended up with burnt offerings? Gathering these performers was no easy feat now. I cannot form a troupe or perform at all. Zhou Fuxin countered, You commanded them to kill. It seems you are not merely an entertainer. Unjustly accused. The man continued to sit, feigning indignation. The tea house owner was not honest. He exploited my performers, and it serves him right to perish. Zhou Fuxing was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, such behavior warranted punishment. Yet, just moments ago, you sought rewards? Those patrons, upon witnessing your performance, seemed oblivious to the notion of tipping. In the past, rewards would be tossed onto the stage. Audiences would shower us with all manner of gifts. Hairpins, coins, silver. Why would we need to beg for our due? You were merely begging for alms? It appeared you were hungry for blood, Zhou Fuxing retorted, refusing to be misled by his excuses. I was not. The man protested, casting a glance at Yun Miao. Isn't that right? Zhou Fuxing remained silent, vexed. Had it been a young girl, he might have found her adorable, but facing this towering figure, he felt utterly outmatched. Yun Miao descended from the second floor, passing by the man, then Zhou Fuxing, who began to grasp her intent and followed her outside. My employees. The man's mournful voice drifted from behind. Upon opening the door, a chaotic scene unfolded before them. Attention gravitated towards Yun Miao and Zhou Fuxing, with some having alerted the authorities, others awaiting a resolution. And yet more simply intrigued by the unfolding events. A Qian halted before them, and a voice called out, Miss Yun Miao, Fuxing, please get in. The two entered the vehicle, and Zhou Fuxing could not contain his curiosity, asking, is what that person said true? He doesn't seem trustworthy. Yun Miao glanced at him. Her expression no longer the cold indifference of that evening, but rather softened by a hint of a smile. This semblance of a smile was one Zhou Fuxing had grown accustomed to, exuding an unmistakable air of mockery. Zhou Fuxing was left speechless, unable to comprehend. Lu Yong, unaware of the unfolding drama, caught a glimpse of Zhou Fuxing in the rearview mirror. The sight startled him, nearly causing him to lose control of the steering wheel. He forced himself to remain composed, stabilizing the vehicle while casually remarking, you don't look well. Look well? Zhou Fuxing touched his face, sensing something amiss. He leaned forward, peering into the mirror, and was taken aback by his reflection. In just a few minutes, his visage appeared drained, with sunken cheeks and darkened eye sockets, a clear indication of impending doom. What has happened to my extraordinarily handsome face? He lamented. You are afflicted by a malevolent spirit. Yun Miao explained. The one you conversed with was a ghostly puppet. The mastermind has long since fled. Zhou Fuxing paused, contemplating, but it looked like a person to me. You have fallen prey to it, she stated. What should I do? Zhou Fuxing remained surprisingly calm, knowing that as long as he was with Yun Miao, she would not abandon him. Indeed, upon returning to the TNQ number 1, she tossed a small black snake, engrossed in scrolling through short videos, towards Zhou Fuxing. The tiny serpent, upon noticing him, exhibited a look of bewilderment. Ah, a ghostly puppet, it seemed to think. The little black snake flicked its tongue across Zhou Fuxing's face and, deeming the situation not dire, turned back to its videos, its 3-minute film still unfinished. Zhou Fuxing sighed. Clutching the snake, am I on the brink of death while you are preoccupied with your trifling film? The snake, appearing exasperated, contemplated striking him with its tail but reconsidered. Realizing it was under Yun Miao's orders, it coiled around his arm, demanding he hold the phone so it could continue watching. As Zhou Fuxing gradually regained his vitality, he finally understood the purpose of the little black snake. It warded off evil and exorcised spirits. However, in his delightful anticipation of the snake's protective abilities, he failed to notice Shun Shi in the corner, her complexion as pale as snow, her fingers trembling ever so slightly. They had come for her. It was quite unexpected, as she had intended to observe more young ladies during her performance today for inspiration, only to encounter someone formidable instead. A man entered a room, settling onto the sofa, watching as the ghostly puppet approached, extending his hand to allow it to climb onto his arm before pocketing it. Before him sat Xin Yangji, clad in a black robe. Yun Miao? Oh, how do you know? I haven't even described her appearance. There is a hint of her fragrance lingering around you. Under the sudden change in the man's expression, Xin Yangji slowly remarked, do you think your ability to leave is truly your own? It is she who has allowed you to escape. She has placed a tracking scent upon you. No matter where you go, she will always find you. The man responded. Ah, but there is no need for concern. The one you seek, Shinshi, is at her residence. You will inevitably cross paths sooner or later. The man inquired. Have you fought against her? How do you measure up in comparison? Mediocre, was the reply. The man took a breath. Can you at least manage to contend with her? Xin Yangji finished washing her hands and meticulously dried her fingers. With some effort, I might manage to catch her eye. Chapter 78. Unqualified. The man, with his eyes vacant, gazed at Xin Yangji, who had just finished washing his hands. A thought crossed his mind. Why the silence? The actor felt his words warranted a reaction. Oh. The actor, somewhat bewildered, scrutinized Shin Yangji. I don't quite grasp your meaning. Shin Yangji merely tilted his head, casting a sidelong glance at him. Ignoring the taunt. The actor exclaimed, will she come to strike me? He received no response from Shin Yangji, as such inquiries were utterly trivial and deemed unworthy of an answer. In a swift motion, he dashed to the poolside, splashing water on his face to wash away the painted mask, revealing a fair and clean visage. Tentatively, he ventured. What do you think about me using my looks to entice her? Shin Yangji would not deign to respond to such meaningless banter. He approached a table strewn with paper, expertly cutting it. The actor, merely jesting moments ago, now observed the exquisite sheets, marveling, such delicate and beautiful garments, far superior to the costumes you made for my staff. Who are they for? Shin Yangji replied, for a little girl. Where is this little girl? The actor looked around but saw no one. Turning back, he beheld Shin Yangji unfurling the meticulously drawn paper, revealing a stunning and precious hanfu. With a snap of his fingers, the paper ignited spontaneously, turning to ash in an instant, and a small girl-esque figure emerged. The girl, a vision of delicate beauty, donned the exquisite attire, drawing all attention. Shin Yangji waved his hand, and the girl joyfully vanished. The actor remained rooted in place, fixated on the spot where the girl had disappeared. His fleeting interest in her gave way to contemplation of his true task. Shinshi, a traitor. How might he torment her? A chilling breeze swept through the open window, stirring the room. Zhou Fushin was the first to awaken, opening his eyes to gaze outside. Whether it was mere illusion or reality. Ever since he had accompanied Miss Yun Miao, he had sensed the proximity of certain forces. Yet, he was acutely aware that these forces had not infiltrated the Tianqi No. 1. As he hesitated on whether to intervene, Lu Yang sprang from the bed, declaring, there is movement. You noticed too? Zhou Fushin gave Lu Yang a thumbs up. Filled with admiration, Lu Yang nodded, swiftly exiting, with Zhou Fushin trailing behind. Under the sparse moonlight, the courtyard appeared lively. The wind rustled through the ancient scenery, inducing an inexplicable tremor. Upon their arrival, they discovered a scene of commotion. Shinshi was straining to drag a table into the courtyard, preparing for her escape, while a small black snake languidly coiled along the wall, disdainfully observing Shinshi, poised to strike at any moment. Upon seeing Zhou Fushin and Lu Yang, the snake raised its head proudly, adopting a commanding demeanor. In another corner stood Miss Yun Miao. The sight of her nearly caused Zhou Fushin's eyes to bulge in astonishment. Miss Yun Miao adheres to a strict nightly routine, rendering her presence in the courtyard at such an hour improbable. Yet, here she stands, accompanied by a young girl. The girl is adorned in a splendid hanfu, her tear-streaked face displaying a pitiful countenance as she trails behind Yun Miao, her round eyes gazing curiously at them. Oh. Zhou Fushin recognizes her, Huang Yaodong. He instinctively waved his hand in greeting. However, seemingly unperturbed by Zhou Fushin's lack of acknowledgement, Huang Yaodong inched closer to Yun Miao. Though her sister appeared cold and intimidating, Huang Yaodong sensed that she meant no harm. Since her passing, Huang Yaodong had no real comprehension of death to her. It was merely a matter of falling asleep and awakening to see her beautiful sister, who, despite her icy demeanor, drew her near. Then, inexplicably, she found herself entangled with a rather daunting older brother. Though he bore a fearsome appearance, Huang Yaodong was unafraid. Her childlike intuition assured her that he too would not harm her. Her instincts proved correct, for not only did he refrain from causing her any distress, but he also crafted exquisite garments for her. Each piece corresponded splendidly with her lovely sister's attire, deepening her affection for him. However, while today's outfit was indeed beautiful, her sister donned a nightgown that differed from her own attire, which left Huang Yaodong feeling slightly disheartened. Unbeknownst to her, it was precisely this difference in clothing that led Yun Miao to bring her home. Yun Miao scrutinized the girl's attire, and surprisingly, she found no fault in it. Meanwhile, Shin Shiduan, who was laboriously moving items, halted and turned to find several pairs of eyes fixated upon him. Caught in the act, Shin Shiduan disdainfully dropped the table, a smirk gracing his face as he ambled toward the room. My not binding you signifies that we are unafraid of your attempts to flee, he declared. Zhou Fushin sighed. You cannot escape. Shin Shiduan retorted nonchalantly. One must at least make an effort, right? I have nothing to conceal from ordinary humans like you. He raised his chin slightly, an air of proud restraint enveloping him. You should know that in this courtyard, aside from that individual, none are worthy of conversing with me, he stated, referring to Yun Miao. The little black snake, maintaining its elder brother demeanor, thought to itself, does it truly believe I am as malleable as a mere rubber toy? Chapter 79. The snake's fury when the snake does not display its might. Do you presume I am akin to a mere earthworm? Shinshi lowered her gaze to meet the black snake's eyes, and an awkward tension suddenly permeated the air. For a fleeting moment, Shinshi's expression stiffened, only to be replaced by an air of indifference. I cannot comprehend your words, hence there is no necessity for dialogue. Zhou Fuxing and Lu Yang exchanged glances, bemused by her haughty concession. The small black snake, on the verge of showcasing its prowess, nearly lost its composure. It raised its little head, flicking its tongue as it slithered away. Before departing, it cast Zhou Fuxing and Lu Yang a glance that seemed to say, "Behold my magnificence." The two responded with adoring looks, inciting the snake to wag its tail even more fervently. They understood that the little black snake was gradually accepting their intrusion between it and Yun Miao, even considering itself as the elder brother. It was akin to a sect leader in the realm of cultivation taking on disciples, with Yun Miao as the lofty master and the snake assuming the role of the senior brother. However, Zhou Fuxing and Lu Yang were quite perceptive, recognizing that, according to the principle of precedence, the snake had been present long before them and willingly accepted this little junior brother role. Watching the snake sway away, Shinshi's eyes flashed with a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Upon her master's return, she vowed to transform that snake into a bow. Ahem. Zhou Fuxing cleared his throat. You cannot escape. Shinshi maintained a stoic facade. I shall flee as I please. Whether I escape or not is a matter of skill. Zhou Fuxing regarded her with an expression of amusement. It was not that he looked down upon Shinshi. Rather, he was acutely aware of Miss Yun Miao's formidable abilities, which were beyond Shinshi's capacity to challenge. As Zhou Fuxing remained silent, he caught a glimpse of Shinshi's disdainful gaze momentarily falter upon seeing his face. Your face? My face? Zhou Fuxing touched his own. After conversing with the ghostly puppet, his visage had taken on a deathly pallor. He had been cradling the little black snake, which was gradually recovering, yet the snake stubbornly refused to share a sleeping space with him, forcing him to wait until dawn to absorb its essence. No matter. Shunshi lowered her head, clenching her fists, and without uttering another word, she hastily retreated to her room. Zhou Fuxing felt puzzled, yet lacked the inclination to inquire further. Once Shunshi entered, she firmly shut the door behind her, her complexion as pale as snow as she slid down to sit against the door. The marks on Zhou Fuxing's face were the result of the ghostly puppet siphoning his vitality. He had come, and perhaps not alone, but accompanied by many. Traitors shall be punished. Wherever they flee, we shall hunt down the traitors. Shinshi closed her eyes, trembling uncontrollably. She was acutely aware of their methods. They would undoubtedly torment her, ensuring her demise was not an easy one. Her thoughts drifted to Liang Wei and the fate that befell his entire family. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief at not having fled moments ago. Had she stepped out of the Tianqi No. 1, she would have been captured immediately. This courtyard had become her sanctuary. With this realization, she found it less detestable. Yet, she had lost contact with her master and had not received any news in quite some time. Now, she could only wait for her companions to rescue her. Yun Miao led Huang Yaotong back to her room, scrutinizing the patterns and colors of her attire with a discerning gaze. After making adjustments on paper to achieve perfection, she waved her hand, and the paper ignited without flame, leaving a pristine garment in Huang Yaotong's grasp. Huang Yaotong tilted her head, her dark, profound eyes brimming with curiosity. She blinked and glanced down at her outfit, a smile spreading across her face. Initially, she had feared that Yun Miao disapproved of her attire, as she had been scrutinizing it for quite some time, leaving Huang Yaotong feeling anxious. To her delight, it turned out that Yun Miao was redesigning her outfit. She adored the dress crafted by Miss Yun Miao. It seemed to suit her even better. With joy, she waved the paper, twirling in front of Yun Miao, expressing her delight. Chapter 80. The fish bites. She made a small discovery. Although Yun Miao wore a stern expression, she did not seem to tire of watching Huang Yaotong dart about. Unlike her father, who, despite his overt affection, emanated a sense of disdain in his gaze, Yun Miao did not share this sentiment. This realization filled Huang Yaotong with joy. She carefully folded the paper and tucked it into her bosom, reluctantly waving goodbye as she watched Yun Miao retreat to her room to rest. Clinging to the memories of following Yun Miao around, she was well aware of her strict routine and the importance of not disturbing her. Just being able to see her tonight was more than enough for Huang Yaotong. As night enveloped the surroundings, Huang Yaotong stepped out of the Tianqi No. 1 and unexpectedly encountered a group of individuals. Though still young, she understood that she was no longer human. Normal humans could not perceive her presence. She did not shy away but intended to pass through them. However, as she approached, it felt as though an invisible force had kicked her, sending her small form crashing to the ground. Her already fragile spirit felt as if it were shattering. A frail man rushed forward, scrutinizing Huang Yaodong. His sharp features were accentuated by long, drooping eyebrows resembling whiskers. Saliva dripped from his mouth as he turned to his companions, exclaiming, "A little ghost, quite clean, surely delicious. This one is mine. You cannot snatch it away from me. Nobody will take it from you. Just eat and get on with it," one of his companions replied impatiently, moving closer. Heh. The sharp-faced man reached for Huang Yaodong. His hands were thin, almost skeletal, with long, pointed nails that exuded an ominous aura. Huang Yaodong curled up in fear, bracing herself for what she believed would be her end. Yet, just as his nails were about to make contact, a warmth surged in her chest, causing the man to stagger back, spitting blood, his face a mask of terror. Huang Yaodong, bewildered, touched her chest, where she had kept the design of the clothes Yun Miao had altered for her. It was this contact that had propelled the sharp-faced man away. In a swift motion, she flipped over and dashed back towards Tianqi No. 1. What just happened? One companion asked the sharp-faced man, noticing that the little girl had vanished. They were met with the sight of him bleeding. "I don't know. It was an overwhelming force. That girl is formidable," he gasped. His companions exchanged glances, bewildered. "Where's the strength? She's merely a nearly disintegrated spirit." Yet, they could see the sharp-faced man was indeed gravely injured. Could it be that they had misjudged her? Huang Yaotong was acutely aware of her own weakness. It was undoubtedly the spirit imbued in the paper from Yun Miao that had protected her. Certain entities, when tethered to their master, would carry their essence, a presence that ordinary spirits could scarcely endure. She entered Tianqi No. 1 without hindrance, surprised at how smoothly it went. Upon entering, she collided with a small black snake. The snake flicked its tongue, its eyes glinting with a dangerous inquiry. "What are you doing here? Why are you back again? You little green tea." Huang Yaodong recognized the black snake, her eyes blinking as tears streamed down her cheeks. "Get lost," the black snake hissed. The serpent was not easily swayed. Huang Yaodong wiped her tears, sobbing intermittently, and pointed outside, feeling utterly wronged. The little black snake's eyes nearly bulged from its sockets in exasperation. It loathed Huang Yaodong and had no desire to engage in conversation with her. After all, this type of cunning little vixen was beyond its comprehension. Yet Lord Yun Miao had a penchant for such creatures. As it contemplated casting Huang Yaodong aside, it was suddenly struck by a wave of ominous energy. No, not just one wave, but three, approaching from three different directions. Chapter 81. What lies in the abyss at the heart of the situation lies the apocalyptic one. To the south, where a group of individuals had recently traversed, the sharp-nosed man struggled to maintain his footing, nearly incapacitated from the previous blow. Yet he persevered, acutely aware that none of his companions would come to his aid. They would likely feast upon him once he faltered. "Be cautious. The one who has taken Shenxi is no ordinary foe," he warned gravely, hoping to prevent his companions from underestimating the threat, for their survival hinged on it. "Perhaps it is you who has grown weaker from years of seclusion. She is merely a little girl," one companion dismissed. The sharp-nosed man opened his mouth, his expression dark, yet chose silence. If they refused to heed his warning, he would not bear the burden of their fate. When the conflict ensued, he would seize the moment to escape. After all, failing to rescue Shenxi was not his fault. Shenxi had always been prudent in her endeavors. How had she fallen into such a predicament? As his companions chattered on, one mused, could it be that the 8 great families have intervened? Do they still possess formidable successors? Nevertheless, what does that matter? They can be slain, another replied. To the east, 2 slender figures advanced, Xin Yangji on the left, and the jester on the right. Following the jester was a ghostly puppet, clad in pale garments and a small cloak, exuding an eerie and sinister aura. Yet, even this unsettling figure paled in comparison to the small head protruding from Xin Yangji's shoulder, which fixated intently on the puppet, its tiny fangs glimmering with anticipation. "Why do you still keep that thing?" the jester remarked, a chill of distaste flickering in his eyes as he sensed the malevolence directed at him from the small head. Xin Yangji refrained from addressing the inquiry, stating, "I advise you to avoid the apocalyptic one." "But I must go," the jester replied somberly. "Traitors must be dealt with." Xin Yangji said with a faint smile, his grotesque visage betraying no emotion, save for a glimmer of mirth in his exceptionally rare eyes. "I shall craft you an outfit suitable for your descent into the underworld, ensuring you maintain some semblance of dignity," Xin Yangji added. The jester elongated his tone. "Must you be so cruel? Can we not negotiate amicably? You attend a performance, only to encounter chaos, while your companions are drained of their vitality by your little puppet. How do you propose we negotiate? Misunderstandings abound. The rewards are genuine, Merely misconstrued, the jester insisted. Accompanied by a troupe of paper figures, the jester performed. The so-called rewards merely a pretext for siphoning a sliver of life force from the audience. This essence, inconsequential to the average person, easily replenished, was, however, vital to him. Especially after that day when the proprietor had harassed his little paper minion, which, though clever, had remained still. He had instructed the puppet to strike the proprietor, never foreseeing the strength behind that blow. However, the performer felt no remorse after killing him. The blood-stained puppet merely exuded a sinister aura. As for Yun Yao, though he was unfamiliar with him, the performer wished to avoid unnecessary conflict, particularly since his little puppet had caught the attention of Zhou Fuxing. Some souls possessed a delectable essence, and Zhou Fuxing belonged to that category. The performer could not resist the temptation. He continued. She left a tracking scent on me but chose not to confront me, which indicates her awareness of my harmless intentions. With her beauty, she ought to be reasonable. Xin Yangji interjected. What I meant was, she would not permit you to kill Xinxi. Is she intent on protecting Xinxi? The performer pondered deeply. Why? Because of Liang Wei, Xin Yangji replied. The Liang family were not the ones who killed him. Liang Wei was merely caught in their web. Initially, they had no intention of harming Liang Wei. They had investigated and discovered that the Liang family colluded with a Taoist priest to lure Liang Wei into fishing. Intending to extract Xinxi from the abyss, the priest sought to free Xinxi while the Liang family believed the priest's words, hoping to cultivate a demon in their home. Unbeknownst to Liang Wei, he saved Xinxi and sought to heal his severe injuries. Yet, he was subsequently threatened by Xinxi with his girlfriend. To make matters worse, Xinxi killed his girlfriend, using her soul to nourish himself. It was assumed that Liang Wei harbored hatred towards Xinxi, but it turned out he was an ardent admirer of Xinxi, a fervent devotee. Even after his entire family was slain by Xinxi's companions, he resolutely refused to assist them in capturing Xinxi, and his companions swiftly dealt with him. Xin Yangji remarked, she understands who Liang Wei truly wishes to protect. Bringing her back serves two purposes, to fulfill Liang Wei's obsession and to lure you out. The performer nodded slightly. I comprehend. However, I must still proceed. Xinxi has betrayed the king. He is a traitor, and traitors deserve punishment. Even if I meet my demise, another will rise to slay Xinxi. The performer nonchalantly spread his hands. Xin Yangji chose not to speak further, lowering his gaze. He belonged to neither the performer's nor Xinxi's faction. He merely acted on behalf of another, assisting her when all was said and done. On that day, he had asked her if she would leave, and she had replied no. Henceforth, the ensuing consequences were no longer his concern. Ah, Chao Daming, why must you follow me? With you trailing behind, how can I accomplish anything? Under the streetlights of the western side of Tianqi No. 1, 2 or 3 figures strolled leisurely towards them. Chaoen donned a striking red coat, cinched at the waist, exuding both beauty and allure, while Yang Wei, her face devoid of makeup, sported a swaying ponytail beside Chaoen. Following closely was Lu Gu, who appeared far more composed, observing the two from behind. I am not following you. I merely wish to head in this direction. Chaoen, hands in pockets, retorted, What, has this road been claimed by your group? Are others forbidden to pass? Yang Wei responded, No. Then that settles it, Chaoen remarked, casting a languid glance at her. In recent days, due to an inexplicable urge to venture towards the celestial initiation No. 1, Chaoen's spirits had already been low. Encountering Yang Wei heading in this direction, she decided to follow suit. Yet, we are here to capture malevolent spirits. After all, you are also a being of darkness. Under Chaoen's gaze, Yang Wei opted for a different term, benevolent spirit. I am not a spirit, I am a demon. Yang Wei assumed she was merely trying to frighten her and chuckled in acknowledgement, for she indeed sensed that Chaoen was a spirit, albeit a formidable one. Yang Wei never contemplated capturing her, firstly, because Chaoen had committed no wrongdoing, and secondly, because she was simply outmatched. In fact, none of the individuals present stood a chance against her. I find myself curious about one matter. It is evident that Xinxi is no match for you. Why then were you apprehended by her? Chaoen replied, I merely wished to play along, to see what her intentions were, but I did not anticipate that the entities from the abyss would be anything but malevolent. The abyss. This term remained unfamiliar to Yang Wei. What exactly is that place? Chapter 82. I come to pick up the child. Chaoen did not wish to elaborate. You need not concern yourself with that. Xinxi had emerged from the abyss. And what if more entities were to escape from it? Such a scenario would indeed pose significant danger. Chaoen regarded her with an expression of naive incredulity. Do you truly believe that nothing else has emerged from the abyss? Yang Wei chuckled softly. If I were to confess that I genuinely held that belief, would you deem me foolish? Chao En replied. I would question the Yang family, pondering how they could have raised such a naive descendant. I did not grow up within the Yang family. Oh? Yang Wei noticed her interest. Recognizing the universal penchant for gossip, she herself relished the tales from the entertainment industry. Before encountering Chao En, she had often indulged in the gossip surrounding her, particularly that of the young and beautiful leading actress. Prior to her relationship with Liang Wei, rumors had circulated widely, and they only multiplied thereafter. I got lost during my childhood and only returned a couple of years ago. This is my first mission representing the Yang family. Yang Wei gazed ahead. If I fail to meet expectations this time, the likelihood of future assignments may dwindle. As she spoke, her eyes remained bright, though a fleeting hint of sorrow flickered across her countenance. Chao En observed her intently and spoke slowly. In truth, the abyss and our world were once entirely separate. Yang Wei and Lu Gu perked up, intrigued. Long ago, the environment within the abyss was terrifying, rife with daily slaughter. It was only with the emergence of the old Abyss King that conditions began to improve. After reigning for many years, he was eventually overthrown by the new Abyss King. During this transition of power, the seals confining the abyss were weakened, granting the entities within the opportunity to escape. However, this escape was not as simple as it might seem. It required a medium. Once the first medium was established, the initial escapee could assist others in their flight. Thus, over the years, many entities from the abyss have emerged. Shenxi is neither the first nor the last. Yang Wei glanced back at Lu Gu, who shared her astonishment, suggesting that they were equally unaware of these revelations. This implied that they had not encountered any adversaries from the abyss throughout these years. As if sensing their thoughts, Chao En provided clarification. Those not belonging to this world, upon emerging from the abyss, are influenced in such a way that they must retreat and recuperate for many years. For instance, Shenxi remains close to Liang Wei, both for assistance and for her own recovery. Yang Wei inquired. So, they have all concealed themselves? Precisely. Does it not strike you as rather pitiful, akin to my scurrying away to hide in their burrows? Chao En's lips curled into a slight, icy smile. Yang Wei hesitated. No, I find it rather terrifying. They resemble beasts lurking in a dark forest. Those who traverse the woods remain blissfully unaware of when these creatures may emerge to strike. The abyss, to her, felt like a realm inhabited by beings from another world. Even in a reality where monsters and demons roam freely, at least everyone belonged to the same world. Suddenly revealing that beings from another realm coexist with you in this world can indeed evoke a sense of unease. Chao En wished to express her youthful thoughts, but had not yet spoken when she abruptly sensed movement ahead. They arrived at a place illuminated by streetlights. Faintly perceiving figures lurking in the shadows, their presence exuding an unusually sinister aura. The previously silent Lu Gu stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the two. His body slightly leaning forward, left hand clenched into a fist. Yang Wei followed suit, her arms relaxed, her thumb instinctively resting upon her middle finger. This was one of the awakening techniques practiced by the Yang and Lu families. Before them, within the reach of the streetlight, shadows loomed heavily. To their left, several figures with chilling auras approached, their presence peculiarly rare and foreboding. Yang Wei and Lu Gu exchanged a glance, astonished that their clandestine mission had led them to such formidable entities. Directly in front of them, an ominous energy blanketed the atmosphere, like an impending storm, pressing down on Yang Wei and Lu Gu, rendering them unable to lift their heads. They shared another look, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Who was this formidable figure? Would they be able to survive this encounter? Unconsciously, their gazes shifted towards the right, where the figure of the first revelation stood, placing their hopes upon her. Unless she intervened. The lively chatter of several individuals approaching from the south abruptly fell silent as they caught sight of Yang Wei and Lu Gu, their eyes glinting with desire. Then, they noticed Shen Yangji and the trickster stepping into the light. A palpable tension filled the air, ready to erupt. The trickster narrowed his eyes, uttering a low sound of intrigue. Shen Yangji took a step back, his eyes glimmering with icy composure. I am here to retrieve the child. Do not engage. The trickster replied, I am aware. No need for your intervention. Just a bunch of insignificant pests. Subsequently, he clapped his hands, summoning ghostly puppets that emerged from behind them. Grinning wickedly, one small figure eagerly clung to Shen Yangji's garment, leaving red marks upon his pale skin, its wicked mouth curling into a smirk. Hee hee. Shen Yangji gently patted its head, noisy. The small figure reluctantly ceased, casting a resentful glare at him before retreating. Within the first revelation, A small black serpent slithered behind Huang Yao, nudging her with its tail, suggesting she retreat indoors to weep. It then coiled upon the courtyard wall to observe the unfolding drama. 3 groups in total. The trio to the left posed little threat. Well, one of them emitted a mildly bothersome aura, but the other 2 were weaklings. Directly ahead, a few minor shadows lingered, with traces of their essence clinging to a small green tea figure, suggesting they had just been bullied. The pair on the right. The serpent's pupils widened, its tongue flicking out cautiously. Engaging with them would require activating the formation of the first revelation. It felt no concern about that. What truly troubled it was the potential disruption of Lord Yun Miao's slumber. A restless Lord Yun Miao could indeed be quite terrifying. As these thoughts lingered, a chill swept through the air. The black serpent's pupils rounded in surprise as it innocently turned to gaze at the distant second-floor attic. Upon spotting a certain figure, its tail began to sway excitedly. Yun Miao, adorned in a shimmering white nightgown, reclined gracefully in her chair, a steaming teacup beside her, exhaling wisps of warmth. The attic of the Tianqi No. 1, perched on the second floor, was uniquely constructed, enhancing her lofty presence. Throw Shenxi out. The more chaotic, the better. Understood. Miss Yun Miao, Zhou Fusheng promptly descended the stairs. Upon her utterance, the long-absent Liang Wei gradually materialized before her, his figure shrouded in a dense aura of darkness. His gaze seething with malice directed at Yun Miao. It was evident he was issuing a threat, warning her that should she fail to fulfill his obsession, he would transform into a vengeful spirit, thwarting her mission. Yun Miao comprehended the gravity of the situation. She set her teacup down, a subtle smirk curving her lips, a chilling, indifferent arc. In an instant, Liang Wei was as if struck by an invisible force, crashing to the ground, the dark energy dissipating as he writhed in agony. Yun Miao spoke slowly. Since you wish to be eternally lost and forsaken, then let it be as you desire. With a casual wave of her hand, she dismissed him as one would a piece of refuse. Indeed, she had grown weary of him for quite some time. Chapter 83. Long live the king. Shenxi was abruptly roused from her slumber, and by the time she regained her senses, she had already been invited out of the Tianqi No. 1. Her gaze first fell upon her companions, and her heart, which had momentarily lifted, now settled. A faint smile graced her lips. Indeed, her comrades had come for her. Her master had not forgotten her. Overwhelmed with joy, she momentarily neglected to ponder why Yun Miao had released her. As she took a step forward, she suddenly noticed several slender threads shooting up from the ground, piercing directly into the limbs of her companions. At the origin of these threads stood a bizarrely adorned puppet, its grotesque smile stretching wide. A ghostly doll. Shenxi's pupils constricted as she turned her gaze to the man behind the puppet. A young man was smiling at her, yet his eyes held an icy malevolence. A performer. Shenxi spun around and pounded on the door. It dawned on her that Yun Miao had not released her out of fear of causing trouble, but rather to ensure her demise. Within me resides the soul of Liang Wei's girlfriend. If I perish, she shall be lost as well. Your mission will remain unfulfilled. The doors stood resolutely unmoved. Why? Why? Shenxi was bewildered, though she understood that Yun Miao had not simply brought her back for the sake of the mission. She realized that Yun Miao had achieved another objective, to abandon her. She could only cling to this slender thread of hope for survival. At this moment, she was utterly no match for the performer, who was specifically sent to eliminate her. Had it not been for her companions still tethering him, she would have already met a gruesome fate. She could not die. She had yet to complete the task her master had assigned. Stop knocking. Chaoan approached the door, an eyebrow raised as she regarded Shenxi. Sometimes I think you are quite clever, yet at other times, I find you rather foolish. What of the soul within you? She has her methods of extraction. Your death would not hinder her. Shenxi's complexion turned pale, her eyes wide with shock. She had not anticipated that Yun Miao possessed such capabilities. Not even her master. Chaoan scoffed. No one truly knows the extent of her power. She has never unleashed her full strength. All that surrounds her is shrouded in mystery. However, the soul residing within you is of little significance. Liang Wei's obsession does not equate to her. Chaoan offered a glimmer of hope. Shenxi endeavored to maintain her composure. Then who is it? Chaoan traced a circle with her finger before her. It is you. Me? Shenxi furrowed her brow, appearing somewhat perplexed. Yet soon, understanding dawned upon her, her eyes flashing with intense disdain and revulsion. In recent days, Chaoan had not been idle, using her connections to uncover the truth. Initially, Liang Wei had been unaware. Upon capturing Shenxi, he had resisted and had a girlfriend he cherished, wishing only to fly alongside her. When first threatened by Shenxi, Liang Wei had harbored hatred towards her. Reluctantly, He performed tasks for her, but as he became enraptured by the new world, he idolized Xin-Shi, viewing her as a deity, simultaneously adoring and worshipping her. Yang Wei was undoubtedly astute. Aware that Xin-Shi's inherent pride would render her disgusted if she were to discover his feelings, compelling her to cast him aside. In an effort to conceal his true feelings, Liang Wei feigned an overwhelming affection for his girlfriend. Consequently, Xin-Shi resorted to threatening Liang Wei with the life of his beloved. The unfortunate woman lived in perpetual fear, gradually withering away. After her demise, Liang Wei's greatest concern surprisingly became how to serve Xin-Shi with integrity. Fortunately, Xin-Shi consumed his girlfriend's soul, warning Liang Wei that should he fail to fulfill his duties, she would ensure her spirit was forever lost. Thus, Liang Wei begrudgingly continued to comply with her demands. It appeared as though Liang Wei was the victim, yet he too was an instigator, inflicting unspeakable horrors not only upon his girlfriend, but also through his servitude to Xin-Shi. Such a person, even in death, harbored an obsession daring enough to seek out Yun Miao. Chaoan scoffed. It was likely that Yun Miao had long since realized that the individual Liang Wei truly wished to protect was Xin-Shi, fully aware of the sordid entanglements between them. It was probable that Liang Wei's very soul had been shattered by Yun Miao, while Xin-Shi foolishly hoped to leverage this for an opportunity to enter. Such notions were utterly ludicrous. And what of you? Did you come merely to impart this information? Xin-Shi scrutinized her. Chaoan chuckled, to be candid. I did indeed come for a stroll. I simply did not anticipate encountering such a grand spectacle. However, I am merely an observer and have no desire to become part of the performance. With that, Chaoan retreated, just as Xin-Shi was about to speak. Footsteps echoed behind them. Each step resonated within her heart. Xin-Shi, the voice of the performer, was laced with mirth. Almost immediately, Xin-Shi felt countless threads wrap around her limbs, a chilling presence causing her spine to tingle with dread. Traitor, you shall be punished. Suddenly, sounds of a performance erupted from all directions. Voices both male and female, high and low, converging upon her like a relentless tide. Blood began to seep from her eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. She should not meet such a fate. Xin-Shi fought valiantly against the encroaching darkness. Once, she had been the loyal protector of the old abyssal king, fighting alongside him in the depths. Back then, her allegiance to the king was unwavering until she encountered him during a campaign against a rebel faction. In the abyss, where love was non-existent, she was oblivious to the fact that her heart raced at the sight of him. It was love at first sight. Instead, she recognized her treachery, having spared his life and hidden him away. Aware of his status as the leader of the uprising, she nevertheless softened, continuously relaying information to him while at the old abyssal king's side. He grew stronger, balancing against both the new abyssal king and the old abyssal king, and she formally referred to him as her master. The last piece of intelligence she dispatched was crucial. The two forces clashed, and while her master had a significant advantage, the old abyssal king managed to shatter the seals and escape, severely wounding her master in the process. Her master, gravely injured, required healing, and in her desperation, she emerged from the abyss to gather spiritual orbs to send back. Throughout the years, she had never once regretted her choices. Yet now, she did not wish for her life to end this way. She yearned for one last glimpse of him. Xin-Shi, the performer's hand gently descended upon her shoulder. To be a traitor is the gravest sin. Even as we have shared this moment, your fate is sealed. Xin-Shi understood her impending doom. Had it not been for the trust the king placed in her, she would have been unable to provide such a wealth of information. However, she truly harbors no regrets. Upon discovering Liang Wei's feelings for her, she felt a sense of revulsion, yet her sentiments towards her master were not dissimilar. Xin-Shi, has Wang been found? Years ago, she sustained grave injuries and forcefully broke the seal to escape. Perhaps she has long since perished. The minion of the actor exerted a slight pressure. You truly deserve to die. Long live Wang. Chapter 84. I beg you, as Xin-Shi gradually lost her breath. The performer extracted her soul, surprisingly drawing out two entities. Oh, one was Xin-Shi, while the other was a trembling soul filled with fear. Can I have the one beside her? Chaoan emerged once more from the shadows, inquiring. Of course, the performer replied with a smile. A chill ran down Chaoan's spine. Such a demeanor was unsettling. The performer waved a hand, tossing the timid soul to Chaoan, who caught it and retrieved a talisman from his pocket to contain the soul, subsequently stowing it away in his clothing. The performer gestured, and the ghostly puppet approached with a series of soft sounds. He crouched down and fed Xin-Shi's soul into its mouth, whispering, "Make do with this. Savor it slowly to torment her. Once we find the king, Delectable rewards await. After all, the king's culinary skills were truly exceptional, indeed quite remarkable. The performer closed his eyes, nostalgia flickering across his face. Once the ghostly puppet swallowed the soul, he turned his gaze towards the direction of those who had just been present. They were also entities that had emerged from the abyss, mere lowly beings. Remaining was a gaunt man, curled in fear. It was not that he could not be slain, but rather, he could not be harmed. It seemed someone was shielding him. The performer cast a glance at the figure of Tianqi number 1 and deduced the identity of his protector, thus refraining from further aggression. Let us depart. He instructed the ghostly puppet, moving towards the darkness, only to find himself unable to escape. An invisible barrier loomed before him, preventing his exit. In the shadows, Xinyangji had yet to leave. He stood silently in his black robe, tranquil and composed. The performer suddenly recalled the moment he stepped into the light and retreated. Clearly, he had sensed the restriction imposed by the streetlights of Tianqi number 1 long before. A faint smile graced the performer's lips as he offered Xinyangji a friendly gesture. Xinyangji exhibited no emotional response. Since Xinshi had been cast out, he could not decipher her intentions. Unless, of course, she intended to use Xinshi as bait to ensnare them like fish. With a sigh, the performer crouched down, affectionately stroking the small head of the ghostly puppet. Your cravings have led to this predicament. Now you cannot leave. Sometimes, self-awareness proved to be a valuable skill. Nevertheless, having nearly drained the life of another's companion, a price must inevitably be paid. It remained to be seen what that price would entail. Did he strike you? Yun Miao observed from the loft. Below, the gaunt man was desperately attempting to flee, only to realize he was trapped, frantically pounding against the invisible wall. Huang Yaotong nodded pitifully, tears glistening in her eyes. The little black snake, having sensed Yun Miao's presence, had eagerly ascended to the loft and, upon seeing Huang Yaotong on the verge of tears, hissed softly, "Little green tea. Oh, go strike him." Huang Yaotong's eyes widened in surprise. She had thought the beautiful elder sister intended to avenge her. To her dismay, she realized she was expected to take action herself. Yet, Huang Yaotong gazed at her own frail form. She could not possibly win. A flash of light surged into her body, and Yun Miao gave her an encouraging glance. Huang Yaotong clenched her small fists, summoning her courage to step forward, approaching the gaunt man. Upon seeing her, the man's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity. Just moments ago, he broke through the constraints, severely injured, and at that moment, this little spirit emerged to feast upon her, thereby restoring his strength. Ah! Huang Yaotong was startled into a silent scream and raised her hand to deliver a slap. Crack! The sharp-nosed man exploded like a firecracker. Huang Yaotong, astonished, thought to herself, am I truly this formidable? Under normal circumstances, a child her age would be terrified by such a sight. However, Huang Yaotong was a spirit. Instead of fear, she felt an exhilarating curiosity. With a proud chest, she gazed up with delight, though she saw nothing. The barrier set by Yun Miao was beyond her comprehension. Turning to see Xinyangji, she joyfully ran towards him. Crossing the boundary, she tugged at Xinyangji's robe, her face alight with anticipation for praise. Silly. Her little head peeked out from behind the fabric. Fool. Huang Yaotong's expression fell. The little head chuckled mischievously. Smack. Xinyangji lightly tapped the top of its head. The little head shrank back in resentment. Let us go? Xinyangji led Huang Yaotong away. Yun Miao settled into a chair, waiting for the crowd below to disperse. The little black snake, sensing the moment, slithered up to the railing and coiled the mirror that had been resting atop it, placing it back on the table. The copper mirror remained silent for a long while. Yun Miao lowered her head to sip her tea. A soft, melodious voice emerged from the copper mirror, as enchanting as jade cascading onto a plate. This performance is quite captivating, but regarding Xinshi, if she were to die, would that not signify your failure in this task? Yun Miao replied nonchalantly, it matters not. Liang Wei, whom I sought assistance from, has already dissipated. As for his lingering obsession, who still cares? I owe you a favor nonetheless. The gentle voice, flowing like water, carried a hint of amusement. No, not just one favor. It seems it has become two. Can that performer outside truly spare his life? He failed to manage his puppet, that is his error, yet he remains my subordinate. If we must assign blame, it should be mine. Yun Miao remained silent. The voice continued softly. I will compensate your subordinate, and I shall persist in developing new dishes to serve you for 100 years, repaying your favor, shall we? Yun Miao continued to sip her tea. After a moment of silence, the little black snake observed its master's expression, distinctly sensing a slight upward curve at the corners of her mouth, indicating displeasure as it flicked its tongue in frustration. A great green tea, one that can manipulate Yun Miao's appetite. It recalled the time they were on the mountain when the great green tea appeared, drenched in blood, and Yun Miao accepted her. It was solely due to her delicate demeanor and knack for evoking sympathy. How it despised that. Why hadn't he been reborn as a fox spirit back then? That would have surely captivated Yun Miao. In the quiet, the copper mirror once again emanated the gentle voice. I beseech you. Yun Miao. The little black snake. Pa. The performer awaited the emergence of the individual inside to confront, only to discover that the invisible barrier before him seemed to have vanished. He attempted to step forward, and indeed, he emerged. Unusual occurrences often herald the presence of the extraordinary. The performer held the ghostly puppet and remarked, how peculiar. We were suddenly urged to depart. Yet I find myself hesitant to leave. It feels as though departing now would come at a cost. They pondered aloud, should we inquire further? The puppet's mouth curled into an odd smile, only to swiftly fall. This indicated disapproval, and it was evident that the puppet had become apprehensive. The performer gently patted its head and said, then I shall refrain from going. However, I can't shake the feeling that we have sacrificed something. Nevertheless, they consoled themselves with the thought that they had eliminated yet another traitor. In these moments, a profound longing for Wang enveloped them. As the performer gazed at the dispersing dark clouds, the moon gradually emerged. Even in the abyss, the moon shone, albeit in a sanguine hue. Whenever the moon ascended, it heralded a series of slaughters. Wang was born amidst the carnage, leading them to dominate the entire abyss. Their gentle yet formidable ruler had been left behind in this realm. Surely, they must possess an aura of majesty akin to that within the abyss. The copper mirror gradually dimmed, and a layer of frost settled upon Yun Miao's serene visage as she cast her gaze downward. There lay an exceedingly feeble soul. A companion come to rescue Shenxi, snatched before being consumed by the ghostly puppet. Yun Miao approached and raised her hand to control the soul. It writhed violently, terror etched upon its face. This was indeed the catch of her fishing endeavor, a task forsaken for this. Let me seek you out. Where do you now hide? You traitor who has stirred chaos in the abyss? Chapter 85. He is not in the abyss as his essence dissipated into the void. A wisp of white light was grasped tightly by Yun Miao. In the next moment, with a determined exertion, Yun Miao shattered the shimmering light, transforming it into a delicate mist that coalesced in mid-air, forming the silhouette of an ancient figure. Soon after, it faded away. Yun Miao gazed at the gradually vanishing figure, his eyes glinting with frost. He was indeed not in the abyss. For many years, Shenxi had incessantly channeled spiritual orbs into the abyss, mistakenly believing she was rescuing him, when in reality, he was never there. Shenxi's so-called sacrifices were merely a manifestation of her unreciprocated affections. He had never placed his trust in anyone. The so-called companions of Shenxi approached, ostensibly to save her. Yet he had infused them with a subtle intent to eliminate Shenxi. Thus, even in the absence of performers tonight, Shenxi was undoubtedly doomed. A small black serpent stealthily slithered to the staircase, glancing back at Master Yun Miao. It understood that when Master Yun Miao radiated an aura of coldness, one must never provoke him. Such an act could lead to utter obliteration. The serpent continued its path, coiling itself upon a stone table in the courtyard. Its head held high. It felt a profound joy in sharing the same moonlight as Master Yun Miao. And perhaps it could also absorb the essence of the sun and moon, hastening its transformation away from its serpentine form, while the black serpent absorbed spiritual energy. Outside the Ark of Revelation, Yang Wei and Lu Gu squatted on the curb, staring blankly at the desolate street. Just moments ago, it had been bustling with life. Suddenly, there were the dead, the scattered, and the departed. Their presence had merely contributed to an increase in numbers. No one paid attention to the two of them. Lu Gu remarked, "It is better that no one acknowledges us. We could not have withstood any of those individuals." Yang Wei concurred, "You are right." Clearing his throat, Lu Gu added, "Such scenes will become commonplace for you. There is nothing to be overly concerned about." "You see such things often?" Yang Wei inquired. Lu Gu responded, "They belong to the younger generation, and even when they undertake tasks, they are merely honing their skills. The genuinely formidable ones have yet to earn their right to take on responsibilities. Their presence here is a selfish desire of the elders, hoping to create an impression upon her. As for why those old-timers did not come, was it due to a lack of desire? No, it was out of fear. They delegated the task to the younger ones. Should anything go awry, it would merely serve as an excuse. The pretext of youthful ignorance could be employed, followed by re-education or complete abandonment to preserve family peace. If those old men were to offend her, it could mean the downfall of their clan. Thus, their choice to send the younger generation was a cost far lesser than the potential ruin of a family. Yet, even with the thought that offending her could lead to expulsion from the family, the allure of being in her presence was too enticing, prompting the decision to send forth the younger members cultivated by the family. For Lu Ge, his respect and admiration for Yun Miao far surpassed that of Yang Wei. Not only Lu Ge, but all the younger members from the 8 families had gathered in the city. However, none dared to wander before her. It is as if from the moment of one's birth, one is aware that their existence is destined for a singular individual. Yet, when that person truly arrives, a sense of trepidation akin to homesickness envelopes one. However, this is merely the contemplation of Lu Ge within Yang Wei's heart. She harbors a similarly profound reverence for Yun Miao. Thus, when she encounters her, she remains steadfastly honest, suppressing her own disorientation. Let us proceed. These matters will inevitably confront us in due time. Did you not express a desire to hone your skills? There are some troublemakers in Shijia village. We shall go address them. Tonight's agenda was indeed to deal with the affairs of Shijia village. Our passage by Tianqi No. 1 is not serendipitous, but rather intentional. After all, with her presence, perhaps we shall exert a greater deterrent against the malevolent forces. Lu Ge replied with a nonchalant, "Let us go." Suddenly, a thought struck him. I heard from my sister that your mother intends to bring Yang Xian here, wishing to leave Yang Xian behind and take you away. Exercise caution. Yang Wei responded with little more than a slight tightening of her clenched fist. The resolution of the Yang Wei family murder case ultimately pointed to Shen Shi as the culprit. Firstly, the true assailants were not human beings, rendering the truth unfit for public disclosure. Hence, the blame was shifted onto Shen Shi. Secondly, Shen Shi was not entirely blameless. The demise of the Liang family stemmed from their insatiable greed. Having already received considerable assistance from Shen Shi, they still harbored ambitions for cultivation and posed threats to him, resulting in their elimination by Shen Shi's companions. Liang Wei, in his defense of Shen Shi, met a gruesome fate at the hands of Shen Shi's enemies. The intricacies of this affair eluded the understanding of those who processed it. They attributed the events to Shen Shi based on Yang Wei's disappearance. Prior to her journey to Shijia village, Yang Wei informed Shen Shi of her death, leading the captain to assign the responsibility for the Liang family tragedy to Shen Shi based on the available information. This was not a mere muddle, but rather a conclusion deemed most fitting through their methods of assessment. When the authorities publicly announced the identity of the murderer and declared Shen Shi's suicide, the online discourse burgeoned, with trending searches largely criticizing Liang Wei. Furthermore, Liang Wei's fans inundated Chaoan's comment section, lamenting her as a widow. In summary, the prevailing sentiment sought to portray Chaoan as remaining faithful to Liang Wei. In response, Chaoan publicly shared the contract for their fabricated relationship. Upon seeing this, Liang Wei's fans became even more frenzied, believing that Liang Wei's love was genuine and that her coldness was unjustified, as evidenced by her willingness to reveal the contract. Conversely, Chaoan's supporters contended that their sister was merely engaging in a publicity stunt and questioned why their sister should be bound to mourn Liang Wei. Consequently, the comment section erupted into further chaos. By the time this spectacle had fully subsided, half a month had passed, when a video surfaced online depicting a marriage proposal, accompanied by a narrative of its success. The poster was the suitor himself, who not only shared the video but also included a handwritten love letter comprising thousands of words. The audience paid little heed to him. Rather, they recognized the identity of the female lead within. Previously slandered as a mere socialite, she was, in truth, the mistress of Tianqi No. 1, a woman well-versed in esoteric knowledge, now being proposed to by an ordinary man. Intriguingly, this ordinary man's online moniker was the male master of Tianqi No. 1. The comments section erupted in outrage, reflecting the tumultuous sentiments of the viewers. How amusing it is. In my entire life, I have never encountered a man so eager to draw his sword for a lady like Zhenji. It is often said that women are materialistic. Yet I observe that men are even more pragmatic in their pursuit of wealth. Upon seeing a woman residing in a gilded abode, they rush to propose, only to be met with indifference, believing themselves successful in their courtship. They refer to themselves as the male lord. When will we women possess such audacity? Do not be so quick to scold. I sense her inclination to agree. Otherwise, why would she not outright refuse? What? Isn't a lack of refusal tantamount to consent? The video host, delighted by this remark, responded, "My friend, you truly understand women." Her silence implies agreement, albeit she may be too bashful to express it. Today, I shall pay a visit to Tianqi No. 1 and impart a lesson. reinforcing the foundations of marital hierarchy, ensuring she comprehends the essence of domestic authority. With great enthusiasm, the man made his way to Tianqi number 1. Upon his arrival, he noticed a black car stationed at the entrance, surrounded by a host of bodyguards. Amidst this formidable security stood a venerable elder, his hair a striking white. Dressed impeccably in formal attire, every detail of his appearance was meticulously arranged, from the tightly fastened buttons on his chest to his impeccably combed hair. The aura he exuded was one of long-held authority, yet in that moment, he appeared as a subordinate. His arms were pressed against his legs, his eyelids lowered, yet his countenance radiated respect. Clearly, he was awaiting something significant. Chapter 86. A formidable presence arrives. The man suddenly felt a sense of dread. He could only see the old man's silhouette, yet it loomed over him like a mountain, causing his legs to tremble and his spine to chill, rendering him unable to take a single step forward. With a creak, the door swung open, and the elder seemed to stoop even lower. Lu Yang observed his posture and hurriedly approached, adopting an even more deferential stance. "Miss Yun Miao has asked you to leave," he uttered, never before having felt such anguish over a mere statement. Despite his own status, it felt insignificant in the presence of this elderly figure. The elder, brimming with reverence, replied, "Indeed, it is my fault for disturbing her. I implore you, do not let her be angered. I shall take my leave at once." Lu Yang felt a chill run down his spine. He had anticipated that those connected to Miss Yun Miao would hold considerable standing. But this man was of an even loftier caliber. Watching the elder's increasingly pious demeanor, Lu Yang contemplated kneeling in reverence, albeit aware that such respect was not directed at him. After the elder spoke, he entered a vehicle and departed slowly amidst protection. The man steadied himself against the wall and regained his composure. The overwhelming sensation dissipated, and he felt emboldened once more. Knock, knock, knock. The door was answered by Zhou Fuxing, who stared at the man's face, finding it somewhat familiar. "Who are you?" The man huffed disdainfully through his nostrils. "Do you not recognize me?" Zhou Fuxing was puzzled. "Are you famous?" "I am the male proprietor of the Apocalypse One." Zhou Fuxing's expression shifted as realization dawned upon him. He recognized this eccentric figure. Raising his voice, the man commanded, "Open the door for me. It must remain open. Henceforth, my brothers online shall be able to enter freely. Remove all the flowers from the courtyard. I dislike them. Prepare a computer, a phone, and air conditioning in the room. My meals, lodging, and transportation must be arranged satisfactorily. Understand? By the way, settle my outstanding debts. This house is quite large, so surely we are wealthy." The man exuded an air of authority. Zhou Fuxing could only think two phrases: "The Taiji is utterly absurd," and "a shield from sand and wind." Lu Yang emerged from behind Zhou Fuxing, his gaze more piercing than Zhou Fuxing's, a corpse. This was due to the small black snake, which had become enraged as it coiled atop the wall. Its usually vertical pupils were now glowing crimson, and its forked tongue was nearly flicking the man's face. How dare he claim to be the male proprietor of Apocalypse One? What did that imply? It signified that he was associated with the esteemed Lady Yun Miao. Cursed be him. He deserved 1,000 cuts. Seeing that Zhou Fuxing and Lu Yang remained silent, staring fixedly at him, the man felt a shiver of fear and instinctively recoiled. Yet, reminding himself that he was the master, he thought, "Why should I cower? Are you deaf? Do you not believe I can drive you out?" Lu Yang raised a hand. "Look above you." Confused, the man glanced up, only to be met by the sight of a snake, its fierce head lunging towards him. Meanwhile, Lu Yang had taken the opportunity to investigate the man's background, uncovering a tale of a gambler who had lost everything, his home, his family, and was now burdened by insurmountable debts, leaving him in a daze. Upon encountering the opening of the Apocalypse One, I was struck with astonishment to discover that its proprietor was a woman. Envisioning myself as a towering figure, I fancied that any woman who beheld me would be rendered immobile, irresistibly drawn to propose marriage, and I convinced myself that such a proposal would indeed be successful. I even paraded as the male master of Apocalypse One, managing to swindle a considerable sum from unsuspecting individuals. In essence, I was nothing more than a deranged individual. However, Zhou Fuxing paused, gazing at Lu Yang, and remarked that labeling a person as mentally ill serves only as an excuse for their actions. This individual was steeped in malevolence and harbored insidious thoughts. While his fantasies were absurd, they were undeniably toxic. To covet the possessions of others and to claim them as one's own reflects a cunning intellect that cannot simply be classified as insanity. It is far too astute. Zhou Fuxing chuckled to himself, concluding that the demise of such a black-hearted individual at the fangs of the little black snake could indeed be seen as a form of divine justice. Lu Yang joined in the laughter. Accustomed to a cold heart and indifferent demeanor, Zhou Fuxing rarely revealed his true self. Yet, his dissection of human nature was profoundly insightful. Perhaps because he viewed it from a unique perspective, one that observes human emotions. Miss Yun Miao possessed a similar perspective, albeit more pronounced. She had, however, become disinterested through excessive observation. The little black snake did not strike the man down. After all, it was the cherished pet of Lady Yun Miao, far too innocent to take a life. Instead, it injected him with a toxin, a substance potent enough to plunge him into despair. No one could withstand such a poison. As expected, while the little black snake was watching videos that night, it stumbled upon a short clip featuring the male master of Apocalypse 1. Initially claiming he would uphold the principles of Apocalypse 1, many were eager to witness the unfolding events. Eventually, they were met with a scene of the man kneeling, weeping profusely, slapping himself, and berating his foolishness for indulging in such wild fantasies. The comments section was equally entertaining. Oh dear, has he learned his lesson? What happened? Wasn't he going to uphold the principles? Why is he now admitting his mistakes? You vile creature, fixated on the possessions of others. Surely you were orphaned. Now you see the error of your ways, and it truly amuses me. It's clear you won't last long. Hey, lady, your words are rather harsh. I speak only the truth. Excellent. Elder, we are saved. What is that on him? Is it poison? Dark and ominous, it appears quite lethal. The little black snake, pleased to receive praise for its toxin, modestly tapped the phone with its tongue. It's merely average in potency, however. The comment was never posted, and the video vanished, along with the account of the male master of Apocalypse 1, which was subsequently banned. The little black snake was perplexed. Lu Yong explained, someone, much like yourself, could no longer tolerate his antics. Fear not, you shall not encounter him again. The little black snake lifted its head in indignation. Naturally, for it was indeed a master of venom. Outside, the roar of an engine echoed as a vehicle gradually came to a halt at the entrance of Apocalypse 1. The little black snake flicked its head, signifying the arrival of a guest. Lu Yong, having secured his phone, rose to open the door. Upon the door's opening, a wave of shock washed over him. Several exceptionally familiar faces pierced through his heart, leaving him numb. A formidable figure had departed, only to be replaced by an even more impressive group. Just how many notable individuals once surrounded Miss Yun Miao? It is no wonder that it was said that Zhou Songshan fared the worst among them. Chapter 87, The Titan's Stand. While they must kneel, he was truly on the verge of shortening his lifespan. Lu Yong hurriedly returned to the living room, seizing a glass of water from the table to calm his nerves. Zhou Fuxing inquired, what has frightened you to this extent? Is there something terrifying outside? As he muttered, he ventured outside, eager to discover what could possibly unnerve the usually composed Lu Yong. It was noteworthy that Lu Yong remained unfazed even in the presence of ghosts. Halfway through his journey, Zhou Fuxing spotted several distinguished faces outside and promptly retreated to the living room, taking a sip of tea to steady himself. The two exchanged a glance, still in shock. Why did you not invite them in? Zhou Fuxing asked in a hushed tone. Lu Yong lowered his voice in response, handing over an item in his possession. They did not enter. They merely presented me with this. Zhou Fuxing glanced at it, revealing 3 gilded characters prominently inscribed, visitation card. In contemporary society, to meet individuals of high standing, one typically arranges an appointment through their secretary. In the absence of telephones, it was customary to send subordinates to deliver such cards as a sign of respect. The fact that they personally delivered it underscores the gravity of their intentions. Should we take it to Miss Yun Miao? At this hour, Miss Yun Miao is not to be disturbed. Oh, yes. It is her reading time. Recently, she had delved into a considerable amount of modern history, both domestic and international, gaining a broad understanding of nearly a century's worth of events. Lu Yong and Zhou Fuxing patiently awaited the moment Miss Yun Miao would conclude her reading. Upon finishing, she would often retreat to the balcony on the second floor to enjoy the breeze. When Zhou Fuxing ascended, he indeed found her there, clad in a silk cross-collared nightgown, her hair cascading down in glossy waves. Miss Yun Miao had recently developed a fondness for Hanfu, perhaps dissatisfied with contemporary designs, leading her to create her own garments. She held exceptionally high standards for everything. At times, they pondered what kind of upbringing could foster someone as precious as Miss Yun Miao. What is it? She inquired, tilting her face slightly, her features shrouded in a luminous mist. Someone delivered a card, Zhou Fuxing stated, passing it to her. Miss Yun Miao did not glance at it, merely sweeping her gaze across the table, indicating it should be placed there. Zhou Fuxing mustered his courage, contemplating whether to suggest she ought to see who it was. but he faltered. Having spent considerable time by her side, Zhou Fuxing was well aware of when to engage Miss Yun Miao in conversation and when to remain silent. This was certainly a moment for the latter. Fortunately, those waiting downstairs were not inclined to linger indefinitely. They understood that Miss Yun Miao would not meet with them immediately. After delivering the card, they patiently awaited her response before departing. Both Zhou Fuxing and Lu Yong exhaled a sigh of relief. Truth be told, the presence of several dignitaries outside had them fearing for their longevity. If their elders were to discover that they were inside sipping tea while such esteemed individuals stood outside, they would undoubtedly be compelled to kneel in the ancestral hall for 3 days, pleading for protection from their ancestors. Just as they were about to catch their breath, a small black snake slithered in, clutching another visitation letter in its mouth and placing it on the table. Another letter? Zhou Fuxing reached out to take the letter. Its cover inscribed with the 4 characters, "To Miss Yun Miao, from Su Waning." Su Waning. Zhou Fuxing murmured softly, "That name sounds vaguely familiar. As if I've heard it somewhere before." Lu Yong clapped him on the shoulder. "It's Su Tai Nai. Have you forgotten?" Zhou Fuxing's face was a canvas of confusion. Lu Yong raised an eyebrow, seemingly exasperated. "She's Jiang Xing's great-grandmother." Zhou Fuxing smacked his forehead. "Now I understand why it sounds so familiar. But wait, didn't she pass away long ago? How could she possibly deliver a letter?" Lu Yong scoffed softly. "Of course, it couldn't have been her personally. It must have been Jiang Binxian who sent it." Jiang Binxian, the eldest of the Jiang family, is a full brother to Jiang Xing's father. There are 2 Jiang families in Sioux City. One belongs to the eldest Jiang Binxian, and the other to Jiang Xing's father. The Jiang family had a rather tumultuous split in their early years, a fact well known among the prominent circles. The elder Jiang's actions back then were rather unscrupulous. And after the passing of the matriarch, Jiang Binxian orchestrated a scheme that left Jiang Xing's family with nothing. This means that only Jiang Binxian could send a letter, while Jiang Xing and his father belonged to the junior branch of the Jiang family. Years have passed, and Jiang Xing's father has successfully established himself, becoming a notable figure in the industry over the past decade. Though not quite as esteemed as the elder branch, Jiang Binxian's reputation is marred by cunning and deceit. His current stability relies heavily on ancestral fortune. Did Su Tainai know Miss Yu Miao? Lu Yong recalled the photograph Jiang Xing had shown him. Indeed, Su Tainai had once taken a picture of Miss Yu Miao. I see. Zhou Fuxing furrowed his brow, but Su Tainai has already passed. What business does Jiang Binxian have in visiting Miss Yu Miao under her name? Lu Yong narrowed his eyes. He harbors ill intentions, regardless of their connection with Jiang Xing. They have no affection for Jiang Binxian's family. Moreover, they simply tossed the letter at the doorstep, as if it were nothing more than refuse. That small black snake returned it. This is not merely disrespect, it borders on humiliation. Give it to me. Yun Miao's voice suddenly echoed from behind. Zhou Fuxing promptly turned around, presenting the letter with both hands. The pristine, dense, jade-like rice paper exuded a faint scent of wood. As she gazed upon the name, Yun Miao conjured an image of a young girl in her mind. The girl, clad in a deep blue robe, had a face rosy from the cold, stamping her feet and blowing on her hands atop a snow-capped mountain, pulling a black camera from her bag amidst the howling winds. With a radiant smile, she asked if she could have her photo taken. Yun Miao opened the letter, revealing a line that read, "Wanting humbly requests the honor of Mrs. Visit to the Jiang family." The paper bore a subtle air of death, indicating that the one who penned this letter had long since departed. The traces left behind were gradually fading. This suggested that when Su Waning wrote the letter, she was unaware of when she would appear. However, she surely knew that by the time of her arrival, she would no longer be present. Thus, her invitation to the Jiang family must carry another purpose. To the Jiang family, she would say, 3 days hence, with a graceful wave of her hand. Yun Miao watched as the paper was consumed by flames. This piece of rice paper had been a gift from Su Waning, who had unearthed it from her ancestral heritage and presented it entirely to Yun Miao. At that time, Yun Miao had wished to offer something of her own in exchange, but Su Waning refused any form of compensation. Instead, Yun Miao extracted one sheet from the collection and informed Su Waning that she could inscribe any wish upon it. Decades later, that wish had finally manifested before her. It was Lu Yong who had ventured to convey the news to the Jiang family. On his journey, he shared the matter with Jiang Xing, who acknowledged it with a simple affirmation. After ending the call, Jiang Xing coughed lightly into his fist, then turned his gaze towards a chicken that was fixated on him. He pondered aloud. What could be the motive behind great-grandmother's actions? Is she attempting to save them, or is she intent on their destruction? Chapter 88. I am well, but you are not. 3 days later, the Jiang family's old residence. Jiang Bingxian alighted from the car, and the butler at the entrance greeted him with a respectful nod. It is the weekend, young master. The young lady and the little master have returned home today. They're all here. The Jiang family's old residence is somewhat secluded, located near the southern suburbs. Typically, only Jiang Bingxian and his wife reside here, while the others dwell in the city center, returning to the old residence for a couple of days every weekend. This has been the routine for many years, without exception. It is not out of filial piety, but rather a strict mandate from the patriarch: return home or sever ties with the Jiang family. Thus, every weekend, the old residence becomes lively. Additionally, the old matriarch, Madame Zhou, has been waiting for some time. Jiang Bingxian nodded again and instructed the butler, "There is someone named Yun." Yun Miao. "Yes, proceed as we discussed earlier, understood?" The butler responded, "Rest assured, everything has been arranged." Only then did Jiang Bingxian step into the courtyard, where his family awaited him in the living room. He turned to the reception room, where an elderly lady sat in a wheelchair, her eyes closed in contemplation. He hurried over. "Grandmother, everything has been done as you instructed." Madame Zhou opened her eyes, sending a chill through Jiang Bingxian's heart. After a period of absence, her sharp and caustic demeanor had intensified. 2 days prior, she had unexpectedly sought him out, claiming that through her inquiries, she had discovered a connection between a certain Yun Miao and his grandmother, Su Weiniang, and inquired if he was aware of it. He recalled that among his grandmother's last possessions was a letter addressed to Miss Yun Miao. Upon opening it, he found a single line requesting her to come for a meal as a guest. After he recounted this, Madame Zhou's expression remained unchanged, yet her lips curled into a cold, mocking smile. Subsequently, Madame Zhou proposed a transaction. He would invite Yun Miao, and in return, she would provide him with certain resources. A most advantageous deal. When he inquired about her motives, Madame Zhou merely stated that Yun Miao had once humiliated her, and now it was time to reciprocate that humiliation. Jiang Bingxian returned to the living room, where his children, accompanied by his grandson, watched television. His wife approached him, her face etched with worry. "Bingxian, I cannot shake this feeling of unease." Before grandmother passed, she uttered a single phrase: "If Miss Yun ever visits, we must treat her with utmost respect." At that moment, she seemed disoriented, yet that phrase was crystal clear, as if she knew someone would indeed come. "My intuition tells me that the Miss Yin she referred to is her." Jiang Bingxian's expression turned icy. "What nonsense are you spouting? Do not overthink. Just enjoy your time with the children. I am going upstairs." "Bingxian." His wife grasped his arm. "Please believe me. I feel a persistent anxiety, as if something significant is about to unfold. Can we wait downstairs together to respectfully welcome her?" "Mother, what are you rambling about? Come play with your grandson and do not distract Dad from his work." His son interjected impatiently. "As for respect, it would be a privilege for an unknown guest to set foot in the Jiang family home. Should my father personally greet her, she ought to fear for her longevity." Jiang Bingxian shrugged off her grasp and ascended the stairs. Madame Jiang softly consoled, "Your great-grandmother often remarked that there are always greater forces beyond our own. Our family is not what it once was. It would be wise not to act so recklessly." "Mother, is there anyone who diminishes their own authority daily as you do? What is wrong with my audacity? I am eager to see what she can do to me today." Madame Jiang was about to say more when her daughter chimed in. "I know that Yun Miao. She has quite a following online and resides in that Tanchi #1. People on the internet are easily deceived, believing she is the true mistress of Tanchi #1 merely because she lives there. In reality, she is likely just a canary being kept by someone, surely not the primary companion. There is no need to fear her. What could she possibly want today? I assure you, Mother, I will take action to ensure she never dares to approach our Jiang family again." Madame Jiang bit her lip, ultimately bowing her head in silence. What could she say? She had once seen a photograph while caring for the elderly matriarch during her illness. Gazing at Yun Miao's picture online, she could not shake the feeling that it resembled the memory she held. Yet, she dared not voice her thoughts, fearing they might deem her mentally unstable. "Stop this nonsense. No wonder Father dislikes you. Instead of indulging in wild fantasies, you might as well prepare a meal. It's utterly exasperating." As the dispute unfolded in the living room, a figure clad in purple appeared at the entrance of the old residence. The Jiang family steward opened the door, casting an impatient glance. "Yun Miao, is it? Come in." Clearly, he had overheard the conversation within and regarded Yun Miao as merely a woman reliant on a man for her existence. Perhaps the man she depended upon was the one accompanying her, Zhou Fuxing. Recognizing Zhou Fuxing, The steward bowed and greeted him. "Good day, young Master Fuxing." Zhou Fuxing replied. "I am well, but your demeanor suggests otherwise." He sensed the icy calm that enveloped Yun Miao as she entered, holding an umbrella. Emerging from the shadows, Jiang Yu caught sight of Yun Miao, and the cigarette he held fell from his lips, his expression momentarily vacant. Dressed in a smoky purple spaghetti strap gown adorned with a flowing purple and white embroidered cape, her hair was styled simply. A purple wooden hairpin slanted in her bun, with a glistening pearl cascading down. As she walked, her skin appeared as pristine as snow, and her attire shimmered like the rippling surface of water, casting a celestial glow. Jiang Yu had never beheld a face more exquisite than hers. "What are you staring at?" Zhou Fuxing, unable to bear Jiang Yu's gaze upon Miss Yun Miao, frowned. "Where is your father?" "Father is upstairs, entertaining Miss Yun. I will handle it." Jiang Yu continued to ogle Yun Miao. She had not spared him a glance until now, when her eyes met his for a fleeting moment. In that instant, Jiang Yu felt a searing pain as if his very eye was being wrenched from its socket, and he could not help but cry out in agony. Collapsing to the ground, "What is happening? What have you done to my brother?" The first to rush out was the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Ning, who observed her brother writhing on the floor with wary eyes fixed on Yun Miao. Zhou Fuxing shrugged. "Perhaps it is a sudden affliction." Jiang Ning regarded the two with a mixture of skepticism and scrutiny. "My brother has no eye ailments. Tell me, did you strike him?" She questioned Yun Miao. Fully aware of her brother's nature, he was the type to be utterly infatuated with any pair of attractive eyes. Yun Miao calmly folded her umbrella and replied, "Indeed, it has been quite some time since I encountered such simple-minded and utterly foolish humans. Your brother's admiration for you is a stroke of fortune. How dare you lay a hand on him?" Jiang Yu's gaze was fierce. She was accustomed to her own arrogance, pointing an accusatory finger at Yun Miao. "I believe your time is up." Zhou Fuxing interjected, bewildered. What an audacious claim, akin to a dung beetle sneezing. Such bravado. Whether Miss Yun's time is indeed up remains uncertain to him. But you, oh no, the entire Jiang family seems to be facing imminent demise. Even if Miss Yun refrains from action, others will certainly intervene. At that moment, Zhou Fuxing regarded her as though she were a specter. Chapter 89. She cannot leave. Seated beneath the window of the reception room, old lady Zhou gazed at the lively scene outside, her eyes narrowing in delight. This was the spectacle she had longed to witness. Aware that Jiang Bingxian could not raise a worthy child, she had deliberately summoned him to invite her. Eager to observe the moment of her humiliation, after enduring days of pent-up frustration, old lady Zhou had nearly lost her mind. Previously, she had contemplated hiding Huang Yaoting's corpse, intending to compel Yun Miao to beseech her. Yet, her beloved son had dutifully delivered it, even offering apologies. It was evident that he had been brainwashed by Zhou Tsongshan. The mere thought of Zhou Tsongshan ignited a fierce glint in old lady Zhou's eyes. "You wretched man, having humiliated me so, I shall ensure you witness how I disgrace the offspring of your beloved." Her complexion flushed with excitement as she anticipated the unfolding drama. Given Jiang Ning's temperament, she was certain he would not spare Yun Miao. Just as she had predicted, Jiang Ning raised his hand, poised to strike Yun Miao. Observing such a scene through the window lacked thrill. She yearned to hear the crisp sound of the slap. Old lady Zhou ordered a servant to push her outside. And as she stepped out, the sharp crack of a slap echoed through the air. The resounding sound brought solace to her aged heart. She turned to witness Yun Miao's disarray, only to find herself momentarily stunned. Yun Miao remained poised on the porch, unruffled and elegant, exhibiting no signs of distress. Instead, it was Jiang Ning who lay sprawled on the ground, emitting wails akin to those of Jiang Yu. "How dare you strike me? How dare you?" Jiang Ning, prostrate on the ground, felt a fiery pain on her face, tears streaming from her eyes. She glared at Yun Miao, ready to unleash her vitriol. Slap. Another blow landed on her face. "Are you seeking death?" Slap. "Wretched." Slap. Slap. She could no longer muster the strength to scream. Not only was she rendered speechless from the blows, but she also realized that Yun Miao had not lifted a finger, nor had she even cast a glance in her direction, as if she were nothing more than an insignificant insect. Yet, it felt as though invisible hands rained down slaps upon her. She quivered like a quail, curling into a ball, tears and snot streaming down her face. Barely able to articulate words. "Yun, Miss Yun," Mrs. Jiang called cautiously, her eyes filled with trepidation. She had just witnessed, with her own eyes. Yun Miao remained motionless while her daughter's face swelled with bruises, and her son lay on the ground, blood seeping from his eyes. Even with a mother's desperation, She dared not utter any disrespectful words, for she knew her fate would mirror that of her 2 children. Yun Miao's voice was icy. Is this the manner of receiving guests? And no. Mrs. Jiang stammered in fear. Miss Yun, please, come in. Mrs. Jiang stepped aside, and Yun Miao entered. Upon her initial glance, she surveyed the room with an air of indifference before unceremoniously taking the seat of honor. Her presence in the main seat was utterly unremarkable. Miss Yun, please enjoy some tea, Mrs. Jiang offered with utmost respect, presenting her with a cup. Yun Miao glanced at it, her brow furrowing in evident disdain. With merely a nod, she signified her acquiescence. Mrs. Jiang, trembling, set down the item. Upon noticing her quivering hands, Mrs. Jiang's tremors intensified. Miss Yun, please wait a moment while I arrange for the servants to prepare a meal. Receiving Miss Yun's approval, Mrs. Jiang hastily departed, only allowing herself a heavy sigh of relief once she was distanced from Yun Miao, and then busily instructed the servants to cook. At this juncture, Jiang Yu and Jiang Ning had already been assisted to their feet by the attendants. Mrs. Jiang, filled with concern, urged, I will summon the family doctor. You two should take a moment to rest. Jiang Yu shouted, if I go blind, I will never let her. Jiang Ning abruptly pulled him back, shaking her head in terror. The fear was primarily instilled by those slaps, as throughout the ordeal, she had not discerned what had struck her. Jiang Yu seemed to sense the dread as well, lowering his voice. I will inform father. He will not let her off easily. In a fit of anger, Jiang Yu stormed off. His eyes throbbed painfully, yet he could still perceive some things, though he dared not look at Yun Miao, seated at the head of the table. He even moderated his footsteps as he passed by. Jiang Ning, meanwhile, clutched Mrs. Jiang's arm, exclaiming, Mother, she is certainly not human. She cannot be. Ning Ning, have you suffered a concussion from the blows? Mrs. Jiang inquired. No, Jiang Ning insisted. She is definitely not a person. Could she be one of those entities from West Suburb Village? Did you not say there were spirits there? Is she a ghost? Mrs. Jiang hesitated, wanting to say something, yet ultimately advised her to rest. Jiang Ning, however, forcefully shook her off, declaring, I told you, she is absolutely not human. By the way, my friend knows a powerful master. I will seek him out immediately to deal with this wretched. The moment she uttered the word wretched, Jiang Ning, overwhelmed by post-traumatic stress, covered her face. I must find the master. Sighing, Mrs. Jiang watched her leave, unable to detain her, her complexion pale with fear. She attempted to locate Zhou Fuxing, hoping he might intercede and persuade Yun Miao to show them mercy. Turning around, she discovered Zhou Fuxing gazing at his grandmother with a face full of despair. Zhou Fuxing was indeed distraught. Grandmother, today's incident, surely you did not partake in it? The elderly matriarch merely lifted her eyelids, then, with palpable irritation, closed her eyes again. She had witnessed her grandson behaving like a subservient lackey before Yun Miao. Very well, Zhou Fuxing thought, noting his grandmother's demeanor, which suggested she had caused this predicament. He opened his mouth to speak, yet no words emerged. His grandmother had always possessed a resolute and sharp temperament, yet he found himself unable to utter any reproachful words. Firstly, he was the younger generation, and the Zhou family upheld profound filial piety. Secondly, his grandmother's obstinate nature was not without its roots in his grandfather's influence. It has often been said that nurturing a beloved is akin to tending to a flower. His grandfather had failed to nurture this particular bloom, bearing his share of the responsibility. Thus, over the years, despite enduring his grandmother's tyranny, the Zhou family had endeavored to accommodate her. However, they had not anticipated her clash with Miss Yun Miao, who was not one to revere the elderly and cherish the young. Mrs. Jiang was clearly aware of this, as during the moments when Miss Yun Miao reprimanded Jiang Yu and Jiang Ning, she arranged for the servants to confine Jiang Ning's child to her room. Zhou Fuxing felt it was also imperative to conceal her. Grandma, shall I ask Dad to pick you up? The elderly Mrs. Zhou did not respond verbally, but instead emitted a derisive and disdainful huff. Zhou Fuxing was taken aback. This was truly the nature of his own grandmother. Miss Yun Miao would likely need to endure 10 trips back and forth. The thought was so daunting that Zhou Fuxing could hardly bear to imagine it. Without hesitation, he dialed his father's number, realizing it was best to have Grandma taken away swiftly, for Miss Yun Miao would not concern herself with her age. Moreover, when it came to age, who could rival her? After the call, Zhou Fuxing guided his grandmother into the reception room. You shall remain here until Dad comes to fetch you. I will accompany Miss Yun Miao elsewhere. Zhou Fuxing awaited a response from the elderly lady, with her eyes closed. She displayed an air of indifference. Zhou Fuxing had grown accustomed to this behavior. Well then, Grandma, I shall take my leave. As he reached the door, he heard a low chuckle emanating from behind him. She won't be leaving. Zhou Fuxing turned back. Mrs. Zhou's eyes were sharp. I told you, she won't be leaving. Chapter 90. Speak to me on your knees. Zhou Fuxing felt overwhelmed. He swore that if anyone could escape, it would be Miss Yun Miao. The pressing concern was what new scheme his grandmother had concocted. Did she not realize how she had offended Miss Yun Miao's associates? If they were aware, the Zhou family would be doomed. He was indifferent to his own fate, but others might very well descend into madness. His head throbbed. Suddenly, the days ahead seemed bleak. Observing the trepidation etched on his face, the old matriarch of the Zhou family let out a sinister laugh. Are you frightened? She intended for Yun Miao to never escape. Once Yun Miao descended into hell and encountered Zhou Tsongshan, the expression on that wretched ghost's face would undoubtedly be a sight to behold. As the meal was served, Yun Miao regarded the dishes without a hint of appetite. She found them unappealing, both in appearance and taste. She had never understood the concepts of grievance or insincerity. Although she refrained from leaving immediately out of respect for Su Wenying, her lack of movement rendered Jiang Madam hesitant to partake. Zhou Fuxing, frightened by his grandmother's antics, had lost his appetite, and naturally, Yun Miao's stillness deterred him from picking up his chopsticks. Yun Miao wore a cold expression, mentally calculating the passage of time. Her refusal to eat meant she paid no heed to whether others did. Once the time felt right, she rose. According to their agreement, she had promised Su Wenying one wish, which was her visit to the Jiang family. Having fulfilled the social niceties, it was now time for her departure. As she stepped over the threshold of the Jiang residence, it marked the definitive end of their connection. Yun Miao seldom pondered the intentions behind another's actions. To her, the universe revolved around herself. Hence, the theme of the day was a visit. The meal concluded, signaling the end of the gathering. Exiting the living room, Yun Miao glanced towards the adjacent reception room, where a massive glass window caught her eye. Zhou Fuxing, believing she had spotted his grandmother, felt his legs weaken. With a guilty conscience, he stammered, Miss Yun Miao, it was not my intention to keep anything from you. I simply haven't had the chance to inform you. My grandmother summoned you to the Jiang residence, but I am unaware of her motives. However, she surely, has no good intentions. Before he could utter those 4 words, Zhou Fuxing was met with a chilling smile in Yun Miao's eyes. It was a faint smile, as insipid as water. It was certainly not one of delight, but rather frigid, akin to a solitary ice flower blooming on a snow-laden expanse. Every action undertaken by an individual must have its reasons. For instance, why did Su Wenying, prior to her demise, compose a letter that was to be delivered at an unspecified time? By then, she had already passed away. What was her intent? Normally, one might assume it was to secure a legacy for future generations. Alternatively, akin to Douya, it could be a pure desire for descendants to inherit her former identity, not for power or prestige, but merely to pass on a lifelong obsession. Clearly, neither of these motivations aligned with Su Wenying's true purpose. Had either been the case, with her intelligence, the Jiang family's hospitality would not have unfolded in such a manner. There must be another reason. Initially, Yun Miao had no desire to investigate. Yet she could not help but notice the soul-gathering mirror. Within the old Jiang residence, such a large soul-gathering mirror was indeed a rarity. The souls that can be gathered must be numerous. Initially, she could have chosen to remain oblivious. Yet, she bears a unique identity, the ferryman. Not only must she ferry her own soul, but she must also contend with wandering spirits and the malevolent souls that dominate their territories. Yun Miao turned her head. What did you just say? I mentioned my grandmother. A rather uninteresting topic. Do you know Jiang Bingxian? Yun Miao inquired. Cunning, wicked. With a heart devoid of righteousness, Zhou Fuxing replied bluntly. In summary, he is quite malevolent. And in the past? Zhou Fuxing was taken aback. The past? He pondered. Then stated earnestly, I heard from Jiang Xing that Jiang Bingxian was gentle and kind during his youth, especially towards his family, but later changed, seemingly harboring ambitions to monopolize the Jiang family's wealth. Yun Miao nodded and turned to enter the living room. Zhou Fuxing felt a sense of unease. Miss Yun Miao had not inquired about his grandmother, leaving him uncertain whether to feel relieved or anxious. He entered the living room with trepidation. Even more anxious was Madame Jiang, who appeared utterly terrified of Miss Yun Miao, having just refrained from seeing her off. She had been relieved to finally send Miss Yun Miao away, but upon seeing her return, Madame Jiang collapsed onto the sofa in fright. Yun Miao continued to occupy the main seat. Call the people upstairs down. Madame Jiang nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, yes, yes. She hurried upstairs. Yun Miao gazed at the soul-gathering mirror through the window. The mirror functions best in the absence of sunlight. When she first arrived, it was morning, and the sun shone directly on the mirror, rendering it powerless. However, when she stepped outside earlier, the sun had begun to decline, allowing the mirror to regain its potency. This indicated that the souls gathered by the mirror were feeble in sunlight, but became fierce once the sun vanished. In a residence in Shijiao village, Yang Wei and Lu Gu braced themselves against the door, which was besieged by a throng of people outside. They seemed to be drawn by some unseen force, attacking the already precarious house. This is exceedingly bizarre. Lu Gu, missing a lens from his glasses, typically exuding an air of sophistication, now appeared quite disheveled. Yang Wei pushed against the door with all her strength. This time, we underestimated our adversaries. They had heard of the troubled souls in Shijiao village and assumed, since there had been no fatalities, that the spirits were merely typical. Yet, upon entering the village, they discovered something was amiss. Villagers relentlessly assaulted them at first with subtlety. But as the onslaught proved endless, they resorted to harsher measures, only to find their efforts futile. Once the sun emerged, they suddenly stood frozen in place. Seizing the opportunity to escape the village, they found themselves unable to do so. As afternoon approached, the villagers resumed their relentless attacks, unceasing. They had been trapped there for countless days, their strength long depleted. Lu Gu sighed. Alas, I never expected to meet my end here. Yang Wei closed her eyes, her eyelids trembling. She wished fervently not to perish, if only she were present. Who is she? It is self-evident. In the Jiang family's living room, Jiang Bingxian descended from the upper floor, his expression icy, confronting Yun Miao. Is it you who has harmed my son's eyes? It is him, Dad. You must stand up for me, Jiang Yu declared, emboldened by his family's influence, shouting loudly. You summon someone to bind her and throw her into my room. I shall seek vengeance. Jiang Ning's son burst forth, wielding a wooden sword, attempting to display bravado, mimicking dialogue from the television. Demon, prepare to die. Crack. The wooden sword shattered. The little boy, upon witnessing this, pouted, on the verge of tears. The break had occurred swiftly, so rapidly that one might think Yun Miao had snapped it. Jiang Bingxian, displeased, remarked, Miss Yun, it is rather inappropriate for you to behave so arrogantly in my Jiang family. Yun Miao lifted her gaze. Kneel. Her voice resonated like precious jade. Jiang Yu scoffed. You dare to ask my father to kneel? Aren't you afraid of? Thud. Jiang Yu's knees struck the ground forcefully. I will bite you to death, the little boy declared as he lunged forward. Thud. His knees also crashed onto the floor. Both children appeared terrified. Their legs seemed beyond their control. Jiang Bingxian was genuinely enraged. What sorcery are you employing? Thud. Jiang Bingxian knelt even harder, his knees trembling from the impact. His face contorted in pain. Yun Miao nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it is far more pleasant to converse with others while they are kneeling. Chapter 91. What are you? Before Shijiao village stands a mountain, a solitary figure and a chicken perch atop it, surveying the entirety of Shijiao village from above. From this elevated vantage point, one can discern the profound connection between Shijiao village and the Jiang family's ancestral home in terms of geomancy. The imposing mountain ahead signifies an impasse, while the precipice behind heralds a dire fate. To the left lies an unyielding forest, and to the right, a lack of water, presenting a path of utter despair. Particularly, the Jiang family's ancestral home stands prominently at the forefront, juxtaposed with the village behind, resembling a tombstone marking a grave. This desolate arrangement has come to define Shijiao village in recent years. Years ago, this place was still vibrant and idyllic, a gentle and habitable countryside. Jiang Xing had not stood here for many years, and upon glancing around, it became apparent that his uncle had exerted considerable efforts to transform this locale into a dead village. The two who had been enduring this plight could no longer bear it. Jiang Xing gave the chicken a gentle kick. The chicken, with its peculiar gaze, waddled forward a few steps, squawking into the air, which plunged the once lively Shijiao village into an eerie silence. The crowing of the chicken typically signifies dawn. Yet, within Shijiao village, the distinction between night and day does not exist. Their differentiation hinges on whether the sun casts its light upon the gathering soul mirror. When illuminated by the sun, it is perceived as dawn. Those who dwell in shadows avoid the light, while the retreat of the sun signals darkness. A time for wandering spirits. This particular chicken, imbued with an ominous aura, was capable of transmitting its call into Shijiao village. Upon hearing the crowing, the souls of the village naturally assumed that dawn was approaching and would either seek refuge or be paralyzed by fear. Yang Wei and Lu Gu had begun to grasp the pattern of their actions. They found themselves in an exceedingly precarious situation. Yang Wei appeared as though she had emerged from a quagmire, while Lu Gu had lost one lens of his glasses, rendering him nearly blind due to his severe myopia. At this moment, Lu Gu noticed the sudden stillness enveloping them and realized that the entities around them had once again succumbed to slumber. He urgently grasped Yang Wei's hand, exclaiming, "There's a house over there where we can hide. Let us move." Since entering Shijiao village, each time they sought refuge in a house, it was subsequently dismantled. After several days, the village's structures lay in disarray, with only one remaining intact. He tugged forcefully, but it wouldn't budge. Growing impatient, Lu Gu urged, "Yang Wei, what are you daydreaming about?" Beside him, Yang Wei had just uncovered a villager emerging from the mud and observed Lu Gu gripping a young girl from the village without letting go. Yang Wei interjected, "You ought to be mindful of the situation, Lu Gu. She was the one who slapped you just moments ago." Lu Gu, momentarily taken aback, quickly released his grip. Stepping back several paces, "I thought it was you. How did you end up talking down there?" "There's a pit of mud where I fell," Yang Wei replied as she climbed up and dusted herself off. "They've fallen silent again. The pattern we calculated seems to have shifted." The chicken crowed once more. Lu Gu nodded. "I just heard the crowing. Now it makes sense." Yang Wei, having been preoccupied with her struggle against the villager in the mud pit, had not registered the sound. Lu Gu tugged at her sleeve. "Stop talking. Let us hide first. I can't see anything clearly right now, so you'll have to guide me." "Yang Wei, you pull me, and I will lead you away." Lu Gu responded affirmatively, and the tension that had gripped his heart finally began to dissipate. The 8 prominent families appeared to have interwoven relationships, yet in reality, they were embroiled in intrigue and rivalry, constantly exchanging schemes. When they undertook missions, the elders would impart 2 crucial pieces of advice. First, be wary of demons and monsters. Second, be cautious of companions. Naturally, there was an unspoken understanding among the 8 families. When necessary, one could abandon a companion. In such perilous circumstances, his status as a nearblind individual would render him not only unhelpful but likely a hindrance. Abandonment was the most prudent course of action. However, no one had instructed Yang Wei on this during missions. Thus, Lu Gu clung to this lifeline. Bowing his head, he felt the weight of his own ignobility. After all, had he been in Yang Wei's position, his choices would surely have differed. Yang Wei whispered, "What are you dawdling for? Hold on tighter." Lu Gu grasped her like a devoted spouse and swiftly darted into the last intact house. Both were acutely aware that this was their final refuge. Should they face another onslaught, they would have no sanctuary left. Confronted with the multitude of villagers, who seemed impervious to death, their demise would likely come swiftly. "I have always suspected that the feng shui of this village is flawed. It feels exceedingly strange," Yang Wei remarked, brushing the dirt from her attire. "Moreover, I believe someone is meddling." Lu Gu steadied himself, analyzing. The situation in Shijiao village is clearly not a recent development. It must have been festering for at least a decade. Just look at the old color televisions in every household, relics from over 10 years ago. Yet, wasn't it true that someone had previously ventured into Shijiao village and sensed something amiss? Otherwise, we would not have come here. Lu Gu rubbed his eyes. His vision still clouded. "Ah, so Shijiao village has set a trap, and we have fallen for it. This implies that someone is continuously luring the living here. No wonder." A fierce glint crossed Yang Wei's face. "I suspect a normal village could not possibly harbor so many people." Outside, the atmosphere began to stir. The cacophony of roosters faded, replaced by the sound of approaching footsteps. 1, 2, countless. They surged forth like a tide. Soon, a throng gathered outside the small house, their figures pressing against the walls. Lu Gu asked, "They're coming, aren't they?" "Indeed," Yang Wei replied. "This house will not withstand the onslaught for long. It will soon be dismantled." She continued, clearing the grime from her clothes. "I am aware." Listening to the increasingly frantic pounding on the walls, Lu Gu felt the structure quaking precariously. Bowing his head, his hands hung limply. "When they come in, you must." Before he could finish, Yang Wei interrupted. "I have an idea, Lu Gu. You must mimic a rooster." "Lu Gu, huh? A rooster's crow?" Yang Wei exclaimed, sitting upright and gazing intently at Lu Gu. "You must imitate a rooster to distract them while I seek a way to break the spell, and make it convincing." Lu Gu, momentarily taken aback, stammered after a pause, "I will do my best." In the Jiang family's living room, people knelt in disarray. Zhou Fuxing contemplated whether he too should join them in kneeling. "Father, what is happening?" Jiang Yu exclaimed in terror. Jiang Bingxian initially ignored him, straining to lift his knee. only to realize he was utterly immobilized. His knee felt as though it had been encased in cement, and it seemed as if a great weight pressed down upon his back. He exerted every ounce of strength he possessed, yet the burden on his back intensified, until his forehead rested against the ground. The force was utterly horrifying. Cold sweat cascaded down his face, pooling on the floor. "I ask, and you shall answer." Yun Miao's voice, as clear and precious as jade, resonated in his ears like a death knell. Jiang Bingxian could no longer muster the courage to resist. The more he struggled, the heavier the weight became. He had never encountered such a terrifying force before. He hurriedly stammered, I. Yun Miao posed the first question. "What are you?" Chapter 92. Something went wrong. Jiang Bingxian dared not conceal the truth. "I was once a mere wandering spirit, drifting aimlessly in the afterlife until the fateful day I encountered Jiang Bingxian, who collapsed due to a heart condition. I was drawn into his body." There was no need for Yun Miao to provide hints. Zhou Fuxing instantly grasped the situation. Possession. Indeed, that is a phenomenon of considerable significance. Jiang Bingxian's physical form belonged to a human, yet his soul was no longer his own. Such entities are typically referred to as hybrids, perhaps. Nevertheless, his claims of innocence were rather dubious, as he was absorbed into another's being. Such fortunate occurrences are rarely found in this world. The most lamentable aspect is the true Jiang Bingxian. It is worth noting that the former Jiang Bingxian was kind-hearted, exceptionally capable, and held in high esteem, only to suddenly descend into madness. It turns out he was a victim of soul possession. Jiang Bingxian, fearing that his explanation lacked sufficient detail, continued. "When I first became Jiang Bingxian, I was terrified, longing to escape yet unable to do so. After a few days, I discovered the joys of being human, the ability to savor the myriad flavors of life, to experience joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, and to possess desires that could be fulfilled. I found it difficult to part ways. To prevent the Jiang family from discovering the truth, I waited until the matriarch passed away before separating from them. And I have maintained this faade ever since. Please see for yourself that after assuming the identity of Jiang Bingxian, I have been diligent and benevolent, causing no harm to others. Had I been able to raise my hand, I would have sworn an oath." Zhou Fuxing was rendered speechless. The claim of not having harmed anyone was rather ironic, considering he had driven the Jiang family away. Furthermore, possessing another's body is inherently one of the most reprehensible acts. He understood this well, so how could Miss Yun possibly believe him? Yun Miao did not dwell on his words. She held no interest in discerning the truth behind his claims. She merely sought the information she desired. Yet, there was no need for Jiang Bingxian to be fearful. It was likely that Su Weiying had sensed something amiss since the possession occurred. She pressed on, inquiring about the soul-gathering mirror. Jiang Bingxian trembled and sealed his lips, afraid to speak. With a swift motion, Yun Miao severed one of his legs and remarked coolly, "You may continue to delay." Jiang Bingxian's face flushed a deep shade of crimson from the pain. "There was a man who approached me, claiming he knew I was not Jiang Bingxian. Yet he would not expose me. He merely provided me with a soul-gathering mirror, instructing me to place it in the courtyard. The soul-gathering mirror requires nourishment from the Jiang family, needing at least 8 days each month, which is why I insist my children return weekly to sustain it." Beside him, Jiang Yu trembled uncontrollably. What had he just heard? His father was not his father, but rather a wandering spirit. The weekly summons for their return were to nourish the soul-gathering mirror? Did he know his name? No, he did not. Yun Miao understood. It was only natural that someone intending to create a soul-gathering environment would refrain from leaving their name. Jiang Bingxian wished to elaborate further in hopes of securing his release. However, I do remember his visage. His face is etched in my memory for eternity. It was exceedingly terrifying, clad in a dark hooded robe. The impression that dark-robed man left upon me was undeniably profound. He stood quietly at the entrance of the Jiang family home, while Jiang Bingxian sensed a palpable aura of malevolence. Yun Miao remarked, "Oh," Zhou Fuxing added. "This description sounds all too familiar. It's as if it might reveal Shin Yangji's identity card number. Why are there always matters pertaining to Shin Yangji?" Perhaps it was due to his grandmother's affairs that Zhou Fuxing held such a poor impression of Shin Yangji. Regardless of the misfortune, he had grown accustomed to attributing it all to Shin Yangji's mischief. Continuing, Jiang Bingxian spoke, "Behind our residence lies a village known as Shijiao Village. Over a decade ago, a group of murderers invaded Shijiao Village, claiming the lives of hundreds in a single night, after which the village fell into desolation. However, after I placed the soul-gathering mirror, the villagers returned, not only from Shiji but many from the surrounding areas as well, making it increasingly lively. The soul-gathering mirror primarily absorbs souls, attracting not only those from Shijiao village but many others. There are individuals here, gathering spirits and nurturing malevolence. Yun Miao instructed Zhou Fuxing, fetch a chain to bind them here. Initially, she contemplated exterminating them, but upon reflection, she realized that her visit today was at Su Weining's behest, and discovering the matter of the soul-gathering mirror upon her departure indicated that the connection between the two women remained unresolved. Yun Miao, who was averse to entanglements, deemed it best to resolve this old enmity. If she wished to do so, she needed to ascertain Su Weining's intentions. The fact that Su Weining had penned a letter before her demise suggested she had realized Jiang Bingxian was no longer the same. How to address this depended on the veracity of Jiang Bingxian's words. However, time was of the essence, as the malevolence nurtured in the village was about to emerge. Zhou Fuxing, receiving his orders, stepped outside to find a chain capable of restraining them. As he reached the entrance, he spotted Madame Jiang pressed tightly against the window. Zhou Fuxing froze in his tracks. Madame Jiang's limbs clung to the wall like a gecko, her head craned upwards, twisting around to lower her gaze. Listening intently with her ear against the window in an exceedingly contorted posture. Upon noticing Zhou Fuxing, she instinctively murmured, "Are you preparing to leave?" Her stance was too bizarre. Had he encountered this earlier, he might have screamed in fright, but after spending so much time alongside Yun Miao, he had learned to feign nonchalance. "Are you not leaving, Madame Jiang? Do you have any iron chains?" Yes, Madame Jiang replied, inching along the wall. Her body in motion while her head tilted further back, her gaze fixed on him with a peculiar intensity as she approached, her movements reminiscent of a spider. Zhou Fuxing immediately shouted, "Miss Yun Miao, help!" Madame Jiang exhaled a plume of black mist, which swiftly enveloped the entire Jiang residence in the old estate. Meanwhile, a car sped towards the Jiang family estate. "Master, that woman is definitely not human. You must defeat her, and then I can exact my revenge," Jiang Ning exclaimed. Her face swollen and distorted with rage as she drove furiously, her eyes filled with hatred for Yun Miao. Receiving no response, Jiang Ning shouted, "Master? The master of the arts?" The master of the arts, cradling a ghostly puppet, slowly opened his eyes and yawned. "Rest assured, I can handle this. Not long ago, his subordinates were all burned by Miss Yun Miao. To create another batch would require a considerable sum of money. However, the audience for traditional opera has dwindled. Thus, he must explore alternative avenues, delving into the mystical to earn some extra income. This Miss Jiang has offered a handsome price. For such compensation, he would be willing to capture not only a female demon, but even a goddess. Very well, esteemed artist, you shall capture her and deliver her to me. I intend to slap her 10 times daily." Jiang Ning's eyes blazed with fury. "Wretched woman, that Yun Miao. I shall not let you escape my wrath." The artist, prepared to take a brief respite, abruptly opened his eyes, staring intensely at Jiang Ning. "Wait, what did you just say?" "I said I want to slap her 10 times a day. Not that. What is her name?" "Yun Miao." The artist fell silent. Chapter 93. The quadruped. In the instant the dark mist appeared, a flash of white light flickered before Zhou Fuxing. Seizing the opportunity presented by the light, he swiftly retreated into the living room. Mrs. Jiang was on all fours, her head nearly touching the ground, casting a glance at Zhou Fuxing before crawling away into the black fog. Zhou Fuxing cautiously stepped back. "Miss Yun Miao, I cannot see. I am unable to locate the chain." "It is unnecessary. The chain is not needed." Zhou Fuxing turned to see 3 individuals unconscious on the ground. Jiang Yu and Jiang Ning's son were completely out, while Jiang Bingxuan's eyelids fluttered slightly, evidently feigning unconsciousness. "Miss Yun Miao, he is." Before he could utter the words faking unconsciousness, Yun Miao shot him a warning glance, prompting Zhou Fuxing to abruptly alter his tone. "Is he in a critical condition?" "No, it is not critical." Yun Miao opened her umbrella and exited the living room, merely casting a brief glance before moving toward the soul-gathering mirror. Zhou Fuxing hurriedly followed suit. After they left, Jiang Bingxian rose from the ground, his complexion dark and his eyes shrouded in something resembling blood. So easily deceived. Once I enter, you shall never escape." The dark mist wafted through the air, rendering their surroundings akin to the depths of night. Although visibility was not entirely obliterated, it was significantly impaired. Miss Yun Miao did not walk slowly. The black mist parted upon her approach, and the umbrella she wielded emitted a soft, white glow. Zhou Fuxing had never closely examined this umbrella before. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that when opened, the ribs of the umbrella shimmered with light. Various intricate patterns adorned the umbrella's surface, and as the light danced over them, they coalesced into images. Upon closer observation, these were not mere patterns, but rather depictions: mountains, waters, houses, and figures. The figures appeared ethereal and graceful, their swordplay exquisite. The houses were perched atop mountains, above the clouds, at an elevation equal to the sun itself. Zhou Fuxing found himself entranced. Miss Yunmiao, this umbrella is truly exquisite. The paintings are beautiful, and even the ribs are splendid. Did you create these images? What material are the ribs made from? They are so lovely. The imagery evoked a sense of transcendent cultivation, and coupled with the elegance of the ribs, the entire scene exuded an otherworldly aura. It is crafted from the bones of the Yinji. Yinji? Zhou Fuxing had never heard of such a creature. Is it perhaps extinct? It seems there are no such animals now. However, even if the Yinji were not extinct, it would likely be on the brink of extinction. Such beautiful bones, if fashioned into jewelry or adornments, would undoubtedly attract fierce competition, even at exorbitant prices. But is the Yinji a terrestrial creature or an avian one? Miss Yunmiao? The name seems rather novel. Zhou Fuxing expressed his curiosity. Yunmi replied, "You might inquire with that snake." The snake? The little black snake? Zhou Fuxing was momentarily perplexed. Then, as if struck by a revelation, he exclaimed, "The little black snake? Its name wouldn't happen to be Yinji, would it?" Yunmiao ignored him. She was often disinclined to respond to foolish inquiries. Zhou Fuxing became certain that snake was indeed named Yinji. Moreover, Miss Yunmiao had flayed and stripped the little black snake to the bone. Despite this, the little black snake harbored no resentment towards her. On the contrary, it had become her devoted little follower. It even had a name, though I fondly referred to it as the little black snake, murmured Zhou Fuxing. Yunmiao shot him a glance devoid of emotion, her expression perpetually cold and apathetic, leaving Zhou Fuxing perplexed by her meaning. He merely observed as Yunmiao tilted her umbrella, the tip shimmering with a chilling light. Suddenly, a thud echoed behind them. Zhou Fuxing quickly turned to look, spotting a shadow collapsing to the ground, scuttling away like Madame Jiang on all fours. Was this entity poised to attack him while he spoke? Yunmiao retracted her umbrella. "Either hide or safeguard yourself. If you dare to hinder me, I shall be the first to eliminate you." Zhou Fuxing felt a chill creep up his neck. He raised an okay gesture and retrieved a whip from his pocket. This was the soul-devouring whip purchased by Lu Yang at the temple. Its efficacy was uncertain, but holding it brought him a sense of reassurance. Meanwhile, Yunmiao stood still, closing her eyes to awaken her sixth sense. She stepped through the soul-gathering mirror, directly entering the village behind the Zhang family. The village was teeming with people, densely packed in every corner, including those crawling on the ground. The crawling people had evidently just emerged, surfacing from a muddy pit in the village. One after another, they crawled forth. The once silent village gradually stirred, the people beginning to move as if suddenly animated, converging towards a single point. Their footsteps echoed in eerie uniformity, imbued with an unsettling solemnity. Amidst this strangeness, a more bizarre sound arose. Cluck, cluck. Thud. Why was it deemed bizarre? Because it resembled a person mimicking a chicken's call. Following this cluck, those people who were previously in motion either concealed themselves or became paralyzed with fear. There were indeed living individuals in this village. Zhou Fuxing comprehended this, as did Yunmiao. However, her thoughts were not on the people, but rather on the four-legged creature crawling from the muddy pit. Upon noticing the pit, she felt her umbrella stir. This umbrella had accompanied her since her earliest memories. The images painted on its surface seemed to convey a message. Yet, whenever she delved too deeply into contemplation, she found herself ensnared in an absolute silence. This umbrella had been by her side for many years, and this was the first time it had reacted. Yunmiao attempted to penetrate the muddy pit with her sixth sense to discern the nature of its contents, but she was unable to see through it, indicating the presence of some formidable restriction, a highly sophisticated one at that. She released her grip on the umbrella, which unfurled on its own and drifted towards the muddy pit, with Yunmiao following closely behind. Zhou Fuxing dodged attacks while trailing her. Each time the villagers stirred, the cluck, cluck, thud echoed in the air. The intervals between the sounds grew shorter, and the cluck became increasingly mournful. A vague sensation indicated that the cluck, cluck, thud was moving in their direction. Soon, they arrived at the muddy pit, where a considerable amount of mud lay, and shadows rolled upon the surface alongside four-legged prints. It is evident that a struggle has taken place here, and creatures with four limbs have been crawling out incessantly. At this moment, no such beings emerge from the mire. However, within the dense black fog, numerous pairs of eyes illuminate the darkness, varying in height and scattered chaotically, each glimmering with an eerie light. Zhou Fuxing feels an unsettling chill as those gazes fix upon him. What manner of fiend could they be? Surely they cannot have crawled forth from this quagmire. Let us investigate, Yun Miao suddenly declares. Zhou Fuxing has reached a point where he unquestioningly accepts whatever Miss Yun Miao states. He no longer considers the fear he felt moments ago regarding the mud pit. Raising his hand and standing on tiptoe, he prepares to leap down. Suddenly, a bloodied hand bursts forth from the mire with startling intensity. Chapter 94. Gift to Meow Meow. A hand grasped the edge, followed by another reaching out. Together, the two hands exerted force, and a graceful, agile figure leaped from the mud pit. The small clay figure gazed up in astonishment at the umbrella that had appeared before it, its eyes wide with fear. Miss Yun. Yun Miao? The umbrella halted in front of her, then retracted, revealing the elegant silhouette of Yun Miao in her violet attire. Yang Wei exclaimed in delight, "It truly is you." Yun Miao scrutinized her face, failing to recognize her. Yang Wei vigorously wiped her face, only to find it becoming increasingly vibrant. She had no choice but to concede. "We have met before, at Shinshi's house." "I cannot recall," Yun Miao replied, glancing at the mud pit. "What lies beneath?" In the depths, there was a space resembling a cave, ingeniously constructed, perfectly bisecting the mud pit. Yang Wei took a deep breath. She had instructed Lu Gu to mimic a rooster's call to control the villagers while she sought an escape route. Then she remembered the mud pit where she had fought with the villagers. At that time, she had thought the pit appeared small from the outside, yet upon entering, it felt boundlessly deep. Summoning her courage, she ventured down to investigate and, as expected, discovered a hidden space. She wanted to return promptly to find Lu Gu, but noticed several quadrupedal figures emerging from the cave. Yang Wei held her ground, waiting until no more creatures could climb out before surfacing. "There is an entrance to the cave. I was about to return and bring my friends down with me," she said, hesitating. "However, I can't shake the feeling that it is perilous within, far more than just those creatures we saw. I sense something far more terrifying lurking inside." Despite her apprehensions, Yang Wei resolved to lead Lu Gu into the cave. Remaining outside would only spell doom. Perhaps within, they might find a glimmer of hope, albeit a possibility as slim as a thread. Yet, it was a chance worth taking. "Miss Yun, should I descend to investigate further?" Zhou Fuxing inquired softly. "No need," Yun Miao replied, and before Zhou Fuxing could exhale in relief, she continued, "Did you see those quadrupedal beings? Bring one over." Zhou Fuxing approached, whip in hand, attempting to strike the nearest creature. The quadrupedal figure bared its teeth at him but did not retaliate. "Its attack power seems rather weak," he mused. He ensnared the creature's neck with the whip, and it offered no resistance as it ambled toward the mud pit. He trailed behind, as if walking a dog. "Not this way," Yun Miao commanded as the creature was about to descend into the pit. The quadrupedal being froze, retracting its claws, and sought a cleaner path. Yun Miao closed her umbrella and said coldly, "If they require my assistance, the manner of entry shall be dictated by me. If a clean space does not exist, then we shall excavate one." The quadrupedal figure emitted a low, hoarse cry, which was soon met with a chorus of responses from countless others. In the shroud of darkness, the quadrupedal beings began to move in another direction. They trailed closely behind the quadrupeds, during which Yang Wei spotted Lu Gu floundering about like a headless fly, tugging at him to guide his steps. "Yang Wei, you haven't abandoned me?" Lu Gu seemed somewhat incredulous. "You are my companion. Why would I forsake you?" Yang Wei replied, lowering her voice. "We have hope. Miss Yun Miao is here." "Miss Yun Miao?" Lu Gu inhaled deeply. "Where is she? When did she arrive? Did she witness my earlier state? Did she see everything? Please tell me quickly. This is crucial for me." Yang Wei responded with a solemn affirmation. She saw it all. Lu Gu was overwhelmed, collapsing in a faint. Yang Wei supported him. "What is wrong with you?" "It's over. All is lost." Lu Ji's gaze turned vacant, tears streaming down his cheeks. "With Miss Yun Miao witnessing my disgraceful escape, can I ever hope to gain her favor again?" No one comprehended Lu Ji's sorrow as the quadrupeds escorted Yun Miao and the others to the precipice, lining up in a single file. The first quadruped stood at the edge of the cliff. The second climbed onto its back, clutching its head with its legs and laying down. Next came the third quadruped. They were constructing a bridge to the mountain across. Yun Miao, impatiently prodding with the tip of her umbrella, declared, "You all return the way you came. I will proceed alone. By the time you finish the bridge, this umbrella might collapse under the strain. It has never reacted so intensely before." Eventually, the performers arrived at the old Jiang family residence, shrouded in black mist and thick with malevolence. "Miss Jiang, doesn't this black mist seem peculiar? It must be that demon trying to harm us. Hurry and deal with her. Jiang Ning cowered in the car, reluctant to exit. If you manage to capture her, I'll give you another 10 million. Even if offered 1,000,000 times that amount, he wouldn't dare provoke Yun Miao. Deep down, he sensed that escaping last time had not been a mere stroke of luck. He must have sacrificed something, although he had yet to ascertain what that was. After dismissing Jiang Ning, the performer ventured into the Jiang residence, retrieving a sound transmission talisman from the ghost puppet. Shen Yangji, how many wicked deeds have you committed? This prime gathering place for souls bears your unmistakable mark. Suddenly recalling Yun Miao's presence, he activated the talisman and prepared to investigate Shen Yangji's machinations. Only to witness someone pouring a bucket of oil into a mirror, followed swiftly by igniting it. Whoosh, nothing ignited in the mirror. The village behind Zhang's house is ablaze. He laughed. Now, let us see how you will deal with me. Burn you to ashes. Jiang Bingxian chuckled heartily. Initially, the performer had approached this with a mere spectator's mindset. Yet when he noticed the village engulfed in flames and the sky turning blood red, his expression changed drastically. No, this is not a gathering place for souls. This is a land for nurturing malevolence. This fire is the final step in cultivating evil spirits. The cavern stretched into the depths, and Yun Miao traversed its shadowy expanse, her umbrella resonating with an inexplicable energy. The elongated tunnel lay enveloped in darkness, where she relied not on sight but on her heightened senses. As she reached the broadest part of the cave, a space akin to the size of a modest dwelling emerged, empty save for a stone pedestal at its center. Resting atop this pedestal was a bell, adorned with intricate golden patterns and delicate tassels. Suddenly, the umbrella ceased its movement, prompting Yun Miao to approach, her gaze drawn to the bell, which bore the marks of age. Over the years, her memories had become increasingly fragmented. The longer she lived, the more obscure her past became. She found herself unable to recall whence she came or where she was destined to go. Yet, her subconscious urged her to unearth her origins and uncover her history. For a profoundly significant task awaited her. For many years, she had wandered the world, even taking on the role of a ferryman, yet the revelations she gleaned were scant. This bell could very well be the first artifact connected to her identity that she had unearthed. With a gentle motion, Yun Miao reached out and lifted the bell, her eyes catching the 3 characters inscribed upon it, gifted to Miao Miao. Chapter 95. It escaped the surface of the bell radiated a golden light, emitting a sound on its own. The ethereal chime echoed through the cavern. Yun Miao seemed to sense something, closing her eyes. The golden light penetrated her forehead. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself on a lofty mountain, towering above the clouds, shrouded in mist. Gazing upwards, she beheld an imposing sect with 3 resplendent golden characters inscribed, Chongqing Sect. As she looked up, countless cultivators were engaged in fierce combat above. Individuals frequently plummeted from the misty cliff. Suddenly, a golden object fell from above. It was the golden bell. The golden mist before her dispersed, and the scene gradually faded away. She found herself back in the pitch-black cavern, the bell no longer emanating its golden glow. Yun Miao lowered her gaze, observing the 3 characters on the bell. It was evident that this bell had developed sentience from prolonged wear by its owner, and the recent vision was the last moment it recorded after separating from its master. A noise resonated from above the cavern, the sound of someone jumping down, followed by the click of a lighter igniting. Behind the lighter appeared a muddy face. The lighter still functioned. Zhou Fuxing felt elated. It seemed there was oxygen here. Lu Gu had already regained his composure. If there were no oxygen, we would have perished by now. The 4-legged creature had attempted to lead them in another direction, indicating that this cavern connected to the outside, possibly due to some reason that had created a breach, linking it to the muddy pit. Yang Wei carefully called out while wiping her face. Miss Yun Miao, are you there? Yun Miao clasped the bell in her palm. I am. The group, once gripped by fear and anxiety, found solace in her voice. In this cavern, shrouded in hidden dangers, hearing Yun Miao's words brought them a sense of security. After she spoke, the umbrella emanated a soft white glow, illuminating the cavern more brightly than outside, allowing them to discern the general layout, including Miss Yun Miao standing before the stone platform. The 4-legged creatures, cunning as they were, halted upon seeing the 3 of them descend. Zhou Fuxing approached, pondering whether they feared the contents of this place. Yang Wei whispered, I took a glance, and there is nothing here. Yet there was something, the bell in Yun Miao's hand. They were afraid of the bell. Suddenly, the cavern trembled violently, the stone platform quaking beneath them, prompting everyone to steady themselves. Something was amiss. There was more than just the bell. Following the tremor, a fissure opened beneath the stone platform. Beneath this cavern lay another cavern. It was thick with malevolent energy. Lu Gu strained to see, relying on his hearing. There were footsteps below. The presence of footsteps indicated life. Whether this life was human, ghost, or creature, it signified that the other party was still alive. Being alive meant danger. The footsteps were advancing towards them. Lu Gu continued to report, while Zhou Fuxing and Yang Wei's gazes fixated on Yun Miao. The two of them, a novice and a lowly servant, found themselves in the presence of a formidable entity, yet it was Miss Yun Miao who held the key to understanding. There was no need for haste. Yun Miao calmly remarked, "Let it emerge." It was evident that the bell was not placed here haphazardly, for it possessed a spirit, utilized as a talisman to subdue whatever lay beneath. When she removed the bell, the last vestiges of its spirit dissipated, awakening the entity below. Upon reflection, Yun Miao recalled the feng shui she had observed with her six senses. Initially, she had only noticed the four-legged beings incessantly crawling out. Now, she discerned the layout of the feng shui in this area, a veritable deadlock, a breeding ground for malevolent forces. Certain nefarious practitioners delight in cultivating such energy, which can be categorized into two types. Firstly, there are those who nurture malevolent spirits by placing a person filled with deep resentment and nearing death within a cursed ground. Through the erosion of malevolent energy, a spirit is gradually formed. If the energy is abundant, a spirit king may arise, wreaking havoc across the land. Secondly, there are those who merely cultivate malevolent energy, creating a realm of darkness and evil, an abode where the living dare not tread, transformed into a ghost town. The layout of Shijiao village, however, intriguingly combined both aspects, functioning both as a ghost town and a breeding ground for malevolent energy. Observing the direction of the energy's accumulation, it became apparent that this malevolent force was not forcibly contained. Rather, it was drawn in by the entity below. This indicated that the being had not been placed there by any practitioner, but was instead a suppressed entity, with the bell serving as its seal. Unfortunately, the suppression had faltered, allowing the being to awaken. Bound by the bell's influence, it could not fully escape but exerted its power outward. Initially, its influence manifested through Jiang Bingxian, whom it ensnared in a web of thought, rendering him a puppet. Thus, Yun Miao did not initially perceive any signs of possession. The entity manipulated Jiang Bingxian's thoughts and character, altering him to the point of becoming unrecognizable, as if truly possessed. Subsequently, the feng shui of this place underwent transformation, not as it originally was, but meticulously altered by the entity below, gradually becoming a flawless gathering ground for malevolent energy. Moreover, it nurtured ghostly insects to control every human that ventured into Shijiao village, transforming them into four-legged beings to serve its will. Yet, in its insatiable desire, the power of the ghostly insects waned, and those under control began to regain their own thoughts. Yearning to break free from the ghostly insect's grasp, they brought her here. In summary, the entity beneath possessed both ability and intellect. The sound of footsteps abruptly ceased, indicating that the being had nearly reached the surface. On the verge of making contact, Zhou Fuxing, acutely aware of his own limitations, resolutely refrained from becoming a hindrance, pulling Lu Gu back. Lu Gu, however, insisted, "Do not pull me. I can confront it. I must reclaim my lost dignity before Miss Yun Miao." Zhou Fuxing urged him to reconsider. "Brother, let it go." Meanwhile, Yang Wei followed closely behind Yun Miao, aware that she lacked the qualification to step forward, yet she was equally determined not to retreat. Yun Miao lowered her gaze, patiently awaiting the emergence of the entity below. The sound of nails scraping against stone, a hissing noise, seems to revel in the joy of freely touching objects, followed by a sharp click as the nails penetrate the stone. It is about to emerge. In the face of such a terrifying presence, even with Yun Miao's presence, an unsettling tension lingers in the heart. Yun Miao points her umbrella at the stone, her gaze icy and perilous, fixated on its emergence. When suddenly a series of footsteps echo from below. The footsteps grow fainter, pattering away, and then there is a sudden leap. Yun Miao, Yang Wei, Zhou Fuxing, Lu Gu, with disbelief etched on his face. It ran away? Goodness, I thought something significant was about to happen. Instead, it just made a hasty retreat. Chapter 96, it recognizes Yun Miao. Perhaps that entity never intended to ascend. From the moment it approached, it was deliberately lowering their guard. Then, seizing the opportunity while they awaited its emergence, it fled in a frenzy, not once looking back. It was indeed unexpected, even catching Yun Miao off guard. Her gaze turned contemplative. Either the creature below had sensed her as a cultivator, or it was inherently timid. There was, of course, another possibility. It recognized her. Yun Miao found little interest in the first two possibilities, but the last piqued her curiosity. Should she pursue it? Zhou Fuxing noticed Yun Miao's intrigue towards the entity below. No need, she replied, turning to leave. Let Lu Yang handle it. While she was intrigued, it did not warrant her personal pursuit. Such matters could be entrusted to Lu Yang. Zhou Fuxing felt a sudden precariousness regarding his position. Lu Yang was already capable of assisting Miss Yun Miao, while he remained dependent on his ability to serve her. If another emerged who could cater to her better than he would become utterly redundant. A profound sense of instability washed over him, casting a shadow over his thoughts. Since the entity had escaped, their presence here was of little consequence. They resolved to retrace their steps. Yun Miao followed her designated route, while Zhou Fuxing and the others adhered to the path they had initially taken. Upon emerging from the mud pit, they were struck into silence, save for Lu Gu. The once tranquil Shijiao village had transformed into a conflagration. Villagers and quadrupedal beings alike were engulfed in flames, their faces bearing expressions of release. Did they descend merely to seek death? The scene of devastation was harrowing, and Yang Wei spoke in a hushed tone. Perhaps, Zhou Fuxing replied, pulling Yang Wei and Lu Gu from the pit. We must leave swiftly. The fire is too intense. As they made their way out, they encountered numerous quadrupedal beings and villagers, all in distress, nearly colliding with them on several occasions. Yang Wei found the scene too harrowing to bear, avoiding direct sight. In her evasion, she caught sight of Zhou Fuxing's somewhat indifferent expression. As those creatures approached, a look of disdain crossed his face. This astonished Yang Wei. Throughout her time with Zhou Fuxing, she had perceived him as an exuberantly cheerful youth, yet in this moment, he appeared cold and unfeeling. The suffering of these individuals seemed to him merely an inconvenience to his path. As she gazed upon his indifference, an inexplicable fear stirred within her. As if his usual demeanor was but a fade, Zhou Fuxing seemed to sense Yang Wei's scrutiny. He looked up with a smile, inquiring in confusion, "What is it?" "Nothing. It seems we have been going in circles for quite some time," she replied. Unaware, Zhou Fuxing continued, but Yang Wei had noticed. They had been meandering through the village for days. "Do not worry. Miss Yun Miao will surely find a way. Let us move further away and avoid the flames," she urged, her words trailing off as she hesitated. Zhou Fuxing tilted his head, puzzled. "What? According to reason, Miss Yun Miao should have been faster than us. The fact that we have yet to see her suggests two possibilities. Either she has been detained by some matter, or she has departed. The likelihood of her being occupied seems minimal, while the chance of her leaving is exceedingly high." Zhou Fuxing, with utmost caution, inquired of Yang Wei, "Do you have a way to escape?" Yang Wei cast him a helpless glance, indicating if I could leave. "Neither I nor Lu Gu would have stayed here for so long. What should we do? The flames are nearly upon us." Just as Zhou Fuxing was about to voice his concern, the flames threatening to engulf him were suddenly extinguished by water. Had it started to rain? Zhou Fuxing looked up. The sky was clear, devoid of rain. "There's a snake." Yang Wei pointed to a spirited little black snake on the ground. The little black snake splashed water as it cast a sidelong glance at them, then twisted its head, gesturing for them to follow in that direction. Supporting Lu Gu, Yang Wei moved forward, while Zhou Fuxing extended his hand to let the little black snake coil around his wrist as they followed. With the little black snake to guide them, they finally managed to escape the village that had ensnared them. Upon reaching the Jiang family residence, Yang Wei and Lu Gu collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Zhou Fuxing, elated, waved the little black snake, asking, "Did Miss Yun Miao send you to rescue us?" The little black snake rolled its eyes at him, retorting, "Of course not. Miss Yun Miao sent me to deal with the villains and coincidentally to rescue you." Having grown accustomed to the snake's disdainful gaze, Zhou Fuxing felt reassured by the notion that Miss Yun Miao had orchestrated their escape, his mood brightening considerably. They entered the living room to find Jiang Yu and Jiang Ming's son still in a state of unconsciousness, while Jiang Bingxian was nowhere to be seen, with serpentine trails of blood marking the floor. Interestingly, the little black snake bore similar stains. Zhou Fuxing silently averted his gaze, refraining from further inquiries. The little black snake, sensing his discretion, happily swayed its tail around his arm. Surveying the room, Zhou Fuxing surmised that Jiang Bingxian had feigned unconsciousness and had set the fire after their departure. As for Jiang Bingxian himself, he was likely dealt with by the little black snake. Jiang Yu and the others were no longer their concern. He could simply contact Jiangxing later. As they exited the Jiang residence, Lu Yang approached with a lively demeanor, accompanied by numerous subordinates. "What brings you here?" Zhou Fuxing asked. Lu Yang replied, "To handle the aftermath." Yang Wei and Lu Gu interjected from behind, "No need to trouble yourselves. We will take care of it here. And the captain will arrive shortly." The villagers and the quadrupeds were of a different kind of existence, and the remains of the deceased would indeed leave behind bones. Such a high volume of death-warranted reporting. Lu Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. "Different kinds of work." Yang Wei replied. "All right then." Zhou Fuxing observed them, feeling a sudden sense of resignation to his role as a subordinate. Sitting in the vehicle designated as Tanchi No. 1, he gazed out at the scenery, while the little black snake lay listlessly beside him. After a prolonged moment of staring at the little black snake, Zhou Fuxing suddenly spoke. "Yinji?" The little black snake seemed to be jolted by an electric shock, its entire form bristling. With wide-open pupils, it fixed its gaze upon Zhou Fuxing, conveying a singular message. "How do you know my name is Yinji?" Zhou Fuxing's reaction was even more pronounced. "By heavens, you are truly Yinji." The little black snake bared its fangs, retorting, "I am indeed Yinji. Why do you address me so?" It turned out that the ribs of Miss Yun Miao's umbrella were crafted from your very bones. Zhou Fuxing sighed. "In this regard, you surpass me. You have endured the torment of skinning and bone extraction." Fortunately, the little black snake was, in fact, a serpent. Otherwise, he would not be worthy of serving as Miss Yun Miao's chief servant. The little black snake, flattered by his praise, raised its head with pride, its eyes gleaming with longing. "You have no idea how magnificent it is when Lord Yun Miao pins me to the ground, flaying my skin and extracting my bones." Zhou Fuxing did not comprehend the little black snake's flattery, vaguely sensing that he had forgotten something important. What could it be? Wait a moment. Is his grandmother still at the Jiang family residence? At the Jiang residence, Lu Yang opened a rather aged door. The sharp and acerbic visage of old Madame Jiang appeared both blue and pale, her entire form being restrained in a wheelchair by a grotesquely twisted figure. The figure turned its head a full 180 degrees, its gaze fierce. Lu Yang was taken aback. "Madame Jiang, I never anticipated that you would become such a creature. Neither human nor ghost." Madame Jiang chuckled ominously. "What of being neither human nor ghost? It is quite splendid. The benefits of this state are beyond your comprehension." Indeed, he did not understand, nor did he wish to. Lu Yang's expression turned serious as he smiled slightly. "Miss Yun Miao has commanded that your life be taken." Chapter 97. The new fishhook. Madame Jiang bared her teeth menacingly, exclaiming, "I have never harmed anyone. Why can you not allow me to live? The one who brings harm is Jiang Bingxian. If you kill him, it would be a form of justice. Spare me, and I shall leave this place." Vowing never to return, Lu Yang shook his head, responding, "I am merely following orders." Madame Jiang, filled with rage, demanded, "Why not spare me?" Lu Yang smiled gently, replying, "Miss Yu Miao has instructed me to inform you that the answer is, you already know." When Miss Yu Miao instructed him, she anticipated that Madame Jiang might inquire about the reason. Her guidance was succinct. "Simply tell her she is aware." At the utterance of these words, Madame Jiang lunged at Lu Yang in fury. Though she trembled at the thought of Yun Miao, Lu Yang appeared merely an ordinary man, and she still clung to the hope of survival. Lu Yang took a step back and drew a line across his chest, releasing a beam of golden light that struck Madame Jiang, sending her flying. Concealed within his chest was a talisman given by Miss Yun Miao, which he sensed was radiating warmth. Madame Jiang fell to the ground, bound by the golden light, rendered nearly immobile. "Farewell," Lu Yang remarked, not regarding the terror etched on Madame Jiang's face. Following Miss Yun Miao's teachings, he recited an incantation, allowing the golden light to enter her being. Then, bang, as the talisman's spiritual energy was exhausted, Yun Miao seemed to sense something, casting her gaze towards the Jiang family estate. Many years prior, someone had chosen to suppress a certain entity using a bell in the village of Shijiao. It was possible that an elder from the Jiang family, or perhaps Su Weining, had stumbled into a cave and encountered this bell. She might have seen it and attempted to lift it, yet without spiritual cultivation, she was unable to do so. However, the bell, having sensed human presence, became slightly unshackled, awakening the entity beneath. Upon awakening, it remained immobile, striving to influence the outside world through its six senses. Inch by inch, though limited, it was still a meager effort. At this juncture, Madame Jiang appeared. Perhaps she had learned from Su Weining about the existence of a being like Yun Miao, endowed with longevity, and was stirred by ambition to attain such an existence. By chance, she too found her way to the cave and struck a bargain. She would entice a band of outlaws to come forth, and in return, The entity would grant Madame Jiang immortality. At that time, she may have been unaware that the price of such longevity was to become a beast. Madame Jiang led the outlaws to the village, massacring its inhabitants, all of whom fell into the pit that she had previously excavated, leading to the cave. The intense resentment and souls significantly augmented the entity's power. In that moment, it leveraged its strength to influence Jiang Bingxian. People often say that hearts are fickle. Perhaps it is not merely the fickleness of human hearts, but rather the influence of certain forces. The brave become cowardly, the strong turn weak, the kind become ruthless, and the open-hearted grow narrow. It can transform a person, rendering them increasingly unlike themselves, until they become unrecognizable. It utilizes Jiang Bingxian's abilities, along with its own, to mend the terrain, transforming this place into a gathering ground for malevolent energy, thereby enabling swifter empowerment. As for Su Weiniang, known for her astuteness, especially being of her own bloodline, she would have been the first to discern his predicament and surmise that everything was linked to that cave. That cave possessed a bell inscribed with 3 characters, gift to Miao Miao, which led Su Weiniang to feel a certain connection between the bell and Yun Miao. As the deadline approached, Su Weiniang pinned this letter. Perhaps while writing, she was uncertain of her own choice regarding what she wanted Yun Miao to come for. Ultimately, she merely wrote of a visit, leaving the unfolding events to fate's arrangement. Yun Miao comprehended Su Weiniang's intent. From the moment the letter was written, their destinies intertwined. And upon removing the bell, it became apparent that Yun Miao owed her a favor. Having dealt with Jiang Bingxian, he then instructed Lu Yang to handle Madame Jiang. This Madame Jiang, whose consciousness had completely merged with the essence of human and ghostly sorcery, had indeed achieved immortality. She perpetually believed that as long as she did not directly take a life, she had committed no evil. In truth, her malevolence was far worse. The mountain breeze blew, and the bell at her waist emitted a melodious, crisp chime. Standing atop the mountain, Yun Miao gazed down at the village still engulfed in flames. From this height, the gathering ground for malevolent energy appeared formidable. With the slightest movement, it could transform into a place rich in spiritual energy, highly conducive for cultivation. This was undoubtedly no coincidence. The entity below was well-versed in formations, seemingly preparing for its own cultivation. Thus, it too was a practitioner of the mystical arts. A slight smile graced Yun Miao's lips, yet her eyes remained frigid. Zhou Fuxing, accompanied by the little black snake, returned to the Tianqi No. One and first took a shower. Upon emerging, he received a call from Zhou Funyang. After a prolonged silence following the connection, Zhou Funyang finally spoke. Dad has arranged for me to pick up Grandma. Approaching the old Jiang residence, I suddenly lost my sense of direction. Do you know what could cause this? Zhou Fuxing responded vaguely. It's just as you think. Were you injured? Zhou Funyang asked calmly. No. What is the situation now? Have you picked up Grandma? Yes, Lu Yang brought her. She was somewhat startled. I just delivered her to the hospital. Zhou Fuxing couldn't help but scoff. She was startled? The shock I experienced was far greater than hers. Today's events were orchestrated by her, and she must have known about the situation in Shijiao village, specifically summoning Miss Yun Miao there. Zhou Funyang seemed to slap his forehead, feeling exasperated. I know. Does Miss Yun Miao know about this? I mentioned it to her. But at that moment, she was preoccupied with other matters and paid no heed. Zhou Fuxing continued to speak vaguely. Perhaps Miss Yun Miao, considering our grandfather's reputation, would not act against the Zhou family, but the same cannot be said for others. You understand? Zhou Funyang. Who? Would you dare to hear the name if I spoke it? There was a prolonged silence on Zhou Funyang's end. I understand. Zhou Fuxing hung up the phone, speculating that his brother and father were undoubtedly more troubled than he was, especially since Grandma Zhou was intent on causing chaos, which she pursued with unrelenting fervor. If they had any means to resolve the situation, they would not have allowed her to repeatedly provoke Miss Yun Miao. As Zhou Fuxing entered the living room, he noticed the little black snake, engrossed in watching something on the phone, emitting a series of hisses. Faintly, he could hear a resounding voice declaring, "The Dragon King returns." It seemed to be a short drama, specifically that one about the Dragon King. Zhou Fuxing absent-mindedly chewed on his nails, ultimately deciding that he ought to speak with Miss Yun Miao regarding his grandmother's affairs. Sometimes, it was far less costly to be proactive than to be discovered by Miss Yun Miao. In her study, Yun Miao was sketching herself a new outfit when she heard a knock on the door. Come in, she called. Miss Yun Miao. There is something I must confess to you, Zhou Fuxing said, lowering his gaze to his toes. It concerns my grandmother. Yun Miao, holding her brush poised above the paper, replied without hesitation, You needn't say more. I already know. Zhou Fuxing was taken aback. After all, Miss Yun Miao did not strike him as someone particularly inclined to respect the elderly or cherish the young. Once Zhou Fuxing departed, Yun Miao completed her drawing, her thoughts drifting to the wife of the bean sprout, envisioning a treble hook in her mind. Yes, this would be her new fishing hook. Chapter 98. Long time no see. The long-abandoned Shijiao village was engulfed in flames, yet the news failed to capture the public's attention, due to the deliberate suppression surrounding matters concerning the Jiang family. Zhao En, upon seeing the news of the blaze, tucked her phone into her pocket and retrieved a lollipop. Unwrapping it and placing it in her mouth. It was sweet, the flavor unfurling within her mouth. Due to the incident involving Liang Wei, her current work had been somewhat affected, prompting Zhao En to adopt a nonchalant attitude, living each day with carefree abandon. Occasionally, she would pass by the entrance of Tianqi No. 1, exchanging disdainful glances with the snake painted on its wall. Today, wearing sunglasses and savoring her lollipop, she made her way towards Tianqi No. 1, but unfortunately, a car accident had occurred on the main road ahead. After listening for a while, she realized it was an instance of road rage, as one driver, dissatisfied with another's overtaking, had rammed into him. The driver, filled with terror, exclaimed, "I didn't mean to do it. I was just so angry, I couldn't control myself. I'm so sorry." It seemed he had simply lost his temper momentarily, his mind not processing the situation correctly. Noticing the crowd gathering, Zhao En feared being recognized and opted for an alternate route. This new path soon led her to a fight between two individuals. "Did you take me the long way? Why did the fare increase?" One passenger shouted. "Who the hell took you the long way, you idiot?" The passenger and the taxi driver began to exchange blows. When the police arrived, these two irritable individuals abruptly calmed down, sincerely apologizing to one another, expressing confusion over their sudden irritability. Zhao En was compelled to switch to another narrow street. This route proved to be even more perilous, as she witnessed a man stabbing an elderly woman, cursing, "Why didn't you haggle? I'll kill you, you old witch." After delivering 3 stabs, the man suddenly shuddered, terror and regret creeping across his fierce visage as he fell to his knees, crying, "Mom, Mom. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." If Zhao En still believed this was mere coincidence, she would be profoundly naive. She removed her sunglasses, closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, perceived a faint, wispy black smoke hovering around the faces of those involved, before dissipating into the air. What was this? She donned her sunglasses once more, having learned to remain detached, resolutely ignoring matters that did not concern her. With swift steps, she skirted along the wall and reached Tianqi No. 1. The little black snake on the courtyard wall lay in its usual spot, displaying an air of arrogance as it gazed at her, as if to say, "Look, I can be inside while you remain outside." A glint of fierce light flashed in Zhao En's eyes, a look so menacing and venomous that it rendered the little black snake momentarily stunned. Indeed, it had a hint of insolence, flaunting itself as she passed by. Previously, Zhao En had returned its gaze with a mix of envy and indignation. But today was entirely different. She genuinely felt a murderous intent. With a pivot, she knocked sharply on the door. Zhou Fuxing opened it, only to find Zhao En kicking it open, forcing him to dodge aside in surprise at the sight of the starlet. "What is this? Are you here to assault me? Have I offended you in any way?" Zhao En lifted her gaze slightly, exclaiming, "What right does a worthless being like you have to be here?" Zhou Fuxing interjected. "Why attack him?" Zhao En retorted sharply, "Step aside. I intend to capture that snake to brew a nourishing soup." Zhou Fuxing cast a glance at the little black snake, conveying a silent message of self-preservation. As Zhao En hurried towards the little black snake, it swiftly evaded, retreating to a safe distance, sensing her approach with an ominous intent. A feeling of unease stirred within it. The little black snake hastily slithered to the backyard, where it spotted Yun Miao seated on a chair. It climbed up the table leg, intending to flick its tongue in warning. But memories of the large green tea and the occasional appearance of the smaller green tea made it reconsider. The snake comprehended its predicament. With tearful, innocent eyes, it pointed its head towards Zhao En's direction, exuding a palpable sense of fear. "There is a villain. The snake is frightened." Yun Miao remained silent. The little snake continued to gesture, and eventually, Yun Miao turned her gaze to see Zhao En standing beneath a tree, her expression frigid and filled with malice. "I will kill you, you heartless, callous wretch." The little black snake fell off the table in shock, momentarily forgetting to climb back up. What is happening? Is life no longer worth living? Yun Miao rose, and as Zhao En charged towards her, she struck her palm against Zhao En's forehead. The little black snake squeezed its eyes shut in terror, The snake was genuinely afraid. Would she truly kill her? Upon reopening its eyes, it discovered Chowan collapsed against Yun Miao, her previously icy demeanor now transformed into one of bewilderment. Chowan was indeed stunned. She was unaware of the cause of her sudden turmoil. Just moments ago, passing by the number one axiom. A voice within her had urged her. What right does a snake and a useless person have to be near her? Eliminate them swiftly. Overwhelmed by her negative emotions, she had impulsively sought to harm the little black snake. Encountering Yun Miao intensified her dread. Memories of being abandoned and devoured surged forth, magnified 1,000-fold. She even contemplated ending Yun Miao's life. You have fallen into my trap. Yun Miao supported Chowan's waist and pressed her down onto a stone bench. Then withdrew her hand, taking a seat on the opposite side. Chowan recalled the dark mist and realized her oversight. She had underestimated the situation, thinking it merely an inconsequential matter, never anticipating she would be ensnared. Yun Miao delicately sipped her tea, her beauty striking and ethereal, with skin as pale as pearls. Yet her demeanor was profoundly aloof, as impenetrable as ice upon a snow-capped mountain. No, it was not ice, it was an emptiness. A profound indifference towards people and matters alike. Yun Miao set her cup down. You emerged only to hastily seek your demise. She raised her hand. Come here. Chowan, captivated by her visage, momentarily lost her composure. Yun Miao inquired. What? Oh. Chowan finally regained her senses, leaning in closer. After years apart, the sudden proximity rendered her somewhat bashful, causing a faint flush to rise upon her cheeks. Yun Miao delicately pressed her fingers between Chowan's brows and gave a firm tug. A wisp of dark mist slithered forth, coalescing in midair to reveal a few words. Yun Miao, it has been a long time. Following this, another message appeared. Have you not yet regained your memories? I eagerly anticipate the moment you recover them. Chapter 99. One must consider the master when beating the dog. Words often convey a myriad of emotions. For instance, the initial sentence carries a hint of excitement. The subsequent two lines reflect a blatant anticipation for the unfolding drama. This reveals that Yun Miao's suspicions are indeed accurate. She recognizes him and seeks to provoke her. Despite displaying an air of cowardice, he cautiously tests the waters. The dark mist dissipates into the air, leaving no trace behind. Both the little black snake and Chowan fell silent. One dared not utter a word, while the other refrained from fidgeting. Those acquainted with Miss Yun Miao find her to be an enigma, and this perception is not erroneous. Indeed, she is shrouded in mystery, so much so that she herself is unaware of her true identity. They are also aware that Yun Miao has been endeavoring to uncover her past and has made a pact with the entity below for this purpose. Therefore, encountering someone who recognizes her and provokes her is exceedingly rare. You are fine now. Yun Miao withdrew her hand, her emotions obscured. Chowan, feeling somewhat guilty, murmured. What I said earlier was not my sincere sentiment. I am aware, Yun Miao replied, seemingly indifferent. Your actions, words, and gestures are not reflective of your true thoughts. Chowan, witnessing Yun Miao's apparent understanding, felt not joy but an overwhelming sense of frustration. She would have preferred to inflict a couple of slaps upon herself in anger. Puffing up her cheeks, she shot a glare at the little black snake and suddenly felt dizzy, collapsing softly onto the stone table. I cannot endure this. My head is spinning. Observing her closed eyes, pale complexion, and trembling eyelashes, Yun Miao noted her evident discomfort. She had recently extracted all the malevolent energy from within her. So logically, she should not feel unwell. Chowan was gradually losing consciousness. Yun Miao rapped the table lightly, and the ever-attentive Zhou Fuxing appeared, awaiting her command. Take her down to rest. Yes. Zhou Fuxing assisted Chow in departing. Once they had left, Yun Miao turned her gaze to the little black snake, who was squinting and flicking its tongue. Yanji, with your abilities, you should be able to discern something amiss. The little black snake momentarily averted its gaze, curling into a ball and looking up at Yun Miao with a pitiful expression. Indeed, it could perceive the emotional manipulation at play. It had not recognized it earlier, believing it had been somewhat petty lately, fully aware that Chowan yearned to be by Miss Yun Miao's side yet still chose to provoke her. It had mistakenly thought that provoking Chowan would be a form of entertainment. Would Miss Yun Miao find it inadequate? Yun Miao, evidently oblivious to their complex emotions, found it difficult to comprehend the sentiments harbored by one human and one snake. If it happens again, you shall return to the mountain, Yun Miao stated lightly. The little black snake's eyes misted over, its head drooping in despair as it slithered away along the table leg, its silhouette exuding profound sorrow. Yun Miao observed for a brief moment, furrowing her brow. After all these years, she had bestowed countless medicinal elixirs upon Yinji. Why had its cultivation stagnated? Could it be that the remnants of its dragon bones still linger in this world? After she killed Yinji, she fashioned part of its bones into the ribs of an umbrella, burying the remainder, along with the body, upon the snow-covered mountains. She carelessly placed its dragon soul within the body of a black serpent at the foot of the mountain. She never anticipated that the corpse would have any repercussions. Yet, in this world, causality often prevails. Perhaps it is indeed due to that corpse. One day, when passing by the snow mountain, she intended to crush the bones to dust. The little black serpent, momentarily crestfallen, suddenly transformed its expression into one of smug satisfaction. Its recent performance was nothing short of splendid. After all, every time Lord Yun Miao mentioned himself, it would become so despondent that it would convulse and dance in place, only to be met with a few reprimanding taps from Lord Yun Miao to quiet it down. Today, it tried a more pitiful approach, and Miss Yun Miao refrained from scolding it. Indeed, Lord Yun Miao was susceptible to such antics. The little black serpent secretly reveled in its cleverness, almost bursting into a dance of joy right there. In recent days, Lu Yang had been exceedingly busy, leaving Zhou Fuxing without a glimpse of him for several days. When he messaged the group, Lu Yang did not respond, prompting him to tag Jiangxing Zhou Fuxing. Jiangxing, why have you also been silent lately? What are you up to? Jiangxing replied promptly, dealing with matters concerning my uncle's family. Zhou Fuxing, how could he have forgotten this? Zhou Fuxing, my condolences. Jiangxing? Zhou Fuxing, your uncle's passing can also be seen as a release. He had learned from Miss Yun Miao that Jiang Bing had been altered. A perfectly fine person had been transformed into something so dismal, which elicits a certain melancholy. If that entity were to control him, what sort of being would he become? A sentimental, emotional individual? The thought sent a chill down Zhou Fuxing's spine. Jiangxing sent a smiling emoji. What are you talking about? My uncle is not dead. Zhou Fuxing, the little black serpent did not kill Jiang Bing? Jiangxing, no, he sustained some injuries and appears quite disoriented, seemingly struggling to accept reality. His mood is quite poor, and he is reluctant to see anyone. Remaining cooped up in his room, Jiang Yu and Jiang Ning are similarly affected. While they bear less of the brunt, their personalities have also diverged drastically. They are currently in an emo state. Zhou Fuxing couldn't help but reflect on this. In his youth, Jiang Yu was a genuinely kind-hearted child, adoring every stray cat and dog he encountered. Jiang Ning, on the other hand, was carefree and charming. After the families parted ways, Jiang Yu became increasingly lecherous, while Jiang Ning turned aggressive and poisonous, resembling a little vixen. After conversing for a while longer, Zhou Fuxing looked up to find Yun Miao standing at the entrance, her gaze lightly resting in his direction. Of course, Zhou Fuxing would not indulge in the vanity of believing she was looking at him. Rather, there was something behind him. Since following Yun Miao, he had begun to perceive things that were typically beyond his sight. Perhaps being in her presence had influenced him in unforeseen ways. Gathering his courage, Zhou Fuxing turned to look behind him, and what met his eyes was a cascade of long, sleek black hair, flowing down from her head to the floor. The crimson bridal gown emanated a deep sanguine aura, its fabric cascading down with fingers that extended outward, their nails a vivid red. Suddenly, the ebony hair began to stir without a breath of wind, flowing like silk, wrapping around Zhou Fuxing's neck. He attempted to evade it, yet the strands tightened around him like steel needles, constricting his throat with an unyielding grip. More and more hair cascaded over his nose, eyes, and ears. Enveloping him entirely, a sharp clap resounded as he felt a sudden sting on his face. Zhou Fuxing jolted awake, gasping for breath. Yun Miao stood before him, declaring, "You have been enchanted. You frightened me to death," Zhou Fuxing replied, patting his chest and leaning closer to Yun Miao. "Is this a ghost? Or a spirit? A soul?" She clarified. The soul clad in red stood at a distance, her hair cascading to the ground, forming a serpentine trail. Previously, Zhou Fuxing had only sensed a slight eeriness. At this moment, however, he truly found her terrifying, especially since she had nearly claimed his life. "Is she here to request your assistance?" Yun Miao nodded. Zhou Fuxing couldn't help but murmur softly, "This hardly resembles a plea for help. Who would bully others when seeking assistance?" As the saying goes, one should not only regard the monk's face, but also the Buddha's. Even a dog must be considered in light of its master. Yun Miao cast a meaningful glance at Zhou Fuxing, stating, "It cannot be entirely blamed on her. Your soul is rather alluring." Chapter 100, The Spirit Lady Zhou Fuxing. How could he not know? Could it be that the last time he was nearly consumed by the ghost doll was due to the delectable nature of his soul? And she, having died long ago, possessed a modicum of spiritual insight, which, by her very nature, rendered her irresistibly drawn to him. Zhou Fuxing. Ah, how terrifying. Yun Miao shifted her gaze towards the spirit. Judging by its attire, this spirit appeared to belong to the last century. The sudden appearance of a being that had perished decades ago could only signify two possibilities. First, she must have been sealed away after her death, bound by potent sorcery that prevented even her lingering essence from manifesting. Although she was absent during that time, other ferrymen existed in this world, suggesting a high likelihood of her being sealed. Second, at the moment of her demise, she likely harbored grievances or obsessions, leaving a lingering resentment that choked her throat. Despite her binding, this energy continued to affect her descendants. With such a presence, her lineage would undoubtedly suffer from misfortune, financial strife, and an inevitable lack of heirs. However, her arrival upon the loosening of her seal implied that her tormentor was not a relative. Suddenly, the spirit began to move. One hand elevated, forming an elegant gesture, while the other rested upon her abdomen in a cradling position, seated cross-legged on the ground. Yun Miao observed for 3 seconds before declaring, "I understand." With a flick of her hand, the spirit vanished. Returning to her room, Yun Miao grasped a brush and deftly rendered the spirit's recent movements onto rice paper, completing the artwork in one fluid motion. She intended to investigate the meaning behind this gesture. Yun Miao handed the drawing to Zhou Fuxing, who, upon receiving it, examined the image. Miss Yun Miao, your artistic skills are truly commendable. The intricate details vividly capture the eerie essence of this spirit. If I were to upload this image online and inquire about its meaning, it would likely be reported as a ghostly illustration, leading to a ban. Yet, it indeed resembled a depiction of the supernatural. Contemplating the ghostly matter, Zhou Fuxing cautiously voiced his curiosity. Miss Yun Miao, what did you mean when you said my soul is enticing? Yun Miao cast him a sidelong glance. You will come to know in due time. Zhou Fuxing. Can it be revealed now? Yun Miao, sensing his thoughts, pondered briefly. I could divulge it, but you must bear the consequences of such knowledge. For instance, you were never meant to understand why. Upon learning, the secrets of your soul will be widely known, attracting many entities that wish to devour you. That is the cost. Zhou Fuxing. Yun Miao, do you still wish to hear more? Zhou Fuxing promptly covered his ears and retreated backwards. Miss Yun Miao. I suddenly find myself uninterested. I shall attend to my duties now. Without delay, Zhou Fuxing hurried back to his room, sending the image to Lu Yang and Zhou Fuxing. Lu Yang did not respond, while Zhou Fuxing, upon learning that this task was assigned by Miss Yun Miao, swiftly organized a search. An hour later, Zhou Fuxing called. We have yet to locate anyone familiar with this gesture. I will continue to dispatch more individuals. Very well. Zhou Fuxing was not idle. He gazed at the portrait and conceived a clever idea. Swiftly, he seized a ballpoint pen and sketched a chibi figure on a small piece of paper, replicating the same action yet evoking a different sentiment. One was ominous and terrifying, while the other exuded a round, adorable charm. Although it retained the essence of a female ghost, Zhou Fuxing adorned it with a pair of delightful, large eyes. He posted the chibi figure on a certain platform. Accompanied by the caption, a sudden burst of inspiration led to this cute action, yet it seems oddly familiar. Does anyone know what this action is? Initially, the video garnered little attention. However, within a particular room, a woman monitoring all of Zhou Fuxing's social accounts detected the video. She grasped her laptop and departed the monitoring room, traversing several chambers until she arrived at the main conference room. The atmosphere in the main conference room was solemn. With 8 individuals seated around a circular table, the tension palpable as they had just been embroiled in a heated argument, the table thudding under their fervor. After knocking, the woman entered, placed the laptop on the table, and connected it. The content from the computer was projected onto the large screen on the wall. She introduced. This is the video recently posted by Zhou Fuxing. The previously tense expressions of the group transformed as they turned their serious attention to the image, the chibi figure. The peculiar motion and the suggestive caption revealed that this was no mere casual sketch. Have we dispatched someone to investigate? Inquired a composed, middle-aged man. The investigation is already underway, the woman replied, adjusting her Bluetooth headset and leaning slightly to listen, before reporting softly, there have been no results thus far. Some among them held great faith in their investigative prowess, speculating, could it be that this is yet another hastily posted video? They had kept a close watch on Zhou Fuxing for quite some time, after all. He was someone who had the privilege of being in proximity to a certain esteemed individual, a fact that had long incited their envy. Consequently, they swiftly arranged for younger family members to seek her favor. Since turning their attention to Zhou Fuxing, any minor stirrings in his life prompted days of relentless scrutiny. Yet, he often indulged in posting trivial content, videos of a flower, a tree, or even a snake. Indeed, the video of that snake had also garnered significant views, as it too became a sensation on the platform. It was unlikely that a casual post would come with such extensive commentary. This video must hold some deeper significance. The middle-aged man commanded, continue the search, and maintain surveillance on Zhou Fuxing. The rationale behind the continued monitoring was clear. They dared not extend their surveillance beyond him, hoping to glean even the slightest hint of information pertaining to her. This monitoring was conducted with the utmost caution, limited solely to his social media activities, lest the esteemed individual detect any unusual scrutiny. Otherwise, they would face her wrath, a burden they could scarcely bear. They harbored a desire to assist her, however minutely, to ensure she remembered the existence of their noble families. This was one of the reasons for their vigilance over Zhou Fuxing, to ascertain how they might be of service. As the group fell into silence, an elderly gentleman lowered his gaze to polish his spectacles, donned them, and rose to approach the screen. The elderly gentleman, clad in formal attire, appeared to be quite advanced in age, his steps unsteady and his hair entirely white. His gaze, though aged, retained a certain vigor as it rested upon the diminutive figure before him. He reached out to caress the small figure, as if recalling something, and a flicker of trepidation glimmered in his eyes. This was the lady of Sueji,